18 years ago, New York, USA, Chinatown, an orphanage. Thunderstorm. With a dazzling flash of lightning, the door was shattered into pieces, and old Wang with a necklace around his neck was born. 10 minutes later, the old director rushed over with an umbrella, his face bitter. Even lightning has no eyes. Where will I get money to replace the door? Who has the heart to abandon a child in this weather? Not even a swaddle. The old director quickly picked up the naked baby and sighed another mouth to feed. What to do? That same night, a sneaky figure entered the room and took the necklace. 18 years later, New York, USA, Chinatown 77, a bachelor apartment. Sitting on a tattered sofa feet on an even more broken stool, old Wang held a rolling pin he had used for 7 years, drinking 13-year-old erguo and sighed. Titans can't be trusted either. This was the second time. The second time. As an ordinary Chinese descendant on Earth, he had caught the wave of transmigration, his soul traveling to Azeroth. By chance, he became the apprentice of the legendary monk Qin Stormstout and began his great and suicidal journey to save Azeroth. He drank at the brewfest, touched the dog's head in molten core, defeated Illidan, killed the Lich King, opened the gates of Encourage and triumph. In Tempest Keep, he got the ashes of Valor. In Ulduar, the Mimiron's head, fought old gods, fought titans, all the way to the Pantheon. Fame, power, status, strength, everything had reached its peak. Sargeras was sealed, Argus was purified, even the old gods were beaten down early. What else was worth staying for? Even the spirit of Azeroth itself contacted him, sending equipment and warmth, begging him to be her champion and guardian, pleading to care for her young heart of only a few billion years. Was it interesting? So when the spirit and the Pantheon Titans asked him what wish he had left, old Wang remembered the skyscrapers and crayfish back on Earth. He just wanted to go home. No matter how reluctant they were, the Titans understood his feelings. They joined forces to cast a spell, and old Wang, carrying the heart of Azeroth, given by the spirit, crossed the nexus of time and space. Then, some shameless bastard interfered, and he ended up in the wrong body. Queen of Blades, it wasn't me. I didn't. You're lying. Some big shot blamed me. No, it was the wrong timeline. He was supposed to return to his original body on Earth, but instead transmigrated to the orphanage entrance. And due to some inexplicable accident, he became a baby again. That was fine. At least his soul was his own and his body was his own. Unlike some fellow transmigrators who had to occupy someone else's body. If you got a girlfriend, would it be yours or the previous owner's? If there were children, would they be yours or the previous owner's? From a genetic perspective, they probably wouldn't be yours. More importantly, just when he was about to freeze to death or drown in the puddle, the old director saved him. His chubby little hand touched the heart of Azeroth hanging around his neck. Old Wang thought this is a supreme artifact personally crafted by the spirit of Azeroth and empowered by all the Pantheon Titans, not some cheap imitation from Diamond Magni. It was even more powerful than Sargeras' sword. Activating all the power of the heart of Azeroth, relying on his former life's experience as a Grandmaster Monk, he could reclaim Pandaren martial arts. 3 years to Master 5, to Grandmaster 10, to Great Grandmaster. By 18, he could easily withstand a nuclear blast. Old Wang laughed at that moment. But that very night, the necklace was stolen. His golden finger was gone. Was there any transmigrator more unfortunate than him? Luckily, his memories remained. He reclaimed Pandaren martial arts. As soon as he could move his limbs, he began training. Old Wang said so easy. Pandaren martial arts were formidable. The strongest monk in history was no joke. Old Wang soon cultivated his first strand of true Qi monk special ability. He became healthy, ate well, never fell sick. The old director was happy. It saved money. Of course, ever since he learned about a rich kid named Tony Stark inheriting Stark Industries, old Wang was careful never to use his true Qi in front of others. He didn't want to be monitored or controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. or dissected by Hydra. Anyway, ever since a guy named Shang-Chi made a name in America, Kung Fu became popular. There were at least a dozen martial arts schools in Chinatown. From 99 to those just learning to walk, 10,000 people had studied Kung Fu, though very few had cultivated true Qi. Old Wang bought a bunch of $3 Kung Fu manuals as a cover, and no one suspected. The old man selling the manuals announced in front of everyone that old Wang was a 19th century martial arts prodigy. How could that be fake? Thus, while training and searching for the heart of Azeroth, 18 years passed in a flash. The orphanage couldn't support him forever. Old Wang became independent at 14, his adult wisdom and experience enough to support himself. But living well was not so easy. College was coming soon. Tuition was exorbitant, and he couldn't afford it. What to do? This world didn't have a creative starting point. Even if it did, a failed writer couldn't make money. Do I really have to find a nightclub to be a bouncer? Or agree to be a PR boy for Sister Hong? Old Wang picked up the erguo, looked at his blurry reflection in the bottle, and felt quite satisfied. Pandaren martial arts. Leaving aside fighting, at least true Qi could preserve youth. His looks were decent enough to be a kept man and live off someone else. Amongst physical fitness needed, no doubt. Old Wang with scientific rigor had already tested himself, 3 or 5 partners he could handle. The key was Old Wang, a superhero who had saved the Warcraft world countless times. How could he stoop to selling his body? His stomach growled. Forget it, a man is iron and rice is steel. One meal missed makes one week. Fill your stomach first, then think. Old Wang got up to go out when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name on the screen, Old Wang smiled. In 18 years of transmigration, he hadn't just done nothing. Iron Man and Black Widow weren't easy to meet, but some people weren't that hard. King missing me. Old Wang teased, crossing his legs. Wang, I'll say it again, my name isn't Wang King, it's Sky. A pleasant voice came through, frustrated. Sakaido is ugly, King sounds better. Old Wang shifted his position. Good news, still want to hear it. Ski's voice rose an octave. Hear it. Old Wang took his time. Get over here, we found the person you're looking for. Bang. Old Wang leaped up, his iron head smashing through the ceiling. Chinatown is vast, actually encompassing a large collection of blocks. Old Wang lived on Mott Street, roughly at the heart of Chinatown. Shortly after stepping out, Wang spotted a rusted, dilapidated truck. A pretty head with curly blonde hair popped out. Wang, over here, getting quick. This isn't the car to kindergarten, I want, get in. Wang shrugged, lightly leaped, and climbed inside. I'm so envious of your beautiful skills, Sky said in broken Chinese. Although she is a Chinese-American mixed race, she grew up in the US and never knew Chinese. The little she learned was after meeting Wang. And this was all because Wang had tricked her into it. Sky was an orphan, abandoned at an orphanage as a child. She was 19 now, exactly 1 year older than Wang. She had been to school and dropped out. Whoever got close to her suffered bad luck. She was truly a cursed solitary star with an aura of misfortune. She is independent, confident, stubborn, yet cheerful, good at socializing, and especially skilled in hacking, a means of livelihood, and also to find her biological parents. Being abandoned as a child is an eternal pain in her heart. She just wants to find them and ask why they abandoned her. Was I not lovable? Did I eat too much? Was I a burden to you? For this dream, she had been striving all along until she met Old Wang. 3 years ago, a white girl pursued Wang, which angered several black guys who also liked her. One night, they tried to teach Wang a lesson, but instead Wang beat them up badly, leaving them bedridden for over a month. The white girl was so scared that she would hide whenever she saw Wang, and if unable to avoid him, pretended not to know him. That incident was nothing. The girl wasn't even pretty. The key was that Sky, wandering outside, witnessed it. At that moment, she was utterly amazed. Because she had no parents, she was often bullied at school and on the streets. Her cheerful and outgoing nature made her approach Wang directly, asking him to teach her martial arts so she could protect herself. Knowing she would become the future Quake, Wang agreed without hesitation. He also told her that since she was half Chinese, one of her parents was Chinese, so she had to learn Chinese, otherwise it would be hard to find them. Thus Sky became Wang's student. She originally wanted to teach Wang hacking skills as repayment, but after 2 days of study, Wang got headaches. Limited IQ, simply couldn't learn it. Besides, there were other ways to repay. After a few days, Wang asked Sky to help find the heart of Azeroth. He thought with Ski's skills it would take only a few days. Unexpectedly, it took 3 years. Practice hard, you can do it too. Wang looked around the truck, frowning. King, this truck of yours has been around for a year, right? It was already a decade-old junk when you bought it, wasn't it? If you parked this on the street, unattended sanitation workers would throw it in the trash. Let them try. Which dumpster could fit it? And it's not a truck, it's my mobile office, cost me $10,000. Okay, it is a truck, and it's also my home. Sky retorted, her mood dropping. She shot a glare at Wang. I warn you, if you ever call me Wang King again, I'll send your info to SHIELD and let their agents mess with you. And money, money, money. I need to earn money to support myself. Do you know how long it took to find that? How many money-making opportunities one missed? Wang shrugged. I haven't killed anyone or set fires. Even SHIELD has to follow the law, right? Alright, the law serves the rich. No need for your lecture. One day I'll become rich and make the law serve me. Wang deliberately ignored the point of Ski's words, leaned over and sniffed her shoulder, then before she could get angry, put on a stern face and stared at the laptop with utmost seriousness. Stop fooling around, let's talk business. There were no surveillance cameras 18 years ago. Cameras only became common in recent years, and this case is too old. It's really not easy. Sky sighed. She didn't mention that her skills used to be inadequate. After joining the Rising Tide organization, her hacking improved rapidly, and with help from other members, she finally found that necklace. You've worked hard, Wang said absently, placing his hands on Ski's shoulders and needing shoulder rub back massage cupping. Full service wanted. I wanted all of it. Sky snorted and said, the one who stole your necklace 18 years ago was Chun Tian, a repeat offender in Chinatown. Chun Tian sold the necklace to Li Xian, who owned a gold store. Li Xian owed gambling debts and pawned the store to Lu Han of the Chinese gang. 7 years ago, Lu Han was killed and the necklace was taken by a man named Sun Yeyuan, who sold it to. Just give me the result. Wang's head ached from listening, so he pressed harder. Ouch, 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 lighter. The necklace is with the Fifth Street Gang in Los Angeles. Sky clicked the mouse, zooming in on a photo of a burly black man. Peter, the second-in-command of the Fifth Street Gang. Sky moved the mouse, and a box popped up with detailed info. Los Angeles. Wang looked troubled. That's a bit far. The travel cost would be high. Also, the name Fifth Street Gang sounded familiar. It's across the entire U.S. Do you have enough money for a round-trip flight? Sky closed the laptop and made a please leave gesture. I've sent you the info. You can get off now. You know my bank account number. Remember to transfer the money. Got in, and now you want me off. You think this is a kindergarten bus? Well, the door's shut. And I only know how to transfer money in games, not to a bank. Wang shifted to a comfortable position and snatched her laptop. What's the password? Is the game still in D drive? No inappropriate movies. Which teachers works? Am not going with you. Sky turned to face Wang with a serious expression. The Fifth Street Gang controls Fifth Street in LA. Dozens of people, cars, guns. They've killed before. I still need to stay alive to find my parents. Am not like you. Am a normal person normal. You're the abnormal one. Your whole family is abnormal, Wang thought inwardly. A descendant of Inhumans and Madman. Future Quake. Dare you call yourself normal? Of course he couldn't say that yet. It would be too hard to explain. Wang opened the laptop, found a game called Happy Chicken, and while laying eggs in the game said, I only have $1,000 left. A round-trip flight would wipe it out. How am I going to live afterward? And I still need your intelligence work. Drive me there. He'll cover the gas. Otherwise he'll treat you to a hotel, dinner, shopping, and a movie. Wrong order. Get out. No. If you don't get off, we'll call the police. Then he'll tell the police you're a hacker, that you provided technical support for last month's bank heist, and you were involved in the huge smuggling case before that, and 20 years ago. Nami, you're lying. I didn't. I wasn't even born 20 years ago. If I had done that, would I be driving this wreck? I'd be driving a bumblebee. It still depends on whether the police believe you. The law serves the rich. Do you have money? Do you want power like mine? Even stronger? Yes. Help me this time, and I'll help you. How about it? Okay. Then you go drive. I'll play some games. Hey, shouldn't we make a plan? That Peter, didn't he post the Heart of Azeroth online? Contact him, say you're interested, and arrange a meeting. Then what? Then snatch it. Did you think I'd actually buy it? I have no money. Is that necklace really that important? Of course it's my golden finger. Isn't it a necklace? How did it become a finger and gold at that? It's a cheat. From New York to Los Angeles, the straight line distance spans over 4,000 kilometers, and by road it's certainly longer, requiring several days of driving with rests in between. Fortunately, both Old Wang and Sky had driver's licenses, so they could take turns at the wheel. Along the way they bickered and chatted, though Old Wang spent most of his time playing games. What else was there to do? Diligent training. Sorry, but Old Wang was a Grandmaster Monk in his past life. Though he was a disciple of the Panda Brewmaster Chun, he surpassed his master, his strength far exceeding that of the last Pandaren Emperor Xiao. How could he compare to Old Chun or the vomiting sect leader? His experience and skills had already reached their peak. The only thing he needed now was to increase the true chi within his body, which required time or else fortuitous encounters. In his last life, becoming the strongest monk ever was possible only because he foresaw events and actively sought out numerous opportunities. This life, cultivation, didn't require his full concentration. Old Wang had actually been cultivating all along, whether lying down, sitting, or standing, and playing games was just a side activity. Until he found his golden finger, this was all he could do. Hey, besides you, someone else wants to buy the Heart of Azeroth, and they've already made contact. This guy's name is Robbie Reyes, a worker at an auto repair shop. What does he want with your broken necklace? Before they set off, Sky used her phone to hack into Peter's phone and computer from the Fifth Street Gang, eavesdropping on his calls. Now it was paying off. She used her phone instead of a laptop solely because Old Wang was gaming and wouldn't give her his. She wanted to snatch it, but the problem was she couldn't beat him. Normal. Who wouldn't want a golden finger? Who doesn't want to be the protagonist? Old Wang didn't look up, continuing his game. He wasn't worried. The Heart of Azeroth held the powers bestowed by Azeroth, Amonthal, Norganon, Agrimar, Argus, and many other titans bound to his soul. Only he could use it. For anyone else, it was just an ordinary necklace, turning them from protagonist to mere spectator. You think you're the protagonist? Sorry, you're just an extra. Robbie Reyes. That name sounded familiar, like had heard it somewhere. In a movie. Or a TV series. Robbie offered 100. Peter wanted 100. Robbie haggled. They settled at 500 with the deal in 2 hours. Sky panicked, turning to look at Old Wang, her beautiful big eyes blinking rapidly. Wang, think of something fast. We still need at least a full day to reach Los Angeles. What's so hard about that? Offer 100. Set the deal for tomorrow night. Old Wang was very calm. Okay. Sky quickly made the call. At a certain auto repair shop in Los Angeles, Robbie finished fixing a car, and suddenly fire flickered in his eyes. The flames of vengeful rage burned his eyes red, clouding his heart. The Fifth Street Gang had attacked him and his brother for no reason. If it weren't for that fiery-headed man on a motorcycle who gave him the spirit of vengeance, he would have died. His brother's legs were broken, now confined to a wheelchair. He was so young still in high school. What would become of him? After half a month, he had finally begun to master the power of the spirit of vengeance, and he decided to take revenge. Peter from the 5th Street gang was flaunting a necklace online that looked exquisite. This was an opportunity. An hour until the deal. Time to go. Robbie drove his Uncle Ellis Dodge Charger to the meeting spot. He waited an hour. No one came. He waited another hour. Still no one. He waited the entire night. Where were they? Robbie clenched his fists, flames blazing in his eyes. Peter, you dared to deceive me. You can't escape. I will find you. Not a single member of the 5th Street gang will survive. Los Angeles was quite beautiful nonetheless. Though it was 2008, this was the Earth of the Marvel Universe, not the Earth of his previous life. Its technology was far more advanced than that world's 2018, at least in that a smart butler like Jarvis couldn't have been created on that Earth in 2018. Skyscrapers stood in close array. The city was brightly lit, a city that never slept. Beneath the light lurked darkness, such as the 5th Street gang. The largest gang in Los Angeles was actually the Chinese gang. Compared to them, the 5th Street gang was insignificant, but they still had a few dozen members all armed. They dealt in drugs, prostitution, and for enough money hired killings. Peter hummed a tune as he rode in his car, utterly content. Half a month ago, had taken a job to kill a scientist named Eli for a full $1 million. That was a hefty sum, and the job wasn't hard. Head gathered a crew driven out and set up an ambush. With the boss in prison, wasn't the lion's share his to take. That night, Ellis' car drove out, and his men chased it down, firing a few shots. The car exploded. They thought the $1 million was in the bag, only to find Eli was still alive. The ones in the car had been his 2 nephews. That was no big deal. The 5th Street gang valued their reputation. If it didn't work, once they'd try again. But before they could act, Eli ended up in prison, the same one as their boss. There was nothing to be done about that. They couldn't storm a prison. Still, they had done the deed. Even without full credit, they deserved some compensation. He immediately took his men to demand payment. Even if they didn't get the full $1 million, they should at least get $10,000. No, $99,000 for their trouble. The 5th Street gang always collects its debts. No, always demands what's owed. But the client, named Joseph, had ended up in the hospital unconscious like a vegetable, unable to communicate. What was the point of demanding payment then? A week ago, in a bad mood, had taught a small-time thug a lesson and accidentally stumbled upon something good. He looked down at the necklace hanging around his neck, especially the golden pendant. The gem inside was like a starry sky, beautiful and captivating. It was a lovely sight, and more importantly, valuable. He posted a picture online to show off, and yesterday someone called it a work of art, offering $1,000 to buy it. Did they think he was stupid? Peter immediately countered with $1,000. The other party wasn't foolish either. They haggled it down to $5,000. That wasn't bad. But after they settled, someone else contacted him, offering $1,000. Who would he sell it to? He started by asking for $1 million, but the other party haggled for a whole hour, eventually settling at $1,223. In his entire life, had never seen such a skilled negotiator. We're here. Peter parked the car and signaled with a glance. The other car following them circled around to a hidden spot. Something felt off about this. A necklace that wasn't gold or platinum could sell for so much. The gem was beautiful, but too perfect, seeming more like a synthetic, worthless imitation. It might be a trap set by a rival to take him out. He wasn't stupid. Head brought over a dozen men, a few in this car, and about 10 more in a truck behind them. Everyone was armed, and they even had a high-priced RPG. Even if the Chinese gang showed up, he wouldn't be afraid. Boss, they're here. The driver warned him. Peter looked up and saw a beat-up old truck parked not far away, the kind he wouldn't even pay $1,000 for. Driving such a junker, could they really have 1,22223? Everyone stay sharp and be careful. Peter grabbed his pistol, released the safety, and a cruel smirk spread across his face. Something was wrong. This was definitely a setup. But it didn't matter. What was that saying his arch-rival from the Chinese gang often used? Turn their trick against them. Anyone who dared scheme against the 5th Street gang was dead. Inside the truck, Sky sat in the driver's seat, her palms drenched in sweat. They were up against the 5th Street gang, over a dozen men all armed. She and her partner were just 2 people with no guns charging straight in. This wasn't just reckless, it was suicidal. Wang, maybe. We should retreat. Tactically. Sky's voice trembled. She was only 19. She had never faced such a formidable scenario before. Don't worry. Once I get out, you drive the truck away. Come pick me up later, old Wang said casually. A minor affair, nothing to stress over. Having survived the scourge of the undead, the battle of Anchorage, and even stormed the Burning Legion's stronghold, what was a mere dozen men? Had he ever feared a titan the size of a planet? Though his current self was far weaker than his pre-transmigration prime, he was still no ordinary man. Guns. A mere trifle. He had endured fell cannons before. Then, be careful. Sky didn't pretend to be brave. She knew her limits, forcing herself would only drag him down. Besides, Wang wasn't a fool. If he dared to come, he must have a plan. Old Wang stepped out of the truck, carrying a box, walking toward Peter with an air of utter ease. What was in the box? Money. That was impossible. Inside were a trusty rolling pin and a half-empty bottle of Erguo too. The box's sole purpose was to get him close to the enemy. He was ready to strike at any moment. The opposition was clearly prepared, but their dozen men couldn't escape his perception. Having lived 3 lifetimes had its benefits. His soul was strong enough to grant formidable spiritual sensing. He might not surpass Daredevil, but he wouldn't fall far behind. Suddenly, Old Wang sensed something amiss. Turning his head, he saw a car charging straight toward him. Black with headlights on the front and hood rugged and sharp-lined. It was as masculine as a vehicle could get. Finding such a car these days was rare, and it was exorbitantly expensive. More importantly, it completely defied aerodynamics. Not only was it a gas guzzler, but it was also slow. Why would anyone build such a car? A 1969 Dodge Charger muscle car. Old Wang recognized it instantly. Not because he knew much about cars, he couldn't even identify the Dodge logo, let alone the model, but because this car was on fire. Yes, flames engulfed the wheels and body, leaving trails of blazing fire where it rolled. The flames gave Old Wang a sinister, familiar feeling, much like the burning legion he had often dealt with, even raiding their homeworld to the point of utter devastation. That was Hellfire, the exclusive domain of the Ghost Rider. The first, second, and third Ghost Riders all rode motorcycles, and there was even one on a horse before that. Only the 4th generation drove a 1969 Dodge Charger, a class apart. One Charger could buy the rides of the previous 3 generations, so Old Wang deduced it backward. What was the 4th Ghost Rider's name? Did he have a grudge against the 5th Street Gang? Old Wang searched his memory and finally recalled. No wonder the names Robbie Reyes and the 5th Street Gang sounded familiar. They were from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Robbie Reyes was the 4th Ghost Rider, and he indeed bore a blood feud with the 5th Street Gang. As he pondered, the Dodge Charger crashed into the gang's cars. Fuck. Stop. Peter panicked, firing his gun. Who would ram a car like that? Your car is worth more than my life. Don't you care about damaging it? Bang. 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 Others joined in, bullets striking the Charger, but leaving no damage, not even a dent. The car was not only ablaze, but its windshield was tougher than titanium alloy, completely impervious to bullets. Peter was utterly stunned. The Charger wasn't an armored vehicle. Had it been modified? Wait. A Dodge Charger. Peter shuddered, a chill running down his spine. He remembered. This car belonged to Eli. Hadn't it been burned down half a month ago? How was it now pristine? Back then, he had shot several rounds through the side window, injuring Ella's 2 nephews, causing the Charger to flip and catch fire. He even remembered the license plate. It was unchanged. This was a supernatural event. In the distant truck, Sky's mouth formed an O as she whipped out her phone to take pictures. Was this really not a Hollywood blockbuster? Old Wang didn't need to turn around to know Sky's expression. He mused that the girl had potential and needed proper guidance. He simply dropped the box on the ground and stood by, arms crossed, enjoying the show. This was a spirit vehicle. Every Ghost Rider upon birth received their own spirit vehicle, transformed by Hellfire. Though not invincible, ordinary bullets couldn't harm it, and even if damaged, like a shattered window, it would heal rapidly. Simply put, when the Ghost Rider touched the spirit vehicle, it became one with them, an extension of their body, sharing all their abilities. It was extraordinarily formidable. The spirit vehicle was alive. Peter couldn't help but swallow hard. Had this car crawled out of hell? Was it here for revenge? Could the driver be Ellis' nephews? God, please send angels to destroy them. As the second-in-command of the 5th Street Gang, Peter had strong nerves. He immediately opened the car door to flee, shouting orders for his men to open fire. Boom. The 2 cars collided, and the gang's vehicle was sent flying, engulfed in hellfire. Several men crawled out, their bodies ablaze, screaming, begging for mercy, and writhing on the ground with a fierce will to live. But what use was it? That was hellfire. Even high-pressure water hoses couldn't extinguish it. Despite the violent impact, the Charger didn't stop, its power system now fueled by hellfire rather than an engine. The door opened, and a slightly built man with a flaming skull emerged, wielding a chain. Hellfire blazed from his hand to the chain. The chain dragged on the ground, leaving clear scorch marks. Majestic, intimidating, a perfect entrance. Seeing this, Peter gasped, feeling he had truly encountered a ghost. He recognized the clothes. They belonged to Robbie Ellis' nephew, whom he had shot dead. Had he crawled out of hell for revenge? Peter wanted to run, but couldn't move. His legs felt weak. Cursing himself, he screamed, RPG. Fire. Fire. Whoosh. A rocket flew from a distance, clearly aimed at Robbie. But perhaps the shooter's aim was off, as it seemed to be heading straight for Old Wang. In the protagonist here, right? Old Wang sighed. His plan, research, pose as a client, lure them out, then rob them, was flawless and nearly complete. Why did a Ghost Rider have to crash the party? You guys fight without considering me, treating me like a nobody. Fine, watching the show was fine, but why drag me into it again? 5th Street Gang, you're courting death. Stretching his limbs, Old Wang made his move. Damn, William, you pig-headed fool. It was clear that the RPG was misaligned and Peter was about to lose his mind. A seasoned driver of a Dodge Warhorse, a slightly overweight Chinese teenager in a dilapidated truck, a devil emerging from hell, and a human with an honest face. Who is the primary target and who is secondary? Do I even need to ask? Though there are multiple RPGs, they are quite expensive. William, are you going to pay? The key is that this thing is hard to handle. Stark Industries are prohibitively expensive and scarcely available in the market. You can't buy them at all. Although Hummer Industries is more common and cheaper, they are unstable and I don't dare use them. Who knows when one might malfunction and explode. Most importantly, the second shot requires time, and that damn driver chasing me is incredibly fast. Is there even enough time? William, are you trying to deliberately get me killed just to inherit my Facebook account? Peter's thoughts turned sharply. The driver chasing me is clearly not something ordinary firearms can handle. I can't win in a fight, and can only devise a way to escape and plan for revenge. Am I to kneel and beg for mercy? No. I, Peter, am at least the number 2 of the 5 Streets gang, a notable figure in Los Angeles. If this gets out, how can I still show my face? I will never beg for mercy. Oh no, my backside is burning. My back is hot, my head is hot, my whole body is on fire. Am I burning? Am I running through flames? Peter was jolted awake, memories of fire safety lessons from elementary school flooding back to him. He rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body, but it was utterly futile. Hellfire cannot be extinguished. Peter was no longer panicking, he was in despair. He hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground, banging his head against the earth, completely numb to the pain. Spare me. Spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. Take anything good from the 5 Streets gang. I'll tell you who ordered me. Just please spare my pathetic life. He froze. What he saw was the back of the driver. A burning chain dragged on the ground, wrapped around his own foot, bringing not physical pain, but a torment of the soul. But now he had completely forgotten the pain, just as the driver had temporarily forgotten himself. They both witnessed a scene they would never forget. A cheap suitcase lay on the ground as the slightly overweight teenager sighed, a look of melancholy on his face. A shoddy trench coat flapped in the heat of an unknown wind, and his hands, which had been thrust in his pockets, suddenly lifted. Worn jeans wrapped around long legs as he bent down, knees slightly apart, cheap sneakers weighing heavily in front while slightly lifting at the back. The teenager's hands rose from below, seemingly slow, yet incredibly quick, and in an instant they were level with his chest, transforming his aura entirely. In that moment, Peter recalled a jaguar he had seen 2 years ago in Forest Park. No, the jaguar was nothing compared to his terror. In the distant truck, Sky's heart raced, her beautiful big eyes fixated on old Wang. Her mind flashed back to that starlit night 3 years ago where a 15-year-old boy took down 7 burly black men in 10 seconds. She had stood just under 50 meters away, having just escaped from a few thuggish men. In her panic and despair, the figure of that boy had symbolized courage and hope for survival. Watch closely, tiger style. 2 sharp voices reached Sky's ears, startling her. Old Wang was demonstrating. This opportunity was rare. Her fair fingers instinctively clicked to switch from photo to video. Robbie was even more focused and astonished. At first he had detected no danger, not even glancing at old Wang a second time. The spirit of vengeance within him showed no reaction, indicating that the Chinese teenager before him bore no sin and did not warrant punishment. Only now did he realize that this seemingly ordinary Chinese teenager radiated a disturbing aura with just simple movements. In Robbie's flaming eyes, he saw not an ordinary person just coming of age, but a ferocious tiger, a saber-toothed king, as if emerging from the Ice Age. An even more visceral sensation came from the spirit of vengeance. The devil deeply hidden within him was also paying attention. What was this? Was it a mysterious Eastern martial art, or a power not belonging to this world like his own? Old Wang remained calm and composed. The reactions of others were none of his concern. With a lift of his hand and a raise of his foot, he instantly returned to the state of battling in the world of beasts, where he fought for Azeroth and for himself. 10 years of accumulation and 18 years of improvement fused perfectly in that moment. Hand leads elbow, elbow leads waist, waist leads legs, legs led feet. A greenish glow shimmered, the result of specially circulated true energy. His body left the ground like a whirlwind, his left leg sweeping out accurately, kicking the side of the rocket at a moment nearly impossible. The warhead deflected 180 degrees, flying back in the direction it came, cushioned and accelerated by the power of the true energy. 100 meters away, the 5 Streets gang's truck soared into the air, spinning 720 degrees before landing steadily, spilled gasoline, igniting with flames, sparking despair and summoning death. With a resounding explosion, it bloomed like fireworks. Oh my God, how did he do that? Such speed, such quick reflexes. Tiger style enhances speed and the rotation of true energy. The crane neck kick directly alters the rocket's trajectory, and true energy buffering prevents it from exploding temporarily. Every action was pushed to perfection. Even though I've learned it, I can't replicate it. Wang, you're so cool. Peter was stunned. Robbie was shocked. The spirit of vengeance stirred, and Sky's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, in the distance, the exploding Five Streets gang truck claimed dozens of lives, leaving none behind. Old Wang floated down, dusting off non-existent dirt from his clothes, his hands trembling slightly behind his back. His cultivation was still lacking, his physical condition not enough. A showing off came with a price. He had to ensure no one saw his weakness. Turning toward Sky, Old Wang winked, suddenly raising his hand. A long whip formed from condensed true energy slithered like a snake, reaching Robbie's face in less than a second. Then, just before the spirit of vengeance erupted, it curved around and ensnared Peter behind him. The whip suddenly recoiled, and Peter yelped, flying toward Old Wang. "He's mine!" Robbie shouted, charging over with the chain. The fire of vengeance blazed fiercely within him. Those who have sinned must be punished. This was the rule of the spirit of vengeance and the contract between them, which must be upheld. He wanted to kill everyone in the Five Streets gang. This was not just his desire for revenge, but the spirit of vengeance's demand, something even he could not control. At the very least, he had to kill one. Over a dozen members of the Five Streets gang had already died, none by his hand. The vengeance of the spirit must manifest. At least one must perish. Don't worry, I'm not interested in men. Old Wang smiled as he removed the necklace from Peter's neck amidst Peter's horrified expression, then with a wave of his hand sent the nearly 200-pound bulk flying. Peter attempted to raise his gun. Crack! A flaming foot stomped down, suddenly crushing Peter's right hand along with the handgun. Extreme pain, making him scream as if his heart were being torn apart. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled meat. Peter screamed while Robbie felt a sense of relief and exhilaration from the success of his revenge. Even the spirit of vengeance seemed to grow stronger. This left him both excited and terrified. "I've never killed anyone. I haven't even killed a chicken," Robbie mumbled with his head down. "Is this me? How could I be so ruthless? Why am I not afraid of killing? How can I decide others' lives and judge their sins?" As the flames of anger in his eyes dimmed, Robbie suddenly felt as if he was sliding from the human world into hell. This process was irreversible. He was falling into the abyss. "As long as my brother is safe, what does it matter if I kill? What does it matter if I fall into the abyss? Don't just stand there, the police are coming soon," Old Wang reminded. Robbie glanced deeply at Old Wang, dragging Peter into the car. The Dodge Warhorse started and vanished in an instant. "We should get going." Old Wang turned, carrying the suitcase, back to the truck and patted Sky's frozen face. "Aren't you leaving? Waiting to go to the police station for tea?" On a road devoid of surveillance cameras, a vehicle staged its own rendition of speed and fury. No companions, no pursuers, no audience. The battered cheap truck rattled violently, and at the wheel sat not Sky, but Old Wang. "Wang, ugh, let go of the wheel, let me take over." "Ugh, you need to stop, I can't take it." "Ugh, don't, stop, ugh." Sky clutched her most prized possession, the laptop, tightly against her chest, using her bodice softness to cushion it. Her other arm braced against the front seat, her small hand gripping Old Wang's shoulder tightly, as if fighting for her life against his torment. It was too bumpy. Her stomach churned with a terrible discomfort. The family bucket meal she had devoured 10 minutes ago hadn't even digested yet, and she couldn't bear to throw it up. It cost so much money, it would be such a waste. The stomachache was nothing, though. The real pain was in her heart. No matter how dilapidated the truck was, it had been bought with 7 years of savings. Now, with the pedal floored and no slowing down for turns, the drifts were fake, but the near rollovers were all too real. Sky could swear she heard the sound of screws coming loose and the tires screaming in agony. Those weren't screws coming loose. That was money. Aching heart aside, what really made her panic was this: "Wang, if you're going to drive, fine. Treating a truck like a sports car is your business, since even flooring it won't outrun a sedan. If the car breaks, it breaks. You're only 18. I'll consider this truck sold to you for $20,000, and you can pay me back slowly. The problem is, can you please not study your necklace while you're driving? You almost hit someone. Can't you watch the road? Taking turns without slowing down, honking, or using hazard lights. Aren't you afraid of a crash? Well, you weren't afraid of an RPG, so I guess a car accident doesn't scare you either." "I'm scared." Sigh. Old Wang let out a breath. "Cooing, I taught you standing meditation for 3 years, and it was all for nothing. Lily, the little girl from the Stormstout family, is much younger than you and hasn't been training much longer. Well, she's that chubby with a tonnage comparable to yours, yet she can walk on water with her bare palms. She's never afraid of any bumpy ride, so how can you not handle a little jolt like this? All your talent points went into hacking, leaving none for the monk." Helpless Old Wang simply let go of the steering wheel, reached back to grab Sky's hand, and infused a surge of true chi through her palm and arm into her entire body. In the next instant, Sky felt as if she had landed on solid ground. Her dizziness vanished, her vision cleared, and her legs rooted themselves firmly, unmoving. Her entire body vibrated and swayed with an imperceptible amplitude, a higher realm of martial arts she had yet to master. Most importantly, her internal organs stabilized, and even the food in her stomach ceased its rebellion, obediently moving down to the next stage of her intestines. Wang, thank you. They'll take my training seriously. My God, what are you doing? Do you want to flip the car? Sky had been feeling grateful. But when she looked up, she saw old Wang holding her hand with his right, while his left toyed with the pendant on his necklace, completely ignoring the steering wheel. Looking ahead through the window, a box truck suddenly shot out from a crossroad 20 meters away, and a collision seemed imminent. Wang, Ski's heart leaped into her throat. But just as she roared out the first syllable, she saw the steering wheel turn on its own. The whole truck shuddered violently, tilting sharply. The left wheels must have left the ground, and the right ones were surely about to burst from the friction. Yet the rapid lane change and turn succeeded, grazing the box truck with less than 10 centimeters to spare. An old driver never flips, old Wang said calmly. Wang. Sky felt as if she had just visited the underworld. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. Old Wang, have you lost your mind? Old Wang ignored her. For a monk, true chi is an extension of hands and feet. Manipulating the steering wheel with it wasn't difficult. As for crashing, that was out of the question. A monk's perception was extremely acute, with eyes that see in all directions and ears that hear from all sides. A crash was impossible in this lifetime. Another 5 minutes passed. Almost there, old Wang said with a smile as the truck's speed gradually decreased. In 25 minutes, they had covered 50 kilometers on these back roads. This truck had given its all. It couldn't be helped, they had to hurry to escape the scene while staying hidden. They had even covered the license plates. With an RPG exploding, even the laziest cops couldn't just ignore it. Over a dozen people were dead. Gangsters are human too, and this was a major case, a heavy one. It might even alert the CIA and S.H.I.E.L.D. Old Wang had no desire to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. For coffee. He could never get used to that stuff. Truth be told, old Wang wasn't ready to make contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. just yet. The current S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. It was a S.H.I.E.L.D. branch of Hydra. The director's superior was Hydra. Many of the key agents were Hydra, and lower-level operatives were everywhere from Hydra. Too dangerous. After 18 years of arduous training, this body was still lacking. It was far from the peak of his past life, so he couldn't afford to be reckless. He needed to keep a low profile. Looking down at the heart of Azeroth hanging around his neck, old Wang sighed in resignation. He had no idea what was wrong. It was completely unusable, now constantly draining his true chi. In just this short while, it was nearly sucked dry. Back when that young lady gave it to him, it was filled with essence, with all of the heart of Azeroth's functions fully activated. Now not a single one was working, or it didn't even have its most basic capabilities, making it no different from an ordinary necklace. With the heart of Azeroth, old Wang wouldn't dare claim he could take on Thanos, but he was confident against the Hulk or Thor. Now clearly that was impossible. Hack into the local police and see how things are going, old Wang said, sitting cross-legged to cultivate actively. The heart of Azeroth needed true chi, so he would provide it. If he fed it enough, it might just wake up. He couldn't let his golden finger go to waste. Hearing this, Sky shot old Wang a fierce glare before opening her laptop. Business came first. In less than 10 minutes, she had successfully hacked into the Los Angeles Police Department and stolen a wealth of data. The cops arrived at the scene in just 5 minutes. Never that fast before. They haven't found any leads for now, and we didn't leave any either. Wait, there's another major incident on 5th Street. Ski's voice shot up an octave, her eyes wide with disbelief. 23 dead. All from the 5th Street gang. Truly decisive and truly ruthless, old Wang said with a smile. It was clearly Robbie's doing. More precisely, it was the work of the Ghost Rider Robbie Reyes, driven by the spirit of vengeance. The reason was simple: vengeance had to be complete. Every member of the 5th Street gang had to die. Robbie wasn't that bloodthirsty, but whether or not to kill wasn't his choice. The spirit of vengeance had taken control. And why the rush? Simple. With so many of the 5th Street gang dead, the remaining members would be terrified, and some would definitely try to flee. Finding them later would be much harder. He had to finish it in one go. The cops have no leads. Good. Old Wang felt relieved. He let Sky take the wheel while he focused on cultivation. After about half an hour, his face lit up with joy as he opened his eyes. The heart of Azeroth had stopped absorbing his true chi. It had awakened. Old Wang slammed on the brakes and Sky slammed into the front seat. Wang. Sky rubbed her forehead. Get hurt. She quickly checked the laptop in her arms, not broken, and patted her chest with a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This car needed all 4 tires replaced. If he didn't want an accident, it also had to go to the repair shop for a thorough overhaul. The clutch brakes and whatnot, plus fuel. That was another huge expense, and $1,000 was clearly not enough. The vehicle was wrecked, but he couldn't afford to lose his means of making a living. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have the money to buy a computer. Wang, you're paying for the repairs. Sky was heartbroken. This trip had been a huge loss. She hadn't earned a single cent, and had even ended up paying out of pocket. All the fuel money along the way had come from her own pocket. It wasn't that old Wang was stingy. Old Wang was truly broke. Do I look like a rich man? Old Wang lifted his eyelids, glanced at Ski's chest, thought to himself that this must be what they meant by shockwave, shifted his butt, and said, "You drive. You're finally letting go of my car. How kind of you." Sky looked at old Wang suspiciously, afraid he might change his mind. She snapped the laptop shut, pressed her hands on the front seats, and with a single push leaped from the back seat to the driver's seat in less than 3 seconds, more agile than an athlete. Then she froze. When did I become so nimble? When you're worried about money. Old Wang ignored her, leaned back in the passenger seat, and closed his eyes. A force of attraction pulled his soul into the heart of Azeroth, entering a giant's temple, towering and majestic. The circular temple was open to the sky. Looking up, one could see the ever-shifting, overlapping stars and void. Oh, looking down, there was a spherical seal. Within the seal, starlight dotted the space, and beams of light connected the stars. The energy, dense to the extreme, shifted like liquid, as if it had no fixed form. That was the purified soul of the Titan Argus. Titans were planetary beings. The soul of a Titan was the planet's soul, the world soul, the aggregate of all soul energy on the entire planet. The entire temple was forged from an unknown material so durable that even the Titans themselves could hardly destroy it. There were 7 seats in total, belonging to the 7 Titans of the Pantheon: Amonthul, Sargeras, Inar, Norganon, Khazgaroth, Golganeth, and Agramar. None of them were there now. The 7 seats formed a large semicircle with a missing section just large enough to accommodate 2 more seats. One for the purified Argus and the other for the yet unborn Azeroth. This was not the Pantheon of the Warcraft universe, but merely a projection imprinted within the heart of Azeroth. The scenery was not bad. Of course, he wasn't here for the view. There were more important matters. A cluster of starlight coalesced into the form of a little girl. Not human, not an elf, nor any other mortal species. She was a Titan in soul form. Though only a little girl, her size was immense. Old Wang didn't even reach her shin. She wore a beautiful white princess dress, a design Old Wang had created years ago. Human and elven women loved it. Cool, breathable, and attractive. He hadn't expected Azeroth to like it too. Last time she had worn a cheapao, and now, just 18 years later, she had changed. Women changed clothes faster than they changed boyfriends. If not for the interference of some mysterious force, Old Wang could have lifted his gaze and seen the scenery beneath her skirt. The little girl looked down at Old Wang, who resembled a raccoon, and smiled, as if she had found a beloved toy. She bent down, scooped him up in her palm, raised him to eye level, blinked, and said, "Wang, you're finally awake. I've waited 18 years for you with no one to talk to. I'm bored to death. It is you who are finally awake, Azeroth." Old Wang sighed, bent at the waist, lowered his head, and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Yes, this little girl was the Titan Azeroth, the most promising one in history. Even while she slumbered, the Emerald Dream had spread across the entire universe. If she matured and grew, she would undoubtedly become the most powerful being in the Pantheon, perhaps even more powerful than Amonthul and Sargeras. Old Wang's 10 years of effort in the Warcraft universe were all to save her. I wasn't sleeping. This is my projection. My true body is still asleep. You know, we Titans are immortal. Our life cycles are as long as the universe's. Sleeping might last tens or hundreds of thousands of years. That's fine, it keeps things from getting too boring. Azeroth's smile was beautiful, her big eyes sparkling. Amonthul and Norganon actually succeeded. You really crossed over to another unknown universe. I thought it would fail. Old Wang was speechless. So you used me as an experiment. Norganon said there was definitely no problem. Otherwise, I would rather have stayed in the Warcraft universe than take this risk. The Pantheon was nothing but a bunch of tricksters. You wanted to go home, we did it all for you. Even though it failed and you crossed into another universe, at least it proves the space-time passage is feasible. Fine, you can cross again. Maybe you'll succeed this time. Azeroth's voice grew softer and softer, her head drooping lower and lower like a child who had done something wrong. Don't blame me. Blame Amonthul and Norganon. Cross-universe space-time travel was their idea. Alas. Old Wang let out a long sigh. What else could he say? He couldn't fight them, he had to accept defeat. Enough, no more nonsense. Open the space-time passage immediately. I'm going home. Old Wang waved his hand grandly. Since the first crossing hadn't killed him, the second probably wouldn't either. He had been away from home for 28 years. He missed it terribly. Of course, living in this world for 18 years, he had made new friends and built a new life. He was reluctant to leave, but the wonders of the Marvel universe were worth experiencing. At the very least, he had to let Thanos snap and let Hela have her fun right. No matter. If he wanted to come back, he could just cross over again. I'm out of blood. No, I'm out of mana. The young lattice voice grew even quieter. What? Old Wang's voice suddenly shot up. Out of blood? Was she joking? What blood? The blood of Azeroth. The heart of Azeroth was the supreme artifact forged by the Titans of the Pantheon. Only the essence of Azeroth could power it, The blood of Azeroth, Titan blood, the very source of energy for the entire planet of Azeroth. All creatures on Azeroth were parasites on the Titaness, feeding on her flesh and drinking her blood. Whether it was the early well of eternity, the later sunwell, or Azerite, they were all essences of Azeroth, albeit diluted forms. True blood of Azeroth was the purest liquid energy essence. Old Wang still remembered that 18 years ago the young lady Azeroth had personally drawn enough blood to fill a lake, Yunlong Lake, and infused it into the heart of Azeroth. That was his reward and the energy source for crossing spacetime to return home. As for which part of her body it came from, Old Wang didn't know. Titans weren't human, fingertip blood, tongue blood, arterial blood, venous blood. They were probably all the same. It didn't matter as long as it wasn't menstrual blood. Wait, Titans probably didn't have those human physiological characteristics. Even if they did, the young lady was still so young. She hadn't developed to that point yet, had she? So much blood of Azeroth, enough to create who knows how many sunwells. Was it all used up? I remember Norganon said the blood you shed was enough for 10 crossings. Old Wang's gaze was intense. He clenched his fist. He wanted to punch that white-bearded old man. Originally, I could have traversed 10 times, but an accident happened. The young lady explained patiently. The theories behind space-time traversal are complex, and I don't understand them either. Anyway, while passing through the space-time hub, something interfered, causing a positioning failure. We drifted endlessly until we finally encountered this universe, exhausting 99 of the blood to help you land successfully. Is that so? So which formidable entity has a grudge against me? What about the remaining 0.01? Even though it's only 0.01, it amounts to at least tens or hundreds of tons. It can't compare to the original Well of Eternity, but it's far superior to Illidan's Well of Eternity or the High Elf's Sunwell. Even Archimonde would be envious. Where did it go now? This universe is very dangerous. There are many beings no weaker than Archimonde or Kil'jaeden, and even some on our level. During the traversal, I saw a planet-sized head and a Titan-like infant. The young lady reached out a finger and poked Old Wang's cheek. To prevent you from being captured as a lab rat, I used 99 of the remaining 0.01 blood for interference and camouflage, erasing all traces of the traversal. Everyone, including those capable of exploring the multiverse, will believe you are a life form of this universe. There's even one on Earth. No weaker than Archimonde. There are many such beings in the Marvel universe, too numerous to count. A planet-sized head. A Titan-like infant. It seemed to ring a bell. Traversal is risky, the young lattice approach was correct. Survival is paramount. Being a lab rat is out of the question, and dissection is impossible. Dissecting others like the purple-skinned wooden figure or something is more likely. Old Wang asked helplessly, what about the final 0.01 of the 0.01? That 1 in 100 million of the blood of Azeroth was still considerable. How was it used up? It helped reshape your body. The young lady blinked. Did you want to live on Earth with panda eyes and a big belly? You'd be captured and dissected. Right, I almost forgot. In the World of Warcraft, I was a Pandaren with over 30 titles like Heir of Shaohao Star, of Pandaria, Dragon Warrior, Pandaren Brewmaster Fist, of the Heavens Grandmaster, of the Shadowpan Lifetime, Honorary Head Instructor of the Shang, Shi Training Grounds, and friend of women and children, deeply beloved by the Pandaren masses. It's been 18 years since I left. I wonder if Isa and Lily miss me. Good thing I was busy saving the world back then and had no time to spread my seed everywhere, otherwise I'd really hate to leave. All the blood of Azeroth is gone, so I couldn't even stop the heart of Azeroth from being stolen. I'm probably the most tragic traverser in history. One last question. Old Wang sighed and raised his middle finger. Reshaping the body is fine, but why turn me into a newborn baby? Not enough blood. The young lady lowered her head. Old Wang, let it be. She meant well, and I can't treat kindness like donkey liver and stew it. Time to return to reality. What should I do now? Old Wang asked humbly. He didn't believe the Pantheon had no backup plan, considering they had treated him as an experiment from the start with the possibility of failure. Norganon considered the possibility of failure and designed a system. I'm not sure if it works. The young lady snapped her fingers. Look. Time and space shifted, and the Pantheon vanished. Around them was a void. Beneath their feet was a massive circular interface extending into the void, obscured by void energy and infinite starlight, its full size unclear. At the center was a spherical space. Around it was a ring, the first ring of Azeroth. Outside the ring were 2 identical spherical spaces, then another ring, the second ring of Azeroth. Beyond the second ring were 3 spherical spaces, the third ring. Then the 4th ring, 5th ring, and so on. Seeing this, Old Wang understood. So this is how I traversed. This is the space-time hub designed by Amonthul and Norganon and forged by Khaz'goroth. Not the one you know. The young lady of Azeroth explained, the spherical spaces are for storing my blood. When blood fills the first ring, it activates a level 1 spacetime channel, consuming 1 microgram of my blood per second. The second ring activates a level 2 channel at 10 micrograms per second, and so on. So it's exponential. Level 3 at 100 micrograms per second, level 10. My math is poor. That doesn't add up. How can the housing price of the third ring be 10 times that of the second ring? Old Wang didn't dwell on it, and quickly asked, besides traversal, what else can the space-time channels do? Channels are for transportation. Your traversal was transporting you. The young lady poked Old Wang's cheek again. Opening a channel allows us to transport things from our universe to this one, like the staff you used to use and later gave to Li Li, the walking stick, the banana plantation you gave to Tyrant, and even skills like Archimonde's Finger of Death or Kil'jaeden's Darkness of 1,000 Souls one-time use. Of course, different levels of items or skills require different levels of space-time channels. This is essentially summoning, but usually it's creatures or equipment, not skills. Could Finger of Death and Darkness of 1,000 Souls kill Thanos? Can I summon creatures? Old Wang continued asking. Yes, but not permanently, only temporarily. The young lady explained patiently. You must keep the space-time channel open to maintain the summoning, which comes at a great cost. So summoning Li Li for cheek pinching and shoulder rubbing isn't worth it, only in critical moments. Old Wang thought, and then asked, how do I get your blood? Can you give me a few more trillion tons? Titans represent order. Norgannon always emphasized equivalent exchange. He said, you're not a good person, always tricking me, so he set unbreakable rules. I'm still young and can't rewrite his rules. The deeds you did for me and the Pantheon have been offset by the heart of Azeroth and my blood. Also, I've been bleeding too much lately, while I'm anemic and dizzy. The young lady seemed embarrassed. So you must exchange something of high value like the special substance in that planet-sized head I saw during your traversal. Lower-tier things like gems or gold are also acceptable. Gems and gold. Low-tier stuff. I have none at all. So ultimately I have to spend money. How else can I grow stronger? Old Wang asked helplessly, what's the exchange rate? The young lady looked innocent. I don't know. The heart of Azeroth was given to you. How would I know? Actually, you can't know either, and neither does Norgannon. You can send inanimate matter you touch here, and the system will evaluate it automatically. Look, she pointed, and a status panel appeared. True Heart of Azeroth Supreme Artifact, Blood of Azeroth 0. Old Wang was completely at a loss for words. Just 2 lines and that was it. Such a low-quality attribute panel, such a garbage system. Norgannon, it seems you never played any of the dozens of games I developed with the gnomes back in the day. This is the initial interface. The young lattice explanation was somewhat feeble, her voice a bit timid. The Heart of Azeroth actually has many functions, including all the blessings of the Titans, which are quite powerful. However, you need to store enough blood to unlock them, and right now. Old Wang felt weary. Yes, I'm currently very poor. I haven't even gotten my first drop of blood. No need for you to remind me. I'm just worried that if I create too many good items, I won't be able to store the blood. Old Wang stared at the small spherical space beneath him. So small, how much of your blood can it hold? A drop or a tenth of a drop? The young lady smiled. Don't worry. Norgannon granted it the ability to automatically expand. Only as long as it is filled with blood, it will grow larger. It can hold all the blood from my entire body. Expand with blood. So the material of the spherical space is sponge-like. How many rings do I need to open for my traversal? Old Wang asked the most crucial question. You're too weak right now, not even 1/10th of your peak condition with low energy intensity. 5 rings will suffice. The young lady stated honestly without lying. The emphasis of this statement was on, you're too weak, with added stress. So little. Old Wang was rather pleased. If that's the case, I won't take long to get back home, right? How much blood from Azeroth comes with 5 rings per second? I can't calculate, but it's definitely not much. Yes, but there are a few issues. The young lady blinked. Go ahead. The biggest problem is that there are no problems. Old Wang was already used to it. First, there was an issue with the last traversal. Amanthal and Norgannon are recalculating, which takes time. I really am a test subject. Old Wang pressed his lips together. Continue. Second, there was an unknown presence interfering at that time. This time, eliminating the interference will be 10 or 100 times more difficult than last time. I guess it's the Lady of the Blade. Old Wang scratched his head. Continue. Third, your traversal doesn't consume much, but the Heart of Azeroth won't follow you through. You won't be able to come back. And as a supreme artifact, you must open the highest level of the time-space passage to traverse. You once again found a way to remind me that I am weak and worthless. Old Wang rubbed his temples. Continue. That's all for now. The young lady blinked. I'll tell you more when I think of it. That's already a lot. Old Wang shrugged. So. The young lady became serious for the second time, extending a finger to poke Old Wang's forehead. So work hard, Wang. His head was flattened. Old Wang's head was flattened. Then he was directly pressed into his body. Then even his body was flattened. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so sensitive to just a finger. The young lady quickly withdrew her finger. You mock me for being weak for the 3rd time. Old Wang quickly recovered. Luckily, it was his soul. If it were his real body, would he have been pressed into a meat paste? Suddenly, Old Wang felt a strong repulsive force. The heart of Azeroth was rejecting him. The amount of true energy you provided is too little. The total energy is not even 0.01 micrograms. My blood cannot compare, and it can only maintain this state for a short time. The young lady waved her small hand goodbye. Goodbye? Old Wang vanished. The young lady suddenly sighed, her ethereal form beginning to dissipate, and whispers slowly faded away. The material universe is being distorted and eroded by the void. We still cannot deal with the Void Lord. Argus doesn't know when it can fully recover. Sargeras doesn't know when he can be purified, and I don't know when I can grow up. We need you, Wang. Norganon heard your story and believes that the Pangu and Gaia you spoke of are actually titans from another universe. Helping you traverse back is a plea for aid. I didn't expect to traverse to this universe, a universe full of infinite possibilities. I sense the presence of my kind. Wang, keep going. Maybe. You are our last hope. A dilapidated truck. In the passenger seat, Old Wang opened his eyes. Looking down at the dimly glowing heart of Azeroth, Old Wang sighed. The young lady is hiding something. Although it has existed for billions of years, it has always been naive and has suffered so much. The young lady of Azeroth is quite like a child. While she is a child, she has only truly awakened for a few years. In the 10 years of World of Warcraft, Old Wang replaced Magni the Diamond in the 3rd year, becoming the spokesperson for the young lady, often talking to her, telling stories, and singing lullabies. Her worldview and personality were actually shaped by Old Wang. In front of Old Wang, her little thoughts couldn't be hidden at all and were seen through at a glance. Amanthal and Norganon plotted against me. No, it wasn't really a plot, it was a win-win situation. He wanted to go home, and the Pantheon helped him. Although it was purposeful, it was nothing. It was beneficial to himself. What equal exchange? It doesn't exist. Without an exchange list, how many pounds of gold can be exchanged for how many grams of Azeroth's blood? Isn't it still up to the Pantheon to decide? Having saved Azeroth and several titans, how great is the merit? What standard is there for measurement? The amount of Azeroth's blood that can fill Lake Yunlong is indeed substantial, but for planetary life, it hardly counts. Even if the young lady gives herself some more, it wouldn't make much difference. Clearly, those titans do not want me to leave the Marvel Universe. The Marvel Universe has things they desire. Technology, magic artifacts like the Infinity Stones, or others. The purpose of wanting these things should be to deal with the Void Lord, the only enemy of the Pantheon now. World of Warcraft is my 2nd home, and the Marvel Universe is my 3rd home. Keep it up, young man. Old Wang turned his head and looked at the driving Sky. You take a break, I'll drive. Sky was startled and shivered, turning off the engine. Please spare my car. Sky gritted his teeth. I will take good care of it. There are serious matters to attend to. Old Wang shifted his butt, squeezing Sky out of the car, starting the engine. Help me find out where Robbie lives. No, check where he works. Why are you checking on him? Sky, unable to squeeze past Old Wang, reluctantly ran to the back seat, opened his laptop, and suddenly saw the car making a U-turn, stunned. What are you doing? Not going back to New York. Old Wang turned the steering wheel. Not going back. Isn't your car about to be scrapped? Isn't Robbie a mechanic? Let him fix your car. At least today we can consider it helping him, and he shouldn't ask us for money, right? Stingy. Sky didn't believe it at all, asking while searching for information. Be honest. Old Wang pressed the accelerator. I'm very curious about the Ghost Rider. And by the way, ask if he has any money-making channels. You should be making money. You owe me 300, 500, 1,000, 74.26. Hurry up and pay me back. Wait, what money-making channels can a mechanic have? You still haven't told the truth. Sky snorted, then asked, where are we staying tonight? Old Wang replied without hesitation, find a hotel to stay. Sky instantly felt pained. It's very expensive. 2 rooms will cost at least. Old Wang frowned. Frugality is a traditional virtue of China. You're half Chinese, so you should learn to save. 1 room is enough, a double room is cheaper. Sky took a deep breath, clenching his fists. Late at night, inside the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the director's office. Nick Fury, a one-eyed bald man, sat in his chair, idly toying with a cube slightly smaller than an ordinary Rubik's cube, his mind elsewhere. This world was not as ordinary as it seemed to the common eye. Aliens, mutants, inhumans, and all sorts of chaotic monsters who either actively or passively courted death, but survived, gaining bizarre abilities, instead constantly threatened global security. Some kept to themselves while others craved chaos. Most were sensible enough to realize that a bit of power meant nothing. They hid it occasionally, playing vigilante or hero, or simply kept it a secret until death, fearing they'd be dissected in a government lab. Mainly because that power was trivial and frankly rather awkward. He knew of one guy who accidentally knocked over several test tubes during an experiment, spilling multiple solutions onto his crotch. Indescribable things happened, and he often claimed he couldn't control himself. Though it wasn't his fault really, it was all the solutions doing. He lost his job, grew depressed, and eventually went to Thailand. Some were more foolish, believing themselves to be chosen ones, protagonists of their era, darlings of God, or even gods themselves, only to turn out to be lunatics robbing banks or running criminal syndicates. Those with better brains and stronger abilities either kept a low profile and prospered quietly, or while flashy managed to thrive, like Red Skull during World War II, who even formed Hydra to stir up trouble. H-I-E-L-D's purpose was to deal with these nuisances, primarily Hydra. Over the decades, the organization's Registry of Special Ability Users had recorded countless such individuals. For the harmless, they maintained surveillance. For the potentially dangerous, high-level surveillance. For the definitely dangerous, they either captured or contained them, which seemed like the same thing. In short, harmony and stability were paramount. Some were tough to handle, requiring their own kind to counter them. In some fanciful comics, these people were called superheroes. S-H-I-E-L-D did have superheroes. During World War II, there was the Human Torch and Captain America, though S-H-I-E-L-D didn't exist then, and later Ant-Man and Captain Marvel. Now some of them were gone and others were gone. Each gone, meaning something different. In any case, while S-H-I-E-L-D still had a few superheroes working as agents like Black Widow and Hawkeye, they were far inferior to the likes of Ant-Man and Captain Marvel, not even in the same league. What worried him more was that perhaps due to changing times, the number of special ability users was increasing. Most could be handled by well-trained agents with advanced equipment, but some were simply unstoppable. Take the Hulk, for instance. Over 4 years, that guy's occasional rampages had caused at least $1 billion in damages. Pistols, sniper rifles, cannons, missiles. None could kill him. He was an absolute monster. As S-H-I-E-L-D's director, Fury felt he had to do something. He had a plan. It was time to assemble the Avengers. A knock at the door. Come in. Fury flipped the cube, concealing it somewhere on his person, as a tall, sharp, blue-clad woman with a cool demeanor stepped inside. Slim, efficient, and slightly aloof. Agent Hill, what is it? Fury straightened up, assuming a serious tone. He admired this woman, yet also harbored caution and suspicion. Ever since the Skrull invasion, he had doubted everyone, even his most trusted Agent Coulson. Agent Hill was highly capable, extremely efficient, and tough. A level 9 agent second only to himself. Crucially, she didn't always follow his orders. This last point was most important, as it earned her the trust of the Council and Alexander Pierce, former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director and current National Security Advisor, causing him many headaches. Some secrets must never be known to her, like that small cube from earlier. Sir, a small-time gang in Los Angeles called the 5th Street Crew was wiped out. 37 dead. Only one survived because he was in jail. He'll place several files and a stack of photos on the desk. Nearby agents conducted a thorough investigation and found some evidence that wasn't destroyed in time. They believe it involves a special ability user. A special ability user. Fury leaned forward, glanced at the photos, then picked up the files. He read for a full 5 minutes. As a leader, he didn't jump to conclusions. Saying less meant fewer mistakes and maintained an air of mystery. Head let his subordinates speak first, think it over, then decide. If they were right, Head say, "You're right, I was thinking the same thing." If they were wrong, Head offer his own view and deliver a stern critique, mainly to showcase leadership and authority. Perfect. Give me your assessment. Fury looked at Hill with an encouraging, trusting gaze. Hill remained expressionless. She knew Fury too well. The man was cunning and sly, and his face was blacker than coal, making it impossible to read his true thoughts from his expression, especially at night. He was a born agent, the true master of espionage. The scene showed marks from chains and burns. Tire tracks on the ground also had burn marks, yet no vehicles nearby exploded or caught fire. Witnesses reported seeing a car on fire and a man with a flaming head. I believe it's a mutant or inhuman who can control fire and favors chains. The car is also suspicious, though other possibilities can't be ruled out. Hill glanced at Fury's black leather trench coat, thinking, in this heat, wearing that with no AC. Boss, you can prioritize style over comfort, but is it necessary? You must be roasting. Black absorbs heat, sir. Dark skin already absorbs heat, and you add black leather that's not breathable. What were you thinking? Go on. Fury nodded, still with that encouraging look. Hill was weary but long accustomed to it, with an immunity that was rock solid. On a 5th Street Crew truck, we found at least 10 bodies. 2 badly burned to determine an exact count without time. There was also an RPG launcher on the truck, yet the truck was destroyed by a rocket. I think the 5th Street Crew successfully fired the rocket, but someone redirected it, causing it to hit them. Continue. Fury smiled, still encouraging. Hill ignored him and pressed on. I believe 2 people wiped out the 5th Street Crew. The Firehead's abilities are easier to judge, the other left no traces, so I can't determine anything for now. Fury nodded in affirmation. You're right, I was thinking the same thing. Agent Hill, what's your plan? Boss, are you sure you actually thought about it? Hill remained expressionless. Start with the surviving member of the 5th Street Crew to see who they crossed. Agent Coulson or Agent Romanoff would be the best choices. Fury clapped his hands together smiling, then let them investigate. Level 3 Incident Classification Level 7. You handle the filing. Anything else? The implication was clear. Get lost if there's nothing. Hill didn't move. She stared at Fury. For 2 full minutes. Fury grew uneasy and leaned back in his chair, spit it out. There are plenty of Level 7 agents in the Bureau, yet you want me to handle the filing. You know how busy I am. Hill paused for 2 seconds, then said, Sir, are you very interested in superheroes? Fury chuckled. I grew up listening to Captain America's stories and reading his comics. You know his deeds. Ant-Man and Captain Marvel have both saved this world. You can't deny that, can you? Hill paused for another 2 seconds, then stared at Fury and said, Sir, I have more faith in systems and collective strength than in heroes or illusory hope. Early the next morning, the sky was barely light when old Wang, who lived next door, hauled Sky out of bed. It's only 4 a.m. I haven't slept enough. I'm exhausted these past few days. My back is killing me. Get out. Put down the blanket. Sky rubbed her eyes, finally feeling a bit more awake. Looking at old Wang's annoyingly plump face, then at the neatly arranged tables, chairs, and water cup, Sky suddenly remembered something and jumped straight out of bed. How did you get in? I locked the door. I even blocked it with a table and put a water cup on the doorknob. Wait, how long have you been in? Kato Ken. True Chi hand opening doors to check meters, entering rooms to catch thieves, Alpa Werfel. Old Wang glanced at Ski's pajamas, a bit surprised. Don't you like sleeping naked? Why are you wearing pajamas? And didn't you say you were AD? Are you sure? This is a C, right? Do you think I'm clueless? This isn't my home. It's my truck. I'm outside. I have to guard against people like you. Sky, furious, pushed old Wang hard. Get out, get out. I need to catch up on sleep. An hour in the morning is worth 2 in the evening. Sleeping in won't do. Get up and practice your stance and punches. Old Wang stood as firm as a pine, not even bothering to defend himself, not using true chi. His body instinctively neutralized the force. No matter how hard Sky pushed, she couldn't budge him, filling her with frustration. God, I'm reporting someone for cheating. No, Wang is Chinese. God probably can't do anything about it. Jade Emperor, I'm reporting someone for cheating. See, if you don't learn martial arts, well, how will you resist someone like me in the future? I'm just looking out for you. Old Wang said, professing to reason with her. He usually reasoned with people. When reason failed, he used physics. No. What is reason? Reason is the fist. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Old Wang nodded. He had always been reasonable. If you can't out-argue or outfight me, can you really blame me? Where's the fairness in that? How many people like you are there in all of New York? Sky was about to lose her mind. There are so many martial arts schools and dojos in New York, and I've never seen anyone cultivate true chi. Besides, if I had to, I could find a way to get a gun. The only ones not afraid of guns are freaks like you. And Robbie. It's Ghost Rider. Old Wang chuckled, lifting Sky and placing her on the ground, a wry smile on his face. Believe me, New York will soon be in chaos. The whole world will soon be in chaos. There will be many people like me. You need to keep up with the times, don't fall behind. Sky scoffed, not believing him. I'm already 19, and I've only met 2 freaks like you and Robbie. Most people are normal, okay? Old Wang looked at her. Don't you want to become as strong as me? Yes. Sky glanced at Old Wang's body, then thought of her own, and a wave of defeat washed over her. I don't think you'll ever manage it. You're a freak. I'm not. You're the freak. Your whole family are freaks. It wasn't an insult, it was true. Old Wang muttered inwardly, but said aloud, within a year. No, 3 months, it'll make you incredibly strong. Strong enough to take down a whole SHIELD field team single-handedly. But first, your physical fitness needs to improve further. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle that power, and I'd hate to see you get hurt. Really? Ski's eyes lit up, then she asked suspiciously. You're not going to turn me into a freak like Robbie? A Ghost Rider, are you? A fiery head. No thanks, I don't want that. Old Wang shook his head. I can't find another spirit of vengeance, so don't get your hopes up. But I have other methods. When you have time, check if there's a dungeon in Puerto Rico and how to get in. Also find a way to hack into SHIELD's database and look for case 084. Inside is a small obelisk. It's related to you. 084. What's that? Related to me. Sky was stunned and wanted to ask more, but Old Wang turned and left. Hurry up. They'll be waiting in the car. 3 hours later, Sky finally came downstairs. Don't misunderstand, it didn't take that long to put on makeup. Sky didn't wear makeup, she was always barefaced. She had been exercising. To be precise, practicing her stance and punches in martial arts. This was her daily routine. It was 3 hours when Old Wang was around and 1 hour when he wasn't. Sky didn't really mind, as keeping fit was beneficial, but persistence truly required willpower, and sometimes supervision. It wasn't easy. And there was an even more important reason. Sky was drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing. After finally managing to shower and change clothes to check out, the receptionist said the room was already paid for and the change refunded by the gentleman earlier. Sky then remembered that she had paid for the room. That bastard old Wang. Strange, why was the receptionist giving her that look? She glanced at her reflection in the mirror. She looked exhausted, her face flushed with a hint of allure, and even her skin seemed slightly reddened. What are you thinking? I'm just tired. I booked 2 rooms. Wait. This morning Wang was in my room. Suddenly Sky wasn't so sure. Could something have happened? Should I go back and check? But the room is already checked out. And I wouldn't be able to tell anyway. Old Wang's true chi is powerful, it can heal injuries. Even if there was bleeding, he would have cleaned it up. Any tearing down there would have healed, leaving no evidence. She had no memory of yesterday sleeping straight until nearly dawn, but it could have been old Wang hypnotizing her. She had never heard of him being able to hypnotize anyone, but that guy was mysterious. Who knows? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Old Wang is a good person. A bit chubby maybe, but still pleasant to look at. The key point was his excellent physical fitness. The body is the capital. No car, no house, no parents. That was pretty tragic. His biggest flaw was being quite poor. But him poor too. As old Wang would say, we're well matched in social and economic status. What am I thinking? Stop thinking. She got in the car and was about to ask old Wang for the room money when he grabbed her hand and sent a surge of true chi into her. All her fatigue vanished, leaving her refreshed and incredibly comfortable, so much so that Sky couldn't help but moan. This was only possible with old Wang around. Without him, 3 hours of high-intensity training would cripple a person. Afterwards, you wouldn't be able to do anything. Exhausting for the mind, even more so for the body. Come on, I'll treat you to a big meal. Old Wang started the car, stepped on the gas, and they bought a dozen hamburgers before soon arriving at the repair shop. Robbie was both happy and annoyed. Happy because he had finally gotten his revenge. Although killing was painful, he felt no fear or nausea, probably because of the demon inside him. He wasn't really human anymore, he was no different from a demon. Everything was irreversible. What annoyed him was that the demon refused to leave. Didn't we agree it would say goodbye after the revenge was complete? It had actually made his body its home, planning to stay long-term. Did it pay rent? Robbie felt helpless. Since the thing wouldn't leave, he had no choice but to accept his fate. He would continue being a mechanic and occasionally listen to it and act as a vigilante. That wasn't so bad. He was fixing a car when suddenly Robbie felt something was wrong. The entity inside him was restless. What's wrong? Robbie, someone's asking for you by name to fix her car. She says she was your good friend from Garfield High School, a pretty girl, another mechanic Canolo called out. Am I that famous now? Robbie hurried over. Then he saw old Wang's smirking face. It was him, that impossibly agile Chinese youth who wielded some peculiar power. Robbie took a deep breath, his vigilance heightened to the utmost. Who is he? Where did he come from? What is he here for? Did he strike at the Fifth Street gang to obtain that exquisite necklace? Is that necklace of great importance? More important than the lives of all those Fifth Street gang members? Does he intend to silence me? Then why not come in secret, but openly instead? Robbie's mind was a tangled mess, his intellect strained to its limits, utterly unable to comprehend. He glanced at Canelo beside him, suppressing the urge to transform into a firehead and brutalize old Wang, striving to appear as natural as possible. What are you here for? Fixing the car. Old Wang patted the battered truck, shrugging his shoulders. I don't know how it happened, but yesterday it suddenly caught fire. The engine went up in flames, the tires too. Sky said you're an expert at this sort of thing, that you tinkered with these gadgets back in high school and fixed them for your uncle several times. Isn't that right, Sky? Yes. Robbie, remember how we used to play games together in elementary school at the Space City Arcade in Little Tokyo? I thought we'd never meet again after high school graduation. What a small world. Sky nodded, arms crossed, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor. After all, this was a firehead, terrifying. He wouldn't get enraged and transform to kill me, would he? With that thought, Sky shuffled behind old Wang, using his imposing frame as a shield from the firehead. Robbie. Not only does he know which high school I attended, but also my hobbies. He's been investigating me. By the way, I heard your brother Gabe broke his leg and is still in the hospital. I'm sorry. How about we visit him together after your shift? I bought some fruit, his favorites, durian jackfruit, and even some surströmming. Old Wang's face was full of concern. Are you threatening me? Surströmming isn't a fruit, you know. Robbie clenched his fists, faint flames beginning to flicker in his eyes. He's angry. Are you sure you want to fight in front of others? Old Wang mouthed, his voice a faint whisper that reached Robbie's ears. The fury in Robbie's eyes vanished, but his fists tightened even more. Follow me. The three soon arrived at the repair workshop. I'm warning you, don't you dare lay a finger on my brother, or he'll make you pay. Robbie leaned close to old Wang, his voice a low warning. Don't misunderstand. I mean you and your brother no harm. On the contrary, I come bearing goodwill. Sky. Old Wang turned his head, giving a meaningful look. 3 years of partnership had built an unspoken understanding. Sky blinked in acknowledgement, nodding eagerly as he spoke to Robbie. I found several surveillance cameras that caught your car. I hacked the system and deleted everything. Now no one knows what the Ghost Rider's car looks like. That Dodge Charger is far too conspicuous. It would be easy to track. Robbie glanced at old Wang, somewhat surprised. These two are this generous. They're not here to cause me trouble. They have some other motive. Out with it. What do you want? Let me make it clear first. I have no money. He wasn't a naive student sheltered in an ivory tower. He understood there was no love or hate without reason, and certainly no help without expectation. They must want something in return. And he truly had no money. The car was valuable, but it actually belonged to Uncle Eli, and now it was fused with him inseparable. Uncle Eli wasn't wealthy either. Though he was a Ph.D. working in some lab, his salary didn't seem particularly high. Had spent it all, and now he was in prison. As for himself, a mechanic is hardly a glamorous profession. No matter how skilled, he couldn't earn much. Gabe was hospitalized, now incurring heavy expenses. His savings were nearly depleted, his credit cards almost maxed out. He was the one who needed money. Sky shot old Wang a look-see. I told you a mechanic has no way to make money. If it comes to it, I could find some untraceable accounts belonging to gang bosses or corrupt officials transfer the money in batches. There's some risk, but it's minimal. Those people wouldn't dare call the cops. At worst, they'd investigate privately. You know my skills. Do I want leave any loose ends? Even if someone does track us down, it's fine. We've got you, old Wang, taking on 100 alone, beating a firehead with one hand, headbutting RPGs. No fear. Learn from the new era, do good deeds, ask for nothing in return. Old Wang wore a look of feigned grievance. Do I look like someone obsessed with money? I'm a good man and proud of it. I seek no reward, and I'm proud of that too. Sky turned away, wanting to cover his face. If you don't want money, then why did you make me pay for the hotel room? Why did you make me cover the gas? And why did that big feast you promised turn out to be KFC? Wang, keep up your act. I swear I won't watch. Then what do you want? Robbie's heart tightened. If it's not money, then what you want is more important than money. Right now, aside from the house and the car, all I have is Gabe and myself. Which one do you want? Neither is an option. Robbie's resolve hardened. Don't force me to kill. I don't want to. I only wish for a peaceful life. I want you, this person. If the Ghost Rider truly unleashed his full power, reaching the level of the first Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, he wouldn't be inferior to Doctor Strange. But at your peak, kid, you've still got a long way to go. Old Wang didn't answer, instead changing the subject. Did you wipe out the 5th Street gang? Robbie remained silent. You've already investigated. Why ask me? Old Wang smiled, his tone casual. But as far as I know, one member of the 5th Street gang is still alive. Still alive. Those scum haven't all been wiped out. Robbie froze, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot, blazing with fire. The vengeful spirit within him stirred, its fury burning fiercely. Kill him, kill him. The vengeful spirit urged relentlessly. You must kill him. That's the deal between us. You must seek vengeance. You signed the devil's contract. You sold your soul to me. Of course he'll kill him. He destroyed my family. Robbie's body grew hotter. I'm not a mindless murderer. The 5th Street gang killed many, harmed many. Every one of them deserves to die. I'm a vigilante. I've done nothing wrong. Calm down. Do you want your co-workers to see you as a firehead? Then what? Kill them, or let all of New York, even the whole country, know you're the Ghost Rider. Old Wang lowered his hands, gathering his energy, ready to act at any moment. Would this guy lose control? I don't want to kill, and I want kill indiscriminately. Robbie took a deep breath, the fury in his eyes gradually fading, his voice grinding through clenched teeth. I only want revenge. Where's that scum? Old Wang glanced at Sky. Sky quickly answered, Los Angeles prison. I checked. He bribed the judge, the lawyers, the prison guards. Originally sentenced to 50 years, but with good behavior his sentence keeps getting reduced. At most 10 years. No, at most 8 years, and he'll be out. This is reality. Old Wang silently scoffed. Los Angeles prison. I can't possibly break in. I can't get my revenge. Robbie felt as if doused with cold water. I'd have to wait 8 years for him to get out, then kill him. Old Wang smiled, shifting the subject again, his tone flat. I heard your uncle is in prison. Also in Los Angeles prison. Why are you changing the subject so abruptly? Robbie frowned, his mood souring. That's none of your business. His parents had died early, and his uncle was his only kin, having raised both him and his younger brother. He could not forget, dared not forget this debt of gratitude. He had died once, made a deal with the devil, his brother's legs were broken, and his uncle was in prison. 3 crushing blows in less than a month. Robbie felt he had held up remarkably well. Now to bring this up and rub salt in the wound. Was this kid doing it on purpose? I actually am doing it on purpose. Old Wang leaned against the hood of the car and tapped the bodywork. Your uncle worked at a place called Dynamic New Energy Lab. An accident happened a few days ago. All his colleagues died, but he survived. So he's been charged with manslaughter. Some even think it was intentional homicide, but they can't find evidence. Am I right? Robbie remained silent, just staring at Old Wang, his irritation deepening. Not only were you rubbing salt in the wound, but you were also cutting it open with a knife. Did you think I felt no pain? Even those who have died once still fear pain. Old Wang paid it no mind and continued his own story. He's very clever. He was one of 10 college graduates from his high school and the only one with a PhD. He had a few petty thefts as a child, but no record of violent crime. He worked hard, first to support your mother, then to support you too. You must think he's a good man, right? Robbie paused for 2 seconds. He is a good man. Old Wang chuckled, looking at the young man who had just come of age, thinking that youth was wonderful, so easy to fool. Good and bad aren't so easily distinguished. Most of the time, they can't even be separated. Robbie, do you know what exactly the lab your uncle worked for was doing? Robbie frowned as fragments of memory flashed by. His uncle's heart was bitter, but he never spoke of it. Lately, his uncle had grown increasingly unhappy, more silent and quick-tempered. He seemed dissatisfied with his lab colleagues, sometimes cursing them as white-skinned idiots. His uncle was convicted of manslaughter due to improper operation causing a lab accident. Yet he was the sole survivor. And he was so meticulous about his work. How could he have made such a grave mistake? What had his uncle actually done? That's a special lab researching a secret project. Your uncle was actually a gopher, making tea, pouring water, brewing coffee, doing menial tasks. He never got near the core. Well, the real core. Old Wang shrugged. Don't look at me like that. Your uncle is a genius. Many say his papers were plagiarized, but if you can plagiarize your way to a PhD, what else is that but genius? But the problem is the others in the lab were even more brilliant, especially the directors Joseph and Lucy. The lab's true technology was in their hands, and those technologies, along with the book that brought them, were what your uncle desperately wanted. A chill ran through Robbie. A sudden sense of disillusionment washed over him. The image of his once smart, diligent, and capable uncle, like a beautiful bubble, burst with a pop at Old Wang's few words, turning into a fleeting spark before vanishing completely, faster than a real estate crash. Though it was just one side of the story, instinct told him Old Wang was telling the truth. This wasn't just a man's intuition, it was the intuition of the ghost rider belonging to the realm of the sixth sense, or even the seventh. While this wasn't a Saint Seiya novel. In short, having made a deal with the devil and believing he had sold his soul, he indeed possessed abilities beyond the ordinary. Superhuman strength, reflexes, stamina, perception. A superhuman beyond the norm, not a superhero wearing underwear on the outside. Wait. A book? What book? Robbie seized on the key point. Was everything because of a book? The Darkhold. Old Wang stared at Robbie, his gaze meaningful. Robbie was taken aback. The Darkhold. Why did it sound like a name from a video game? Suddenly Robbie felt the spirit of vengeance stir. It was reacting to that name. What was going on? Old Wang's gaze grew even more meaningful, for he too sensed the spirit of vengeance's agitation. That powerful evil spirit might hide from others, but not from him. Though the Grandmaster had lost his pre-transmigration power, he still retained this much perception. The spirit of vengeance had to react to the Darkhold. Both were tied to the dark world, and neither was anything good. No, they were both good things. The spirit of vengeance was incredibly powerful. If offered to the Azerothian lady, it should fetch a good amount of blood, right? Of course the spirit of vengeance would resist. Old Wang had no intention of destroying it, mainly because he couldn't yet, and there was no need. The Ghost Rider was such a cool profession, since it existed it didn't need to vanish. Robbie was a good host with family values and a strong moral compass. Old Wang liked him. What he truly wanted was the Darkhold. It was the source of all dark magic in the world, the polar opposite of the Ancient One's Book of the Vishanti, which contained white magic. Essentially, the two books were on the same level. The value of this book was self-evident. In Old Wang's eyes, it wasn't a dark book at all. It was a book shaped Azerothian blood, barrels upon barrels of it. To use the heart of Azeroth, you had to redeem Azerothian blood. To redeem Azerothian blood, you had to trade something for it. In theory, anything would do, even dirt, since everything has value. But here was the problem. Last night, Old Wang had input a bit of true chi, barely activating the heart of Azeroth, and spoke with the lady. He learned that redeeming Azerothian blood actually required opening a space-time channel. Otherwise, how could it be delivered? Of course, due to the connection between the heart of Azeroth and the lady, and some theory Old Wang certainly couldn't grasp, transporting Azerothian blood was easier than other things. Even so, transporting 100 tons of Azerothian blood would incur a loss of 2 tons as shipping costs, a 2 fee non-negotiable. The high shipping cost was bad enough, but there was also a minimum charge, and the cost depended on the weight and volume of the item. The heavier and bulkier, the higher the shipping cost. If you traded something like dirt, it wouldn't even cover the shipping cost. You'd get 0 Azerothian blood and end up owing instead. Simply put, only items of sufficiently high value were worth trading. Value refers to the intrinsic worth of the item, not its symbolic meaning. For example, if Old Wang offered $10,000 worth of paper money to the Azerothian lady, it would be worth less than an equal weight of plain white paper, since the latter was at least cleaner. The lady had mentioned that items like infinity stones had high value, while diamonds and gold had lower value with shipping costs as high as 50. That was the limit. Anything with value lower than diamonds or gold was not worth trading at all. The Darkhold was undoubtedly a good item, sitting somewhere between infinity stones and diamonds or gold. How could he miss it? Sky shot a glare at Old Wang. I knew you had ulterior motives. After all this fuss, we've wasted the entire day and spent several $100 extra, all for the Darkhold. She picked up her phone and started recording. Such an important conversation, such a pivotal moment, had to be documented. I saw, I recorded. I am a witness to history, a participant in a grand event. So what exactly is the Darkhold? Ski's pretty face flushed rosy red, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Her heart raced with exhilaration, feeling as though she were part of something monumental, filled with pride and a sense of belonging. Robbie, however, was far from pleased. Though young, his brow was deeply furrowed. So you don't want money, you want the Darkhold. The demon within him grew increasingly restless. Did it also covet the Darkhold? So what exactly is the Darkhold? Does it have something to do with that demon? That's incidental. I'm mainly here for you. You're more important than the book. Old Wang gazed at Robbie, as if beholding a priceless treasure. My main purpose in coming here is to help you. You want revenge, but the Fifth Street gang isn't the one who harmed you and your brother. Didn't you capture Peter yesterday? Did you get nothing out of him? Robbie glanced at Old Wang's neck. Didn't you come for the necklace? Well, he wasn't sure. After all, that necklace didn't seem particularly special. At the mention of Peter, Robbie's frown deepened. He said someone hired the Fifth Street gang to kill, but the target wasn't me or my brother. It was my uncle. I don't believe him. I think he was trying to mislead me to get me to let him go. So I killed him. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. The world is beautiful. Besides, Peter isn't a hunter. Even if he were, he couldn't mislead a boss of your caliber. You're immune. Old Wang didn't know what else to say. Of course he knew it wasn't Robbie's fault. The fire of vengeance had a decreasing intelligence effect. Angry people often lost their wits, and the spirit of vengeance itself was a major problem. That entity was a true, rage-filled elder, brimming with destructive urges. Allowing it to run wild would be terrifying, and a Ghost Rider in that state was at its peak, capable of challenging first-tier superhumans. In most cases, a Ghost Rider had to suppress the spirit of vengeance's power and control it as much as possible. This was, of course, extremely difficult and mentally taxing, another source of the decreasing intelligence effect. Through constant practice and adaptation, the ability to control the spirit of vengeance grew stronger, and so did the Ghost Rider. The first Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, was indeed formidable in his later years, though that was in another parallel universe. In this universe, he likely wasn't far off. As for Robbie, he was still a novice among novices, average strength, practically zero experience, zero skill, and average intelligence. Of course, this had its advantages. Young, inexperienced, easy to guide, immense potential, strong moral principles, unlikely to betray, and crucially, he had fatal weaknesses and soft spots. The last part didn't matter. Old Wang was a good man and wouldn't threaten anyone. Such a person fit the mold for nurturing, though he was a bit older and well male. Sky was better, female, beautiful, full, firm. Nurtured since she was 16, their relationship was now excellent with favorability over 90. Her potential was high, and she was a student while Old Wang was the teacher. They also shared common ground. Both were orphans. No, Old Wang wasn't an orphan. Setting aside the soul, this body was created by the Azerothian lady, making it born of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong and Shi Gondang were his true kin. Then again, Sky wasn't an orphan either. Her parents were alive. This is a long and fascinating story worthy of a TV series. To make it short, Old Wang didn't want to waste words, mainly because talking for so long had left him parched and craving water. If only he had chosen to be a mage, he could conjure water on demand. But he was a Pandaren, a monk was the orthodox path. Later he wanted to be a student of Agwen, but she didn't think much of him. Old Wang sighed helplessly. Sky was busy recording. Robbie clearly wasn't the type to serve tea, and there was no water dispenser in sight. Old Wang had to endure, eager to end this throat-tormenting topic quickly. The Dynamic New Energy Lab was researching God's forbidden zone from scratch. There's a lofty term for it: quantum state permanent energy storage. I don't understand the specifics either, but in short, it's creation from nothing. Old Wang searched his memory and recalled some details. That's impossible. How can you create something from nothing? That goes against the laws of science, like a perpetual motion machine. Sky and Robbie retorted in unison. Don't interrupt. Didn't your teachers ever teach you that? Wait until I'm done before asking questions. Old Wang snorted, his disdain undisguised. One didn't get into college, the other dropped out of high school. What do you know? As if you know anything. You didn't even finish middle school, you elementary schooler. Sky pouted. Even elementary schoolers know the law of conservation of energy. And I didn't fail to get into college. I chose not to go. My grades in all subjects were excellent. Robbie muttered to himself. Neither interrupted, and Old Wang was satisfied. Creating something from nothing is impossible. The law of conservation of energy remains unbroken. But there are always those who delude themselves because achieving it would be like being a god, a deity. The temptation is immense. Old Wang narrated slowly. Joseph somehow learned of the Darkhold, and he and Lucy searched for it until they actually found it. Tisk, Hydra, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Couldn't find it, but they did. How interesting. Using the methods recorded in the book, Joseph built some devices that could indeed create something from nothing and make things vanish into thin air, at least on the surface. He had no idea that the Darkhold came from another dimension, a dimension as dark as hell. The so-called creation from nothing was actually drawing energy from that dimension and making things disappear meant sending them there. Do you understand? It wasn't creation, it was theft. Your Uncle Eli wanted to wield this godlike power. He wanted to be a god. He wanted that book. Joseph clearly disagreed. To obtain the Darkhold, Eli used Joseph's invention to turn the lab members one by one from existence to non-existence into a special state, ghosts gradually falling into hell. Joseph got scared. He hired the Fifth Street Gang to eliminate Eli. But it just so happened that you and your brother stole your uncle's car, and the Fifth Street Gang mistook the driver for your uncle. Tragedy struck. Your uncle found Joseph, interrogated him, but Joseph had hidden the Darkhold and refused to reveal its location, then fell into a coma and was taken to the hospital. Your uncle was arrested. Old Wang shrugged. That's the gist of it. Sky focused on recording while searching for relevant information online. Robbie was silent, his emotions turbulent. Though Old Wang's account was bizarre, it was logical and matched what he had learned. He couldn't refute it. Was his uncle truly the culprit? Was his uncle truly a murderer? After more than 10 minutes, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I still can't believe my uncle would kill. He might not have been a good man, but he wasn't a bad one either. Had never even killed a chicken. I'm sorry, but that was in the past. The temptation of the Darkhold is beyond your imagination. It also possesses the power to corrupt minds and lead people astray, a power mortals cannot resist, and your uncle was no exception. Do you understand now? That book is the real culprit. Old Wang stared at Robbie, but his gaze was fixed on the entity within him, a knowing smile on his lips. Am I right, spirit of vengeance? He actually knew the name of that demon. He seemed to know that demon quite well. Who on earth was he? Robbie suddenly realized that the eyes of the Chinese youth before him were terrifying and deep, like an abyss, like the starry sky, like the legendary hell and the battlefield of slaughter. A brutal aura rushed toward him instantly, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood witnessing a horrifically brutal war. At that moment, Robbie involuntarily stepped back, stumbling several paces and nearly falling. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. How could this be possible? A Chinese youth who was probably barely an adult. A teenager, how did he look like a cold-blooded killer, like a soldier who had endured decades of gunfire and rain of bullets, like a man-eating demon? A terrifying thought emerged and Robbie's face turned pale. It was this person who had stopped a rocket with his hand last night and changed its trajectory, killing an entire truckload of Fifth Street Gang members. The number of people who had died by his hand even surpassed those he himself had killed. Taking a life was not easy. Although due to the spirit of vengeance, there was no vomiting or fear, the psychological shadow was inevitable. He did not like killing, absolutely not. What about this guy before him? He casually killed over a dozen people effortlessly without changing his expression, calm, even cold. He was accustomed to killing, as natural as drinking water, as common as eating, as casual as anything. A person like that is a demon. No, like himself, there was a demon inside his body. If not in his body, then there must be a demon in his heart. The spirit of vengeance was in turmoil. A cold, raging voice echoed in his mind, the roar of the spirit of vengeance. It was displeased. Robbie's weakness infuriated it. It wanted to vent its anger, display its power, and destroy everything. Old Wang's provocation made it, with its esteemed status, very displeased. It wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Although he bore no aura of sin, so what? It was simply displeased. Beat him first, then talk. No. Robbie growled, suppressing it with all his might. No, you cannot come out, not at this moment. There were still people in the repair shop. Although they were far away, they were not blind. They would see, everything, would know. The truth. They would think I am a demon, spread this story, and attract the police. My life would be ruined, Gabe's life would be ruined. We barely survived, and we must live well. You. Get back inside. My body I rule. Anger blazed in his eyes. Robbie had never been as determined, as resolute, as unyielding as he was at this moment. He struggled against the spirit of vengeance, exerting every ounce of strength, refusing to yield. Sky retreated dozens of steps. If you want to fight, stay far away from me. What if my phone gets broken? It's very expensive. Inside the heart of Azeroth, the young lady blinked. Young man, make sure you don't hold it in. I won't have been pinned up for 18 years and my hands are itching, and I can't find anyone to vent on. Just give him a chance, okay? Old Wang's lips curled slightly. What a rookie. Hiding such a terrifying, evil spirit within, yet unable to unleash its power, barely even able to suppress it. This reminded him of an old friend from Azeroth, the nearly 3,000-year-old undead Archmage Meryl Winterstorm. Sealed within Meryl Winterstorm was the dreadlord Keslan, the Tormentor. He was perpetually ill, and the legendary undead Archmage appeared pathetically weak. In the end, Old Wang had to step and give Keslan a thorough beating and drive it back to the twisting nether. Only then did Merrill regain his former glory, becoming Old Wang's 22nd follower. Later, he joined the expedition to Argus, taking part in the 25-man raid against Agramar, and the Eradicator, earning a bit of glory in his old age. It was hard to say whether the spirit of vengeance or Keslan was stronger, likely the former. How could Robbie compare to a legendary undead archmage? So he was worse off than Merrill, suffering more. To persist in such a starkly contrasting and miserable situation on one hand was because the spirit of vengeance, unlike the cunning dreadlord, wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, but was still reasonable, disciplined, and principled. On the other hand, it proved Robbie's remarkable strength. This young man is good, I like him. Time ticked by second by second. Old Wang wore a playful smile on his face, staring at Robbie, watching his expression twist, struggle, suffer, despair, and finally slowly calm down. He had succeeded. The spirit of vengeance was, of course, terrifying enough to make even Old Wang wary. But it was disciplined and reasonable. The contract it had signed with Robbie was to be honored. This contract was clearly mutual. It was through the power of this contract that Robbie could control it. It was difficult, but he had done it. This displeased Old Wang greatly. A duel of stairs was boring. He really wanted a real fight. Why wouldn't he give me a chance? Afraid of being seen. We could arrange a meetup till you name the time and place. Don't provoke it, you have no idea how terrifying it is. Robbie bent over, head raised, drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily, as if he had just endured an epic 5-minute duel in bed. After the most intense battle, he had regained absolute calm, become a sage, his intellect restored. He glared fiercely at Old Wang, then suddenly shuddered back down and fell silent. Because he suddenly recalled Old Wang's gaze from earlier. This smiling guy was terrifying too, you know. Perhaps even more terrifying than the spirit of vengeance. Could you two big shots please stop messing around? My frail body is caught in between. I can't withstand your impact. If you came one at a time, I could grit my teeth and endure. But you have to do it together, pincer attack. No internal and external pressure combined. I really can't take it. I am the victim here. You're probably the weakest ghost rider ever. With your personality. Drivers are indeed no match for bikers. A biker can snatch a bag, can you? Old Wang shrugged. You'd better tell it not to mess with me. Really, I'm not fooling you. Ask Varian, the Hellscreams, the Bloodhoofs, Illidan, Arthas, the 3 sisters, the 4 celestials, the 5 dragons, the 6 guardians, the 7 Shah, the 8 horses, the 9 classes. Which one haven't I dueled? Robbie, you were the one who provoked it just now, young man. Big shot, you've gone too far. Robbie didn't know what to say. Being strong isn't scary. Being thick-skinned isn't scary. What's scary is being strong and thick-skinned. Hellfire itself can't burn through that. After talking for 2 minutes, Old Wang's throat was even drier. Even a monk needs to drink water. He decided to speed things up. What are you thinking? What do you plan to do? Robbie was stunned. You're asking me what I plan to do. You were the one who started this. I should be asking you what you plan to do. No. This matter involves him, but ultimately it concerns me more. I really do need to think about what to do. Now Robbie was getting agitated. His uncle was in prison, which was deserved punishment. Well, actually, it wasn't enough. He had killed several people, actively murdered, not manslaughter. The sentence was too light. But he was still his uncle after all. He couldn't just go and report him, and there really wasn't any evidence for such things. Revenge must be exacted. It was the contract between him and the spirit of vengeance. To gain its power, he had to bear the responsibility of vengeance. This was the obsession of the spirit of vengeance, unchangeable. On whom to take revenge? The remnants of the 5th Street Gang. Joseph, Uncle Eli, or the Darkhold. The root cause was the Darkhold, but how does one take revenge on a book? Robbie was lost. Could he tear that book apart, shred it to pieces, burn it to ashes? Hey, something's wrong. Just as the two were staring at each other, Sky suddenly called out, S-H-I-E-L-D, has set its sights on the 5th Street Gang. What? Robbie was stunned. What the hell is S-H-I-E-L-D? Never heard of it. It sounds like something from a movie, TV show, or comic book. Too ridiculous, right? S-H-I-E-L-D is an acronym. The full name is the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. It's an organization specifically for dealing with people like you. The director is called Baldy. Well, that's Wang Chi's nickname for him. Head looks like an egg. Nick Fury with the rank of general, a cunning fellow. The considerate young lady, Sky explained. Robbie was instantly filled with admiration, almost giving a thumbs up. You can remember such a long name. You're amazing. As soon as he said that, he caught a glimpse of Sky's phone screen filled with a string of text. What good memory? A good memory can't beat a working internet. She was searching it up online. Old Wang wasn't surprised or worried. Being targeted was fine. Coward. No, he had been training and leveling up for 18 years of staying low-key, due to being unarmed, playing it safe. Now, although he hadn't gathered the complete 6-piece divine set, and was still missing 6 pieces, he had obtained the supreme artifact, one worth 12. There was no need to stay too low-key. Whether it was S-H-I-E-L-D, or Hydra, a Grandmaster, or High Lord, he wasn't afraid. Old Wang thought it over and decided he wasn't scared, but he still had to be prudent. The key issue was money. The heart of Azeroth was a money pit. Ganon had created a pay-to-win system. Without money, one had to be low-key. Only with money could one be flashy. Of course, I'm reasonable. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. Why not sit down and play some cards? Did S.H.I.E.L.D. go to the scene to investigate or to the Los Angeles prison? Was it Carlson or Natasha? Old Wang asked casually, not paying much attention. How do you know? Sky was shocked, quickly handing her phone to Old Wang. They went to the Los Angeles prison. Phil Carlson and Natasha Romanoff both went along with an external operations team fully armed. I said I guessed it. Would you believe me? I was just saying it casually. I don't know many names in S.H.I.E.L.D. And Baldy wouldn't come personally. Old Wang smiled without speaking, looking inscrutable. Can't say. Saying too much might reveal the truth, and the persona mustn't be broken. Speaking of which, why did those two come? Are they bored? A level 7 agent and a level 8 agent coming to handle such a trivial matter. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. on a full vacation? Old Wang suddenly felt something was off. Could Baldy have sent them specifically? By the way, that guy has been looking for the Dark Hold. Also, counting from the horseback riders, there have been several generations of ghost riders. It's impossible for them to leave no traces. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been in this business for decades with agents spread across over 100 countries. They might not know all the world's secrets, but at least they know a small half. Baldy's toolbox surely contains relevant information. The spy master knows the most secrets. From his eye patch down to his very core, he is a secret in itself, the very embodiment of secrecy. Could he have deduced the ghost rider's identity from the traces left at the scene? Old Wang tapped the hood of the car. Very likely. Old Wang was born in '89, destined to be a meticulous, calm, and decisive little snake. Unfortunately, he didn't live up to his zodiac sign, always indulging in fantasies. Conjectures, bold guesses, careful verification, such pure scientific spirit. Just kidding. Old Wang had studied engineering, goblin engineering. Maybe it's time to make contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, we need to be careful to ensure contact is with S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, not Hydra members infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Baldy doesn't trust anyone, relatively speaking, Carlson and Natasha are among the most trusted. Neither of them is Hydra, and they aren't extremists. Carlson has a good personality and Natasha has a good physique. We can engage in deep contact. Though I'm not a fan of state machinery, since we live in this world, we have to deal with it. There's no need to clash heat in or pretend nothing's happening and ignore it. I'm not a superhero, nor do I want to be a supervillain. The former die quickly, the latter die even faster. Limited cooperation is the best approach, but of course it requires strength and confidence, otherwise it can go very badly. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are not saints. That's settled. Within 20 seconds, Old Wang made a crucial decision and set the general direction for his future actions. He snapped his fingers. Forget about S.H.I.E.L.D. They're too slow to keep up with our pace. Let's do our own thing. Do what? Sky raised her hand to ask, looking as obedient as a primary school student. Don't worry, it's not you. Old Wang decided to take action, get as much surveillance footage as possible, and continue monitoring the Los Angeles prison and the S.H.I.E.L.D. field team. Also find out where that lab is. S.H.I.E.L.D. probably wouldn't trace Eli and Joseph to the lab that quickly. Grab the good stuff first. Additionally, Old Wang had some ideas about that lab and the people in it. If a legitimate Ph.D. like Eli was just a grunt, the others must be impressive, scientists of high caliber, very valuable, not to be wasted. Okay. Sky was obedient and quickly complied. Old Wang headed out to buy some water. He had been talking for so long that he was parched, his throat nearly smoking. What about me? Robbie quickly asked. He had thought it through. After all, his uncle was still his uncle, and he didn't seem to want to harm him. He couldn't just go and report him, he had no evidence. Joseph was unconscious, no doubt his uncle's doing. He had seen related reports before, it seemed like a vegetative state. Good riddance to evil. The spirit of vengeance had been urging him to kill Joseph. That demon was like a cynical, rebellious youth. It wanted to kill anyone who made even the slightest mistake, which was excessive. But Joseph did deserve to die. But he was in a hospital, the best in Los Angeles, surrounded by surveillance. He needed to be prepared. The root cause was that book. Everything else was secondary. You? Fix the car. Old Wang was taken aback, turning around with a puzzled look. Didn't I say that earlier? We came to fix the car? If you hadn't caused such a commotion yesterday, we wouldn't have had to flee overnight, and the car wouldn't have broken down. I didn't even plan to kill anyone. Do you think I believe you? My revenge is none of your business. How can you blame this on me? That's going too far. Are you trying to avoid paying for the repairs? Believe me, you'll transform into the Ghost Rider and teach you a lesson. Robbie snorted. Then he let out an oh. Picking up the tools, he began fixing the car. 3 minutes later, he was frustrated, his expression strange. Could this wreck even be repaired? Shouldn't it have been scrapped long ago? Driving it, aren't you afraid of an accident? Thinking of old Wang's fearsome nature, Robbie sighed. That guy probably wasn't afraid. Los Angeles prison. After some indescribable coercion and intimidation finishing his talk with the remnant of the Fifth Street gang, Coulson frowned deeply. What's next, Coulson? Natasha asked. Coulson had a higher security clearance, more authority, was older, more experienced, and cleaner than her. As a former member of the Russian intelligence organization, Red Room, recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. by Clint Barton the Hawkeye, the stains on her record could never be washed away. Many an S.H.I.E.L.D. held it against her, making it hard to rise no matter her abilities. Of course, Natasha didn't care about that. This time she was there to cooperate, mainly as muscle to handle emergencies. The one truly in charge was Coulson. Eli. Investigate Eli. Coulson quickly sorted out his thoughts. My gut tells me this is connected to Eli. A man's intuition. A woman's intuition is more reliable. Natasha nodded. I'll investigate. What about you? Eli is in the Los Angeles prison. They'll go talk to him. Coulson said, my gut tells me we're running out of time. Someone has gotten ahead of us. Robbie let out his 18th sigh. He truly wanted to smash this wreck of a car. All 4 tires were nearly worn out, each patched more than once. Could such a vehicle dare to hit 120? Wasn't he afraid of a blowout? The brake pads were worn to what state? Could he be sure they'd stop? Had never done regular maintenance, had he? At least washed the car regularly. To treat a perfectly good truck like this was too much. How did road killers come about? Exactly like this. Of course, sighing was one thing, but he still had to fix it. As for money, he was too embarrassed to ask for it. That guy's words were harsh, but upon reflection, they made some sense. That rocket back then was indeed aimed at him. No matter how terrifying the other person was, they at least looked human. Unlike himself, who turned into a fiery head when excited, scaring everyone. Who the rocket was aimed at was obvious without asking. Whether one's appearance was good or not wasn't important. What mattered was having one. Robbie considered himself quite responsible. Though not wealthy, he could afford the repair costs. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. Robbie chatted while fixing the car with Sky, who sat cross-legged on the hood of a Porsche focused on typing. He quite liked this beautiful woman about his age. A Eurasian mix with blonde hair and black eyes, an estimated 168 centimeters tall, the standard for a female star. Beautiful and enduring, gentle and generous, understanding. She combined the strengths of both races, attractive to both Eastern and Western men. Just talking to her brought joy. But Robbie only dared to chat, not to make a move. The two were clearly close, likely a couple. What if that guy got angry and wanted to beat him up? Even if he transformed into a fiery head, could he really win? Probably not. That guy's eyes were too terrifying, his aura too intimidating, quite frightening. Call me Sky. Sky said without looking up. He's called Wang. Wang Jingza. Old Wang walked over, casually tossed a bottle of water to Sky, and Robbie, his face calm and heart steady. Mineral water, pure, but not natural, healthy, and thirst-quenching, and crucially cheap. Jingza Wang. Robbie called out. Though he didn't know what it meant, it sounded quite pleasant. Sky was stunned at first, then her mouth twitched as she bent over, face red from suppressing laughter. Don't laugh, or tomorrow's training will definitely be doubled. No, I really can't hold it in. One, you clearly don't go by that name. Is it fun to fool others? 3 years ago, when you beat up those black guys, and they asked your name, you said you were Wang Outyin. When I pestered you to teach me Kung Fu, you said you were Wang Yonglu, and I actually believed it. Until a year ago, when I started learning Tang poetry. When I asked your real name, you told me it was Wang Zhirongyao, surname, Wang, given name Zhistyle Rongyao. Tell me, how many names have you given yourself in this life? How many more do you plan to make up? Just call me Wang like you Americans do. Old Wang smiled. It slipped out. I actually meant to say Wang Bu Liuxing, though I'm not a herb nor a magician and my eyesight is fine. But my favorite title is still neighbor Wang, enduring and warm. Of course, Wang works too, suiting Western habits, sounding pleasant and domineering, and crucially, it's a bit of a cheat. Wang. Robbie nodded and continued fixing the car. Since her boyfriend had arrived, it was no longer appropriate to flirt. As a seasoned driver, two-legged ones weren't interesting. 4 wheels were the true love. Old Wang sidled up the Sky, staring at the laptop, but his gaze wasn't quite obedient, focusing on more magnificent places. How's it going? Agent Romanoff left Los Angeles prison. She's probably contacting S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate Eli. S.H.I.E.L.D. S phones are specially made. Can't hack them. Sky stopped laughing, frowning. Her skills still fell short. Though she had joined the rising tide and become a skilled hacker compared to the masters in the organization, she was still a novice. Most importantly, S.H.I.E.L.D. cybersecurity system was among the best in the world, and they employed a host of hackers. Even the rising tide couldn't breach their core database, so she had no way in. Wang had said that SHIELD held files about her connected to her origins. One of the two main reasons Shed started studying computer technology 3 years ago and become a proud hacker. The second was to earn a living. Forget her. Old Wang strained to lift his gaze, locking onto the laptop screen. What about Coulson? He went to see Eli. Sky opened a small video, a live feed. 10 minutes later, Los Angeles prison outside the main gate. Coulson met up with Natasha. Faster than I expected. Your expression tells me you hit a wall, bloodied. Natasha glanced at Coulson. Is it that obvious? Coulson's face fell somewhat dejected. He won't talk even if I promise to let him out. It seems he has a secret more important than freedom. My experience tells me he's the key to this whole thing. Natasha's bright eyes flickered, eager. Need my help? I'm proficient in 137 methods of torture and interrogation. Give me an hour and he'll confess even what age he started using his hand. I don't know what you're talking about. Coulson stared at Natasha for 2 seconds. Your expression tells me you had a big breakthrough. Natasha's face grew serious. She opened her phone and handed it to Coulson. Level 7 clearance only shows so much. Director Fury gave me top secret files at level 10. The document was long. Coulson read it for 3 full minutes. The Darkhold, also called the Book of Sin, the Book of Spells holding infinite knowledge. Knowledge to make one a god. Red Skull sought it. Someone named Daniel Whitehall sought it. Even Director Fury has been looking for it, but no one has found it yet. It said the Darkhold is connected to zero matter and dark matter. As early as the 1940s, one of SHIELD's founders, Peggy Carter, and her Howling Commandos encountered a company researching dark matter. That company was later acquired by Roxxon Corporation, and the deed to the lab where Eli worked is also held by Roxxon. Coulson rubbed his temples. Headache. What a tangled web. Simply put, the Darkhold is connected to that lab. Natasha summarized, then asked, what's your plan? Go to the lab. Coulson made the call. Let's go now. Repair shop. SHIELD is efficient. Looks like we can't rest either. Old Wang smiled and stretched. Let's head to the lab now. But the car isn't fixed yet. Sky pointed at the busy Robbie. And his battered truck. There's another car, isn't there? Old Wang gestured with his chin toward the Dodge Charger. Sky quickly followed. It's my car, you know. Robbie sighed, tossed down his wrench, and dusted himself off. The laboratory is not far away, a normal 10-minute journey. Robbie, being an amateur racer, drives the Hellfire-modified Dodge Charger with tremendous power, unbothered by wear and tear. He does not mind overtaking whenever possible, squeezing through traffic, receiving a chorus of honks and a wave of resentment, and he arrives in just 5 minutes. If only he had the golden finger of the esteemed Lord LV next door, Robbie would surely reap great rewards leveling up without a care. It seems Coulson and Black Widow aren't as fast as we are. Old Wang got out of the car, looking around, finding no one. He turned back and gave Robbie a thumbs up. Impressive. Robbie raised his chin, feeling quite proud. The Ghost Rider is not to be trifled with, and the legend of the Soul Rider will be passed down forever. SHIELD will arrive at the scene in half an hour. Sky kept an eye on her phone, hacking into the road surveillance system, gaining top-level access. On the screen, a bright red gleam flashed, and Coulson's red sports car Lola was as eye-catching as it gets. A flamethrower, the world's first GPS, a flying sports car, one of SHIELD's antique collectibles, and Coulson's favorite. He drives it himself and doesn't let anyone else drive it, nor does he let others use it. The key is that his driving skills are mediocre, and he even gave the red sports car a feminine name. By the way, is he married or not? He wouldn't normally use a car to solve issues, right? Which part, I wonder? Just thinking about it feels exciting. We don't have much time, let's hurry. Old Wang didn't waste words and walked directly to the door. The door of the laboratory looks quite ordinary, but is in fact extremely sturdy, not comparable to those flashy but useless ones outside. One of these doors could buy 100. After all, this is a laboratory researching black technology. Roxxon Corporation has invested an unfathomable amount of money, and the equipment inside is very expensive, often costing hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. If a thief were to steal something, the monetary loss wouldn't matter, but the leakage of technology would be truly painful. I'll handle it, Sky and Robbie said in unison. They exchanged glances, sparks flying. Are you trying to take my spotlight? This is a high-tech password lock with pupil recognition. Won't give me 30 seconds and I can crack it. Sky spoke, rapidly, moving as quickly as raindrops, grabbing her phone to open the software and get to work. This level of password lock is nothing special. It's not even entry-level for members of the Tide organization. Robbie's eyes turned red with fury. I only need 1 second. Although hellfire is not true fire from nature, burning out circuits is child's play. The Ghost Rider possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary people and even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high-strength fiber isolation couldn't hold him back. What is this door to him? A hand blocked him. Don't cause destruction. One needed 30 seconds, the other, just one. Indeed, women are more enduring than men. Old Wang rubbed his temples, wondering what kind of people he had recruited. One is a free hacker who can navigate various organizations' intranets and databases like no one's business, possessing countless aliases, often disclosing government hidden information, covert projects, or evidence of crimes and hideouts of certain criminals, while also constantly challenging the law, making governments, military, and police love and hate him. The other appears to be an ordinary and honest mechanic during the day, but transforms into the Ghost Rider at night indiscriminately, killing anyone regardless of the scale of their crimes, leaving no survivors, a stain-ridden middle school-level Ghost Rider. Don't you know that doing this will leave clues? Old Wang helplessly placed his left hand on the door. A stream of true energy flowed, manipulating the lock cylinder. With a pleasant mechanical sound, the door opened. Sky and Old Wang. If you had a way, why didn't you say so earlier? You made us wait until we finished speaking. Was that intentional? I truly didn't mean to, it's just that you were so anxious. Old Wang ignored them, stepped inside with his hands behind his back, walking with the grace of a dragon and tiger, his presence formidable. This is the demeanor of a master which cannot be feigned. Upon entering, a chill was immediately felt. This chill is not related to temperature. It is a sensation existing on a spiritual and soul level, reminding Old Wang of his experience when purifying Stratholme. It's not primarily cold, it's eerie. The chill of the shadows. There is a ghostly presence here, but it is isolated by some peculiar force. Ordinary people, let alone demons or other undead, might not even perceive it. If not for frequently dealing with the undead in his past life, having exterminated no less than 8,000 of them, Old Wang might not have had even a vague perception. Of course, this is not important, because from the very beginning he knew what this haunted place contained. Following the corridor forward, he opened several doors and arrived at the most crucial room of the laboratory. A massive reaction furnace stood at the very back, flanked by 2 laptops and 5 boxes. This thing is essentially a battery. Some cables connected the reaction furnace to the boxes. The furnace was still active, emitting a brilliant blue light that illuminated the entire room, clearly supplying power to the boxes. What is this? Sky and Robbie hurried, overseeing the scene before them. Wang is the dark scripture in these boxes. No, it is something terrifying. Robbie's eyes began to blaze again. It was the spirit of vengeance stirring. The contents of the boxes are related to the dark world, to that hellish place from which it barely escaped, filling it with disdain, even more than the crimes of someone who killed dozens. It is another dimension, a dimension existing within the realms of magic and quantum mechanics. It's a ghost, Old Wang casually explained. He expected to see Sky scream loudly or mockingly refute him, insisting that ghosts do not exist and that science should be respected. However, she did not. Perhaps because she had encountered the Ghost Rider, she was immune to these things and psychologically prepared. Of course, a bigger reason is that this girl is truly courageous. One wonders if she inherited it from her dismembered and resurrected mutant mother or her crazy father. In any case, not only is she unafraid, but her eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, "Are there really ghosts in this world? Can you let them out for me to see? What do they look like? Are they like how Americans describe them, or like how Japanese people describe them? Or perhaps like how Chinese or Indian people describe them? Are there really hells?" She asked a series of questions in a row, and then turned to Robbie with an expectant face. "Have you, or the spirit of vengeance within you, ever been to hell? Ghosts do exist, and so does hell." Old Wang smiled. "I have killed many ghosts before. I wonder if the ghosts in World of Warcraft are the same as those in the Marvel Universe. They should be, at least that's the feeling I get. Is there only one hell? The Marvel Universe has more than one, otherwise how do the demon lords come about? The so-called hell is actually an extra dimension. The sorcerers of Kamartaj must know a lot about this. Speaking of which, those mages of Kamartaj have been guarding the earth, monitoring those who could cause massive destruction. Do they not keep an eye on Ghost Rider? Or do those mages look down upon Ghost Rider? Their leader, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, seems to be on par with Dormammu and Odin." Old Wang glanced at Robbie. The spirit of vengeance within him is essentially an entity that escaped from hell. Based on certain principles, the spirit of vengeance must merge with individuals possessing a strong desire for revenge, transforming them into Ghost Riders. Only in this way can it survive. For the spirit of vengeance, the desire for revenge is food, nourishment, the sustenance that allows it to continue existing in this world. When a Ghost Rider loses the desire for revenge, the spirit of vengeance must find another host. Generations of Ghost Riders come about in this manner. Old Wang walked over and forcefully pried open the top box. An orange-yellow light, invisible to ordinary people, burst forth, coalescing into a ghost that was as dark as it could get. "Who am I? What happened to me? What should I do?" "This is a woman with golden hair and blue eyes. It was evident that she must have been quite beautiful in her youth, or at least in life. Now, however, she was utterly terrifying, shrouded in a chilling spectral aura, as if an otherworldly force was dragging her into the abyss of hell. She stood frozen for a few seconds, staring at Lao Wang's sky and Robbie before her, then surveyed her surroundings, and finally glanced at herself. She reached out to touch a crate and a wall, but her hand passed right through them. An expression of disbelief crossed her face. As if struck by a sudden realization, she concentrated and tried again. This time her hand connected with both the crate and the wall. I am Lucy. Lucy Bauer, wife of Joseph Bauer, a scientist at the Dynamic New Energy Laboratory. We found that book. We learned how to create everything. We found an engineer named Eli to build the quantum generator. We succeeded. We created a tiny piece of carbon from nothing. Do you know what this means? We can create atoms, molecules, inorganic matter, organic matter, even life itself. This is God's forbidden domain. Eli wanted that book. He wanted to play God. He attacked us using the quantum generator to transform our very forms from existence to non-existence. We became ghosts, the very specters of legend. I must reclaim that book. It must contain the method to restore my humanity. I never wanted to be God. I am a victim. I only want to be human again. This is all Ellis doing. I will kill him. Lucy's fury, despair, and madness eventually subsided into a chilling calm. She realized that her current state was highly unstable. She could freely transition between solid and ethereal forms, allowing her to pass through any physical object, attack any entity, and evade any assault. She had acquired terrifying abilities. Yet her condition was in constant flux. A strange force was relentlessly pulling at her, dragging her toward an utterly incomprehensible place. Was it hell, the abyss, another world, another dimension, another universe? Lucy did not know. She instinctively recoiled from that unknown and mysterious realm. My time is running out. The pulling force grew stronger. Daisy knew she must act quickly. My secrets must not be exposed. My plans cannot be disrupted. Anyone who obstructs or interferes with me will pay the price. Lucy fixed her gaze on the three people before her and resolved to teach them a harsh lesson. You can't see me, you can't see me. Lucy drifted, planning to circle around and find a fire axe to scare them off, or simply eliminate them. But then she saw Lao Wang and Robbie's heads turning their eyes, one pair black, the other ablaze, tracking her unerringly, as if locked on. Only Sky was completely in the dark, unable to see a thing. Yet the clever girl instantly sensed something supernatural had appeared. Thrilled, she grabbed Lao Wang's arm and exclaimed, Where is it? Can you let me see, Wang? Is it as ugly as in the movies and TV shows? You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. Lucy fumed. Which woman would tolerate being called hideous? Am I really that ugly? There's no mirror here. In my current state, I probably can't even look into one, just like in the novels. Wait. You can see me? Lucy was stunned. That's not how it works in the books or the movies. Wait. So what if you can see me? Can you actually harm me? Lucy's face contorted with menace, her complexion flickering between pale and dark as she shifted into a semi-corporeal form. Recalling descriptions from films and novels, she raised her hands like claws and threatened, I will kill you. I will kill you all. Come down and keep me company. No one responded. Sky looked up at Lucy, ecstatic. There really is a ghost. Have you been to hell? What's it like? Is there a three-headed dog guarding the gate? Are there devils, hella, death, Yama, or Kshidagarba? Don't move. I'm taking a photo. Lao Wang felt weary. Miss Lucy, it's been several seconds. Your reaction time is way too long. Miss Sky, those death gods are from different pantheons. I want they start fighting if you lump them together. Lao Wang raised an eyebrow. She's not a ghost. At least not the kind from the Warcraft universe. Ghosts there only appeared after death, bearing the aura of death itself. Unlike this woman. Her body emanated a different kind of energy, one similar to the Ghost Riders. A force from the dark dimension, from hell. Lao Wang tilted his head, searching for the right term. He glanced at Lucy, then at Robbie, and asked, Between dimensions? She's trapped between two dimensions, constantly being pulled by the dark dimension, right? Could it be that what people call ghosts are actually this specific state? That might be it. Don't they say a soul lingers for 7 days after death? The first 7 days. Perhaps they stay between dimensions, then completely vanish into another dimension after a week. And some linger longer for reasons like resentment or something. Speaking of which, the spirit of vengeance here can only remain in the physical universe by relying on the desire for vengeance. Pretty much the same as resentment, both driven by emotion. Emotion is a wonderful thing. No wonder Lord Lu Wang can grow stronger from negative emotions. It's not nonsense. There's scientific basis. Hearing Lao Wang's words, Lucy became confused and stopped her role-playing. Another dimension. She recalled quantum mechanics theories and the obscure knowledge from the Darkhold that even she and Joseph couldn't fully grasp. Looking at Lao Wang, Lucy hesitated for a few seconds. Have you read the Darkhold? Are you an expert in quantum mechanics? Sky, busy photographing, almost burst out laughing. Quantum mechanics expert. Huh, more like a quack. Lucy was taken aback. If he wasn't a quantum mechanics expert, then he must have read the dark hold. Robbie showed no reaction, but the spirit of vengeance within him stirred restlessly. Clearly Lao Wang was right. Kill her. Destroy her, the spirit howled. Lao Wang's face darkened. Sky, you're getting too cocky. Go monitor S. H. I. E. L. D. He snorted, then shot a glance at Robbie, his black eyes gleaming dangerously. Don't cause trouble. I need her alive. The fire in Robbie's eyes blazed even brighter, his entire head threatening to ignite. I'm causing trouble. Evil spirit doesn't show its might, and you think him a ghost. Kid'll fight you. You've changed hosts and haven't absorbed much vengeful desire yet. Your strength is lacking. Are you sure you want to fight me? Lao Wang shot him a glare. The spirit of vengeance immediately wilted. Fine, this great evil spirit won't stoop to your level. They'll let you off this time. You've read the dark hold. Did you take it? No, Joseph has it. Among the living, only Eli knows about this. Did Eli send you? He has the dark hold. What has he done to Joseph? Lucy and Joseph still shared genuine affection. Give me the dark hold. Where is Eli? They'll kill him. Lucy lunged at old Wang with bared teeth and claws. Whoosh. Old Wang reached out his true chi, swirling, grabbing Lucy by the neck as if lifting a chick. Old Wang was tall and sturdy, usually smiling, but once he became serious, he exuded an imposing and intimidating presence. Having crawled out from a sea of corpses, he had faced titan souls and ancient gods heathen. In 10 years of traversing, he had hardly known peace. Yet in the midst of battles, the might forged through such experiences made even the spirit of vengeance back down. What chance did a mere Lucy have? Watching Lucy struggle desperately, old Wang smirked. Wake up to reality, lady. Trapped between dimensions and shifting between reality and illusion. What's so impressive about that? Your physical attacks can't harm me. What about energy? With your abilities, even the ghostly villagers of Yueshi Town are more formidable than you, yet you dare to cause trouble. Lucy was momentarily stunned, then astonished, her eyes sparkling with a scientist's fervor. You can manipulate energy. How did you do that? That's impossible. This wasn't reality. This was a movie or a novel. Nothing is impossible. This is the mindset of a scientist. Old Wang calculated the time. It had been about 5 minutes, and time was limited. Do you still want to start anew? He asked. Yes. Lucy answered without a second thought. I haven't lived enough. My scientific research isn't complete. My life's value and social value haven't been realized. I haven't even had children yet. Then don't make a fuss. We are on the same side now. I will help you. Old Wang snapped his fingers, and a bolt of emerald lightning appeared out of thin air. If you think you can withstand it, feel free to run. Not being able to withstand it, as movies and novels say ghosts fear lightning. Lucy watched this surreal scene, feeling as if she had opened her eyes to a new world. She knew she was truly trapped, yet her stubbornness remained. You are one of LA people. I will never serve a lie. Who told you I'm one of LA people? At my age, why would I indulge in such fantasies? Old Wang sighed, rubbing his temples. Maybe you should watch fewer soap operas. Do you really think a lie has the right to command me? What are you thinking? Lucy was taken aback. Indeed. Someone who can conjure lightning out of thin air is surely more formidable than the Captain America promoted for decades. He was practically a superhero. No, a supervillain. In his presence, a lie could only be seen as an elite monster, hardly reaching the level of a boss. So, a lie is serving you. Lucy speculated again. You're overthinking things. Old Wang was utterly speechless. I have nothing to do with him, okay? That's good. Lucy finally passed that mental hurdle, thinking that the chance to start anew was always a good thing. The scientist's mindset triumphed over fear and anger. So what's the cost? 3 years minimum, maximum death sentence. Old Wang released his grip, patted Lucy's shoulder, and smiled warmly. That's the spirit. I don't want to resort to violence. Don't worry, I'll help you start fresh. You work for me, continue your research, and you'll get paid. You won't be shortchanged. So you want me, huh? You should have said so earlier. Lucy completely ceased her resistance. I want to start anew. I want to conduct scientific research. Nothing else matters. What does it matter whom I work for? But I still want revenge, and what's become of my Joseph? Forget it, this person before me seems quite urgent. Now isn't the time to discuss that. Boss, please give instructions. Your first task. Old Wang pointed to the other boxes nearby. Release your colleagues and persuade them, otherwise I will force them, or kill them. 5 minutes later. Old Wang did not intervene. After Robbie transformed into a vengeful knight and nearly took down one of Lucy's colleagues, the 3 newly freed individuals became obedient. They had no choice but to comply. Unable to outfight or outrun, could they possibly be faster than shattering jade lightning? And Old Wang had the cloud probe whip as well. Let alone the vengeful knight was the nemesis of these demons and monsters. A careless mistake could lead to their souls scattering. They had no choice but to yield. Hugo, Vincent, and Frederick lined up, adding Lucy, Joseph, and a lie that comprised the entire team of the new energy laboratory. These individuals entering this laboratory were at least PhD holders elites in quantum mechanics. While they surely couldn't match the original Ant-Man Hank Pym or the 7th Green Giant Bruce Banner, they were still notable scientists with their own skills. Moreover, aside from Eli, everyone else had seen the Dark Tome, making them arguably more remarkable in certain aspects than well-known scientists. They were definitely not just 5 masters, but at least 5 battalions. In just a few minutes, old Wang had acquired a fairly decent scientific team. Such a team generally couldn't be maintained with average wealth. Only Stark Industries, or at least a Hammer Industries level, could afford it. Now that he had the talent, he just needed the funds. Very good. Old Wang clapped. Let's go find the Dark Tome. Lucy was taken aback, realizing an opportunity had arisen. The Dark Tome is with Joseph. Oh, we should go find him. Boss, I can definitely persuade him. He's the most impressive among us, a true genius. He is more important than all of us combined. You definitely need him, right? Hugo, Vincent, and Frederick. Lucy, what are you saying? You have to take responsibility for what you say. The 3 looked at the framed photo on the wall, glaring at Joseph inside it, each with a grim expression. It's all Joseph's fault. He is as despicable as a lie. No need. Old Wang glanced at Robbie and saw the anger still in his eyes. It seemed others didn't care, but the culprit Joseph must not be spared. Is Joseph important? No, the Dark Tome is what's important. Besides, 10 Josephs are still not worth a vengeful night. Old Wang could still do the math. Furthermore, Lucy, look at your colleagues' expressions. They look ready to devour Joseph. Old Wang said lightly, Joseph has hidden the Dark Tome right where you discovered it. Lucy wanted to argue further when Sky suddenly shouted, Wang the S. H-I-E-L-D. People are coming. On the phone screen, a group of people appeared out of nowhere, blocking the entrance to the laboratory, preparing to break in. Lucy smiled strangely. It seemed the boss was about to clash with a governmental agency called S-H-I-E-L-D. Perhaps I could take the chance to escape. Coulson contacted other S-H-I-E-L-D agents. Indeed, S-H-I-E-L-D is everywhere. Old Wang sighed. Government agencies are truly remarkable. Wang, what should we do? Sky asked, a bit panicked. We can't just confront S-H-I-E-L-D directly, can we? There's no mask for disguise here. Don't worry, if there are plenty of ways. Old Wang strode to the battery box and placed a hand on it. The next moment, the box vanished. Misexchange money. Old Wang did not enter the heart of Azeroth this time. After all, it was his soul that entered while his physical body remained fragile. What if Lucy and the others turned traitor? What if the vengeful spirits caused trouble? The human heart is veiled, let alone these beings that are not human at all. Thus, he directly infused a strand of his spiritual essence to converse with the Azerothian lady. 5 battery cases lay before him. After a moment of thought, Old Wang retrieved another one. Lucy and the other new spirits were still waiting to be reborn as humans. The Ghost Rider actually had the power to pull them back from between dimensions, but Robbie was too weak and had yet to master dimensional travel. That would require Johnny Blaze. Lucy and the others, however, could not wait that long. They were on the verge of being dragged into hell. The Darkhold contained the relevant knowledge, and it could be achieved through scientific means, but special batteries were needed. The new spirits were all theorists, but the actual operation required Eli. Thus, it was necessary to bring Eli out as well. Out of respect for Robbie, he couldn't truly be crippled. Consider it atonement for his crimes. The scientist team still needed an engineer, and Eli was competent enough. Eli has ambition. Wants to be God. That doesn't matter. Who doesn't have some ambition? How many people in this world don't want to be God? Just don't let it surface, or else eliminate him. The problem was, even if Eli was brought out and a simple quantum generator was built with existing equipment, the most technically demanding component, the battery, could not be completed in time. As said before, the new spirits couldn't wait. Keep one, that's enough. Even if the quantum generator had to be made smaller, converting one at a time. It was troublesome, but the key was saving money. Wang, you finally got something good. The Azerothian lady appeared, her big eyes blinking with delight. This way I won't have to keep sleeping. She glanced at the battery case and instantly felt disappointed. Just this. It looked quite ordinary. How much could it be worth? Trade it for whatever I can get. Old Wang sighed. Those who don't manage a household don't know the cost of fuel and rice. Earning money is tough. But no matter. Once the Darkhold arrives, my lady, you'll have to bleed a lot. Don't be afraid of the pain. The lady reached out and pointed into the void. A ring lit up and a space-time passage opened. Old Wang naturally didn't have the blood of Azeroth. This was a cash-and-delivery transaction paid by the lattice True Body. After all, the True Body was connected to the heart of Azeroth and had the authority to unilaterally open space-time passages. This was a system rule set by Norganon that must be followed. The 4 battery cases vanished. The spherical space within the Azeroth first ring began to bleed, quickly filling up. Old Wang was instantly stunned so much. He truly hadn't expected it. Were the battery cases that valuable? He thought he'd at most get a few grams or tens of grams, but this spherical space was huge, big enough to fit himself inside. It must be at least 10 tons. Could it be that the value wasn't in the cases themselves, but in the technology they contained, the knowledge from the Darkhold that was beyond mortal understanding? Indeed, knowledge is priceless, technology is priceless. Old Wang was immersed in profound joy. He began to fantasize and calculate. What could 10 tons of Azeroth's blood do? A small vial of water from the Well of Eternity could create a sun well. An entire kingdom of high elves had drawn from it for thousands of years without exhausting it. Though their bodies were ruined, it was blissful, and they gained a formidable magical constitution with explosive spellcasting abilities. True Azeroth's blood must be far more potent than the water of the Well of Eternity. How many sunwells could 10 tons of Azeroth's blood create? 100? Or 1,000, 10,000? If used for summoning, couldn't he summon the Windrunner sisters Tyrant Liadrin, Jaina, Lilitalia, and all the others to form a family and live a blissful life? And maintain it for 10 months, no problem. Or perhaps summon Deathwing to bring about the apocalypse. By the way, exactly how much blood was there? Old Wang, brimming with ambition, waved his hand, and the attribute panel appeared. He took one look and was dumbfounded. True Heart of Azeroth, Supreme Artifact, Blood of Azeroth, 10 micrograms. The amount of Azeroth's blood that could fill a bathtub was only 10 micrograms. Are you serious, my lady? Old Wang looked up at Azeroth, his gaze burning. Could it be that she had learned from certain unscrupulous systems to underreport and take kickbacks? This is an illusion. Oh, I am concealing your poverty. The lady reached out and pointed, and the abundant Azeroth's blood vanished, leaving only an invisible single drop. Yes, a single drop. It was a tiny drop that Old Wang could only perceive through his spiritual power. This was the lattice first drop of blood. First blood. What could 10 micrograms of Azeroth's blood do? A level 1 spacetime passage consumed 1 microgram per second, lasting 10 seconds. Thus, it could be used to summon beings that a level 1 spacetime passage could allow, such as Elwyn Forest footmen, Elven archers, or Northshire clerics, to serve Old Wang for 10 seconds and enjoy 10 seconds of pleasure. Or exchange for items worth less than 10 micrograms of Azeroth's blood, like Little Soft's underwear, Sylvanas stockings, or Tyrant's bananas. Only lower value was acceptable, not higher, due to transport costs. Of course, there was also the option to exchange for one-time skills. The skills a level 1 spacetime passage could withstand were obviously the weakest kind, like Frostbolt or Fireball. Old Wang had already made his choice. He wasn't planning to fight S-H-I-E-L-D. For now, it was better to play hide and seek. Hey, snap out of it. Wang S-H-I-E-L-D is at the door. Damn it, there are no cameras inside the lab. No cameras at all. I can't see them. Ski's voice rang out, very soft, only audible to Old Wang. Beside him, Robbie's eyes blazed with fire. The spirit of vengeance ceaselessly roared within his heart. Young man, unleash your rage, destroy them, devour their despair, and burn their souls. Lucy glanced between Old Wang and Robbie, then looked outside, both nervous and expectant. Those S-H-I-E-L-D agents had better be effective. Tie them down, and I can find a chance to escape. Old Wang snapped back to reality. Yes, no cameras meant no visuals. But he could hear. No matter how skilled the agents were, they couldn't move without a single footstep, and Old Wang's hearing was at Daredevil's level, aware of everything around him. Those faint footsteps, even the weak heartbeats, were as clear as the landlord's daughters panting under Old Wang's deliberate focus. He could hear them through 2 walls. About 20 meters away, nonlinear distance. Let's go. Old Wang picked up the battery case and walked out. Wang, are we going to confront S-H-I-E-L-D directly? Sky quickly put her phone in her pocket and hid behind Old Wang. Wang, Robbie growled, the spirit of vengeance stirring, barely containable. Quick, there are people inside. 2 men and 1 woman unarmed. Rush in and subdue them. Several S-H-I-E-L-D agents exchanged hand signals without a word, raising their guns as they charged in. They were just steps away from a confrontation. Everyone tensed up. Old Wang smiled calmly. My lady, open a level 1 spacetime passage. I need invisibility, the weakest version for 3 of us. In the World of Warcraft, Azeroth. A doomed timeline. July 14th, the 4th year of the Dark Portal, a clear day. Dalaran, the Kingdom of Magic. Lucky Ronan, who had just been promoted to a full-fledged mage, crept stealthily into the Dalaran library, entering the restricted section of forbidden tomes not open to ordinary mages. He intended to borrow the collection of Mediv the Astral Mage, which Archmage Khadgar had brought from Karazhan. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Several unmounted Dalaran Iron Knights patrolled, drawing nearer. Ronan was not at all worried. He had experience. Abundant experience in defiance. Ronan raised his staff and began to cast a spell. Invisibility. However, there was no effect. Where is my invisibility? That huge invisibility spell vanished. Ronan was bewildered. What was happening? The footsteps grew closer. Without time to think, Ronan cast the spell again. Still no effect. That's not right. I've never heard of the Violet Citadel's barrier-suppressing magic. Even if it did, it would only cause the invisibility spell to fail and collapse, not simply vanish without a trace, not even a wisp of residual arcane energy. I definitely cast it successfully. The footsteps were closer now and faster. Clearly the Dalaran Iron Knights had sensed the magical fluctuations and knew someone was up to mischief in the Forbidden Book repository where casting magic was strictly prohibited. Ronan grew frantic, refusing to believe it, and cast the spell once more. It vanished again. There was no more time. The Dalaran Iron Knights charged in. It's Ronan, the Scourge of Dalaran. I knew it was him. He escaped several times before. Quick, seize him. An Iron Knight shouted. No need to report to Archmage Antonidas or Counselor Crasus. Throw him directly into solitary confinement. Another knight clad in a captain's uniform ordered with a dark scowl. Ronan's face was full of bitterness. Well, he would have to trouble his teacher Crasus to bail him out again. How embarrassing. The laboratory. A well-equipped S.I.E.L.D. field team burst into the quantum reaction chamber. Freeze. Hands up. Face the wall and get down. The next moment they froze. Before them, there was no one, not even the battery case. Only the solitary quantum generator kept company with 2 laptops. Grant Ward frowned. As a renowned covert operations specialist and level 5 agent of S.I.E.L.D., he trusted his professional instincts and the new equipment from the Science and Technology Division. The X-ray projector screen had clearly shown 3 people moments ago. Though their faces were obscured, only vague silhouettes visible, he could tell there were 2 men and 1 woman. Where had those living, breathing people disappeared to in an instant? Was there a secret door or mechanism, or optical devices bending the light? Like a large-scale stage illusion of vanishing act. You 2 secure this area. You 2 search the left side. You 2 search the right. The rest of you search this room. Ward quickly issued orders, then pressed his communicator while touching the 3rd button on his shirt. Sir, the targets are gone. The quantum generator's power cell is gone too. 5 kilometers from the lab on a main road. The red sports car Lola sped along. Black Widow Natasha crossed a long fair leg and shed her loose outer coat. Old driver Carlson instinctively glanced over, following the line of that long leg, and seemed to catch a glimpse of something. His hands trembled with excitement, the steering wheel swerved, and Lola nearly had a close encounter with a large truck. Watch the road. Natasha snorted, pulling on her combat suit. A ringtone sounded, masking Carlson's embarrassment. Hearing Ward's report, Carlson paused for a moment, then immediately ordered, lock down the lab, continue the search. He hung up and made a sharp U-turn. Screech. Natasha accidentally sliced her undergarment with a tactical knife, revealing a flash of pale skin. What are you doing? Natasha asked expressionlessly, continuing to dress. Carlson, pressing the accelerator, replied, someone took the quantum generator's power cell. Natasha frowned deeply. To sell it, that battery case is worth at least $100,000. Or perhaps they intend to continue related experiments. Carlson said, my gut tells me this is connected to the accident in the lab. An old friend from the LAPD told me the bodies of the other lab personnel were never found. Not a drop of blood or a single hair, as if they vanished into thin air. Natasha mused, I've read the files. The quantum generator and its power cell were both built by Eli. You think whoever took the battery might be looking for him? Or perhaps Joseph. He was the lab's director and the team's core. Carlson pressed his communicator. Director Hay, race the situation. We're heading to Los Angeles County Jail now. You've already dispatched a team to protect Joseph at the hospital. A quick reaction force was nearby on a mission. The team leader is Agent Brock Rumlow, a world-class combat master who models himself after Captain America. Good. Skye held her breath, carefully edging away. Though she didn't know what was happening, it seemed incredibly impressive. S.I.E.L.D. Agents were right in front of her and hadn't spotted her. So old Wang had this trick up his sleeve. Know who knew how many tricks he had? That guy was a bundle of secrets. He was practically the embodiment of secrecy. Footsteps. The wind stirred by movement. Even breathing and heartbeat could alert a top agent like the level 5 specialist standing right there. Sorry, not today. A stream of true chi flowed from old Wang's hand into her body, masking her heartbeat. She held her breath. She moved slowly, leaving no trace. Beside her, Robbie did the same. Old Wang led the way. A Pantheon monk master could meditate and practice martial arts on a single lotus leaf. Old Wang, a grandmaster, was naturally more formidable if footsteps were utterly non-existent. As he walked between 2 agents carrying the case, old Wang suddenly felt a pang of regret. The quantum generator was too large and bolted to the floor. He couldn't take it. But he could have taken those 2 laptops. They were the latest models, worth several $1,000s each. How had he forgotten? Would it be too late to go back for them now? Old Wang thought for a moment and decided it might still be possible. but he let the idea go. SHIELD would surely have a way to track the computers. If they went online, they'd be found. Ski's hacking skills weren't strong enough yet. If SHIELD specifically targeted them, they'd be exposed. It wasn't worth the risk. Old Wang turned back and smiled at Lucy, gentle and warm like the boy next door. Lucy and her 3 colleagues stared at each other as if they'd seen a ghost, suddenly feeling a chill run down their spines. This guy. No, the boss had this trick too. Invisibility, just like in the movies and novels. It was too incredible, too terrifying. It was over. They had truly lost their freedom. Time to accept their fate. They quickly followed. The Dodge Charger was parked a good distance away in an unmonitored spot. Getting into the car, Old Wang glanced at Lucy. Lucy understood she was to be the guide. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lucy sighed. 2 full hours later, the Dodge Charger stopped before a dilapidated old house in the countryside. This is the place. I sense a powerful dark presence. Old Wang recalled the Battle of Mount Hyjal. Back then, with the aid of the Bronze Dragon, he had traveled through time and personally slain Kil'jaeden's powerful Lieutenant Rage Winterchill, obtaining an epic-level spellbook, the Chronicle of Dark Secrets. The aura was similar. The Darkhold incoming. Meanwhile, Coulson and Natasha stood before the surveillance monitors at Los Angeles County Jail, staring unblinkingly at the image of Eli. How much longer do we have to watch this? Do you really think someone will attempt a jailbreak? Natasha shifted to a more comfortable position. My gut tells me they will. Coulson straightened his back. This house. Something's off about it. Stepping into the house, he descended to the basement. The first thing Old Wang spotted was a poster. It was a poster of the Ghost Rider, the motorcycle-riding Johnny Blaze, Blazing Johnny, Robbie's predecessor. It was he who passed the spirit of vengeance to Robbie per Marvel's official lore. Not far away hung a shield. A replica of Captain America's shield, made of aluminum alloy. Seems the owner of this house has ties to the Ghost Rider and is a fan of Captain America. Old Wang nodded. The entire nation were fans of the Captain, including Fury and Robbie. The Darkhold being hidden here was likely the handiwork of the house's owner. This was intriguing. Could the Darkhold be connected to Blazing Johnny? Or perhaps to the Spirit of Vengeance? He'll need to find time to ask the Spirit of Vengeance, though I doubt it's willing to talk. Convincing it was obviously impossible. Beat it into submission. Seems beyond my capabilities for now. We found it here. Lucy drifted to the center of the room, her expression complex, as she saw the disturbed soil on the floor. Joseph really was here. A pang of sorrow struck her. Joseph was her husband, and they had a good relationship. But ever since he obtained the Darkhold, things turned sour. He wouldn't touch her, nor let her touch the Darkhold. As if the Darkhold was his wife. Could it sleep with you, or engage in wild escapades? That book was a curse. Yet it was such a treasure, so coveted. Nothing else mattered if I could have it. Eli didn't matter, Joseph didn't matter. Let him rot in prison or lie in a vegetative state. But I can't have it. Gazing at Old Wang, Lucy's eyes brimmed with resentment. Old Wang ignored her. He extended his left hand, pressed down, then grasped. Dust flew. A cloth bundle flew into his hand. Unwrapping it revealed a book. It was thick, about the size of an Oxford dictionary. A black cover encircled by unknown runes with a line of text. The Darkhold. This book. Its magical energy is formidable. An ordinary person wouldn't notice, but Old Wang could. He sensed within this book a seal of immensely powerful magic, at least on par with the Dark Secret Chronicles, perhaps even stronger. Though still inferior to the Medivh's book, head seized from Kel'Thuzad. The Darkhold had a significant origin. It was considered the source of all black magic, containing records of many immensely potent spells. Legend had it that eons ago an ancient god named Thon was pursued, fleeing to other dimensions. Before escaping, he inscribed all his misdeeds and spells on indestructible parchment known as the Confession. Know the Thon Scrolls. Later these parchments were bound into a tome, becoming the Darkhold. However, it was clear this book wasn't made of parchment and had little to do with the Thon Scrolls, so its value certainly fell short of the original scrolls, and even the completeness of its knowledge was uncertain. This was the difference between a pirated copy and an authentic one. No one knew who truly created this book. That person or entity's power likely ranged between Ricky the Winter and Medivh. That scope seemed rather broad. Every page of the book was protected by magic, making it exceedingly difficult to destroy. More importantly, this magic could influence people, corrupting them, compelling them to desire it uncontrollably. They would protect it rather than dare to damage it. Just look at the bunch around here. Setting aside Lucis' new ghosts, who were like sex-starved inmates after decades staring at the Darkhold as if it were a peerless beauty, they would have pounced if they could overpower him. Sky, seeing the Darkhold for the first time, wasn't heavily affected, but her eyes were locked on it, unable to look away. Robbie showed no reaction, not because he was exceptional, but because the spirit of vengeance within him was formidable, unfazed by the book, though it didn't like it either. Having barely escaped the dark dimension, the spirit of vengeance harbored an intense aversion to anything or anyone associated with darkness, except itself, of course. Old Wang was even less affected. Not only were Pandaren naturally optimistic and resilient against mental or spiritual corruption, he had personally vanquished the 7 Shah of Pandaria, destroyed the heart of the old god, Waisharge, and slain enough dreadlords, masters of manipulation, to form a platoon. A mere magic book was nothing to fear. He opened it directly. It was blank, a wordless heavenly tome. Sky, who had been reading many xinxia and fantasy novels with Old Wang lately, immediately associated it with plot points. Only the destined can see the words. This book has a connection with me. Old Wang placed his hand on it. Elegant Chinese characters appeared, not in Song font or Huawen Xingkai, but in the Jing Lei style popular during his first transmigration and a personal favorite. Yes, Chinese characters. This was a constant enchantment on the book, allowing it to peer into the reader's mind akin to a priest's mind vision, displaying text in the reader's native language. If Robbie were reading it, it would appear in pure American English. Pretty smart. Old Wang chuckled and skimmed a few lines. Then he decisively gave up. He recognized every character, even the mathematical symbols, but together they were utterly incomprehensible. Even if the world's greatest scientists, Tony Stark, Hank Pym, Bruce Banner, Princess Shuri, were summoned, it would take years to decipher even a fraction of it. Those truly capable of reading it were either the great bosses of the Dark Dimension, like Dormammu, the Spirit of Vengeance, or Mephisto, or the universe's most powerful mages, such as the Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme. After all, it was a magic book. Though science and magic were interconnected, low technology and high magic were not. Earth's scientific level was still somewhat lacking. Old Wang didn't care. Whether he could understand it was unimportant. People like Lucy had studied it for years and could grasp parts of it. That was enough. As for now, the Darkhold suddenly vanished, entering the heart of Azeroth, appearing before the young lady. Some unknown hidden place. Daniel Whitehall was in a meeting, tapping the table. We must retrieve box 084. What was taken from me must be reclaimed. The others dared not speak. After their boss replaced his organs with that female Inhumans, he had grown younger, yet more sinister and terrifying than before. We want to get box 084 too, but how easy is that? Even our high-level Hydra agents embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D. can't access it. It's under heavy guard, requiring level 10 clearance. Currently, the only person in S.H.I.E.L.D. with level 10 clearance is Director Fury. A phone rang. Whitehall glanced at his phone and frowned. Why would Clairvoyant risk calling him? He had barely climbed to level 8 clearance, a critically important identity. Did he want to expose himself? Hello. Whitehall waved his hand. Ooh, everyone shouted, "Hail Hydra," and left before he answered. A low voice sounded. Whitehall, let's make a deal. The Darkhold has appeared. A wisp of spirit entered the heart of Azeroth. The dark grimoire floated at its center, appearing as ancient and dark as ever, exuding an air of grandeur. With a flick of her hand, the dark grimoire floated into the hands of Miss Azeroth. Oh, this is quite good, much better than the box you created earlier. While speaking, the dark grimoire automatically turned to the first page. You still wish to read my thoughts and present them in my mother tongue. How audacious. But what is my mother tongue? Titan language. Miss Azeroth furrowed her brows, troubled for 2 seconds. She is a Titan. Logically, her mother tongue should be Titan language. However, in reality, every Titan is born without a language, feeling quite lonely, and no one teaches them right. The original Titan language was actually created by the first Titan, Amonthal, and Miss Azeroth learned it only many millennia later. As a being of planetary life, Miss Azeroth knows the languages of all races on Azeroth. Human common tongue, elven language, dwarven tongue, Tauren speech, even dragon tongue, demonic language, and goblin tongue. She is proficient in all an expert level. If one were to calculate, the first language she learned should be the elemental language used by the elements during the primordial era of Azeroth. Which language should I use? Miss Azeroth pondered. She shook the dark grimoire. What do you think is a good language? The dark grimoire trembled incessantly. Sister, how would I know? I wanted to read your thoughts, but it's impossible. Your level is so much higher than mine. How can I read it? I can't afford to provoke you. I won't read you anymore. Why don't you read me instead? How about using Chinese? Old Wang suggested. During the years he acted as a spokesperson in Azeroth, when Old Wang was tired from fighting, he would converse with Miss Azeroth, not only telling her stories and singing nursery rhymes, but also teaching her Chinese, including Tang poetry, song lyrics, Yuan drama, and Ming and Qing novels, going through them several times. Partly because the cultivation game was quite fun, and partly to practice regularly, so he wouldn't forget how to speak upon returning to Earth. Time is terrifying. It can make one forget many things. The most crucial thing to remember is one's mother tongue. Fine. Miss Azeroth decided not to dwell on it. It's not that important. If one were to say in her several billion years of life the language she spoke the most was indeed Chinese. After all, before old Wang became her spokesperson, no one had accompanied her in conversation. Miss Azeroth glanced at the dark grimoire, which immediately ceased its trembling and obediently displayed the silent form seen by old Wang earlier. Oh, a completely different magical system from our universe. Interesting, but not as visually appealing as the comics you drew of fairies fighting. Miss Azeroth's eyes lit up. Old Wang was momentarily stunned. What is the fairy fight? I don't know. Is it the 7 dwarfs battling Snow White or 7 Calabash brothers fighting a snake spirit? It can't be the 7 fairies battling Sun Wukong, right? I only remember writing a series about young women striving hard and a story about a golden carp leaping over the dragon gate, which was very inspirational, cultivating sentiment and helping you mature psychologically. Miss Azeroth watched for a full 7 seconds before finally finishing. What are we waiting for? She huffed. The dark grimoire trembled, its pages crumpling in a ball, feeling very wronged. Sister, how would I know you finished reading? I can't read your thoughts. Naturally, I dare not complain, only obediently turning the pages. Turning faster and faster. 5 minutes later, Miss Azeroth closed the book and tossed it into the air like garbage, letting out a satisfied sigh. Done reading. This expression, this demeanor, this tone is no different from when I finished the youth series back then. And yet she says it's not good. Oh, women are indeed contradictory. The 7-ring road of Azeroth lit up. The dark grimoire seemed on the verge of disappearing. Old Wang was taken aback and quickly shouted, "Stop. What's wrong?" Miss Azeroth looked puzzled. Aren't you going to exchange? Although I don't know how much can be exchanged, there should be 100 grams. Don't you want it? 100 grams. Old Wang's breathing became heavy. That's not a small amount. 4 battery boxes only yield 10 micrograms. The value of the dark grimoire is several 100,000 times that of battery boxes. Wait. It seems that's not how it's calculated. The higher the value, the lower the proportion of delivery fees. The delivery fee for the dark grimoire might only be 2. After all, its value is not much different from that of Azeroth's blood of the same weight. This book weighs at most 500 grams, yet it can be exchanged for 100 grams of Azeroth's blood, which is quite impressive. Even in the World of Warcraft, not many items can rival the value of Azeroth's blood. They are mostly legendary or artifact level. The battery boxes are different. They're big and heavy, so the delivery fees are expensive. Don't be fooled by the fact that they ultimately only exchanged for 10 micrograms of Azeroth's blood. The delivery fee, it might not be less than 100 micrograms, possibly even 1 milligram. But even so, the value of the dark grimoire is equivalent to tens of thousands of times that of the battery boxes. That kind of high-tech product, its intrinsic value is hard to say. If sold on the black market to someone in need like Justin Hammer or Tony Stark, it could be worth not just 1,000, but even 1,000. Calculating this way, how high could the value of the dark grimoire be? Several $billion. Even tens of billions of dollars. Stark Industries' market value seems to be just over 300 billion, and it's about to drop. A book worth as much as Stark Industries. Although it's likely an inflated estimate, at least it could be 1/10 of Stark Industries. Old Wang thought carefully and realized it might not be wrong. A set of Iron Man armor probably costs hundreds of millions or even over $1 billion, and that's not even the top-tier ones. The Hulkbuster type is definitely more expensive. The main material of Iron Man's armor is gold titanium alloy, 99 gold and 1 titanium. The Hulkbuster armor is certainly of a tonnage level. Generally speaking, the main materials are the cheapest. The most expensive part is the technology. The technology behind Iron Man's armor, don't even mention $1 billion. Even if offered 1,000 billion, would Tony sell it? If he dares to sell it, Justin Hammer would dare to buy it, and even the government and military would rush to purchase it. Although Tony hasn't been kidnapped, yet Iron Man hasn't been born. And the technology of Stark Industries certainly cannot compare to the Dark Grimoire, which includes dimensional teleportation and life creation. The value of this book is beyond imagination. So the thing floating in front of me is actually worth several $1 billion. Old Wang's breath quickened. It's hard to blame him. Old Wang was once wealthy. Back in the World of Warcraft, he was the nominal lord of the Pandaria continent, a descendant of Xiaohao ruling over a territory larger than the United States. That's not to mention how after defeating Deathwing, Old Wang monopolized Deathwing's corpse, including several tons of source-quality armor, which is worth several hundred times gold. That's not even the point. Having thoroughly purified Karazhan, he received the permission of Lady Egwene and King Varian to become the master of Karazhan and the Lord of the Windy Path. This also isn't the point. Just in the Ice-Crowned Citadel, the tomb of Sargeras, the Path of Kings Karazhan, and other places he acquired Frostmourne, the Apocalypse, the Silver Hand, the Scales of the Earth Guardian, and more than 20 career artifacts along with over 30 pieces of legendary equipment like the Orange Hammer, Orange Staff, Orange Bow, and Windblade. How much are they worth? Unfortunately, he didn't bring any back. He gave them all away. Even the 3 monk artifacts he never parted with were given away. Now Old Wang is poor. He only has 1,000 in his pocket and next month's rent isn't paid yet. With several $billion in front of him, how can he not be tempted? Yes, old Wang is not tempted. He won't exchange it. Of course, he still wants money as he still needs to eat, buy a house, buy a car, and prepare a betrothal gift, and so on. So old Wang plans to change his approach. Ahem. Old Wang pondered for 2 seconds, looking towards Azeroth. Knowledge is priceless. The book is merely a vessel. I won't exchange the book anymore. I will only exchange knowledge. You have read the entire book. The most precious thing has already been taken by you. I don't need much. Just give me 99 grams of blood, or I could take a loss. 90 grams. The dark scripture quivered violently. It could no longer bear to listen, having passed through so many hands, switched so many masters. No, so many servants, it had never encountered anyone so shameless. Yes, knowledge is important, but this scripture is far more important, all right. Young man, you cannot merely focus on my inner content while neglecting my outward appearance. That's going too far. Inner substance is important, but appearance is even more crucial. Knowledge can be copied, but a book cannot. The young lady from Azeroth earnestly voiced the dark scripture's sentiment. My king, I recall you mentioning that there are many pirated books on the internet free to download, yet printing them into physical books is costly. Thus, I believe the knowledge value of the dark scripture is 0. All 100 grams is purely the book itself. The dark scripture trembled all over its cover, wrinkling into a smug smile. It was utterly smug. Old Wang, did I really say that? He finally understood the true meaning of disaster springs from the mouth. Of course the young lady was joking. How much blood it could be exchanged for wasn't up to her. Norganon's system had a specific evaluation mechanism. The value of items was determined by World of Warcraft standards, not those of the Marvel Universe. For instance, in the Marvel world, a 1-carat loose diamond costs tens of thousands, and the 95-carat Wanderer's Pearl could easily sell for millions in US dollars, no less. But in World of Warcraft, things were different. The dwarves' mining capabilities were terrifying. Diamonds from Ironforge weren't very expensive. It was the magical gems that truly held value. Pearls fared even worse. Many pearl oysters were magical creatures growing large and producing massive pearls. Moreover, having absorbed arcane and elemental energies, they were brighter and more uniform. Old Wang remembered when he helped Neptulin, the elemental lord of water, defeat Azamat, the ancestor of sea monsters. Neptulin waved his hand, grandly opening his treasury to Old Wang and telling him to take whatever he wanted. Old Wang spent 3 full days filling 32 warships and 48 transport ships of the 7th Legion. At the time, he had already notified Shenzhen Su, the Wandering Isle, to hurry over, but it swam too slowly. Neptulin claimed the Naga were launching a massive assault, sealed the water elemental plane, and kicked Old Wang out. How outrageous. One entire ship was dedicated solely to carrying pearls. Just a single one. A supergiant pearl as tall as a 3-story building. It was said Neptulin obtained it after slaying some ancient clam that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Since he had bigger and better lighting, he just left it gathering dust in the warehouse. Later, he gave it to Anduin as a wedding gift. A 95-carat pearl. Sorry, the noble ladies of Stormwind wouldn't even look twice. Gold was still the best. It held its value anywhere. Exchange. Old Wang made the call. A level 1 temporal conduit opened. Yes, even delivering knowledge required opening a temporal conduit. Knowledge flow was information flow, and transmitting information flow between 2 universes cost money. Of course, the delivery fee was relatively low, only 2. Within the Azeroth first ring, the spherical space began to engorge with blood, though it did not expand. It was still a single drop of blood suspended at the center of the sphere, barely visible to the naked eye. Looking at the attribute panel, his wealth had expanded unprecedentedly. True Heart of Azeroth, Supreme Artifact, Blood of Azeroth, 0. 88 grams. Knowledge is so cheap, Old Wang sneered. It was less than 1% of the Dark Scripture's value. How exactly did Norganon calculate this? Well, ebooks were indeed much cheaper than physical books. There was some logic to it after all. How much did 1 gram of the blood of Azeroth cost? That was incalculable. But no matter how Old Wang estimated, it wouldn't be too little. He could probably buy a few buildings in Chinatown. As for its edible value, in any case, Old Wang dared not consume it. It would instantly explode him into oblivion. Of course, the main reason was his current poor physical condition. The Old Wang from Azeroth wouldn't have been fazed. He had tasted it before. But regardless, the energy was still extremely potent. Back then, Illidan had taken 7 vials of water essence from the original Well of Eternity. Each vial probably wasn't much, maybe 1 kilogram. And that was enough to create the Sun Well, which an entire elven kingdom drew upon for thousands of years. It could even pull a being of Kil'jaeden's caliber from another planet, who knows how far away. The blood of Azeroth was even more formidable than the water essence of the well. It couldn't compare to the Infinity Stones, of course, but it was far superior to Tony Stark's miniature arc reactor. They weren't even on the same level. If this thing were used to power the Iron Man suit, a single drop might last 100 years. Safe, efficient, and non-polluting. Perhaps he could sell a drop to Tony. That would be for later, though. The current Tony didn't seem to need it. Besides, directly selling blood was too lowbrow, exchanging it for other things would be better. World of Warcraft had plenty of good stuff. Anything that didn't exist in the Marvel Universe was a treasure. Rarity commanded value, and moreover, he had a true monopoly. How much to sell for? Wasn't that up to him? Old Wang squinted, recalling that profit-peddling mithril chainmail, and displayed a sly merchant smile. What was most important? The body. The body was the capital of revolution. In truth, Old Wang's physical condition was quite good. After over a decade of training, not even Olympic champions could surpass him. Daredevil, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Crossbones. They couldn't compare either, they were far behind. Old Wang estimated that his current physical fitness was still slightly inferior to Captain America's. The monk class boasted extremely high comprehensive abilities, capable of dealing damage, healing, and tanking, effective at range, and in melee, versatile in all situations. It could attack and defend with both physical and magical capabilities. It was well-rounded, but nothing was exceptionally outstanding. His 5 senses were slightly inferior to Daredevil's, his eyesight was a bit worse than Hawkeye's, his physique was lacking compared to Crossbones, his appearance fell short of Black Widow's. But if it came to a fight, all of them combined wouldn't be enough for Old Wang to beat. What? They were all world-class combat masters. Sorry, but actual combat was the sole criterion for testing fighting strength. How many people had they killed? How many battles had they fought? Old Wang was someone who stood atop mountains of corpses and seas of demons fighting Archimonde, though he genuinely couldn't win the first time. As for Captain America, having never fought that walking plot armor, Old Wang couldn't really judge. That guy was a bug. In his peak state, he could withstand Thanos punches. In the Marvel world, the physical fitness of Earthlings was far inferior to that of the World of Warcraft, let alone the Pantheon, and there wasn't the dense explosive energy to nourish them. No matter how diligently Old Wang trained, his physical condition still couldn't improve much. He was far behind Coughing Master Turanju and Pantheon Brewmaster Chinstorm Stout. Monks didn't have a great need for equipment. For fighting, a simple staff was enough. Although Old Wang trained in all 3 specializations, he had never really been a tank. The best defense was a good offense. Healing duties also weren't his responsibility. Having a sturdy enough physique was the best of all, it improved everything. So he decided to continue enhancing his physical condition. The blood of Azeroth couldn't be drunk directly, out-processing it into a bomb would be more appropriate. But that didn't mean other things were off the table. After pondering for 2 seconds, Old Wang made up his mind. Exchange for the water essence of the first well of eternity worth 0.11 grams. Camartage, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, Guardian of Earth, and a renowned figure across the multiverse, stared into the cauldron of the cosmos, lost in thought. Suddenly, she closed her eyes. Energy from other spaces and dimensions of the multiverse, shaped by silent incantations and mental power, coalesced into concrete forms. This was sorcery, the magic of Camartage, the magic of the Marvel Universe. A full minute passed. Ancient One opened her eyes. Another temporal shift, communicating with another universe. A universe I have never seen, and energy I have never encountered. Powerful interference prevents precise location. Strange. After another 2 minutes, the door opened, and a robust black man entered. Sorcerer Supreme. The black man bowed respectfully. Mordo. Ancient One spoke calmly. Notify the New York Sanctum to closely monitor temporal shifts in North America. Someone has contacted a new source of energy, a very powerful magical entity. A new source of energy. A magical entity. Baron Mordo was slightly taken aback. Not the Vishanti Trinity. Could it be? Not Dormammu, not the Crimson Universe, nor any dark dimension, or any hell. It seems to be another universe, another dimension unknown to us all. Ancient One's brow was tightly furrowed. We must determine whether it is friend or foe. Baron Mordo was slightly taken aback. The sorcerers of Camartage must establish contact with magical entities from other dimensions of the multiverse to draw energy and successfully cast spells. The orthodox sorcerer's source of energy is the Vishanti Trinity. Since the first Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto established, the 3 sanctums, millennia have passed, and the number of sorcerers on Earth is beyond counting. Sorcerers are not confined to Camartage and the 3 sanctums alone. Some have left, some have betrayed. Some shirk the duty to protect Earth, while others have defected to the enemy. Traitors exist everywhere. Nor is the Vishanti Trinity the sole source of power. Some have contacted Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, harnessing its energy for greater strength and so-called immortality. Others have connected with various hellish realms, obtaining power from hell or its lords such as Mephisto. There are even those who have reached out to the more terrifying Crimson Universe. But how many of them truly warrant the Sorcerer Supreme's attention or vigilance? Common defectors and renegades are dealt with by the sorcerers of the 3 sanctums, either killed or kept under surveillance. Earth constantly faces numerous terrifying threats, yet only those originating from the multiverse capture the Sorcerer Supreme's concern. For instance, Dormammu, Odin, and Thanos. The Hulk who emerged in recent years and the ever-present Ghost Rider do not even qualify. Could there truly be such a being on Earth? Even you cannot locate him. The entire Earth lies within your sight. Baron Mordo was perplexed. Was there someone even the Sorcerer Supreme could not find? A peculiar power or a formidable artifact interferes with my spells, preventing precise location. The Ancient One remained calm. Powerful beings all possess the ability to disrupt spells, Thanos Odin for instance. But even if Odin himself arrived, he could not evade my gaze. Heimdall cast his eyes upon Kamartaj every day, and I in turn glance at Asgard. Mordo was stunned. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Could a being more formidable than Odin be active on Earth? If even you cannot find him, how can the New York Sanctum possibly succeed? Mordo voiced his doubt. The three sanctums form Earth's protective network. The power Agamotto left within them far surpasses my own. Dormammu's assaults grow ever more frequent. Caecilius and his fanatics relentlessly attack Kamartaj and the sanctums. Hela Malekith Laufey Surtur. All are threats to Earth. I cannot afford distraction. The Ancient One continued, every time that being opens a spatial temporal passage, it causes fluctuations in space-time, effectively offering a coordinate. Though disrupted, each event provides vague data. The more data we gather, the more precise our location becomes. He moves not necessarily staying in one place. Mordo frowned. If he constantly shifts his position, we cannot find him. But if he frequently lingers in one or several locations, we can lock onto him. The Ancient One stated. Mordo fell silent for a moment, then asked, if we find him, what should we do? Observe. The Ancient One said, observe his every move, assess his abilities, his conduct, and determine whether he poses a threat to this world, whether he is an enemy or a friend. Then I shall go and see him. Mordo breathed a sigh of relief. With the Sorcerer Supreme's words, his mind was at ease. He was willing to lay down his life to protect Earth, but a being potentially mightier than Dormammu and Odin was not someone he was qualified to confront, as such a death would be meaningless. Then can you provide a more precise range? That would make the New York Sanctum's search much easier. You are the most powerful sorcerer since Agamotto, the true guardian of Earth. Even if you cannot pinpoint his location, surely you can tell us which city he is in. Mordo pleaded. I have already told you. The Ancient One remained expressionless. North America, within the heart of Azeroth. The Azeroth Fifth Ring Road, opened then closed seconds later, a bottle appearing in old Wang's hand. His expression turned somewhat odd, for this bottle was quite familiar. A crystalline magic vessel, palm-sized, imbued with powerful enchantments, ensuring its contents would not change with the passage of time. A truly remarkable piece of magic. The magic of Illidan, the betrayer, the demon hunter, the lord of Outland, the child of light, and shadow, the keeper of Sargeras, the loser, in a love triangle, the master of little yellow flowers, the man defeated by a banana. Before becoming a demon hunter, he was a mage, one of the most gifted mages of the ancient era in Warcraft's history. His magic was naturally extraordinary. Before the great sundering of the Well of Eternity, he had bottled 7 vials of its essence. This was one of them, or rather its remnant. Simply put, the essence had already been used, the bottle was empty. Yet a trace remained, a mere gram or so clinging to the interior. Old Wang could even discern from the residual aura that the bottle had been taken from Kael'thas, though from which timeline, he could not tell. Such a large bottle suddenly vanished. Surprising, isn't it? 11 grams of Azeroth's blood exchanged for roughly 1 gram of well essence, plus an Illidan-crafted vial of eternity. Not bad. The delivery fee was reasonable. The vial of eternity itself was a fine magical item suitable for holding wine. Once he had money, swapping it for a few barrels of ale would be a pleasant thought. Thunder Brew from Chun, Storm Stout Brew, Fortifying Brew, Transcendence Brew, Pure Brew, Mana Brew, Tigers, I Brew, Tiger's Tail Brew, and Healing Brew. All possessed magical effects exclusive to monks. I'll mix some Erguotu later. A small sip each day, and before long, it'll be stronger than Captain America. Old Wang was quite satisfied. The waters of the Well of Eternity nourished all life on Azeroth. Naturally, they would nourish his own body and soul as well. There was still 77 grams of Azeroth's blood left to exchange when needed. By the way, Old Wang suddenly recalled a serious issue. Would opening a spatial temporal passage be detected by others? Odin sat firmly in Asgard. Dormammu resided in another dimension. Thanos was far too distant. What worried him most was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. She was Earth's guardian, a titan among titans comparable to Azeroth's Egwene or Medivh, and undoubtedly formidable. If she discovered him, well, perhaps it wouldn't matter much. The Ancient One was a decent person, he wasn't a villain, so she likely wouldn't go after him. At worst, she'd keep an eye on him, though that would be uncomfortable. Opening a spatial temporal passage causes fluctuations in space-time. The young lady said, I've used several hundred tons of blood for interference and camouflage. The heart of Azeroth itself also possesses disruptive capabilities. Even if a spellcaster of Norgannon's caliber existed in this world, they couldn't pinpoint the location in one go. However, the more frequently and longer the passages are open, the easier it becomes to locate them. Old Wang nodded. Understood. He would minimize opening them until his strength reached a certain level. There was little to fear. Even Norgannon-level beings couldn't pinpoint him precisely. The Ancient One, no matter how powerful, was still far inferior to Norgannon, several tiers below. At this point in time, the only being on Earth requiring caution was the Ancient One. He would simply be careful. See you later. Old Wang waved and departed from the heart of Azeroth. In the abandoned old mansion, Old Wang regained his senses, the Darkhold clutched in his hand. It was a pity, really. Old Wang was no mage. Otherwise, he could have mastered the spells within, forging connections with the Dark Dimension and held his future achievements, potentially rivaling those of Doctor Strange, perhaps even usurping his position as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Alas, being a mage required a certain level of intellect, and Old Wang had little confidence in his own mental faculties. Wait a moment. In the Marvel Universe, mages didn't seem to need high IQs. Unlike in the World of Warcraft, Baron Mordo and that librarian with the same name didn't exactly seem like geniuses. Without the need for arduous study of magical knowledge or painstaking spell-weaving, one could simply contact the Vishani Trinity or other magical entities from various dimensions to borrow their power. It looked quite magical. That was what they called spellcasting. Quite impressive. The only issue was that it was like a castle in the air, unreliable and dangerous. What if the entity you borrowed power from grew unwilling? What if it had ulterior motives? Moreover, spellcasting seemed to come at a cost, be it a broken limb entrapment in some mirror dimension or time loop or physical harm that shortened one's lifespan. That was why the mages of Kamar-Taj were all formidable fighters, Gandalf-style battle mages. They prioritized strength, agility, and constitution, with spirit as a secondary attribute. Intelligence was barely touched, as it was rarely needed. Charisma could be completely ignored. They didn't even need to learn a light spell, their magic was granted by others. Spells couldn't be used recklessly and their variety was limited. No frostbolt or fireball, leaving them to rely on melee combat most of the time. Unlike the mages of World of Warcraft, who started as apprentices needing to learn a vast amount of magical knowledge to build a complete magical system, often spending years or decades before casting spells, their foundations were solid and their magic came from within, not from external sources. The mages of Kamar-Taj, on the other hand, were more akin to shamans and warlocks, at least somewhat. The world shaman could destroy a castle after 2 years of training. A warlock could grow powerful by selling his soul, and even the kidney-deficient doctor had only been in the game for a few years before becoming the guardian of the New York Sanctum. Talent was crucial. This talent manifested in communication with magical entities and other dimensions of the multiverse, as well as in the manipulation of energy. For Old Wang, none of this mattered. What mattered most was mages who wielded the power of the Dark Dimension and Hell were often corroded by dark energy, their appearances deteriorating to the point of looking like they'd spent 10 days and nights in cultivation. Darkened foreheads, purple lips, lifeless eyes, and eye sockets rivaling those of pandas. Something felt off. Old Wang suddenly felt it suited him. After all, in his past life, he was a panda with dark circles. Besides, was he really any different from the mages of Kamar-Taj? They could contact powerful magical entities from the multiverse and use them as sources of energy. For him, the Azerothian lady was his energy source. So he wasn't just a monk. By the definition of the Marvel Universe, he was a mage too. A true dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. The difference was that the mages of Kamar-Taj paid various prices for their spells, such as corruption by darkness. For him, the only price was money. Others paid with their lives, he paid with cash. Could there be anything more tragic? Seeing the Darkhold reappear, the eyes of the several new ghosts lit up instantly. When it had vanished earlier, they nearly broke down as if their beloved had been taken away. Now that it was back, their joy was indescribable. But just as smiles appeared on their faces, the Darkhold disappeared again. Their emotions swung like a roller coaster, undergoing sinusoidal fluctuations within minutes. "Give me the Darkhold, or I'll fight you," the irritable fat ghost Vincent roared. The rational thin ghost Frederick quickly grabbed him tightly. "Buddy, don't mess around. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag us with you. I still want a second chance at life." Lucy looked thoughtful. Earlier it was invisibility, now it seemed like another space. Was it the quantum realm or a parallel universe? Was it related to wormholes or phase shifts? Had the boss gained special abilities as a mutant or acquired some surreal high-tech? Sky watched Old Wang in silence. This guy had more secrets than fury. Had the Darkhold truly vanished, or was it just invisible? Of course, she couldn't ask that now, not with outsiders present. She'd find a place to talk with him calmly tonight. Within Robbie, the spirit of vengeance had grown unusually quiet. It despised the dark energy of the Darkhold just as it despised anything related to hell. But if it could obtain the Darkhold, it might actually enhance its power. After all, compared to Thon, it was still several levels below, and even Mephisto and Dormammu fell short. It was tempted to snatch it, but feared Robbie's reluctance. More importantly, it might not be able to defeat him. Old Wang scanned everyone, taking in their reactions, and smiled warmly like the boy next door. These new ghosts were all scientists with PhDs, intelligent and emotionally savvy. In theory, they shouldn't be so impulsive. It was the Darkhold's fault. It altered their temperaments, seduced their desires, and subtly lowered their IQs. Roxxon power plant, you know where it is. Old Wang stared at Lucy with a knowing smile. Lucy froze, a look of disbelief spreading across her face. Did the boss know even that? Knowing about Roxxon power plant was nothing special. It was a subsidiary of Roxxon Corporation, which had existed since World War II, predating Stark Industries, and was one of the largest companies in America. Every American knew it. But what about the implication behind those words? Did the boss know the connection between the lab and Roxxon power plant? The research conducted in the lab had begun during World War II, and the lab from that era was now the Roxxon power plant. It housed all the equipment needed to build a quantum generator. The lab's quantum generator and batteries were all sourced from Roxxon power plant. Did the boss know even that? Was he really that omniscient? No need to doubt. I know more than you think. Old Wang smiled inscrutable. He clapped his hands. Next, we split into two groups. You go to Roxxon power plant, I'll go get Eli. You can't wait much longer, can you? Lucy nodded. She could feel the tearing force of the dark power. Hell, the dark dimension, as the boss called it, possessed infinite darkness, stripped of any form of light or warmth, seeking to absorb any being that approached its state of existence. She was one of those trapped between dimensions. Time was running out. There was no other choice. She had to take the risk. Sky, Robbie, you two go to Roxxon power plant and wait for me. Old Wang smiled. Lucy, you and the others come with me to find Eli. Los Angeles prison. Natasha had gone out for dinner and brought some back for Coulson. Shall we keep waiting? Coulson rubbed his stiff face. My experience tells me that whoever took the battery will come back. He can't do without Eli. Night fell, and the lights blazed brightly. Outside the Los Angeles prison, Old Wang slipped into a secluded spot, pulled out his phone, and dialed Sky. Is it done? A melodious voice replied. In 1 minute, the surveillance and communication systems will be down. You have at most half an hour. If you drag it out too long, it'll be traced back through the MAC access point. Both S.H.I.E.L.D.S. hackers and the police's hackers are monitoring the system. They're not called hackers, Sky. You are. Old Wang hung up and chuckled. Lucy, it's your turn. Lucy nodded. For new ghosts drifted into the Los Angeles prison and soon located the main power switch. They materialized and pulled the lever. Then they severed all the main cables. Moments later, the four ghosts dispersed, drifting to different parts of the prison. A few seconds later, Lucy spotted a guard. Recalling her boss instructions, Lucy floated through him. In the surveillance room, Coulson ate dinner while occasionally glancing at the screens, the epitome of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Workaholic. Suddenly, all screens displayed the same image, a skull beneath 6 serpentine legs. The entire image was a blood-red hue against a pitch-black background, symbolizing darkness and bloodshed. Below the image were 3 lines of crimson text: Hail Hydra. Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. At the same time, a somber, icy voice echoed, We have returned. Seeing the image and hearing the voice, Coulson spat out a mouthful of spaghetti, nearly splattering it across Natasha's chest. Hydra. Natasha, who had been standing relaxed with arms crossed, instantly tensed up, hardly believing her eyes. Wasn't Hydra wiped out long ago? I've seen the files. They were eliminated by the Howling Commandos, led by Peggy Carter, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. The Howling Commandos were heroes carrying on Captain America's legacy. Coulson set down his fork and knife, rising. I hope it's a prank, or S.H.I.E.L.D. is in serious trouble. Agent Romanoff, they're here to rescue Eli. Notify our people, close the net, and catch the fish. Natasha nodded and flexed her hands. I hope they're worthy opponents. She picked up her communicator and dialed. There was no response. Checking the signal, she found none. The image on the screens vanished, replaced by static. No network. They're more formidable than we thought. The power room's compromised. The prison has their people inside. Coulson said, Fortunately, we have a backup plan. Brace yourself. My experience tells me the power's about to go out. As he spoke, the entire prison plunged into darkness. A single flashlight beam flickered on. Coulson shone his light. The prison has generators and backup power. They'll kick in soon. The internal network will reactivate and cybersecurity will restore communications, but ITLL take time. We need to find Eli. Agent Ward and his field team are outside the prison. They'll be fine. The two moved with their flashlights toward Ella's cell. Suddenly, they spotted several guards. Having been briefed earlier, the guards quickly recognized Coulson and Natasha as S.H.I.E.L.D. superiors and moved to report. But before they could speak, the guards' faces twisted in terror as if they'd seen a ghost. They stepped back, raising their guns. Coulson's expression changed. He saw the guards' eyes were sunken and dark as if they hadn't slept in weeks, resembling malevolent spirits from horror films, exuding an eerie aura. Something's wrong with them. Coulson quickly drew his weapon. He wasn't afraid of friendly fire. It was A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Tech invention, a freeze gun that wasn't lethal. Director Fury had ordered them taken alive. He wondered if it could handle these strange beings. But before he could pull the trigger, a shadowy figure flashed by. Natasha bent, crouched, and sprang. She leaped into the air. Scissor kick, elbow strike, heavy punch, chokehold, disarm, groin kick. Several muffled grunts followed, and all the guards collapsed. Natasha stood up, frowning, and dusted off her hands as she turned. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Coulson had become like the guards, ghostly, like a living corpse crawling out of hell. She shuddered, realizing something was wrong. Across from her, Coulson aimed his gun at Natasha. In his eyes, she too had transformed into a demonic figure. Yet both held back, refraining from action. Agent Romanoff, Coulson asked tentatively. Coulson, Natasha whispered, I've been affected too. Coulson smiled bitterly. Same here. Seeing Coulson's smile more terrifying than any ghost, Natasha shuddered. Stop smiling, it's creepy. Coulson's smile froze instantly. After a moment, he sighed. Have you ever encountered anything like this? Natasha shook her head. I've faced worse. Inhumans who control fire, unkillable freaks, cyborgs, the winter soldier that many intelligence agencies deny exists. But nothing like this. Coulson fell silent. If everyone in the prison had turned into these ghastly figures, chaos would reign supreme. What was happening? Was it connected to the Ghost Rider? Or the Darkhold? The two stared at each other, perplexed. No one noticed the ghostly Lucy passing through their bodies, lost in thought. Ghost infection. The boss name for it is quite fitting. These people had absorbed energy from her, energy from another dimension, making them appear this way. To their eyes, others also seemed ghostly, as if a transparent spectral veil, a mist of otherworldly energy, had clouded their vision. Thinking of that slightly chubby young Chinese man with his ever-present warm smile, Lucy's body trembled, a mix of fear and curiosity. How does the boss know everything? Who is he really? Elsewhere in the prison, it's time. Old Wang took a black cloth to cover his face, then leaped, clearing the 4 to 5 meter barbed wire fence. Using the darkness, he sprinted silently, his legs swift as the wind, charging into the prison. Lights flashed throughout the prison, but none caught Old Wang. The guards did their best to hold every passage and lock every cell door. But it was useless. The darkness couldn't blind Old Wang's eyes, and the guards couldn't spot a figure more agile than a cheetah. No matter how sturdy the cell doors, they couldn't withstand Old Wang's true chi and fists. Occasionally, he encountered guards blocking his path. Old Wang moved with lightning speed. Chokehold, knife hand strike, elbow jab. He barely needed the Pandarin's true chi skills. These ordinary humans were easy enough to handle. Having memorized the prison's layout in advance, Old Wang didn't waste a single step. In less than 3 minutes, he found Ella's cell and spotted the S-H-I-E-L-D field team guarding it closely. Eli leaned against the wall, motionless, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Someone was breaking someone out of prison. Of course, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't think anyone would come to save him. He wasn't an important person, and he had no one on the outside. He was reflecting. The police couldn't find the reason for Lucy and the others' disappearance, and Joseph had been beaten into a vegetative state, impossible to interrogate. The secret of that book would never be revealed. His main charge was malicious injury. The lab accident couldn't be pinned on him. Although he was sentenced to a few years, there would always be a time when he got out. When that time came, he had to find a way to get that book. It was the book of God, containing the knowledge to become a god. I'm doing this for all of humanity. Eli clenched his fists, convincing himself repeatedly. Mastering the knowledge in the book would allow him to create something out of nothing. He could solve the food crisis, ending famine across the world. He could even create life, sparing women the pain of 10 months of pregnancy and childbirth, and freeing men from the doubt of whether their children were truly theirs or belonged to the neighbor old John. He could make men not need women and women not need men. Love would be just love, transcending gender and even the constraints of species. Even if you fell in love with a snake, a ghost, a tree, or a rock, you could still reproduce, ignoring reproductive isolation regardless of whether you were male or female. He would become the hero of all humanity and the one and only God in their hearts and eyes. Thinking of this, Eli straightened his back. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. He quickly shrank into a corner, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. It seemed the jailbreakers were quite formidable. Who were they trying to save? The corrupt senator? Or the leader of the Fifth Street gang? It didn't matter, it had nothing to do with him. The gunfire grew more intense, accompanied by a few muffled groans. Had the fight reached the door? Eli thought for a moment and hid under the bed where it was safer. Bang! Suddenly the door opened. A beam of light flickered. Eli saw a face appear on the bedboard above him. It was Lucis' ghostly face grinning at him. In another cell, a plump, bald man lay half-reclined on his bed, completely ignoring the commotion outside. A large tattoo of the number 5 was on his neck. He was the leader of the 5th Street Gang. His prison strategy was to behave well and strive for a commutation of his sentence. With a steady stream of bribes, he would be out in a few years. Suddenly, the door opened. A low voice rang out. "Boss, we're here to save you." "Save me?" The plump, bald man was stunned, then quickly waved his hands and shook his head. "I'm not going out. I want to behave and get a reduced sentence." "Wait, bullshit. Since when does the 5th Street Gang have the guts to break into a prison to save someone? Do you think we're terrorists? Who the hell are you? Why save me? I'm not leaving you. I want to reform." The darkness hid the bald man's displeasure and also Lao Wang's bewilderment. After 2 seconds of silence, the low voice sounded again. "That's not up to you. The dragon warrior sends his regards." Bang! A massive fist appeared. 5 minutes later, power was restored. The entire prison was in chaos. A dozen or so prison guards had turned on their own. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, and they were quickly subdued without any fatalities. Standing in front of Ellis, Carlson and Natasha exchanged a glance, unsure of what to say. Before them lay a scene of S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents groaning in pain. Including Level 7 Agent Grant Ward, everyone except themselves and Natasha had been completely defeated. It wasn't a matter of broken limbs. The opponent seemed unwilling to antagonize S.H.I.E.L.D. and had held back. They hadn't even released other prisoners to cause trouble. But that didn't make them a good person or a saint. Breaking into a prison and assaulting people. How could that be good? Eli had been rescued. The mission was a failure. How many were there? Carlson was worried about his year-end bonus. After working hard all year, would he end up with no bonus? His beloved Lola was waiting for a polish. No, a paint job. 1. Ward got up from the ground, grimacing in pain, a mix of fear and excitement in his eyes. Just one person. He was incredibly fast. His punches were heavy. We didn't even have a chance to raise our guns. I've never seen such a powerful opponent. He's a true master of combat, a master among masters. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Never seen. You've seen me fight, haven't you? So you think he's stronger than me? How strong? She asked, her eyes dangerous. Her hands clenched, knuckles cracking. I don't know. Ward glanced at Natasha. I really don't know. He was too fast, so I couldn't even see him clearly. The whole thing took less than 5 seconds. And his moves were so precise, not a single wasted motion. It was like a veteran who'd survived hundreds of large-scale battles in the age of cold weapons. Natasha was thoughtful. Where in modern society could you find cold weapon warfare? Was it a highly trained assassin? She thought of the Red Room, of the training she had received as a child. Ward wasn't an inexperienced man, and his judgment wouldn't be wrong. The opponent was stronger than her. It seemed they had undergone the most rigorous training and for a very long time. At that rate, the opponent might be 70 or 80 years old, having completed countless missions and killed many people. Without enough time and experience, it would be impossible to so easily defeat an entire well-equipped field team, and they even held back. Carlson suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, Agent Romanoff, could you do it? Defeat an entire field team before they could even resist? Ward scoffed inwardly. Proud as he was, even though he admired a legendary agent like Natasha, he still had his own dignity. So what are you saying? Yes. Natasha thought for 3 seconds and answered with certainty. But I couldn't do it that fast. It's not a matter of skill, it's a matter of physical ability. My body can't support such fast movements unless they've undergone some kind of enhancement similar to Captain America's. Carlson stated the answer. There were some things he didn't say as they were classified. Air Force General Thaddeus C. Ross, known as Thunderbolt Ross, had restarted the Super Soldier program. The current Hulk, the former Dr. Banner, was one of them, a monster born from the program's unexpected results. There were more experiments like this. Some were military, some were government, and some were even private. S.H.I.E.L.D. had handled similar incidents more than once. Would they have to handle another one? Of course, it could be something else like a mutation. Or even an alien enhancement like Captain Marvel's, technological help like Ant-Man's, or connections to some mysterious organization like the Hand. If it were any of these, it wouldn't be a big deal. What he feared most was something else. Captain America wasn't the first to receive the Super Soldier Serum. The leader of Hydra, the Red Skull, was. And now Hydra's symbol had reappeared along with the declaration, "We are back." This was a declaration of war. Had Hydra successfully developed the Super Soldier Serum? Carlson's head ached. Ghost Rider, the Darkhold, Hydra, the Super Soldier Serum. This case was getting more and more complicated. The network and communications are back online. Carlson said, Agent Ward assists the prison guards in maintaining order. He'll request a Quinjet and a field team consisting of medical staff, science division, and tactical division members. I'm sorry, but all of you must undergo medical treatment and interrogation. Ward nodded. The procedures had to be followed. Everything from here on out had nothing to do with him, whether it was from S, H, I, E, L, D, S side or Hydra's. Coulson and Natasha quickly left. In a secluded spot, he picked up his communicator and dialed. Director S, H, I, E, L, D, might be in big trouble. Yes, Hydra's symbol has appeared. Outside the prison somewhere. Old Wang tossed the unconscious Five Streets gang leader and Eli into the car. The former was knocked out by him, the latter by Lucy and her group. It was a mercy they weren't killed. Old Wang shook his head. If it weren't for the exorbitant cost of the temporal passage and his reluctance to attract the attention of the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, so soon, he wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. It would have been far more convenient to simply turn invisible teleport in with Eli and leave. This commotion has blown things out of proportion. Still, pinning it on Hydra isn't a bad idea. It serves to divert attention. S, H, I, E, L, D simply hasn't realized Hydra still exists. Now that he's given them a nudge with Nick Fury's cunning experience and extensive intelligence network, a thorough investigation will surely expose quite a few of them. A purge is inevitable. Hopefully both S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra will be too preoccupied to bother him for a while. Of course, that's assuming this whole affair is resolved first. Fury is likely in the process of assembling the Avengers right now, but a vigilante like the Ghost Rider who stops at nothing definitely wouldn't sit well with Fury or the S, H, I, E, L, D Council. They probably won't invite him to join. However, neither Fury nor the Hydra higher-ups, especially Whitehall, that Red Skull associate who survived until now, would ever let the Darkhold slip through their fingers. So this is changing the storyline. Old Wang chuckled unconcerned. Following the plot exactly would be dull. Being a prophet is tedious. Since he's in this world, he might as well stir up some trouble. Keep an eye on them. Old Wang got into the car, started the engine, and stepped on the gas. He sped towards the Roxon power plant. S, H, I, E, L, D, Triskelion Headquarters Director's Office. Nick Fury stood with his hands planted on the desk, staring at the surface cluttered with a myriad of documents. There were seen photos sent by Coulson, Level 10 classified files from the World War II, Howling Commandos, investigative reports on the Ghost Rider and the Darkhold, and files on Hydra. A small black cube placed in the center projected countless beams of light, forming detailed, three-dimensional holographic images. The content shifted continuously. After an indeterminate period of scrutiny, Fury closed his eyes. The Ghost Rider, the Five Streets gang, Eli, the Dynamic Power New Energy Lab, Joseph, the Darkhold, the sealed Howling Commandos files, the secret World War II experiments, the relentless searches of Red Skull and Whitehall. All of it flashed and integrated within his mind. Ultimately, it coalesced into a single name. Fury opened his eyes. He grabbed the communicator and dialed Coulson. Take everyone and head to the Roxon power plant. In some unknown location, Whitehall paced restlessly back and forth in a conference room. Finally, the phone rang. He answered hastily, his voice urgent. Garrett. Clairvoyant, what's the situation? A steady voice replied. Fury isn't conducting a full-scale investigation of S, H, I, E, L, D yet. That cunning bastard. He's ordered Coulson and Black Widow to the Roxon power plant. A Quinjet has taken Ward and his team to a secret base for medical treatment and interrogation. Whitehall frowned deeply. No full investigation. That's even more terrifying than a direct one. Fury doesn't want to cripple S, H, I, E, L, D. He's probably going to use his level 10 clearance to slowly weave a net and catch them all at once. Too bad he has no idea that his superior, the Secretary of Homeland Security and S, H, I, E, L, D, Council member Alexander Pierce, is one of us. What does Pierce say? Whitehall asked again. He was a founding member and the current head of Hydra, but he was mainly responsible for research, not management. Moreover, Hydra isn't a highly centralized organization. Each head has its own sphere of influence, cooperating primarily, making it difficult to command others. Pierce was the Hydra head within S, H, I, E, L, D, O, and currently the most capable and powerful one. The Clairvoyant answered. Members embedded in S, H, I, E, L, D will refrain from any action for the time being. Pierce will personally contend with Fury. He'll handle this. Fury trusts him. Whitehall was silent for a moment. What about the Darkhold? It's as important as the first 084. Garrett, you know your condition. You don't have many years left. If I get the Darkhold, I can give you a new body, grant you immortality. Now isn't the time for a complete break with S, H, I, E, L, D. We're not ready. Fury has his eyes on everyone in S, H, I, E, L, D. This is the last time I'll contact you. The Clairvoyant said. The Darkhold will have to be handled by your people. Also, Pierce will send you an asset. Who? The Winter Soldier. Roxon power plant. Old Wang got out of the car and dumped Eli and the bald Five Streets gang leader onto the ground. They landed with a thud rolling in the mud. Sky and Robbie had already arrived. Seeing the unconscious Eli, Robbie's expression was complex. Kill him. Kill him. He's the one who ruined you and your brother. Let your rage consume him. Let hellfire punish him. The spirit of vengeance incessantly urged. Shut up, Robbie muttered, annoyed. Old Wang glanced at Robbie. The spirit of vengeance was truly nothing good. It was a malevolent spirit that escaped from hell, sustained by the desire for vengeance. Without that desire, it would be dragged back to hell in an instant, so it constantly goaded Robbie into seeking revenge. It completely disregarded personal feelings. Old Wang remembered the original storyline. Robbie was a good kid with strong morals, a kind heart, and he deeply valued family. In the end, he still tried to persuade Eli to let go. It was only when Eli developed the intent to kill Robbie that he dragged Eli down to hell with him. At least up to this point, Eli never intended to harm Robbie. No one did. It was all an accident. How could Robbie possibly bring himself to do it? If anyone deserved revenge, it would be Joseph. But Joseph? Sky leaned in and said, Wang, Joseph has been taken. She opened her phone, showing a short video clip. The timestamp indicated it was from half an hour ago. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Rapid Response Special Forces unit protecting Joseph was suddenly ambushed by a group of armed thugs. They used RPGs, bombs, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. Apart from the team leader, Agent Brock Rumlow, who was severely wounded and escaped, no one else survived. One of the thugs even shouted "Hail Hydra" directly at the surveillance camera. Then the unconscious Joseph was taken away. The camera was shot out. Pretty quick reaction. Old Wang scoffed. Joseph was the lab director, undoubtedly important. S.H.I.E.L.D. SRD department had plenty of advanced tech, even capable of erasing and altering memories. It wasn't impossible to find a way to wake Joseph. His knowledge of the Darkhold was more valuable than a dozen scientists. It was only natural for Hydra to want him. Agent Brock Rumlow was a world-class martial artist on par with Black Widow. It was also normal for him to survive while others died. Everything seemed perfectly normal. The problem was that Agent Brock Rumlow himself was a Hydra mole embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. The infamous Crossbones. A triple win. They captured Joseph, wiped out the S.H.I.E.L.D. Rapid Response Team, and kept Crossbones' cover intact. Impressive. It was hard to tell if this was orchestrated by Alexander Pierce or by John Garrett, the clairvoyant and superior of another mole, Grant Ward. Most likely the former. And the actual execution was probably handled by other Hydra heads, possibly even that immortal degenerate Whitehall. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. intended to hide key personnel. With a big shot like Pierce shielding them, even a cunning fox like Fury was powerless. Pierce was the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was the one who had promoted Fury to the position. Although Fury trusted no one, relatively speaking, Pierce was certainly among those he trusted most, along with Coulson and Black Widow. With Hydra resurfacing, it was almost certain Fury would consult Pierce. In terms of sheer eloquence, Pierce was a master and Fury would likely be outmatched. We need to hurry. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra will be here soon. Old Wang glanced at Robbie. The implication was clear. It's your turn to shine. Unleash your fury, boy. Robbie, his face dark and silent, grabbed one in each hand and got into the car. Without even needing to ignite the engine, he started it like a seasoned driver. Flames began to lick at the wheels. Lucy cast a pitiful glance at Old Wang, her eyes, an expression eerily ghostly. Old Wang gave her a look that said, "Figure it out yourself." Lucy understood. With a wave of her hand, the four ghost group followed with sinister grins. In the heart of Azeroth, the young lady quickly covered her eyes, peeking through a tiny gap. Then she suddenly remembered Old Wang hadn't entered, so she relaxed, lowered her hands, and muttered under her breath, "Study hard, make progress every day." What followed was a scene unsuitable for children. Due to the considerable distance, even with Old Wang's keen hearing, he could only catch the gist. Phrases like, "I am your uncle for all of humanity, Lucy, listen to me, I actually planned to bring you back once it was all over." A torrent of explanations utterly useless. Robbie, having navigated the gritty underbelly of society for years, and having died once, was not easily fooled. Lucy and the others, even more seasoned, were beyond forgiving Eli. Some needed to vent, some to explain, some to beg, but the final outcome was inevitable. Old Wang, with his vast experience, had long foreseen it. 10 minutes later, Robbie returned. The bald leader of the Five Streets gang was gone, and Eli was awake, beaten into consciousness. His face was swollen and bruised, every inch of his body battered, with blackened eyes, purple lips, bloodied face, and burned scars teetering on the edge of disfigurement. His legs were clamped together, and his future sexual happiness was uncertain. But his limbs were intact, and he was still alive. All settled. Old Wang looked him over, quite satisfied. Lucy had indeed shown him respect. Settled, Robbie replied in a low, somber tone. Old Wang turned to Eli. How did your chat go, great engineer? So it was all a lie. No such thing as creation from nothing, no God. More like a devil. Eli rubbed his black eye, staring at the Chinese youth with a warm smile, suddenly feeling a chill run through him, as if he had walked through hell. His crotch nearly wet, he forced a grin. Robbie knows him, actually a good guy. I always followed the law. It was the Darkhold that corrupted me. He looked at Robbie pleadingly. Robbie turned his face away expressionlessly, pretending not to see. Lucy and the 4 ghosts group surrounded him with furious expressions. All right, I was wrong. They'll help you build the quantum generator, help you start anew. I don't want to die. Once it's done, you have to let me go. Eli quickly raised his hands in surrender. Old Wang was noncommittal. It was indeed the Darkhold's fault. The Darkhold could tempt and amplify one's inner filth and evil, but you had to have that filth and evil within you first. Of course, 99% of people do. It's just your bad luck to be caught up in it. I might let you go, but will others? I don't care. I'm not your parent. How you settle things internally is none of my business. The night was deep. The Roxanne power plant lay in total darkness. It had shut down not long ago for certain reasons, with only a few guards on duty. Old Wang used a physical hypnosis method to deal with the guards, and then strolled inside. Following Luce's guidance, he quickly found the materials he needed. Everything was ready. The battery was available. All that was needed was to build the quantum generator. It didn't need to be high quality. Even a disposable one would do. Appearance didn't matter, only the function. Eli was an old hand at this, and with Robbie and Luce's help, it wouldn't take long. Unfortunately, it couldn't be taken away. The battery box wasn't a true storage battery. It was more like an adapter that required power and a massive amount of it. No other place could supply that, not even high voltage lines. The best solution was to restart the power plant. Eli was indeed a professional engineer, knowledgeable in many areas. Time ticked by. Suddenly, Old Wang's ears twitched. He heard faint footsteps. Our guests have arrived. Old Wang smiled, took out the diluted water of the well of eternity, and took a small sip. Feeling the primordial energy of Azeroth nourishing his body, essentially absorbing the essence of the Azerothian lady, he suppressed the overwhelming sensation of growth and vitality, then turned to Sky. Which side is it? S, H, I, E, L, D, or Hydra? Eli was an old hand at this, and with Robbie and Luce's help, it wouldn't take long. Unfortunately, it couldn't be taken away. S, H, I, E, L, D, Sky said, zooming in on the S, H, I, E, L, D logo on the newcomers' uniforms. The image vanished instantly because S, H, I, E, L, D agents spotted and destroyed the camera. Impressive professionalism. Old Wang praised, then cracked his knuckles and said with a smile, now that S, H, I, E, L, D is here, can Hydra be far behind? As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Sky quickly pulled up footage from the corresponding location. A burly man in a dark gray uniform, face covered, hair disheveled, with icy eyes, strode forward, carrying an impressive-looking grenade launcher. He raised the grenade launcher. Boom. A grenade exploded among the S, H, I, E, L, D agents. A deafening blast caused heavy casualties. Tossing aside the grenade launcher, the masked man grabbed an equally formidable submachine gun. Rat-a-tat. A rapid succession of gunfire accompanied by short, stifled groans wiped out an entire S, H, I, E, L, D Special Forces unit. Some returned fire. Bullets struck the masked man, but had no effect. Small holes appeared in his uniform, but not a single drop of blood. The left sleeve was torn, revealing a gleaming silver arm. A mechanical arm of unknown material exuding a high-tech aura. Old Wang froze. Then he froze again. What the hell? This was the Winter Soldier. Pierce had actually sent the Winter Soldier. If memory served, the Winter Soldier's next appearance should have been against Fury. This was premature. Old Wang felt a surge of excitement. In the 18 years since arriving in this world, this was the first time he had encountered someone worthy of being an opponent. It stirred his hunter's instinct. Captain America hadn't been thawed yet. Iron Man hadn't been kidnapped. The Hulk was still hiding in Brazil or Canada. Thor hadn't descended. The first Ant-Man had broken ties with S, H, I, E, L, D over a decade ago. Captain Marvel was who knows where. Who in S, H, I, E, L, D could stop the Winter Soldier? Hydra was ruthless. They intended to wipe out the entire S, H, I, E, L, D team. Wait. It seemed S, H, I, E, L, D was collateral damage. The Darkhold was the main target. Stay here. Robbie, protect them. I'm going to meet the Winter Soldier. Old Wang's hands itched to confront the Winter Soldier and perhaps save some S, H, I, E, L, D agents. Coulson was a good man, not yet a Hydra agent. For future dealings with S, H, I, E, L, D It was best to go through him. Others were either unreliable or too rigid. Old Wang preferred softness, women were for hardness. Black Widow was beautiful, and if he could save her he would. Old Wang wasn't trying to be a simp. He preferred mixed-race Chinese or pure Chinese women over blonde bombshells. He didn't need too much flesh, his own was plenty. Besides, Black Widow's romantic history seemed a bit extensive. But beauty was beauty pleasant to behold, and the Marvel storyline without her would lose some charm. Without her who would soothe the Hulk's fragile, vulnerable heart. Robbie, don't let your uncle do anything rash. If he does, you do the same. Let's see who's crazier. Old Wang added another warning. Robbie nodded heavily, chain in hand, sticking close to Eli. Old Wang was reassured. Even if Eli tried something sneaky like sending everyone into the gaps between dimensions, the Ghost Rider could still destroy him. Having witnessed the Ghost Rider's terror, Eli likely wouldn't dare. The gunfire continued. There were even small explosions and sounds of collapse. Old Wang, barehanded and face-covered, ran toward the Winter Soldier. The wind rushed past him on both sides, gently brushing against Ski's face. Inside the power plant, near the entrance, a special forces unit has been attacked, and there is only one enemy. He possesses extraordinary physical abilities surpassing the limits achievable through human training, comparable to the data of Captain America preserved by the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Wait, this face looks somewhat familiar. Coulson, a devoted fan of Captain America, was very attentive to the small team led by him. S.H.I.E.L.D. has some classified materials with low security levels, including photos of those individuals. The person on the tablet gave him a sense of familiarity. The facial features and physique were somewhat recognizable. However, due to the mask, he couldn't recall immediately, nor could he connect it to the brothers of Captain America or Bucky, who had gone missing after falling off a cliff. Natasha glanced at the screen. Her entire demeanor froze, her pupils dilating, revealing a rare hint of apprehension on her face. Agent Romanoff, do you know him? Coulson keenly sensed something was off. The infamous Black Widow, who underwent the most rigorous and brutal training from a young age, would also feel apprehensive. He is a killer whom many intelligence agencies do not believe truly exists. Those who do call him the Winter Soldier. Some believe his appearance signifies the arrival of winter, and others think that Winter Soldier is a plan, not just one individual. Natasha fidgeted with her wrists, adjusting her widow's suit, gripping her pistol tightly. For the past 50 years, he has been regarded as the perpetrator of over 20 assassination cases with no failures. I suspect Howard Stark was also one of his victims. Looking at him now, he is one of Hydra. 50 years. Coulson furrowed his brow. He looks very young, not over 40. S.H.I.E.L.D. has relevant materials with level 7 clearance. You can request access anytime. Researchers in the scientific department believe it is related to cryogenic technology. He may have survived since World War II, spending most of the time in hibernation, which is not too difficult a technology. Natasha said, there was a time I was severely injured, almost dying, you know that. Coulson replied, I don't know. Although my clearance is higher than yours, you usually only follow the director's orders. Your movements are very secretive, and S.H.I.E.L.D. rarely sees you, only your legends remain. How would I know your situation? Natasha explained, at that time I was escorting a nuclear physicist out of the Middle East when someone blew out my tires near Odessa, and the car fell off a cliff. It was the Winter Soldier. We narrowly escaped, but as the Winter Soldier fired, I shielded the scientist, and the bullet passed through my body, killing him. She lifted her top, revealing a wound on her right waist. Farewell, bikini. I heard there are now perfect scar removal technologies. While our salaries are insufficient, the director would definitely not reimburse this. Coulson recalled his almost non-existent year-end bonus, his mood plummeting. How terrifying is his? His combat ability is comparable to mine, but he has a better mastery of firearms. He never speaks, lacks humanity, and remains cold and silent, making him even more terrifying. Natasha answered without hesitation, he possesses a strong physique on par with Red Skull and Captain America, and has undergone physical modifications. His left arm is a high-tech mechanical arm equipped with anti-tracking technology that even the tech department cannot crack, interfering with electromagnetic waves. I'll handle him, the others will provide support. Okay. Coulson didn't hesitate. A strong physique and being one of Hydra made him instantly think of the Super Soldier program. If nothing unexpected happens, the Winter Soldier has likely also been injected with the Super Soldier serum. His strength is at a tonnage level, speed is comparable to a family sedan, endurance is regenerative, and his perception and reaction capabilities are monstrous, with combat experience and ability at a Black Widow level. Such a monster is not something I can handle alone. Wait. Ward mentioned that only one person saved Eli, who is stronger than Agent Romanoff. Could it be the Winter Soldier? He indeed has that capability. But why would the Winter Soldier spare S.H.I.E.L.D. agents instead of killing them all? Could he be connected to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Suddenly more gunfire erupted, and pleas for help came through the earpiece. Not just the Winter Soldier, Hydra has sent others as well, at least 50. Damn it, where did all these people come from? Coulson couldn't help but curse. Agent Ward's team was sent for treatment and interrogation. The rapid response special forces were wiped out with the only survivor severely injured and near death. No matter how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. is in a hurry, they cannot bring in too many personnel, and the Quinjet support takes time. Melinda May, who had fought alongside him for a long time, withdrew from field duty after the Bahrain incident and transitioned to a civilian role. Coulson felt extremely insecure. "You go deal with the others, Gil. Take on the Winter Soldier." Natasha's expression was emotionless. "I'll hold him off until you provide support." She didn't say to eliminate the Winter Soldier, as it might not be possible. As long as you can hold him off. The Winter Soldier is in combat. Or rather, he is in slaughter. He shows no expression, with sharp and cold eyes completely focused. Years of brainwashing have left him only capable of passively accepting and executing orders without any other thoughts. Such twisted focus. As long as a person is focused, they can succeed at anything. In 10 years, they can become a master. And as for assassinations, he has been doing it for over 50 years. Though he spent most of the time in cryogenic sleep, there were also long periods when he was awake, continuously receiving training, mastering many languages, and proficiently handling hundreds of weapons, including piloting the latest Quinjet. To be focused to this extent, how terrifying must that be? Some within Hydra view him as more formidable than the Captain America of that time. The mission has two objectives. First, obtain the Dark God book at all costs. Second, eliminate as many of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s living forces as possible, especially Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff. The first mission is the priority. Intelligence indicates that someone has obtained the Dark God book, taken Eli, and entered the Roxxon power plant, seemingly to conduct some urgent secret experiment. What exactly it is, he does not know. But one thing is clear: this mission will not be easy. The opponent is highly likely connected to something called Ghost Rider. Less than 10 pages of information indicate that the Ghost Rider possesses strength and speed comparable to Captain America, as well as greater endurance and the ability to manipulate flames. This will be the most terrifying opponent he has faced since his inception. He has made sufficient preparations. But before that, he must deal with all the enemies in the way. Raise the gun, shoot. No one can stop him. Thousands of training sessions have honed his marksmanship to surpass almost everyone in this world, requiring no aim. His shots hit every time. Suddenly, the Winter Soldier sensed danger. A current of 3.0 volts struck him, causing his body to convulse, almost immobilizing him, nearly causing him to lose control. A microbomb exploded, instantly followed by a tear gas canister. A barrage of bullets flew towards him. A cold, beautiful tactical dagger sliced through the darkness. A black shadow rushed in from afar. "Do you remember me, Winter Soldier?" He recognized her, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who had narrowly escaped. Without uttering a word, the Winter Soldier activated a device on his left arm. The microbomb's power was limited and could not harm him. The tear gas canister was ineffective against him. He had already tested that several hundred times. The powerful current can instantly incapacitate an ordinary person, but it only temporarily paralyzes him and does not affect his left arm, which has anti-electromagnetic interference. He suddenly swung his left arm to meet the Black Widow's venomous sting. 50 meters away, in a corridor, after 3 turns, the wind blew from both sides, but old Wang suddenly stopped. An unknown duel between the Winter Soldier and Black Widow. This lonely man and woman in the dark in a closed room, isn't it inappropriate? You need a 100-watt light bulb. Old Wang's lips curled into a warm smile akin to that of a neighbor's boy. This was indeed a rare sight. He needed to take a good look. But he couldn't disturb their enjoyment, so he slowed his steps, moving even slower, ensuring they wouldn't notice him. Old Wang moved forward. The wind swept past him. 3 seconds later, he stopped in a dark corner. A dagger is easily deflected. The tactical dagger, crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D. SRD division, boasted superior materials. Yet the bionic arm from Hydra was equally formidable, exuding a high-tech aura with its indomitable strength. When the dagger struck it, only a faint scratch was left. This was nothing. The arm also possessed the ability to amplify strength, a Marvel version of the mythical Kylan arm. It was immensely powerful, effortlessly sending the tactical dagger flying. Natasha felt a surge of immense force, her arm numbing. She executed a complex, graceful aerial maneuver, landing on the ground before springing forward with both legs. Leaping up, spreading her legs, closing them, twisting her hips, arching her back with a head toss for momentum. Natasha seated herself firmly on the Winter Soldier's shoulders, executing the signature Black Widow's scissor hold. Despite her slender appearance, Natasha's legs possessed incredible strength, capable of snapping a man's waist or neck. Many Marvel superheroes could attest to this. These legs, her iconic scissor hold, had broken countless necks. Yet it was futile. It had no effect on the Winter Soldier. Even leveraging her waist to topple him was impossible. His feet seemed rooted to the ground. The Winter Soldier remained expressionless. Suddenly, he grabbed Black Widow. A headbutt. Bang. Their skulls collided. Natasha was instantly dazed, nearly losing consciousness. She twisted her waist, transforming into a slippery eel to escape his grasp, but he flung her hard, sending her crashing to the ground. The bionic arm raised. A micro-missile launched. Natasha sprinted away. Boom. The missile exploded, unleashing a shockwave and debris. Natasha dove to the ground, dodging most of it, but still took several hits. Her back and waist ached fiercely. The Winter Soldier charged forward with heavy strides. Natasha scrambled up and fled. There was simply no way to fight. The Winter Soldier possessed not only formidable combat skills and physical prowess, but also a ruthless, merciless nature. He was a weapon fanatic, preferring arms over hand-to-hand combat. His combat effectiveness was terrifying. Most importantly, he never fought fair. A dozen Hydra agents rushed in. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of gunfire erupted. Natasha hurriedly dashed around a corner to evade. But she wasn't fast enough. No one could outrun a storm of bullets. A bullet struck her waist, nearly breaking it. Then another hit her leg. Her leg buckled, forcing her to one knee. Getting up again seemed impossible. The gunfire abruptly ceased, replaced by the heavy footsteps of the Winter Soldier, who seemed even heavier than he looked. What did they intend to do? Natasha knew all too well. Capture, interrogation, all kinds of brutal torture, even the worst horrors for a woman. It didn't matter. She had endured it hundreds of times. If they couldn't break her, they'd use her as bait. S-H-I-E-L-D would risk everything for the legendary Black Widow, who she was too valuable. Natasha decided not to resist. Getting captured might allow her to uncover Hydra's secrets and then find a way to escape. She had done it so often it was second nature. As she contemplated, Natasha saw a foot in a sneaker, then a leg in sweatpants. Not short, but not long. Not thick, but not thin. Then a second foot, a second leg. Someone emerged from the corner, rushing toward them. Suddenly, in a blur, the person vanished. Natasha instinctively turned her head, catching an almost indistinguishable afterimage rolling past her and landing before the Winter Soldier. Yes, not walking, not running, but rolling. Rolling into a ball. What kind of special forces or assassin school taught that rolling was faster than running? It wasn't even downhill. And it was incredibly fast, much faster than an Olympic champion's 100-meter sprint. It defied the laws of physics. The ball of flesh suddenly unfurled into a person. Dressed in cheap athletic, were the kind that cost no more than $20 at a roadside store. It looked like a knockoff. The person stood upright, about the same height as the Winter Soldier, slightly plump, but nowhere near as burly. Standing side by side, it felt like an office worker facing a fitness coach. His face was covered, obscuring his features and age. But his demeanor suggested a middle-aged man, exuding a calmness unattainable by the young. Suddenly the man raised his hand. It didn't seem particularly fast, but it was. Natasha, with vision sharp enough to read fine print beyond the last line of an eye chart, and specially trained motion capture abilities, could see every detail clearly. It wasn't a fist, but a palm with fingers pressed together. It struck the Winter Soldier's chest. The Winter Soldier flew backward while the man remained motionless. Natasha felt her worldview shatter. This defied every principle of physics, action and reaction learned in middle school. When one person strikes another, the force is mutual. If both are stable, the lighter one should recoil. Even with momentum from speed, this shouldn't happen. You stood still while the significantly heavier Winter Soldier flew back. Was this a movie? And it was only the beginning. What followed made Natasha's eyes widen and her mouth fall open large enough to hold 2 quail eggs and a sausage. Gunfire erupted. The HYDRA agents, well-trained, opened fire. But not a single bullet hit the man. He charged into their midst. Fists, palms, kicks, headbutts, chokes, rolls. A flurry of attacks. Each move was graceful and beautiful. At times fierce as a tiger, steady as a mountain, swift as a leopard. In just 9 seconds, the Hydra agents were completely neutralized. Only the Winter Soldier, a distance away, got up seemingly unharmed. Natasha suddenly recalled Agent Ward's report. Was the one who took down all of them in 7 seconds, not the Winter Soldier, but this man in cheap sportswear. No wonder he hadn't killed Agent Ward and his team. He wasn't with HYDRA, he was Hydra's enemy. Chi burst, tiger palm, spinning crane, kick, dim mak, fists of fury, and more. Plus countless friendly sparring sessions learning from masters of 13 martial arts schools in Chinatown: Bajiquan, Taijiquan, Bagua, Zhang, Xingyi, Quan Hungar, Wing, Chunji, Kyun, Du, praying mantis. He had synthesized them all. Mastery at will. Effortless execution. A grandmaster. He could easily defeat these Hydra soldiers who relied heavily on high-tech gear. The only exception was the Winter Soldier. After taking a full-force tiger palm, he was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing through a wall, yet he seemed fine. Was the super soldier serum that formidable? Old Wang casually brushed non-existent dust from his clothes, placed his right hand behind his back, extended his left, and looked at the rising Winter Soldier with a faint, knowing smile. Should I call you Sergeant Barnes or the Winter Soldier? Do you still remember Captain America from Brooklyn? Steve Rogers. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Coulson, engaged in a firefight with other HYDRA agents, heard the calm voice over his earpiece and froze. The Winter Soldier was Sergeant Barnes. Hadn't he fallen off a cliff? He survived. How was that possible? At the Triskelion S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the director's office. The one-eyed man tapped the air, and a holographic display pulled up all files on James Buchanan Barnes. Several entries caught his attention. In 1943, Sergeant Barnes was captured by HYDRA. Zola performed experiments on him similar to the Super Soldier program. He was subsequently rescued by Captain America Howard Stark and Peggy Carter. His physical abilities were enhanced beyond normal, surpassing other soldiers, second only to Captain America. In 1944, he fell from a cliff during a mission. Captain America attempted to recover his body, but failed. Sergeant Barnes. Steve Rogers. Captain America. Why do these names feel so familiar, as if I've heard them somewhere before? But I can't remember. It hurts, my head hurts so much. Strange, why does thinking about this give me a headache? No, I mustn't think. I'm here to complete a mission. My mission is to obtain the Darkhold Weaken S.H.I.E.L.D. and eliminate Agent Coulson and Agent Romanoff. No matter what enemy stands in my way, they must be eliminated. The Winter Soldier decided to ignore old Wang, who fighting was the priority. First kill this one, then go after someone called the Ghost Rider. However, old Wang suddenly pulled a piece of paper from his chest. It was folded and crumpled. With no other choice, old Wang opened it, smoothed it with his chi, and gave it a gentle flick. Catch. Whoosh. The thin paper flew like a throwing knife, landing before the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier initially wanted to dodge, sensing something dreadful about the paper. But upon hearing old Wang's charismatic, deep voice, like a $10 subwoofer, he inexplicably reached out his hand. A blur trailed behind his movement. He pinched the paper. Using his left mechanical arm, its hard alloy shell was scratched, leaving a white mark, utterly baffling. It was a piece of comic paper, uneven on one side, as if torn from a book. The Winter Soldier picked it up and froze. It was a train traveling along a cliff's edge. The dominant color was white, snow-covered peaks, silver serpents, dancing wax, elephants galloping. A vast expanse of pure white. The Winter Soldier was instantly displeased. I stopped fighting just for this. The back. Old Wang felt slightly awkward. He had picked it up from the old mansion where he found the Darkhold. The owner there was a die-hard fan of Captain America with a replica shield, comics, and posters galore. Old Wang had needed to use the restroom back then, and lacking paper, grabbed a comic. He never expected to use it now. It was a bit moldy over time, but it would do. He had torn out several pages back then, and didn't use them all. True to the Chinese virtue of thrift, old Wang couldn't bear to throw them away. Who knew they'd come in handy now? The Winter Soldier flipped it over. It was the same scene. A flamboyant, handsome man in a ridiculous uniform with a round shield crouched on the train roof, his face etched with anxiety, one hand reaching down as if trying to grab something. Another person was falling off the cliff, hand reaching up, despair written all over his face. The Winter Soldier was stunned. He saw the faces of those two people. The face above was so familiar, as if had seen it somewhere. Was it in a dream? Could he be the Captain America from Brooklyn? The face below was even more familiar. It was himself. Fragmented, unclear images flashed through his mind. There was Captain America himself, a very beautiful and formidable woman, a proud and brilliant scientist, and a group of excellent comrades. There was a small, terrifying figure, and another, even more terrifying one, staring at a red skull. Weapons beyond their time. Too fragmented to form a story. So each fragment was a story. Suddenly a strange emotion surged within him. It was nostalgia, gratitude, a bond of absolute trust, of familiarity and strangeness spanning 64 years. The Winter Soldier felt dazed and lost for the first time, deeply concerned about his past. Who am I? Where do I come from? What am I supposed to do? What is my connection to Captain America? His eyes grew moist, blurring his vision. What is this? Tears, a sign of weakness? No. The Winter Soldier is a warrior. There must be no tears. He no longer wavered. His mechanical arm clenched, crushing the comic paper into shreds. His face turned icy cold as he charged at old Wang. Old Wang shrugged. He knew it would come to this. Hydra's brainwashing was formidable. Even Captain America's presence couldn't awaken his memory, let alone a mere comic page. But it must have had some effect, perhaps causing Hydra some trouble. His right hand, hidden behind his back, moved to the front. The Winter Soldier was still the Winter Soldier. Old Wang decided to go all out. He planted his feet in a figure-8 stance, slightly crouching. One hand forward, one hand back. Fierce tiger style. Tsubasa Azora, come and fight. The slightly chubby youth moved with the grace of a dragon and the stride of a tiger, his thick hands embracing emptiness and drawing circles, every motion fluid and natural, as if perfected by heaven. Like Tai Chi, like Bagua, like an ink wash painting born from 5,000 years of history. Like running script, like cursive script. Splashing ink and wielding the brush, the strokes danced like dragons and serpents. In truth, it was none of these. It was the drunken immortal's method of parrying and evading. Having taken a small sip of watered-down erguotu, he was now half-drunk, half-sober with an immortal aura, the so-called drunken immortal. In an instant he blocked the Winter Soldier's 17 attacks. You may be strong, but I am the breeze brushing the mountain. You may be fierce, but I am the moon shining on the great river. Old Wang shifted his footing, spun his body, and suddenly struck out with a palm, his chi surging with the roar of a tiger and the rumble of thunder. Gust step combo. Thunderous fury break. Boom. The Winter Soldier was sent flying once again, his chest caved in. This chain of attacks shattered the carbon fiber uniform and breached the super soldier's formidable physique. In a rapid series of sharp cracks, ribs broke. Old Wang pressed his advantage relentlessly. His steps were swift as the wind as he quickly closed in. He delivered several more punches. Then several more kicks. Rising sun kick. Crane neck kick. The Winter Soldier flew even farther. He crashed straight through a wall. Whoosh. Old Wang curled into a ball, rolled on the ground, and used chi thrust. In an instant he caught up with the Winter Soldier. The mechanical arm swung. Old Wang sidestepped, fingers together, and brought down a knife hand strike. It struck the Winter Soldier's left shoulder. Then he grabbed the mechanical arm with both hands. With a sudden twist. Crack. A sharp sound came from the shoulder. Old Wang raised his leg and kicked the crane neck kick. The Winter Soldier was sent flying again while the high-tech mechanical arm remained in Old Wang's grasp. The Winter Soldier got up, ready to continue the attack. Suddenly his steps faltered as if he had heard something. He turned and ran. Old Wang was about to pursue when his expression shifted and he raised an eyebrow. High explosive grenades were thrown in. They were about to detonate. Hydra has lost its mind. Old Wang quickly stopped and turned to flee. This corridor was going to collapse. The building above was going to collapse. The entire area was going to collapse. If he didn't run, now he'd be buried alive. Though Old Wang was confident he wouldn't die, it was still an unpleasant feeling, and thinking of Black Widow kneeling in the corridor behind him, Old Wang sighed. There was still a burden to carry. The grenades exploded. A sphere of chi enveloped his body, absorbing the damage. Old Wang rolled on the ground, even making a turn, quickly reaching Natasha, and reached out to grab her. Then he flung her over his shoulder. He carried her and ran. Natasha felt intense pain. Her waist, back, chest, and especially her lower abdomen, as if something hard was pressing against it. She reached down and understood. It was the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm in an awkward position. Of course Black Widow wouldn't blush and her heart wouldn't race. That was irrelevant. What mattered was that she had survived. Was she rescued or captured? This masked figure, whose age and face were hidden, seemed to wield a mysterious Eastern power, something called chi. Natasha recalled a mission where she fought a member of the Hand. They also used chi, but they were weak, no match for her. Compared to that person, the one beneath her was far too powerful on an entirely different level. Who on earth was this man? As she pondered, Old Wang stopped. He gently exerted force with his shoulder, setting Natasha down, and raised an eyebrow. You can go now? Remember, you owe me one. With that, a breeze swept by, and Old Wang vanished. Natasha was stunned. That's it. You're not capturing me. No imprisonment. No torture. No interrogation. No inhumane methods. That's not how it's supposed to go. I was planning to extract information from you. Your name. Natasha suddenly called out. She regretted it instantly. Why would he tell her? This wasn't a romantic drama. Then a drifting voice reached her ears. Kunlun's iron fist sends his regards. Old Wang did not linger. In less than 2 minutes he returned to the deepest part of the power plant. Wang, how is the situation? Let me check if you're injured. Sky rushed over and began patting Old Wang down. Her hands wandered to an inappropriate spot, tickling him slightly. Before he could refuse, she let out a surprised huh, and looked up at him with a suspicious glare. You smell of a woman, strongly. She plucked a curled strand of blonde hair from his clothes. Sky, are you part bloodhound? Does Quake have that ability too? Old Wang spread his hands and explained helplessly, I just saved Black Widow's life. Yes, there was some physical contact, but not what you're thinking. You know, I couldn't have done anything that fast. It's been less than 5 minutes. I'm fine. Now what's the situation? Sky ignored his last remark and rolled her eyes. I don't know. How could I possibly know? Besides, that was a pathetic attempt to change the subject, Wang. You're terrible at it. Hydra has retreated. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents are cleaning up the battlefield. Both sides took heavy losses, but S-H-I-E-L-D suffered more than Hydra. Sky added, most of the surveillance cameras were destroyed, so I don't have many details. Wang, what's that in your hand? A mechanical arm. It's the Winter Soldier's. They'll explain later. Old Wang glanced around. Where's Robbie? A few Hydra agents dug in from another side. Robbie said they were all criminals, so he went to exact vengeance. Sky replied. Old Wang nodded. Hydra had infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D, so every move S-H-I-E-L-D made was known to Hydra. If he hadn't intervened this time, every S-H-I-E-L-D Agents sent here would likely have been wiped out by Hydra. Natasha would never have escaped, and Coulson would probably have been killed too. So M.S. H.I.E.L.D.'s benefactor. Too bad I'm too noble to seek rewards for my good deeds. I don't even leave my name, only others. He wondered how many more years it would take for the weakest Iron Fist in history to return from Kunlun to New York and bring shame to the Order. Legend had it that the mightiest Iron Fist Wu Fengji once defeated a fragment of the Phoenix Force. Now that was impressive. Compared to her, the current Iron Fist was laughably weak, reduced to a street-level hero. The immortal power of Shoulao the Undying could only be channeled into a single fist, and he was often bullied by ordinary people, even inferior to the underage Pandaren Li. Pathetic. Maybe I should go to Kunlun and steal Shoulao's power and become the Iron Fist myself. Old Wang mused. Though it was a spuro-fement thought, he had considered it for several seconds, and for good reason. It might yield unexpected results. Of course, that was a matter for later. For now, he had to resolve the issue of Lucy and the other 3 children. With the Winter Soldier, severely wounded, Hydra would surely retreat. Nick Fury was sharp and S.H.I.E.L.D. was formidable on the surface. Reinforcements would arrive soon. Natasha was badly injured, but Coulson would likely lead a team to track the Winter Soldier, only to be ambushed by Hydra. That man was lucky and would probably survive. Besides, Natasha would report everything to Coulson and Fury. In fact, she didn't need to. The micro-camera and communicator on her were always active. Coulson and Fury already knew everything that had happened. They probably wouldn't dare to barge in. After all, this Iron Fist of Kunlun and the Ghost Rider were beyond their ability to handle. They couldn't just send bombers to carpet the area, could they? It would be hard to justify to the public. This wasn't like after the Battle of New York and the Avengers. They couldn't easily blame aliens. Moreover, saving Natasha was a gesture of goodwill. Fury wasn't some brainwashed patriot. He wouldn't casually provoke an uncontrollable martial arts master like him. Even if there were schemes, they wouldn't be executed so quickly. Time was short, but still sufficient. Heavy footsteps echoed. Robbie walked over, dragging a chain. There was no blood on him, not even the smell of it. All burned clean by hellfire. The Ghost Rider was formidable, leaving no trace of evidence, not even hair or blood for DNA testing. All dealt with. Old Wang glanced at Robbie and noticed the spirit of vengeance had grown stronger. It thrived on the desire for retribution. For the Ghost Rider, avenging himself counted as vengeance, and avenging other victims counted as vengeance too. Simply put, as long as someone committed a wrong, there was a victim. Eliminating the wrongdoer empowered the spirit of vengeance, making it stronger. At a certain level of strength, it could even contend with Doctor Strange. He hoped Robbie could control it. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to be ruthless. "They're dealt with," Robbie replied. He then walked behind Eli, lost in thought. Inside him, the spirit of vengeance stirred restlessly, but ultimately dared not act recklessly. Because he saw Old Wang take out that magical crystal vial, which even he coveted, and take a small sip. The energy within Old Wang surged dramatically. Not only was his previous depletion replenished, but it threatened to overflow. His physique grew stronger. His power increased. Yet even now he still seemed unable to defeat Old Wang. Half an hour later. "It's done." The last wire was connected, and Eli shouted with unprecedented ecstasy. Old Wang calmly looked at Lucy. "Check it." Lucy quickly complied. A few minutes later, she nodded, unable to contain her excitement. "Perfect, absolutely perfect. I can finally be human again. I've been waiting for this for almost a month." Old Wang smiled. "Then let's begin." The 4 ghost children drifted into the room-sized quantum generator. It activated. The entire power plant's electricity was channeled into it. Old Wang raised an eyebrow. He sensed the concentrated energy, which was somehow connected to shadows. That made sense. The quantum generator was opening another dimension, a dark dimension known as Hell. Its power was dark energy, fundamentally no different from shadows or void energy. All hells fell under the domain of darkness, including Dormammu's home dimension. The so-called between dimensions was actually a state of being. They had already transformed into the energy form of hellish beings, but had failed to enter hell. They were like ghosts lingering in the mortal world. Now the quantum generator was altering that form. This was a transformation of energy into matter. Some spells could easily achieve this, like evocation magic, but through science very few had succeeded so far. Captain America was one example. It wasn't just the super soldier serum that made him who he was. The serum required a special device to aid absorption along with an enormous electrical supply. Back then, to help Captain America absorb the serum, a massive blackout occurred across a wide area. The result was astonishing. The scrawny Steve Rogers grew taller, broader, and gained significant weight, a perfect example of energy-to-matter conversion. Now for Lucy and the other 3 to transform from weightless ghosts into humans of flesh and blood, they needed even more electricity. Fortunately, the power plant could supply enough. The process was brief. Before Old Wang's thoughts could finish, Lucy and the other 3 appeared inside the quantum generator in human form. Even the clothes they had worn in life were intact. Old Wang felt a twinge of disappointment. How dull. A moment of greatness. This is the moment to witness a miracle. Eli could barely contain his excitement. He raised his hands high, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, allowing the spotlight to cast upon him, basking in the glory of being the center of attention. Though his audience numbered only 7, he experienced immense inner satisfaction, his body and soul utterly fulfilled. His sense of life's value and social worth was realized, his worldview restored to completeness, giving him the illusion that the world lies beneath my feet, the universe within my eyes, and I have become a god. Only God could create humans. That was a forbidden domain. And now he had accomplished it, creating 4 humans out of thin air. The dark dimension held the cracks between dimensions. None of it mattered. Even if it meant stealing energy from another dimension, so what? He was still the only one capable of doing it. I am a god. Eli was lost in boundless fantasies. Then the next moment a cold snort pulled him back to reality. Lucy and the other 3 stared at him with hostile eyes, sending a chill down his spine. 1 against 4, clearly outmatched. I gave you a second chance at life, and you want to send me to my grave. Eli quickly shed his divine demeanor, dropping his hands to the seams of his trousers, standing at attention with a fawning smile. Thank God for giving me the chance to atone for pulling you back from the gates of hell. This is God's grace and also your blessing. Robbie shot a similarly hostile glance at Lucy and the others. My uncle is still my uncle. He harmed you, then saved you, so it's even. Though the harm he caused me and my brother hasn't been settled yet, that's for me to deal with. You all step aside. You're still reeking of hell's aura. Watch out, or he'll turn into the Ghost Rider and send you straight to hell. Old Wang glanced at Robbie, but mostly at the spirit of vengeance within him, his eyes equally hostile. They are my people. If anyone is to destroy them, it will be by my hand. Who do you think you are? Step aside. Wang, we've got a situation. Sky, uninterested in the group's squabbles, had been staring at her phone. Suddenly she fixed her gaze on Old Wang and said, I've hacked into the traffic surveillance system. Coulson's team tracked the Winter Soldier, but fell into an ambush. At a critical moment, a Quinjet appeared, and over 20 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents reinforced Coulson. Aside from the Winter Soldier, Hydra was wiped out. S.H.I.E.L.D. is heading back. So it was an ambush after all. The Quinjet is a nice piece of tech. They'll have to find a chance to swindle one from Fury along with a few pilots. That bald bastard really sent Coulson's team after me. He's relentless in his quest for the book. Old Wang chuckled and leaned in. Give me the details. Sky held up her phone. On the screen were a series of choppy, low-quality videos that looked like they were taken covertly. The Winter Soldier blended into the crowd and escaped. Even with a missing arm, no one could stop him. He leaped from buildings dozens of meters high. Without hesitation, his parkour skills maxed out, completely ignoring terrain, turning Los Angeles into his personal playground. S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered heavy casualties, likely losing most of their field agents deployed in Los Angeles. Hydra fared even worse. One by one, they went to meet Satan. One S.H.I.E.L.D. agent looked familiar. A woman in her 40s with an Eastern face, not very tall, wearing a grim expression. She fought fiercely, her moves clean and efficient, and she clearly cared deeply for Coulson, rushing toward him the moment she stepped off the plane. Get out of my way or die. A woman fighting with desperation is more terrifying than a man. She wielded a pistol and a tactical dagger with equal proficiency. A punch, a kick, a headbutt. She was ferocious beyond belief, clearly having undergone rigorous combat training. She single-handedly took down 7 fully armed HYDRA soldiers, not even flinching when she took a bullet to her left arm. Impressive. Melinda May S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 7 agent. Probably down to level 5 or 6 now. Not long ago, during the Bahrain Island incident, she killed an inhuman little girl who could control others, saving many hostages. She's the legendary cavalry. Old Wang clicked his tongue and shook his head. Melinda May was quite capable. Though not on par with Black Widow, she was likely stronger than Ward. She was a living legend at S.H.I.E.L.D. Known to almost every agent, her exploits growing more exaggerated with each retelling. Some said she took down over a dozen enemies with her bare hands. Others claimed 20+ agents. Still others insisted it was over 100 armed thugs. It was all nonsense. Maybe Black Widow could pull that off. Her combat skills were formidable, but her mental fortitude was lacking. Killing a little girl left her traumatized, and the shadow over her heart was so vast, even her husband couldn't calculate its area. She abandoned field duty for a desk job. Unlike Black Widow, who waded through gunfire and explosions, her body supple as willow, but her heart hard as iron, indifferent to life and death, ready to fight at any provocation. Of course, the legendary cavalry wouldn't crumble like that. It was likely the inhuman's ability that affected her. To be fair, many were controlled by that little girl, but she wasn't. That alone was remarkable. Now she had overcome her psychological barrier to come and support Coulson. Was their relationship really just about being colleagues and friends? Whether others believed it or not, old Wang certainly didn't. May seemed to be divorced. Coulson appeared never to have married. Both were getting on in years at an age of untamed desires. Coulson was an open-minded American and May, raised in America, was half American. They had been close collaborators for many years, occasionally crossing the threshold of friendship in the lonely, cold darkness of night or day, drawing close, seeking warmth in each other, reaching the shores of ecstasy, drifting in bliss. It was understandable. Old Wang shook his head, dispelling these random thoughts, then gestured for everyone to gather around us. H-I-E-L-D is almost here. It's time for us to leave. What are your plans now? Lucy and her three companions exchanged glances, snickering. You really expect us to decide our own fate? We know your identity and your secrets, and you just let us walk away scot-free. Who are you kidding? After a full 5 seconds of silence, old Wang sighed. Fine, I'll take full responsibility for you. You can't stay in Los Angeles anymore. You need a new place. How about Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico. Lucy was taken aback. Boss, why would you think of Puerto Rico? Though it's a U.S. territory, it's actually a self-governing commonwealth different from the 50 states on the flag. Puerto Ricans hold U.S. citizenship, but don't enjoy all the privileges that come with it. What would we do there? Go camping. The key issue is that Puerto Rico is quite far away. It's not on the North American mainland, but on an island chain between North and South America in the Eastern Caribbean. Word has it there are quite a few pirates. Also, the place used to enjoy various U.S. preferential policies, treated like a lover. Now those policies are gone, and it's gone from lover to illegitimate child, a bastard. Going there won't lead to any prosperity. I have my own plans. Old Wang scanned the group. You seem reluctant. No problem. I don't like forcing people, and I don't like threats. You can leave right now. By the way, S-H-I-E-L-D should be arriving any moment. Don't think too highly of them, and don't overestimate your own importance. The little knowledge you possess might be worth less than your bodies. With a sigh, old Wang added, besides, as any merchant knows, selling something whole isn't profitable. It's the parts that fetch a high price. Like organs, for instance, or slices. Sky rolled her eyes, sliced. You're just craving the lamb slices from that Chinatown hot pot place, aren't you, boss? Robbie snorted, and the spirit of vengeance muttered in his mind, this guy's got a bit of a mean streak. Boss, you're outright threatening us. Lucy quickly volunteered, I'll go. Vincent, Frederick, and Hugo exchanged glances and said in unison, I'll go. Eli had wanted to ask if he could go somewhere different from Lucy and the others to avoid a hard time later, but one look at old Wang's beaming neighborly smile made everything clear. I'll go. But how do we leave? Sky raised her hand to ask. How to get out of the power plant. How to travel thousands of kilometers to Puerto Rico. The $1,000 in your bank account obviously isn't enough, and even with mine it's still not. As for these guys, they don't even have bank cards. We can't just grab a log and drift, can we? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment of truth. Old Wang pulled up a map of Puerto Rico on Ski's phone, grabbed the coordinates, sent a wisp of his spirit into the heart of Azeroth, and asked the young lady with a smile, I want to exchange for a teleportation spell, one that can send all of us thousands of kilometers away. Men really are no good. You only remember me when you need something. The young lady huffed, her face cold. China's mass teleportation from the Battle of Mount Hyjal. That'll be 11 grams of my blood. Outside the power plant. In the sky. Inside, the invisible Quinjet Melinda was bandaging Coulson's wounds. Her technique was skilled, though her touch was a bit heavy. Whether it was intentional or deliberate was uncertain. Mel, I'm so glad you're here. Coulson gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing a semblance of a smile. It seems you've come out of the shadows. We can fight side by side again. After the Bahrain incident, we... Don't mention that. Melinda frowned, clearly agitated and sensitive to the term. Coulson, how many times is this that I've saved you? The 6th time. A nostalgic look crossed Coulson's face. Back then, I was a level 4 agent, and you were level 3. We went on missions together. We were both so young. I thought you'd abandon me to complete the mission, but you came back. How that hurts. Then stop talking. Melinda's face was cold, but her eyes held a hint of tenderness and guilt. If I hadn't applied for a desk job, I would have been on this mission, and Coulson probably wouldn't have ended up so badly. 2 minutes later, the bandaging was done. The aircraft landed in the plant's open area, still maintaining its stealth cloak. Operation begins. Coulson stood up and addressed everyone. This operation has 3 objectives. First, rescue Agent Natasha Romanoff. Second, secure the power plant and collect all useful items and intelligence. Third, make contact with those inside. Do not open fire without my order. All right, move out. The others filed out. They dispersed quickly. In teams of 5, they activated scanners, searched continuously, moved bodies to the open area outside, and frisked them. Coulson, along with Melinda and a few others, took a direct path into the plant. After a series of twists and turns, breaking through several doors and blasting down a few walls, they finally found Black Widow sitting against a wall. "You're finally here." Natasha barely lifted her head, unable to stand. "Agent Romanoff, you're badly injured and need immediate treatment." Seeing the bullet holes covering Natasha's body, Coulson realized the situation was dire. With wounds like these, multiple gunshots, and so much time having passed, only someone with her exceptional constitution could still be alive. If it were anyone else like himself, he'd probably be dead by now, right? "You've lost too much blood. Mel, take some people and escort Agent Romanoff out immediately. Fly the Quinjet directly to the hospital. Don't refuse. That's an order. You're the best pilot I know." Coulson gave the order with utmost seriousness, then bent down to examine Natasha's wounds. The next second he froze. This didn't add up. Hit by so many bullets, not dying was one thing, but how was there hardly any blood loss? Her face wasn't pale at all. In fact, it was quite rosy. "Agent Romanoff, I recall you never carry hemostatic agents or anything like that. Even if you did, they're not health potions from an online game. They'd stop the bleeding at best, but wouldn't make your face rosy. It's not some kind of aphrodisiac. And with that tight uniform, you can see everything from head to toe. There's nowhere to stash anything." "He saved me." Feeling the strange power still flowing through her body, mending her wounds, Natasha recalled the masked martial arts master in her mind. No, Grandmaster. It was he who, while carrying her, channeled a stream of chi to protect her internal organs, seal the wounds, and continuously repair the damage. That's why the bleeding stopped. That's why she didn't feel the chill, but instead felt warm all over. It was itchy and soothing. He was a good person. Just a bit old, perhaps. To have reached such a level in martial arts, unheard of. He must be at least 40 or 50, right? Or maybe 70 or 80. His stamina was so great, his speed so fast, his strength so immense. Was it all the effect of chi? Amazing. Coulson's hand froze in front of Natasha. Romanoff's tone and choice of words were off. "He? Who exactly is he? That guy calling himself the Iron Fist of Kunlun?" Of course, this wasn't the time for questions, and it didn't seem like she was obligated to explain. Agent Romanoff was a true legend of S.H.I.E.L.D., answering only to the director. "Leave someone to look after Agent Romanoff. The rest of you follow me." Coulson led Melinda deeper inside. As he walked, he kept calling out, "Attention, people inside. I'm Agent Phil Coulson of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'm here on behalf of Director Nick Fury. I mean no harm. Do not attack. Repeat, do not attack." No response. Coulson hesitated for a few seconds, then gestured. "Proceed with caution. Move in closer." With the Quinjet's support, they had new cryoguns and stun guns from the Science Division, more powerful yet non-lethal, along with various tear gas, smoke, and flash grenades. That should be enough to handle whoever was inside, right? It took a full 5 minutes to cover less than 200 meters. They finally reached the deepest section. Coulson was stunned. Huh, where were they? Where was the Ghost Rider? Where was Eli, the Iron Fist of Kunlun? And what happened here? He looked around, speechless, completely bewildered. Not only were the people gone, but many intact items had been dismantled. The floor was covered in marks from dragging and scraping. Earlier scans from outside had indicated there should be a lot of equipment here, but it was all gone. Only a few wires lay forlornly on the ground. Coulson looked further ahead and was stunned again. The drag marks stopped. Had someone carried all that stuff away? But the doors were so small, how could they have gotten it out? So, what the hell happened here? Coulson was utterly lost. Azeroth, an insignificant timeline Mount Hyjal. Gazing at the Lich Rage Winterchill who had crumbled into a pile of bones in the mountain hollow, and the Dreadlord Anetheron finally slain by thousands of elite soldiers, Jaina Proudmoore let out a sigh of relief. Warriors of the Alliance, the Burning Legion's assault grows ever more ferocious. We cannot hold this ground. We must retreat. We must now set aside our hatred and support Thrall and the new horde he leads. Brave adventurers, I thank you for your aid. I regret that my magical power and spirit are severely depleted, making it impossible for me to transport all of you to the horde encampment. The Sentinels of the Night Elves will guide you onward. We shall proceed ahead. With the assistance of human and high elven mages, Jaina began her incantation. After several dozen seconds, a colossal mass teleportation spell was finally completed. Jaina exhaled in relief. Though she had not yet ascended to the rank of legendary, executing a spell of this magnitude was arduous, yet undeniably necessary. Mount Hyjal was vast. The distance from the Alliance camp to the Horde camp spanned dozens of kilometers. Direct teleportation would not only save time, but also conserve stamina, allowing the weary soldiers ample rest, the wounded to receive treatment, and everyone to fully recover their strength. As for those greedy adventurers, they had been paid their due rewards, and nothing was owed to them. When a true crisis struck, they would undoubtedly flee. Unlike the warriors of the Alliance who must fight to the death. Warriors of the Alliance, follow me. We make for the Horde encampment. Jaina raised her staff. Streaks of cerulean light descended upon one Alliance soldier after another. All were enveloped, drawing envious gazes from the adventurers. Let us go. Jaina activated the mass teleportation. The spirits of all Alliance soldiers lightened. Then a flash of light, yet everyone remained rooted in place. The mass teleportation had vanished. Jaina looked at her staff, then at the bewildered Alliance soldiers, and finally at the adventurers scrambling for the Chronicle of Dark Secrets and Unbending Will. She felt like weeping. Father Teacher Arthas Kael'thas Thrall. Can any of you tell me where such a grand mass teleportation spell has gone? Exhausted, she could no longer cast a second mass teleportation. Jaina had no choice but to attempt a minor teleportation spell. Yet she failed twice in a row. No, the spell succeeded, but the teleportation vanished. Heart-weary Jaina chose not to waste more mana and led everyone in a retreat on foot. The weary, wounded Alliance soldiers could never outrun the tireless hordes of the Burning Legion. 3 hours later, the Alliance was annihilated and Jaina was dead. A day later, the horde was wiped out and Thrall fell. 3 days later, the Night Elves perished entirely. Malfurion and Tyrande were no more. The mighty Archimonde finally emerged, climbed the world tree, and greedily siphoned its energy. He grew larger and larger. At last, he drained the world tree and the second well of eternity of all their power. 1 year later, beneath a burning sky, the entire world was reduced to ashes. The New York Sanctum. Ever since receiving the command from the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, relayed by Baron Mordo, the Sanctum's guardian Daniel Drum, had been using the Sanctum's own power to monitor all of North America. Suddenly, his calm, dark face stirred. His thick lips parted, revealing gleaming white teeth. Finally detected. Combined with the Sorcerer Supreme's surveillance, we can essentially confirm the unknown mage is located in the western or southern part of North America. America. Some state, some district. A secret Hydra base in a place unknown to many. Whitehall's private laboratory. Joseph lay on a specially designed test table, enjoying the special treatment from a team of lab coats. On his head was a strangely shaped helmet somewhat resembling the virtual reality helmets countless gamers had yearned for over the years if one ignored the assortment of brutal tools within. Fine probes pierced his skull, and a milky white agent to enhance neural sensation was injected into his body, 9 cubic centimeters. A weak electric current delivered intense stimulation akin to an electric chair some in certain nations would never experience, though far less severe. Instead, it brought unprecedented pleasure evidenced by a stubborn, defiant protrusion. Shadowless lights like those in an operating room illuminated every crease on his face. Joseph felt as though he had lived 100 years in a dream. At times he writhed in agony, veins bulging, face contorted, drenched in cold sweat. At others, he moaned in ecstasy, his aged face, flushed body, twisting in movements of profound shame. Several data cables connected to various medical instruments, including an exorbitantly priced supercomputer. Fluctuating spectrums monitored his vital signs and brain activity. A full 10 minutes passed. Suddenly Joseph's eyes snapped open. "Aunt!" He screamed in pain, but as the agony subsided, his gaze began to focus. Seeing everything before him, Joseph was bewildered. Where am I? Wasn't I supposed to be tied to a table being whipped by Eli? That place was fine. Why the change of venue? What are you going to do to me? No. Excellent. Whitehall approached the table, toying with a long, sharp scalpel. He traced it across Joseph's face, adjusting its position with precision, a gentle smile curling at his lips. I ask you, answer. First question, where is the Darkhold? The Darkhold? What are you talking about? I don't know. You should check the library. A flicker of evasion and panic showed in Joseph's eyes. Who is this man? How does he know about the Darkhold? Does he know Eli? Is he one of Ellis' men, or is Eli his man? Eli couldn't break me, so he sent me here to this man. Heh, I fear neither ropes, whips, nor candles. Am I to be afraid of a scalpel? No one will take my Darkhold. Hey, why does my face hurt so much? No, it's excruciating. 100-fold amplified pain gave Joseph a taste of a woman's labor. This feeling, it felt so good. Whitehall smiled tenderly, his fingers moving with practiced ease. The scalpel left a deep, long gash across Joseph's face. On the left side, from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Quite aesthetically pleasing. He lifted the scalpel, watching a single drop of blood slowly fall from the tip, hearing Joseph's screams, seeing the terror deepening in his eyes, and the pleasure hidden within that fear. His voice was as gentle as his smile. Wrong answer. One cut. Joseph's fists clenched white, and a sudden, overwhelming thrill surged through him. A liquid containing certain fertilizer shot from his lower body, a pungent, acrid odor filling the air and soaking his entire summer. Whitehall continued to smile, the scalpel tracing a blur of motion. An almost identical gash appeared on Joseph's right cheek. Symmetrical to the left. Neat and pleasing. This beauty was unrelated to art. It was a mathematical beauty, the kind that pleases an engineer's heart. Polluting the air. One cut. Whitehall's grin widened. Rest assured, I've dissected many bodies. A few years ago, I even specialized in the ancient Chinese art of Lingqi. I guarantee each cut is swift and precise, as thin as a slice of mutton. I may not manage 360 cuts, but within 120 you certainly won't die. You won't be able to even if you want to. Joseph swallowed hard. He felt engulfed by boundless terror. He wasn't afraid of injury. The principle of pain mingled with pleasure eludes many, but he reveled in it. But being carved into hundreds of pieces was decidedly less pleasant. How could such a terrifying person exist? In that moment, Joseph's fear of this man overcame the allure of the dark hold. He'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Puerto Rico, the capital San Juan. It is a coastal city with the boundless ocean to the north, the entire city bathed in the salty sea breeze, cooling an entire summer. In the wilderness near the city, a flock of sheep grazed carefree. Some were fat, some thin, some fast, some slow, some lazy, some pretty, and some looked quite cheerful. Suddenly azure lines appeared in midair, sketching out one intricate teleportation array after another. A cable descended from the array like the legendary Immortal's rope. Boom. With a deafening crash, a square quantum battery box fell from the sky. The sheep were bewildered. What was happening? Sheep on the ground, boxes from the sky. Before the sheep could recover, a massive alloy room landed. More things fell down. There were wires, data cables, and some strange objects that moved when powered on. Finally, several people fell down. A little lamb blinked. It had heard of rain falling from the sky, but never of people falling from the sky. And several of them at that. Thump, thump, thump. Eli was at the bottom with the slender Frederick and Hugo on top, then the plump Vincent, and finally the curvaceous Lucy. The prolonged screams frightened the sheep. It wasn't Eli, but Frederick and Hugo. Eli was knocked unconscious. Vincent shifted his rear, feeling something soft and warm pressing on top of him. It was so comfortable, he didn't want to get up. Robbie bent slightly at the waist and knees, landing on the grass, bound by his iconic chains in a meticulous professional manner. Old Wang appeared on the other side, landing gracefully. He reached out, scooped Sky into his arms, and sighed. This landing spot seems off. Well, errors are inevitable. We just chose the most suitable one from the infinite timelines of Azeroth. It's not like we summoned Jaina or Medivh to cast spells on the spot, so we can't be too demanding. They were still quite lucky. It would have been truly tragic if they had been teleported thousands of meters into the air or deep into the sea or underground. As for directly summoning Jaina or Medivh for help, let's not even mention Medivh, because with Old Wang's blood there was no hope. As for Jaina, the white-haired sorceress version wouldn't work either. The version from the Battle of Mount Hyjal might barely be summonable, but the key was that it consumed a lot of blood every second. Old Wang didn't want to be a 5-second wonder. That feeling was terrible. Besides, mass teleportation was very difficult and took a long time to cast, making it impossible. Old Wang looked into the distance. The sea and sky merged into one line. Sunset clouds and lone ducks flew together. Autumn waters shared the sky's color. It was indeed beautiful. San Juan was only 10 li away, not too far. This was an old city founded in 1508, with a population of over 6,000. In the great foodie empire that was nothing, not even comparable to a small county town, but on a relatively small island like Puerto Rico, it was quite impressive. San Juan was actually a port city with considerable annual import and export trade. The people's living standards were not low, and it wasn't too crowded. Such a city was actually quite suitable for retirement, but Old Wang knew very well that he probably didn't have the fortune to retire in this life. Back then, he had finally managed to overthrow Agrimar and Argus the Unmaker, thinking he could return to his hometown of the Wandering. I'll set up a little stool in front of his door and watch the sunrise and sunset. But that didn't happen, and he found himself crossing over again. A protagonist is a protagonist when is there ever leisure time. Wang, what are we doing here? Sky turned over and escaped from Old Wang's arms, gazing at the exotic scenery in the distance. She was somewhat enchanted, momentarily dazed, thinking that spending a lifetime watching the view with Old Wang wouldn't be so bad. But her parents still hadn't been found. Find a place to reassemble these things and continue their experiments. Looking at the items before him, Old Wang felt gratified. Jaina's mass teleportation was formidable. It could transport a small army without issue, so it couldn't go to waste. So Old Wang had decided then these expensive pieces of equipment had to be taken. Robbie and the others spent a few minutes gathering all the good removable items they could find. With a flash of magical light, everything was teleported here. As for how to transport them away, anything money could solve wasn't a problem. The problem was they had no money. Touching the bank card in his pocket, Old Wang turned to look at Robbie. Lucy and the other three had just been resurrected and certainly had no money. Besides, they were already dead. If they suddenly went to the bank to report a loss and get a new card, they'd probably be invited to the police station for coffee and might even attract S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. Eli had just gotten out of prison and not through normal means. He also had no money and couldn't go to the bank either. Ski's belongings were in her car, which was at the repair shop. After counting, the richest among them all was actually Robbie. There was still 100 USD in the bank card, enough for now. The key was that old Wang still had to plan for future living, be thrifty, and spend sparingly. All right, you'll have to pay it back. Robbie sighed, preparing to call and rent a car. Don't worry, I'm never paying you back. Not a single cent. Old Wang patted Robbie's shoulder, looking at Robbie's flaming head, and said with a smile, but I can help you heal your brother's broken legs, make them as good as new, even better than before. How about that deal? Robbie was about to transform into the Ghost Rider and have a serious talk with old Wang. But then he heard the second half of old Wang's sentence. He was instantly stunned. His brother was still in the hospital. Both legs had been broken in that car accident. He didn't have the money to send his brother to the best hospital or hire the best doctors. Even if he had the money, it wouldn't matter. Modern medicine couldn't fix it. His brother was strong, comforting him that it was okay. But Robbie had seen his brother secretly crying late at night. Nobody didn't care about their own legs. Robbie had been in despair, but now he saw hope. Compared to his brother's legs, what was a little money? He quickly called to rent a truck. 2 hours later, a box truck brought everyone and everything to the old town of San Juan, stopping near the northern watchtower. Afterward, Robbie rented a relatively cheap large warehouse and generously paid for a year's rent. Everything was moved in and reassembled. Of course, this took time, and old Wang couldn't stay here the whole time. San Juan had something he needed, or more precisely, something Sky needed. That was the real reason he chose San Juan. But not now. There were still more important things to obtain. As for now, having been away for so long, it was time to go back. More importantly, Robbie couldn't wait. Reluctantly handing over his bank card and password to Lucy as living expenses for this period, old Wang spent 0.02 grams of Azeroth's blood to exchange for 2 ordinary teleportation spells from some unknown, unfortunate soul. A flash of magical light passed. The two returned to Los Angeles. The teleportation point old Wang selected was the parking lot near the Roxon power plant, where Robbie's Dodge Charger was parked nearby. Robbie drove, taking old Wang and Sky, and they soon arrived at 5th Street Hospital, not far from the repair shop. There they met Robbie's younger brother, Gabe. He was a cheerful high school boy, somewhat slender, half reclining on the hospital bed, reading a book. He wasn't in high spirits, yawning from time to time. It was already late at night. Normally, a patient should be resting, but Gabe had forced himself to stay awake, waiting for his brother. Seeing Robbie arrive, Gabe immediately broke into a smile. Robbie Dr. Cumberbatch said, I'm doing well. A few more days of observation, and I can be discharged. Luckily, I've been keeping up with my studies on my own, so I haven't fallen behind. What do you think about me applying to Stanford or Berkeley? Are they your friends? Spotting old Wang and Sky, Robbie took the initiative to greet them. Hey, Gabe. Sky walked over carrying a bag, flashing a beautiful smile at Gabe. I'm Sky, Robbie's high school classmate. He's Wang, my friend. Robbie mentioned you love durian jackfruit and canned herring. Too bad you can't eat them here, or no one in the whole hospital would get any sleep. You'll have to hold out. Sky clearly felt a fondness for Gabe, who was also an orphan. Thanks. Gabe thanked her politely, then blinked at Robbie, his meaning obvious, since when did you have such a beautiful high school? Female classmate. What's your relationship? Given your dense straight guy personality, I thought you'd never find a girlfriend. It's not what you think, Gabe. Robbie glanced at old Wang. Seeing that old Wang was calm and didn't look like he was about to punch him, Robbie breathed a sigh of relief and leaned in to whisper in Gabe's ear. No need for observation. We're checking out today. This Mr. Wang is a master of martial arts from China. He can cure you. A master from China. Like those charlatans in Los Angeles Chinatown, using so-called inner strength and true chi to deceive people. Gabe immediately felt a surge of displeasure. Robbie, you idiot, haven't you been scammed? He's been easily fooled his whole life. Oh right, Robbie withdrew money a few hours ago, a lot of it nearly cleaned out his savings. Could it all have been swindled by this Master Wang? Gabe glanced at old Wang and suddenly felt that this once friendly young man had become utterly repulsive. His gaze toward Sky also turned suspicious. Are these two friends? Could they be in cahoots to cheat Robbie? Still, there was nothing wrong with leaving the hospital early, now at least it would save some money. Robbie wasn't young anymore, he'd need money for marriage and kids. Saving a little where possible was good. All right, Gabe decided to see how things played out first. He'd find a chance to have a serious talk with Robbie, and if that failed, he'd call the police. How could Robbie believe in some so-called master? You weren't like this before. You always believed in science, that only science could explain the world, and only modern medicine could heal my leg. Robbie, you've changed. Dr. Cumberbatch naturally advised more observation, but the patient has the final say. That night, while old Wang and Sky were away, Gabe pulled Robbie into a long, heartfelt conversation. Robbie, having a broken leg is nothing. Stephen Hawking was worse off than me. He became a world-renowned scientist, and I can too. I've got it all planned out. He'll go to Stanford or Berkeley, apply for an internship at Stark Industries or Hammer Industries while in college. He'll focus on exoskeleton armor technology. One day he'll stand up on my own. Gabe was resilient, but Robbie was resolute. Don't worry, Gabe. Mr. Wang isn't a fraud. His abilities are beyond your imagination. I've seen them with my own eyes. Also, I withdrew the money for a reason. Ew, I wasn't scammed. Robbie suddenly trailed off, because it seemed that money really had been taken by old Wang, and he didn't seem inclined to return it. So in truth, he had paid old Wang to treat Gabe's leg, just as Gabe had said. Of course, Robbie wasn't worried about being cheated. Having witnessed old Wang's power, he knew old Wang was no ordinary master with no real skills. He was a true master, like the Kung Fu master in Kung Fu Panda Shifu Pa's teacher. No, he was even more formidable than a Kung Fu master, more like an immortal from Chinese mythology. Well, a plump immortal. He didn't look much like Shifu, he was more like Pa. The next morning they arrived at Robbie's house. Actually, it was Ella's house. Robbie and Gabe had lived there since they were young. The place was small but cozy. Robbie carried Gabe to the bed and looked at old Wang with pleading eyes. Wang, Gabe's leg. Old Wang sighed in exasperation. Not even letting a man fill his stomach before working. Robbie, you'll never find a girlfriend this way. He put down the Master Kong instant noodles and Leogama chili sauce, then walked over to Gabe. A promise was a promise, and besides, old Wang had long planned to bring Robbie onto the bandwagon heading for the purple-skinned titan. Gabe was a good kid too, always top of his class. No wonder he had the confidence to aim for Stanford or Berkeley. Internships at Stark or that junk heap hammer weren't necessary. The Darkhold lab in Puerto Rico welcomes you. Old Wang raised his hand. He placed it on Gabe's leg. A wisp of true chi was channeled in to investigate the condition. The bones were set, the blood vessels were reconnected. The main issue was nerve necrosis. Not a big problem, old Wang surmised. Not a big problem, at least he didn't need to set bones or reset joints. American medical skills were decent. Old Wang's fingers moved slightly. A pale green mist appeared, seeping into Gabe's body. Mist of revival, mist of comfort, healing injuries, and soothing wounded young hearts. Done. Old Wang clapped his hands and stood up. Wang, how is it? Robbie asked, anxiously, thinking old Wang was still examining the condition. Treatment's done. He'll be fine soon. Old Wang pulled the eternity vessel from his pocket, then picked up a glass from the table, carefully dripping a tiny drop into it. He thought for a moment, then added another drop. Add some water and drink this. Old Wang handed it to Robbie. This is a bonus. I'm taking a loss. A real loss. Although it was only 2 drops, the essence of the well of eternity mixed in must have been at least 0.001 grams, that is 1 milligram, 100 micrograms. Equivalent to dozens of quantum battery cells. He had specifically asked Eli about it before. Quantum batteries were very expensive. A single cell cost tens of thousands of dollars. 100 micrograms of well of eternity essence was worth at least $1 million, enough to buy a house. The mist of revival and mist of comfort from a Grandmaster Monk of triple cultivation were enough to heal Gabe. Those 2 drops of essence liquor were truly a bonus. Wang, thank you. Robbie quickly expressed his gratitude. Having seen old Wang drink before, taking only a tiny sip each time, he knew this stuff was precious. Besides, the vengeful spirit had muttered in his head several times that old Wang drank too much, that it was a waste, and 1 drop per drink was enough, not a whole sip. Judging by how pained old Wang looked when he dripped those 2 drops, this stuff was probably far more expensive than Remy Martin or Matai. Perhaps it was a secret medicinal liquor like tiger bone or ginseng wine. The kind that costs a few $100s a small bottle. Gabe looked at old Wang with suspicion, utterly unconvinced that this charlatan could heal his leg. I've watched Hong Kong movies. If you're going to play the master, at least be convincing. Gabe sneered, ready to expose Master Wang's true nature and make Robbie see the truth. Suddenly, he felt an intense warmth in his leg, warmer than home. It felt wonderful. Then it started to itch. It was so itchy. He wanted to scratch it. After a few more seconds, it turned to an ache, then a sharp pain. A cascade of strange sensations tormented Robbie's nerves. Wait, I can feel something. My leg nerves have recovered. Strange, this defies science. Gabe was both astonished and overjoyed, a mix of excitement and fear. Fear that it was all an illusion. He tried to move his leg. It moved. He pinched himself. It hurt. He struggled to stand up, his legs trembling. He felt unaccustomed to the feeling. He waved off Robbie's help and tried again. He stood steadily. Then he took a step. Then several steps. He could really walk. He could even run. How is this possible? Gabe turned to look at old Wang. Could there really be such miraculous abilities and people in this world? Here, drink this. Old Wang took the full glass from Robbie and handed it to Gabe. Don't worry, there's no price to pay. Gabe glanced at Robbie. Robbie smiled and nodded, his eyes full of encouragement. Gabe hesitated no longer and downed the glass in 1 gulp, nearly choking. Powerful arcane energy accompanied by a life-nurturing vitality surged through Robbie's body. He became healthier than 99% of the people in this world. And as time passed, with the continuous absorption of the well of eternity essence, his physique would only improve. You could compete in the Olympics. Old Wang chuckled, picked up the Master Kong noodles, and tore open the lid. Suddenly his brow furrowed, and he sighed. Can a man even get a meal in peace? 10 seconds later, a knock came at the door. Old Wang gave a wink. The excited Gabe quickly lay down on the bed, pretending his legs were broken. Robbie took a deep breath, trying to adjust his mood to something less cheerful, though it was difficult. Then he went to open the door. Sky leaned against the wall, playing on her phone, and flashed Old Wang AV sign, meaning everything you asked for is taken care of, no one will come checking. Old Wang nodded with a smile and gave a thumbs up. He thought to himself that he couldn't be seen eating Master Kong noodles in front of outsiders, especially with the popular Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. It wasn't just about being rude. What if they took a liking to it? Should he refuse or just give in? Lao Gan Ma is expensive and Master Kong isn't cheap either. If it weren't for Los Angeles having the oldest Chinatown in U.S. history, where almost everything from China is available, he might not have been able to buy them. He especially loved the dried bamboo shoot braised pork noodles and the snow bamboo shoot shredded pork noodles. The fresh bamboo flavor reminded him of the good times on the Wandering Isle and in Pandaria. The door opened. 2 figures appeared, a man and a woman, one tall, one short. One wore a warm, fiery smile, while the other was expressionless, cold as ice. The man was fiery, the woman icy, the man tall, the woman short, complementing each other perfectly. Old Wang glanced at them, deeply impressed by the dedication of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They're still working even when injured like this. Doesn't it hurt? Of course, on the surface, everything seemed normal with no visible signs of injury. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were masters of disguise. Mr. Robbie Reyes. The man was polite and affable, smiling warmly. I'm Agent Phil Coulson of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, and this is Agent Melinda May. We need to ask you and your brother a few questions about your Uncle Eli. They flashed their badges. Say that again. Robbie looked bewildered. Though it wasn't the first time he'd heard the name, it was just too long to remember. You're not the first to say that. All right, you can call us S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson maintained his gracious smile, glancing into the room, his eyes lingering for 2 seconds, each on Old Wang and Sky. And who might these two be? I'm sorry, but our conversation can't have outsiders present. This is Mr. Wang, and this is Miss Sky. Robbie didn't elaborate. The less said the better, so he let them handle it themselves. Gabe broke his leg, so Mr. Reyes asked me to treat him. Miss Sky is my assistant. While you two talk, we'll go out for a stroll. Old Wang rubbed his stomach, seizing the chance to grab a meal. He gave Robbie a casual glance. Buddy, keep up the act. Wait. Melinda May, who had been silent, suddenly fixed her gaze on Old Wang and asked, Mr. Wang, are you Chinese? My heart is Chinese, but my nationality is American. I was born in an orphanage in New York's Chinatown. Old Wang stopped speaking in Chinese. I'm sorry to hear that. Melinda's face showed no trace of apology. Though orphans were pitiable, and as a fellow countryman, she felt a sense of finding a kindred spirit in a foreign land, being a Chinese-American S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who wasn't fluent in Chinese. She was more concerned about Old Wang's identity. Mr. Wang, are you a doctor? An orthopedist? You don't look over 20, right? A medical student? A quack doctor, just turned 18. Old Wang pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Melinda. If you need anything, give me a call. Fair price is honest service for all. And I don't cheat women either. Go ahead and try cheating one. Melinda took the card, glanced at it, and her expression turned odd. What does it say? Coulson leaned in, his face darkening. It was in Chinese, completely unrecognizable. This was America. Even if you're from Chinatown, aren't you doing business with others? Family secret formulas specializing in injuries from falls, infertility, endocrine disorders, broken limbs, aches in the waist, legs, and whole body, frequent urination, urgency, incontinence, and all kinds of difficult diseases. Melinda translated. Coulson. Just say it cures everything. The young man sure talks big. Melinda thought for a moment and then asked, Mr. Wang, how much do you know about Chinese mythology, like Kunlun? Coulson shot Melinda a surprised look. You suspect he's the Iron Fist of Kunlun? That can't be. Agent Romanoff said it takes at least 40 or 50, maybe 70 or 80 years to reach that level. So you think he might know the Iron Fist of Kunlun? That makes sense. The Iron Fist broke Eli out of prison. Robbie is Ella's nephew. And this Mr. Wang is in Robbie's home. There might be some connection I don't know about. Maybe Wang is from Kunlun, or he's one of the Iron Fist people. Kunlun. A mountain. Old Wang shrugged. The orphanage didn't teach that. I don't know much. You could buy a book on Chinese mythology, or watch the National Geographic Channel. Can I go now? Sorry, and thank you for your cooperation. You may leave. Coulson smiled. Old Wang and Sky departed. Wang, aren't you worried? After walking about 50 meters, Sky lowered her voice. S.H.I.E.L.D. is onto us, and that Melinda clearly suspects you. Expected. If they couldn't even find this, would the government give S.H.I.E.L.D. a higher budget than the CIA and FBI? Old Wang looked unconcerned. Ellis escape means S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally focuses on Robbie. Checking us is just a side thing. Don't worry about it. Let's grab a meal. And then, oi. Sky felt old Wang was too carefree. But she didn't know that with his newfound golden finger he was bold and fearless. Why would he still need to be cautious like before? Of course he had to live boldly. In this world, connections, wealth, and power mattered, but the hallmark of the Marvel Universe was that strength mattered most. Old Wang had strength. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't determined to kill him at all costs, he wouldn't die. What was there to fear? The bald Nick Fury was cunning. Coulson was kind and easygoing. What S.H.I.E.L.D. should be doing now was battling Hydra. In that situation, they wouldn't casually offend anyone, especially someone tough. Yesterday, old Wang had framed Hydra, and one of his goals was exactly that. Stirring the waters was the only way to fish in troubled waters. And then, catch a movie, get a room. We can't stay at Robbie's, it's inconvenient. Old Wang smiled, looking east. After that we should head back to New York. I've been away so long, those old folks must miss me, right? They miss your medical skills. Sky laughed too. Half an hour later. Mr. Reyes, thank you for your cooperation. If Eli contacts you, please get in touch with us immediately. Coulson stood to leave. I will. Robbie forced a smile and closed the door. Coulson and Melinda walked 50 meters away and got into the red sports car. Coulson started the engine and asked, Mel, what do you think? Robbie and Gabe's expressions were off. They're hiding something. Eli likely contacted them. Melinda frowned. One thing is strange. Half a month ago, Robbie and Gabe were attacked by the 5th Street gang. Gabe broke his leg, but Robbie came out unscathed. Impossible. The hospital investigator said Robbie had no burns when he brought Gabe in. Very odd. Coulson nodded. That's one clue. Anything else? Melinda stared at the business card. Sky was nervous, but Mr. Wang's expressions and movements were completely natural. Either he's innocent or he's an Oscar-worthy actor. I think we should follow up. We probably don't have time, and I believe everything he said was true, but definitely not the whole truth. An investigation wouldn't get us far. Coulson raised his communicator. The director wants us back at HQ immediately. Also, he plans to move against Hydra. After nearly 2 hours of wandering outside, old Wang and Sky finally returned to Robbie's house on foot. As for what they did during those 2 hours, eating was a necessity, but watching a movie was out of the question. Old Wang had given his bank card to Eli and Lucy, and the recent expenses had nearly drained Sky's savings. Watching a movie cost money, far more than a meal. A lavish meal would certainly be more expensive than a movie, but old Wang couldn't afford it. He usually cooked simple dishes with mantou at home, occasionally indulging at the Chinese restaurant downstairs. Even those 2 buckets of Master Kong noodles and a bottle of Lao Gan Ma were considered luxuries. The only regret for old Wang was that they hadn't gotten a hotel room. The main reason, of course, was the lack of money. Another reason was that they now had a place to stay. Old Wang had healed Gabe's leg, earning the gratitude of both Robbie and Gabe. Upon learning of old Wang and Sky's dire situation, they strongly insisted that old Wang stay at their home, and he couldn't bring himself to refuse. There was a guest room, though only one Ellis room was unoccupied. Of course, Robbie didn't explicitly mention this, unsure whether old Wang and Sky needed 2 separate rooms. Perhaps they wanted to find warmth in each other during this sweltering summer, comforting their lonely souls. That wasn't important. The reason for staying an extra day was that old Wang's other goal for this trip had yet to be achieved. The first goal, the heart of Azeroth, had long been reclaimed. The second goal was the Darkhold. It wasn't actually hard to find. As a Grandmaster Monk who had meditated in the staff forest for a full year and communed deeply with Shen Henzi, awakening Joseph on a spiritual level and then physically prying the Darkhold's location from his lips was hardly a challenge. Why go through all this trouble, even offending S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra? Was it all for Eli and Lucis group? Yes, they were talented individuals, but the world was never short of talent. What it lacked was genius. The Ghost Rider was a genius, a born natural. In the end, old Wang was after the Ghost Rider. Such an awesome being couldn't go to waste. Hellfire roasting a purple sweet potato would probably taste delicious. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, with a familiar demonic aroma that felt oddly intimate. Even without considering the purple sweet potato, old Wang was deeply intrigued by the Ghost Rider himself. Because in Azeroth he had encountered more than one demon inhabiting a host, and even a being similar to the Spirit of Vengeance, the Warden of the Night Elf Watchers, Maiev, Shadowsong's God of Vengeance. Back then in the dead of night, he and Maiev had engaged in exchanges that transcended ordinary meaning, though the conversation had nothing to do with the God of Vengeance. Time was wasted on battles of flesh and passion. After all, old Wang was a robust Pandaren back then, and Maiev was a night elf who had lived over 10,000 years, equally sturdy. They were evenly matched, each unwilling to be subdued, so they could only fight it out. Now that he had encountered the Spirit of Vengeance, so similar to the God of Vengeance, old Wang couldn't let this chance slip away. Helping Robbie avenge and healing Gabe's leg had placed old Wang and the brothers in a honeymoon phase of intense camaraderie. Naturally, he had to strike while the iron was hot, turning raw rice into cooked rice and luring them onto his war chariot. As for how to lure them, it wasn't actually hard. As the middle school Chinese teacher taught, when writing argumentative essays, the best way to persuade someone is to present facts and reason. Even without considering the purple sweet potato, old Wang was deeply intrigued by the ghostwriter himself. S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra aren't fools. Since the ghostwriter has entered their sights, they'll investigate and eventually find you. Old Wang sat on the sofa, adjusting to the most comfortable position, and said, under furious leadership, S-H-I-E-L-D is relatively mild. They probably won't do much to you. But Hydra won't sit down for coffee and a chat with you. Whitehall is a pervert who has regained his youth. He captured Joseph and has surely pried everything from his lips by now. He'll soon come knocking with a gun. So you're not safe. Old Wang sat beside Sky. Robbie sat across from them. As for Gabe, old Wang channeled a surge of true chi into him, sending him into a deep slumber that would last at least a day and night, unless old Wang allowed otherwise. This was actually beneficial. Gabe had barely slept last night and was very drowsy. Though his physical condition was now exceptional, physical satisfaction couldn't alleviate mental fatigue, though a good sleep would help. Gabe had never known Robbie's true situation. Robbie dared not tell him, nor did he want to. Hearing old Wang's words, Robbie realized his brother faced a threat far more terrifying than a broken leg, a death threat. He himself wasn't afraid. The Ghost Rider possessed immortality. But Gabe didn't. What to do? Move? Where could they go? According to old Wang, Hydra had even infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D, so hiding anywhere was useless. He couldn't stay by Gabe's side every moment. At this thought, Robbie grew anxious. If the spirit of vengeance weren't so malevolent and beyond his control, he would have given it to his brother just to ensure his safety. Wait, Mr. Wang. Since Mr. Wang brought this up, he must have a solution. Robbie shuddered, his eyes blazing with fervent intensity as he stared at old Wang. Wang, don't look at me with such scorching eyes, or your hellfire might melt me. Old Wang waved his hand and said, the best way is to make Gabe strong himself. He drank my essence wine, which will greatly enhance his physical abilities, but it's not enough. If he could have a drop or two every day and learn martial arts from me, within a month, he could handle a few agents. Even a pistol might not kill him, giving him some self-defense capability. Sky and Robbie were both stunned that powerful. Sky's first thought was, Wang, I want some too. I want to drink your essence wine. A small sip a day, live to 99. Robbie, however, had a different first thought, seeing you take just a tiny sip a day, and you only gave my brother 2 drops earlier, it must be expensive. If it's a drop or 2 daily, who could afford it? After a moment's thought, Robbie asked, how much does your essence wine cost? 1 million per drop. Old Wang shrugged. How much? Robbie clearly couldn't believe his ears. You heard me right. Old Wang smiled. It was the truth. Damn, that's steep. Robbie surprisingly felt relieved. Completely unaffordable. 1 drop a day would be 30 million a month. He couldn't afford it even if he sold himself, so there was no point dwelling on it. What to do now? You helped a lot in obtaining the Darkhold this time, so giving you the essence wine is no big deal. Old Wang continued. The problem is the essence wine gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. Ordinary people can't absorb it directly. They'd go boom and explode. I'd have to constantly help regulate it. Also, physical strength alone isn't enough. You need to know how to use it. You need true martial arts. And I'm heading back to New York soon. Hearing old Wang's first part, Robbie felt like a desperate man, seeing hope filled with gratitude and shame. Grateful for old Wang's generosity in offering essence wine worth 30 million for free, I was ashamed because in truth, he hadn't contributed much this time. Head just coasted along. But hearing the latter part, Robbie grew conflicted. He couldn't ask old Wang to stay here for a month, could he? Wait. Wasn't I just thinking about moving? Right, moving. Robbie made up his mind and said solemnly, Mr. Wang, I understand your meaning. He'll go with you. Old Wang was about to unveil the second set of arguments he had prepared to persuade Robbie. But before he could speak, Robbie volunteered. That was a bit too proactive. Fine. Old Wang looked on with satisfaction, like a man watching a golden leek that had grown legs and run over on its own. Robbie, you've grown up. You're a mature leek now. You have to learn to harvest yourself. Moving is not difficult. That day, Sky helped find a suitable apartment, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, located near the single apartment rented by old Wang. Robbie somehow persuaded Gab to let him return to the repair shop, where he worked overtime to fix Sky's old truck, replacing the best brake pads and tires for free, then told the shop owner that he was temporarily quitting and would contact him later. The next morning, the 4 of them set off for New York in 2 cars. Robbie didn't actually plan to stay in New York for long. Mr. Wang said that just a month would be enough for Gab to gain some self-defense skills. They would return in a month. After all, Gab still had school. Hearing Robbie's plan, Sky chuckled. Once they got into old Wang's battle wagon, could anyone think of getting off midway? Was this a kindergarten bus or a public transport that stops at every station? Young man, you are too naive. The moment you got into the car, old Wang had welded the door shut. For the essence wine worth $30 million you sold yourself and your brother. The mighty Ghost Rider is quite a bargain. Old Wang mentioned that Captain America's shield alone costs at least $50 million in materials, and its true value is incalculable. Adding Captain America himself, the total value is worth several hundred million. Robbie, don't even talk about Captain America. You don't even have a shield worth more than his. How did you end up like this? Because it was old Wang driving. Sky opened her laptop and went online to see if she could find some work to earn money. Her wallet was really empty. 3 years of hard work had just vanished. Old Wang, you must compensate me with the essence wine. Ooh, I want to squeeze out your essence. Suddenly a piece of news caught Sky's attention. Headline news: the chairman of Stark Industries, an important military partner, a genius among geniuses, ranked in the top 10 of Forbes billionaire and celebrity lists for 10 consecutive years, a fashionista and a star collector, a self-centered madman, an arrogant narcissist, and a lifelong bachelor, was attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan and is now missing. Stark Industries' stock plummeted by 34%, and capital fled in droves. Sky was momentarily stunned, slapped her computer, and exclaimed, feeling like she could die. Old Wang had always kept an eye on Stark Industries' stock price, which had dropped for the second time since its listing, and this time had fallen through the floor. When was the last time it dropped? When founder Howard Stark had his accident. Old Wang had said multiple times that as long as it drops by and madly, it's a sure win. Sky believed this point. Old Wang was a rather reliable person. The problem is she had no money. Wasn't old Wang's essence wine $1 million a drop? What if? Convincing him to sell some. As for the customers, the S-H-I-E-L-D would be great, or those billionaires who are old and frail who have only a few years left to live. Arriving at the destination in a red sports car, they switched to a Quinjet, and Carlson and Melinda quickly arrived at the S-H-I-E-L-D Triton headquarters. Without taking a break, they rushed to the director's office, placing the documents they had organized overnight on the desk. Carlson began a 10-minute report. Apart from the egg, the Black Widow related to this matter was also present. Her complexion was rosy, clearly recovering well from her injuries, thanks to the essence. Cough, true energy input by old Wang. The egg had been very quiet. He was listening, thinking, and analyzing. The appearance of Hydra was not surprising. The revelation of the Winter Soldier's identity by Kunlun Iron Fist surprised him a bit, leading him to a chain of thoughts. If the Winter Soldier really was Sergeant Barnes, and if he survived the fall after being subjected to enhancement experiments by Hydra, then would Captain America, who had a stronger physique than him, also have survived? This thought flashed by, and the egg didn't dwell on it. When Captain America went missing, S-H-I-E-L-D's predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, had organized many searches, but found nothing. They couldn't even locate Captain America's aircraft. He should be dead, otherwise he wouldn't have failed to return. Of course, he might also have amnesia, just like the protagonists in Korean Idol dramas. Perhaps they should send someone to investigate the area where Captain America disappeared back then. The Winter Soldier's strength surprised the egg. He should have undergone a body enhancement experiment similar to that of the Red Skull in Captain America. His combat performance was not inferior to that of Captain America back then, but he was not invincible. What truly concerned the egg was Kunlun Iron Fist. Strange, that name seemed familiar. The egg's mind held the most secrets in the world, but memory is ultimately limited, so he stored more detailed information in a small black cube. This cube, smaller than a 3-tier Rubik's Cube, utilized the most advanced technology from S-H-I-E-L-D's tech department, the most advanced intelligence system, the hardest metal casing, the most unbreakable encryption system, the largest storage capacity, and level 10 access. It was a toolbox. Nick Fury's exclusive toolbox. Kunlun Iron Fist. The egg enunciated clearly despite his uneven teeth. The small black cube immediately began intelligent searching, retrieving all information related to Kunlun and Iron Fist. Kunlun, the land of gods. No. Kunlun phone guest novel. No. Kunlun, a term for Chinese characters. No. Kunlun, an organization that only exists in legend. Yes, this one. Iron Fist, describing a hard fist. No. Iron Fist, a movie. No. Iron Fist, one of the 7 immortal weapons of legend in Kunlun. Yes, this one. The egg read through the information. At first he was calm. Then he became increasingly calm to the point of being frightening. The ethereal legends, the accounts of certain individuals, the records of those in the know. All the information shredded and merged in his mind. A powerful and mysterious organization gradually took shape. Kunlun, a divine place that no one could find. Iron Fist, a legacy with mysterious power connected to a dragon named Shou Lao, passed down through generations. This mysterious Eastern power can grant ordinary people superhuman strength, speed, endurance, and sensory perception, even the ability to heal wounds and resurrect the dead. The mysterious person who defeated the Winter Soldier perfectly fits this description. If that's the case, was that person really Kunlun Iron Fist? No, there are other possibilities. Kunlun is not just Iron Fist, just as Kung Fu Panda is not just about pandas. Others who can use Qi are not limited to just Iron Fist. According to the intelligence gathered by S.H.I.E.L.D. over the decades, many people are related to Qi. For example, Shang-Chi. For example, the 5 fingers of the hand. What is their relationship with Iron Fist? What is their relationship with Kunlun? The egg closed his eyes and opened them again after a dozen seconds. The line of Kunlun Iron Fist must not be cut. The dark hold is still in his hands. The egg's single eye fixed on Natasha. Agent Romanoff, you have had contact with Iron Fist and know him well. You investigate focusing on the hand and Chinese martial artists. Coulson Mel, you hand over the relevant information to Agent Romanoff. The hand. Director, how did you even think of that? Natasha felt helpless as she had to heed the director's orders. Shouldn't the focus be on dealing with Hydra right now? Agent Romanoff is the best agent. She is most suitable for dealing with Hydra. I can take care of investigating Kunlun Iron Fist. Coulson volunteered. I will personally deal with Hydra. The egg briefly explained, then it said, Coulson Mel, you have something more important to do. Tony Stark is missing. That playboy who slept his way through the entertainment and fashion industries had gone missing. Natasha raised an eyebrow. She had been recovering from her injuries these past 2 days and was truly unaware of this. That man was too important, his identity too special. S.H.I.E.L.D. would have their hands full. On the way, I heard rumors that he was captured by terrorists. Either they want ransom or they want Mr. Stark to manufacture Jericho missiles for them. He was in the Middle East precisely to sell Jericho missiles. I've reviewed the relevant data. The explosive power of a Jericho missile is terrifying. Coulson frowned and said the Middle East is not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sphere of influence. We have very few agents there. Finding Mr. Stark, who has been captured by terrorists, will be extremely difficult. The Department of Defense is even more anxious about this than we are. Stark Industries is the military's largest supplier. Finding people is something we're better at than the Department of Defense. Do our best. The bald man rubbed his temples, a headache forming. Howard Stark was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. We cannot abandon his son. Besides, as you know, Howard sponsored S.H.I.E.L.D. during his lifetime, billions of dollars annually. S.H.I.E.L.D. also holds shares in Stark Industries. Where did S.H.I.E.L.D. get the money for all those agents, all that high-tech equipment, and those expensive Quinjets? Solely from government funding. That was far from enough. In reality, S.H.I.E.L.D. had many undisclosed assets departments dedicated to investment spoils from missions and covert collaborations with numerous conglomerates and corporations. But their biggest backer remained Stark Industries. After all, the founder of Stark Industries was also one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. The two Starks certainly deserved great credit for Stark Industries' success, but it would be impossible to claim that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistants played no part. Coulson looked up at the bald man. How could the director not blush? Such an ability was truly enviable. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s shares were essentially the director's shares. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s money was the director's money. Where did all that money go? How many mistresses? Puffed, how many secret agents were you supporting out there? How many clandestine bases were you building? The director knew in his own heart. Furthermore, because of this relationship between Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D., many people within S.H.I.E.L.D., including myself, had bought Stark Industries stock. With Tony Stark missing, Stark Industries stock had plummeted over 20, resulting in severe losses. Director, to get those stocks back up for Lola's full paint job, I have to bring Tony back. And if I find Tony, this year's year-end bonus should be safe, right? Just thinking about it filled Coulson with renewed vigor. This matter is very important, Coulson. The bald man reiterated. Ms. Peggy Carter called me 5 hours ago. She is a friend of Mr. Howard Stark. She is very concerned about this and insisted we find him. Melinda's head shot up. She was raised by Peggy Carter. Everything she had now was given to her by Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter's matters were her own. Nothing must happen to that playboy. The future Iron Man was in trouble. Old Wang counted on his fingers. It seemed about time. The Iron Man 1 storyline was officially beginning, pulling back the curtain on the Marvel world's most spectacular era. In the next 10 years, aliens, inhumans, mutants, demons, sorcerers, gods, all sorts of strange beings would take the stage. Superheroes and supervillains would make the whole world realize that the world they thought was safe was actually more dangerous than any sci-fi movie. The reason it remained peaceful for so long was largely due to the efforts of the ancient one Kamartaj and the sorcerers of the three sanctums. Next was Odin, the king of the Norse gods, who in his old age preferred peace and stability. Of course, H-I-E-L-D also played a significant role, which couldn't be denied. But before long, the Ancient One would depart in a form of physical death. According to lore, she would become a spirit following the great entity Eternity across the multiverse, a lofty fate whether true or not. Odin would die. S-H-I-E-L-D. Under the sabotage of Hydra and the efforts of the bald man Coulson and others would gradually decline from a superorganization directly under the UN's control to a ragtag group of a few agents. But the Avengers would rise. Those Avengers who foiled conspiracy after conspiracy, defeated villain after villain, would see half of their number perish from a single effortless snap of a purple-skinned titan, only to stage an unprecedented reversal. Some would appear, some would take their final bow. Some would have their wives, children, and warm hearths. Others would have grass growing 3 feet high over their graves. And all of this would begin to change from now on. Because this world has me in it. Old Wang sighed, tilting his head to look at the fading sunset at a 45-degree angle. He felt his shoulders had never been as heavy as they were today, burdened with the mission of saving the world. His heart suddenly felt vast. His realm of cultivation instantly elevated. His outlook on life and worldview were immediately refreshed. Sky, busy in the back seat making money to support Old Wang, suddenly felt a strange sensation. She looked up and was instantly captivated by his posture. The sunset light streamed through the window, cascading over him like a layer of golden gossamer, making Old Wang seem hazy, mysterious, noble, and distant, as if descended from the heavens. Suddenly, an unexpected sound pulled Sky back from her reverie to reality and dragged Old Wang back from the heavens to the mortal world. Growling, Old Wang rubbed his stomach, thinking, "I'm not some fluffy critter. Why are you making that noise? A Pandaren isn't a panda. Why don't act cute? I rely on strength to find food." Far away in the Middle East, Afghanistan, in a desolate mountain cave with terrible ventilation, Tony Stark woke from his coma. At first his vision was blurry, his mind sluggish, his thoughts unclear. But soon clarity returned. Images flashed through his mind. Exploding missiles, bullets flying by, American soldiers dying around him. So what exactly had happened? A terrorist attack? Had he been kidnapped? A tube was stuck up his nose, uncomfortable. His chest ached dully. Tony struggled to pull the tube out, trying to sit up, but couldn't. He heard a sound. Turning his head, he saw an old man, at least in his 60s, shaving in front of a mirror. He tried to roll onto his side to use the movement to stand up. He still couldn't move, as if something was holding him back. "I wouldn't move if I were you, Mr. Stark," the man said without turning around. Tony looked down. He lifted his shirt. He saw a strange circular device embedded in his chest. 2 wires connected it to a nearby car battery. "What did you do to me?" Tony's voice was weak and feeble. The man who was always so assertive now felt like a vulnerable naked maiden, completely at someone's mercy. The old man put down his razor, stood up, turned around, and smiled. "I saved your life." A day later, after sending Robbie and Gabe to their new home, Old Wang and Sky arrived at Old Wang's bachelor apartment. "Wang, we need to strive for our future." Sky plopped down onto the sofa and declared with righteous indignation, "We're broke, truly broke. If we don't make money soon, we'll go hungry, living on nothing but air." Absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Inhale the essence of the sun and moon. Those who eat air become divine and long-lived. Living on the northwest wind is fine, and the southeast wind is even better. Old Wang casually picked up a copy of Huinanzi and tossed it to Sky. "Read this carefully. A calm mind brings its own satiety. Get lost." Sky knocked the Huinanzi to the floor, then picked up a copy of the 3-character classic and waved it. "I'm only up to this. Your book is too advanced. Besides, can reading make money? Can reading fill your stomach? Can reading help you find a husband? No. Stop fooling around. Seriously, we need to earn money. You owe me a lot. In books, there are houses of gold. In books, there are bushels of grain. In books, there are beauties like jade. Spiritual sustenance is delicious." Seeing Sky about to throw another book at him, Old Wang quickly begged for mercy. All right, we need to make money. Haven't I been working on it? The Darkhold lab is set up. We're going to make big money. I tell you, within 2 years, it'll get you a new ride. Forget those trendy doomsday vehicles. How about a Quinjet? If not, I'll see if I can get you a S-H-I-E-L-D helicarrier if it's built yet. Working a job was out of the question, or it would never happen. So the only option was to be the boss. The Darkhold lab was just an empty shell for now. New research remained theoretical, with Lucy and Eli still studying its knowledge. Of course, Old Wang didn't leave the Darkhold with them. Instead, Sky transcribed the contents and sent them over. On one hand, he worried that greed might drive them to abscond with the book. On the other, he feared that if Hydra found them, both people and book would be lost. Fortunately, Sky was also a tech expert and saw the same content as Lucy and Eli, so it was no problem. Back then, Lucy and her team had spent ages studying just a few pages. According to Lucy, the knowledge in the Darkhold far surpassed current technology. It wasn't something the human mind could fully grasp. Even a few pages would take months or years to understand, so there was no rush. Stealing Hell's energy to create something from nothing wasn't impossible, but connecting to Hell could easily tear a rift between the real world and the underworld. If something like the Spirit of Vengeance escaped, there would be big trouble. Moreover, creating something from nothing was no easy task. Creating a lump of carbon was simple, but creating a person was extremely difficult. The mages of Kamartaj believed that every spell came with a price. The Darkhold was fundamentally a book of magic. Although many of its spells could be realized through science, they still carried a cost and hidden dangers. But some spells had minimal risks. Old Wang was neither a mage nor a scientist. He couldn't understand the Darkhold at all. However, he had watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and knew a few things the Darkhold could definitely do. The original experiments had been halted. The first project Old Wang had Lucy and Eli work on was the framework. The so-called framework was essentially a massive virtual world similar to the Matrix in the Matrix. If fully perfected, it might even be more advanced. Because it didn't really resemble a tech-based virtual world. It was more like a magical, super-large illusion somewhat akin to the Emerald Dream in Warcraft, though much lower in scale. What could a virtual world with nearly 100 realism do? Military training, virtual learning, entertainment, and socializing, virtual gaming, an unprecedented spiritual realm, a second world for all of humanity. Anything was possible. The financial prospects were unimaginable. Of course, for someone like Old Wang, who had once stood at the pinnacle of power and wealth as a panda, who had won at life, money was like floating clouds. Unimportant. At least it was interesting, wasn't it? Sky was long immune to Old Wang and didn't bother to mock him, instead sneering, a lab that can only scam people for rent money. A lab with only 1000 in startup funds. Wang ideals are plump, but reality is bony. What we need to think about now is making money. Alright, what do you have in mind? Old Wang shifted into a more comfortable slouch and looked up at Sky. Your essence liquor. Sell it. Sky leaned close to Old Wang's face. He'll find the clients. After we sell it, well, split it 50-50. No, 30-70. You get 70, I get 30. How about that? Your Chinese is pretty good. Old Wang chuckled, thinking the idea wasn't bad. For wealthy old men on the brink of death, desperate to extend their lives, $1 million was nothing. Even 10 million, 100 million, or $1 billion. As long as it could prolong life, money was no object. Using money to buy gold and exchange it for the essence of the Well of Eternity, then selling it at a tenfold or even hundredfold profit was possible. And there was no need to worry about sales. There were plenty of rich people in this world, and even more waiting to extend their lives. There was no need to fear that selling too much would drive down prices. The Marvel Universe had more than just one planet or civilization. If Earth couldn't buy it, they could go to the 9 realms. If the 9 realms didn't want it, they could visit the 3 empires or any other chaotic civilizations. How many people were there in the entire Marvel Universe? No one could count. Although some races had long lifespans, they were still finite. The Kree and Skrulls didn't live that long. The Asgardians were relatively long-lived, but even they only lived about 5,000 years. There must be many nearing death. But would the essence of the Well of Eternity work on Asgardians? Besides, why only sell the essence of the Well of Eternity? Ski's words had opened Old Wang's mind. The Warcraft world might not be superior to the Marvel world, but it had some unique products not found here. Rarity made things precious. The essence of the Well of Eternity was just one example. Equipment could be sold, specialty metals, beast hides, elemental materials could be sold, potions, elixirs, and flasks could be sold. Even knowledge itself could be sold. The Azerothian ladies would surely support it. Mutual exchange was good. So was he going to become a legendary interdimensional merchant, a trader? Sky, how about we open a shop? Old Wang flipped over and pinned Sky beneath him, gazing down at her with burning eyes. How about opening the most awesome little shop in the entire universe? What kind of shop? Sky felt a bit breathless, unable to bear Old Wang's weight. Without a second thought, a name full of style popped into Old Wang's mind, and he blurted it out, the Azeroth specialty shop. Having finally kicked Old Wang away, Sky rubbed her chest, feeling a bit sore. What was Azeroth? She glanced at the necklace around Old Wang's neck and knew it was called the Heart of Azeroth. Could this so-called Azeroth be a mysterious place unknown to me? A hidden secret realm on Earth? A planet or civilization somewhere in the universe? Or perhaps another dimension like Hell or the Dark Dimension? If this were the old Sky or anyone else, they wouldn't think this way. But Sky was different now. 3 years ago, meeting Old Wang had changed her fate, completely overturning her worldview. Old Wang constantly fed her all sorts of wild concepts. The 9 realms, multiverse, single universe, pocket universe, extra dimensions, higher and lower dimensions, parallel universes, aliens, mutants. How did he come up with all this? It wasn't like he wrote novels. Little did she know old Wang's mind was packed with thousands of novels and hundreds of world-building settings. Before his first transmigration, he was a struggling author on some website. At first it was nothing. Sky listened for entertainment, and it was indeed fascinating. But now things had changed. The Ghost Rider had appeared, hell had emerged, and ghosts had been reborn as humans. Anything was possible. This led her to a bold speculation. Could old Wang be from the mysterious Azeroth? Or somehow connected to Azeroth? Like the Kamartaj mages he had mentioned. Of course she wouldn't pry. If old Wang wanted to talk, he would. If not, it didn't matter. What she cared about wasn't his origins, but him. Thinking this over, Sky decided the word Azeroth could stay. Specialty was fine too. But why add the word local? So she protested vehemently. From verbal protests to physical ones, she ultimately achieved a glorious victory. The Azeroth local specialty store became the Azeroth specialty store. Old Wang naturally became the boss while she was promoted to salesperson and cashier. Still needed delivery driver and security guards. Sky jotted down meeting notes in her little book, chewing on her pen. Our store will sell expensive items. New York has too many gangs. It's not safe. Plus there's S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra. You can't watch over it all the time. We need to hire some guards. Forget the delivery driver. Well, just sell without delivering. No can do. Service must be comprehensive. Old Wang tapped the table, a sly smile curling on his lips. We've got the most reliable delivery driver and security guard in the world. Sky froze. An image of a flaming skull driver flashed in her mind. You mean? Robbie is looking for a job. How much can a mechanic earn? Once Gabe sees results from the essence wine, Robbie will want to keep buying it, but where's the money? Old Wang winked. What do you think about a 10-year contract? No salary, of course. He'll pay him in essence wine, 1 drop a day. What do you say? Old Wang meant well truly. He had Robbie's best interests at heart. As the delivery driver and security guard of the Azeroth specialty store, Robbie would attract plenty of attention, even malicious attacks. Those who would attack were usually not good people. Robbie was the Ghost Rider, and he needed to target those who were not good to strengthen the spirit of vengeance and himself. Old Wang had thought it all through. Robbie need not thank him. Sky was about to say, Wang, don't go too far. Bullying a Ghost Rider. If you've got guts, go bully Odin. But upon hearing old Wang's next words, she hesitated. 1 drop a day is too much. How about 1 drop a month? Old Wang was stunned. Was that the price of a Ghost Rider in Sky's eyes? Tony Stark, the future Iron Man, earned tens of millions a day with single orders worth billions. And you wouldn't even give him $1 million a day. How stingy could you be? Old Wang shook his head, pulled out the eternal water bottle, and took a small sip. Suddenly he froze. The eternal water bottle wasn't big. 1 small sip a day, even just a tiny taste, would empty it in a month. If he gave 1 drop a day, it wouldn't last long. And in the short term, he had no idea where to get more good stuff to exchange. He couldn't use the Darkhold, could he? That still had its uses, and some buyers were far more generous than the lady. Sky, you're right. With that thought, old Wang nodded. Then he took a bottle of Erguotu from the fridge and opened it. He poured it into the eternal water bottle. That looks much better. Gazing at the refilled bottle, old Wang's mood brightened instantly. Drink a little, refill a little. It would last a lifetime. Sky rolled her eyes, feeling sorry for Robbie. Kid, without you even knowing, you've been tricked again. Wang, you're too much. Sky huffed, defending Robbie, then suddenly had an idea. Wang, you said the Ghost Rider is immortal, and we martial artists can live long lives. Easily 100 years. I think 10 years is too short. How about 100 years? Old Wang. When a woman is ruthless, she's even fiercer than a man. Just 10 years. Old Wang made the final call. Anything more was pointless. In 10 years, the purple raisin would snap his fingers. By then, they'd either rely on luck, kill him, or steal the Infinity Stones. At that point, no matter what, they wouldn't need the Ghost Rider anymore. Let's move to the next topic. Sky tapped the table with her pen. To open a store, we need a location. First, we don't have money to rent. Even if we did, renting a store in New York isn't easy. That was indeed a problem. It wasn't easy, and old Wang definitely wouldn't leave Chinatown. Living where Chinese was spoken was more comfortable, even if most locals didn't speak it perfectly. But old Wang had connections. He pulled out his phone and dialed. A smile instantly spread across old Wang's face, his voice turning syrupy sweet. Sister Hong, I've learned some new massage techniques. A full set, even better than the ones at the bathhouse. Want to give it a try? A languid voice replied from the other end. Spit it out. Are you asking for an extension on rent or to borrow money? Xiao Wang, I've told you many times. With your looks, your build, your constitution, and your master-level massage skills, if you just work as my male escort, I guarantee you'd make $1 million a month. Beside him, Sky stared at old Wang with a cold sneer. It was like watching a streetwalker outside a barber shop, or a courtesan in a TV drama. Red's sister, whose full name was Wan Qinghong, was 3 years older than old Wang. She was a third-generation rich heiress. The entire building of the bachelor apartment old Wang rented belonged to her. The dozen or so buildings nearby were also hers. Countless shops in Chinatown and even in New York were under her name. Though she didn't make the Forbes list, her assets could at least rank among the top 100 Chinese in America. The true tycoon was her grandfather. Old Wang had a good relationship with Wan Qinghong and her grandparents. In truth, he got along well with many elderly folks in Chinatown, earning him the well-deserved nickname, the elderly's friend. The business card he had handed to Melinda earlier was printed at a random street-side print shop, and its introduction seemed absurd like a swindler's. But in reality, Old Wang was a well-known folk healer in Chinatown, and he had no fear of S.H.I.E.L.D. investigating him. He had never studied medicine, held no diploma, and possessed no medical license. Old Wang couldn't open a clinic, but that didn't mean he couldn't treat people. Martial arts and medicine were inseparable. Even without using his inner chi, Old Wang was a competent physician. Treating pediatric and gynecological issues was tricky. People were reluctant to let him handle those. But when it came to relaxing tendons, adjusting bones, and giving massages, he was an expert. Every elderly person who tried his services sang his praises. That was how his reputation slowly spread. Old Wang didn't ask for money, he traded in favors. Once the relationships were solid, finding work to support himself was never a problem. Red's sister was still studying at Caltech. With just one phone call from Old Wang, she didn't ask many questions. A small shop was quickly secured with rent set at a fair market price, neither too high nor too low. There were no special privileges. The fact that she could free up a shop at all was already a great favor, and that was how she showed respect to Old Wang. The shop was small and rent was deferred. Red's sister had money to spare. Since it had originally been a grocery store, no renovation was needed. Old Wang just changed the sign, completed the paperwork, and opened for business. Unlike some stories, he didn't refuse to sell cheap items and only offer overpriced Azeroth specialties. Of course, there was one outrageously priced item, the signature essence wine, priced so absurdly high that anyone would think twice before buying. The shop still had plenty of other goods which Old Wang took over at cost price and continued selling. The money came from Sky. Old Wang was surprised to learn she still had savings. What a woman, good at managing finances and hiding a private stash. Half the people on the street knew Old Wang, so business went on just as before. Sky tended the shop, Robbie handled deliveries, and Old Wang set up a recliner by the door to bask in the sun. Meanwhile, he used his inner chi to help Gabe absorb the essence of the well of eternity and taught him stances and meditation. And indeed, this handsome, intelligent high schooler was a top student. He excelled in school and now practiced martial arts with Old Wang diligently. Who wouldn't like such a student? Old Wang didn't, because Gabe constantly asked questions and disrupted his sunbathing. Robbie, spurred on by the spirit of vengeance, also joined in martial arts practice whenever he was free. So most of the time, Sky was left to handle the shop alone. For ordinary people, this kind of life was fine. Work for a few years, save up, find a wife, and enjoy a happy family. The problem was that Old Wang was anything but ordinary. One day, Robbie walked over and handed his phone to Old Wang. "Boss, it's your uncle." Old Wang took the call, momentarily stunned. He suddenly remembered that he had a Darkhold lab and a group of hungry scientists waiting to be supported. As soon as he answered, Ella's cautious voice came through. "Boss, we're down to the last 250 of the 100 you left us. We can't even afford burgers anymore. Hugo says being human is too painful. It's better to be a ghost, no need to eat and no hunger. Lucy suggested we just buy a bag of rice and cook plain rice that might last us a week." Old Wang was taken aback. Is rice in Puerto Rico that expensive? Or are you guys just huge eaters? 250 isn't enough for a week's food. Uffed. Robbie, standing nearby, almost spat out hellfire. "Boss, that's not the point. We still need some vegetables." Gabe, struggling to maintain his stance, couldn't help but defend Eli. Sky, busy haggling with an old lady in broken Chinese, heard nothing. On the other end of the line, Eli was utterly exasperated and didn't want to say another word. "Boss, oh boss, in my 40-plus years, this is the first time I've had a boss like you and the first time I've joined a lab this broke. A startup fund of 1000. Others get at least millions, even tens of millions or billions. All right, I remember this." Old Wang's face flushed with embarrassment. This wasn't the old days when selling tea eggs was more profitable than researching atomic bombs. It was the 21st century. How could he let scientists suffer? Gabe is right. Besides rice, you can have some vegetables and meat too. Don't go hungry. The money will be there soon, Old Wang said, patting Robbie's chest as a guarantee. On the other end, Eli, who was about to ask for a specific time, couldn't help but sigh. With no money, they couldn't even buy burgers. As a wanted fugitive, Eli dared not walk past the police station and had to be careful whenever he went out. The lab equipment they had managed to bring was set up, but it was far from sufficient. They still needed millions of dollars worth of gear, even with careful budgeting. And that was without using top-tier equipment, which would have cost tens of millions. On top of that, the lab consumed a huge amount of electricity. Under normal operation, they couldn't even afford the power bill. When would this end? After hanging up, Old Wang waved his hand, lay back in his chair, and counted on his fingers. It had already been a few days. The real customers should be showing up. Old Wang waved toward the shop. Sky, come here. They'll tell you a story today. Huh, isn't it class time now? Sky trotted over and, following their usual tradition, naturally began massaging Old Wang's shoulders. Wang, I've heard your superhero series, Havoc in Heaven, Neza Conquers the Dragon King and the Calabash Brothers. Which one is it today? Jiangxia fishes. Old Wang squinted, took a sip of wine, and said in a distant, profound voice, the willing fish takes the bait. Natasha was very busy lately. She had to follow the director's orders, and she herself was eager to find the iron fist of Kunlun. The mysterious Eastern power known as Qi held a fatal attraction for her. If she could master Qi, her strength would undoubtedly reach a new level, greatly enhancing her mission success rate and personal safety. She had spent the past few days investigating the hand. This mysterious organization seemed connected to Kunlun. Its members came from all over the world, and it was said to have a presence in dozens of countries across East and West, such as Japan, Russia, and the United States. The leaders of the hand were known as the Five Fingers, each shrouded in mystery. S-H-I-E-L-D didn't even know their true identities. Of course, this was mainly because the hand hadn't deliberately provoked S-H-I-E-L-D, so they hadn't been thoroughly investigated. Now that she was looking into it, she realized the hand ran deep. Its members, especially those from Eastern countries, were mostly martial arts experts skilled in Muay Thai, Taekwondo, Karate, Judo, and Chinese martial arts, highly capable fighters. Several dojos and martial arts schools in New York seemed connected to the hand, but few among them could master Qi. According to limited records, one of them was Madame Gao. Unfortunately, Madame Gao was Chinese with her main business in China. Although she had a presence in New York with ties to the famous Rand Corporation, she wasn't in New York at the moment. Natasha decided to follow another lead: the Chinese community. Chinese people could be found all over New York, but the largest concentration was in Chinatown. The business card Melinda had given her, that Mr. Wang, lived in Chinatown. Natasha did not approach directly, but instead conducted an investigation first. She roamed Chinatown for 3 full days, learning about the life of a certain Mr. Wang through various means. He grew up in an orphanage, developing a passion for martial arts after watching Hong Kong action films, practicing alone, and becoming a target of ridicule. At 12, he spent his hard-saved $13.51 on a pile of books from an old street vendor. At 14, he left the orphanage, earning a living through massage and bone-setting, beloved by middle-aged and elderly clients. He never charged, earning nicknames like Old Wang, Little Wang, Big Wang, Master Wang, Thunderborn Wang, Jinxiang Wang, Xiaopong, and Mr. Wang. He had a fighting record, undefeated, challenging all dojos within 19 blocks of Chinatown. 3 years ago, he met Sky, a year older, and they grew close, often talking through the night. The business card Melinda gave was practically held by every senior in Chinatown. This Master Wang was a local celebrity. S-H-I-E-L-D.'s investigations soon yielded results. Robbie Reyes, desperate, contacted Master Wang after seeing Ski's ad online seeking treatment for his brother Gabe's broken leg. Subsequently, Master Wang and Sky went to Los Angeles. Their car broke down, was repaired, and they visited Robbie's home. A transfer of funds, modest in amount, likely served as the consultation fee. Days ago, Robbie and Gabe moved to New York with Master Wang, who suddenly opened a specialty shop, presumably using Robbie's payment. Robbie worked as a shop assistant while Gabe studied martial arts under Master Wang. Interesting, Natasha thought, her eyes brightening. His mastery of massage and bone setting was exceptional, truly earning the title of master. His combat prowess was equally formidable. How could a youth under 18 possess such skills, becoming a dual master? His life story held no anomalies. The true turning point was that purchase of books from a street vendor. Self-taught? No. The world is full of prodigies, but this Master Wang defied mere genius. Either he was a reincarnated Buddha, or he had a hidden mentor. That old street vendor must be the true master. Natasha imagined the old vendor seeing young Wang's passion and diligence, perhaps recognizing an once-in-a-century prodigy, secretly took him as an apprentice, teaching martial arts and traditional medicine. Just as Agent Carter once saw potential in Melinda, leading to the creation of the cavalry. Who was that old vendor? The true iron fist of Kunlun. Natasha clenched her fist. Though speculative, she was confident. Why did the iron fist train Master Wang? Perhaps he saw Wang's talent and diligence, or aimed to cultivate Kunlun's next generation. With luck, Wang might become the next Iron Fist. Master Wang is the key to finding the Iron Fist. Natasha decided without hesitation. The Iron Fist had contacted her, and Coulson and Melinda had interacted with Wang. Surely Wang knew he was being watched, and would be cautious. Coulson and Melinda held Master Wang in high regard. Surveillance was futile, he wouldn't slip up. Force was also inappropriate, as S-H-I-E-L-D.'s target was the Iron Fist, not Wang. S-H-I-E-L-D had many combat experts, but no martial master could withstand bullets or grenades. With proper preparation, a well-trained agent could neutralize any martial master. But someone at the Iron Fist level was different. Limited data suggested that a master of Qi possessed enhanced physical attributes, strength, speed, reflexes, senses, making them formidable even unarmed. Before you could draw your weapon, they would detect and eliminate you. Though their encounter was brief, Natasha was certain the Iron Fist was not merely a master, but a grandmaster. His power surpassed even the martial masters in S level 7 files, including Madame Gao. Most importantly, the director seemed intent on recruiting the Iron Fist for the Avengers. The Iron Fist appeared to bear no ill will toward S.H.I.E.L.D. Under these circumstances, a gentle approach was necessary. They might even become allies. Natasha decided to pay a visit. That day she arrived at Azeroth's specialty shop. Upon reaching the entrance, she froze. Isn't this too much? 3 men were lounging outside, 1 in a chair, 2 in horse stances. The shop had few customers, with only a young woman working. Where was their chivalry? As the Black Widow, Natasha scoffed at chivalry, as she often had to protect weaker male operatives. Eventually she worked solo. Yet as a woman the scene irked her. She didn't demand preferential treatment, but at least equality. Natasha took a deep breath, calming herself, and surveyed the shop and its surroundings. The modest shop's quick rental wasn't just about money, but also Master Wang's connections earned through years of free treatments for the elderly. Passers-by were friendly toward Wang, who acted casually, indicating strong bonds. Force would indeed bring trouble. Whether in China or America, the elderly were not to be trifled with, especially in numbers. What if hundreds protested at City Hall or danced in the streets? Robbie and Gabe's horse stances seemed superficial, yet their physiques were excellent, legs steady. How was that possible? More astonishingly, Gabe's broken leg appeared fully healed. Was it due to Eastern therapies or Qi? Her gaze fell on Master Wang, initially disappointed, then startled. He gave off an aura of an ordinary slacker. Elsewhere she might have mistaken him for a commoner, but clearly he was not. He lacked any martial artist's traits. His hands were smooth, legs not thick, posture relaxed, unlike Agents Grant Ward or Brock Rumlow, ever vigilant. He was a natural chameleon. What women envied most was his skin, healthy, smooth, and fine. How could a man have such skin? Also, most martial artists had proper height-weight ratios. But this Master Wang seemed slightly chubby with a noticeable belly. Not a beer belly, but round and firm, likely genetic. Was he truly a dual master of medicine and martial arts? He appeared more like a charlatan. Yet Natasha didn't dismiss her earlier findings. This only meant he differed from her expectations. Perhaps the Iron Fist disciple was meant to be this way. Finishing her observations, Natasha rehearsed her approach and entered the shop like an ordinary customer. The shop was small, with few shelves, easily scanned. Tiger Bone wine 66 bottle, Tiger Penis wine 88 bottle, Tiger Tooth pin at 99 each, Tiger Head shoes 11 pair, Tiger Skin hat 22 each. Natasha was speechless. Master Wang, since when were tigers so cheap? The hat and shoes were clearly fabric with no relation to tigers. Natasha remained expressionless, inwardly scoffing. Yet she couldn't label him a swindler. The prices were obviously fake, and customers came precisely for such novelties. Suddenly, a beautiful hand extended from behind, holding a golden glass bottle containing a liquid vital to men emblazoned with bold English Indian god oil. No thanks, O'Brows. Natasha declined habitually, but before finishing she tensed. Something was wrong. The Black Widow, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most formidable agents, hadn't sensed someone approaching from behind. She hadn't noticed anyone behind her. Did the shop harbor another hidden expert besides Master Wang? Natasha prepared to strike. But the hand moved aside, placing the oil on a shelf and picking up a box of Durex. Or perhaps you need this, Agent Romanoff. In broad daylight, he closed the door and drew the curtains. Ahem, the Azeroth specialty shop was closed for business. It was during work hours, so there were few customers anyway. When old Wang announced a temporary closure, the familiar elderly patrons cast several glances at Natasha. Granny's son from next door, with her failing eyesight, winked and pursed her lips at old Wang. Boss Chun from the west end of the street, who wore thick glasses, gave him a knowing look that said, "I understand, no need to explain." Meanwhile, old lady Li, who practiced Tai Chi 3 streets away, snorted disdainfully and dragged her husband away, muttering, "Men are all no good," and keeping the home flag flying while the colorful banners flutter outside, which left old Li thoroughly embarrassed. This also left old Wang feeling helpless. He felt he had been unfairly taken advantage of by Natasha. Old Wang had lived a rather pure life, always keeping his nose clean. His experience was far less extensive than the infamous Black Widows. If that wasn't being taken advantage of, what was? Of course, if we counted his 10 years in World of Warcraft, old Wang's experience far surpassed Natasha's. After all, he sought not just quantity, but also variety of species. So it was hard to calculate. Let's just say both sides lost and call it even. In any case, with a legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent at the door of the little shop had to close. Sky was busy tapping away at the cash register promoting the Azeroth specialty shop online and setting up a web store. Robbie took Gabe home to do his homework. Old Wang moved his lounge chair into the shop and laid down by the door. Natasha stood opposite him. This left her feeling a bit dazed. Why did it feel like she was the one under suspicion and the two opposite her were the agents? Was she here to investigate them, or were they interrogating her? The Black Widow was no stranger to this. One could even say she was well experienced. But in the past, it was all a disguise aimed at extracting the intelligence she wanted before treating her target to the Black Widow's signature scissor leg hold service. But now she seemed to be the one truly being interrogated. Only torture was missing. And why was it missing? May I ask what brings the famous Black Widow to my humble shop? Old Wang whistled, watching Sky quickly abandon her computer and walk over. He thought to himself that his recent training was paying off. A drop of essence wine every day had her physical condition improving rapidly. It seemed she was even experiencing a second growth spurt into adulthood. The right places had grown fuller, the right places had slimmed down, her skin was smoother, and even her height was showing signs of further increase, steadily pushing past the 170 centimeter mark. The Well of Eternity truly lived up to its reputation as the source of Azeroth's primordial energy. Its effects on nurturing life and growth were far superior to silicone scalpels or height-increasing insoles. They weren't even in the same league. Old Wang was never a stingy man. Although the essence of the Well of Eternity and the blood of Azeroth were running low, they had to be used when needed. Setting aside the future potential of Quake, given their relationship, he had to give her the essence. Just not too much. Sky and Gabe were alike. Their physical condition was far inferior to Old Wang's. They couldn't take too much essence at once. Otherwise, although they wouldn't explode like a balloon with a bang, it would be a waste. Thrift is a traditional Chinese virtue. Hearing Old Wang's words, Natasha's body immediately tensed. Black Widow. This moniker originated from a distant northern nation. Though not quite the urban legend that Winter Soldier was to many intelligence agencies, it wasn't widely known either. Apart from the intelligence agencies of various countries, only a handful of people at the very pinnacle of global power and wealth knew it. Master Wang actually knew. Impressive. More importantly, very few dared to utter this moniker, including high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. officials. Those who couldn't keep their mouths shut, whether they had big mouths or small, didn't end well. Under normal circumstances, upon hearing someone call her Black Widow, Natasha would not be polite. But now, her entire body suddenly relaxed. Her aura shifted abruptly. From a cold, silent Black Widow, she transformed into a highly seductive, mature woman. She exuded the charm of an adult woman, complemented by her perfect body and captivating eyes, like a spider spirit turning into a fox spirit. I came to buy something, can I, Master Wang? She blinked. Tisk tisk, the electricity was potent. Old Wang looked Natasha up and down with a purely appreciative gaze, examining this charming creature. Height 160 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, the measurements. Sky gave a snort. The force of her shoulder massage increased threefold. Old Wang's expression remained unchanged. A true warrior dares to face the ravages of vibrations and the temptations of the widow. What a man of both suffering and happiness. Old Wang adopted the mindset of this too, is a form of cultivation, adhering to the principle of beauty is but a skeleton and white bones, scanning Natasha as a form of artistic appreciation. This was the first step of observation, auscultation, interrogation, and palpation. An old-school Chinese medicine practitioner, no slouch. Without even using his qi, Old Wang determined that Natasha's injuries had mostly healed. But she wasn't fully recovered. Was Fury so eager to see me that she was out investigating so soon? Back when Old Wang carried Natasha to inject his qi for treatment, he had strictly controlled the dosage. Treating minor illnesses over treating minor ones, controlling major ones. Most of the time it works wonders. Like now? Of course. Our shop is open for business, welcoming guests from all directions, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Old Wang made a pleased gesture. Not looking for Indian aphrodisiac oil or Durex, beautiful lady. What do you desire? Am injured, quite seriously. Natasha rubbed her chest, looking pained and pitiful. I heard Master Wang is the best Chinese medicine practitioner in all of America. Could you take a look at me? My fees are quite high, Old Wang said with some reserve. Don't worry, money isn't an issue, Natasha assured him. This was a work injury fully covered by the organization. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a vast organization. Oh, would they care about this little money? Come here, let me have a look. Old Wang didn't get up, just beckoned her over. Why did this feel like calling a pet? Natasha grumbled inwardly, then swayed her hips as she walked over to him. Old Wang raised his hand, reaching towards Natasha's chest. 10 minutes later, Old Wang shook his hand, which Sky had nearly swollen with slaps, feeling quite helpless. Her chest hurt, so of course I had to look at her chest. Don't jump to conclusions. I have to examine every place that hurts. I have strong professional ethics. Am not stupid. Oh, would I flirt with another woman right in front of my own? I've examined you carefully. You have gunshot wounds on your chest, back, waist, buttocks, thighs, and calves. Multiple internal organs are severely damaged. A normal person wouldn't last 5 minutes. Tiscum Master saved you. Otherwise, even with your physique, you wouldn't have lasted an hour. Old Wang shook his head in admiration, his face full of reverence. A master like that is truly extraordinary. One doesn't appear in 1,000 years. Definitely a centenarian Chinese medicine grandmaster. To have encountered such a grandmaster, Agent Romanoff, you are incredibly lucky. May I ask, do you have his contact information? Natasha rolled her eyes while straightening her disheveled clothes. Are you implying that the Kunlun Iron Fist has already lived over 100 years? Having lived through the era of Captain America? Besides, with your exaggerated acting, it's obvious you know the Iron Fist. You're probably his disciple, so why pretend? And praising your master like that is utterly shameless. Ski's kneading hands grew heavier. Heh, Old Wang, praising yourself in such a roundabout way is truly shameless. But what you said is true because I think so too. Unfortunately, that Grandmaster saved me and left. My external injuries are entirely healed, but my internal injuries in the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are still far from recovered. Without that Grandmaster's help, even at the best hospital, it would take at least a month to heal with lingering aftereffects. Natasha gazed at Old Wang with tearful eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Master Wang, there can't be many Grandmasters like that, can there? Do you know them? Can you introduce me? Rest assured, money is no issue. I don't know them. Besides, are Grandmasters greedy for wealth? Their pursuits are beyond that. Old Wang wore an expression of, I wish I knew a Grandmaster too, shrugging helplessly. A Grandmaster is like the divine dragon of Eastern legend, able to hide or appear to expand or shrink. It's not something you or I can meet on a whim. But I can ask around for you. Our group circle is quite well informed, oh, we might find him. Natasha blinked. Master Wang, are you hinting that it's not easy for you to see the Iron Fist either? And you belong to an organization, likely Kunlun, right? You can't see the Iron Fist anytime, but you can contact others in Kunlun, is that it? Kunlun seems very powerful, and there are quite a few people. Also, to see the Iron Fist, money is useless. You need rare treasures that money can't buy. Natasha thought for 2 seconds, biting her lip. But I'm afraid I can't wait that long. Master Wang, can you heal my injuries? She wanted to test this Master Wang again. His words seemed to hint at a desire to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. Likely on the orders of the Iron Fist or Kunlun. What is their purpose? There's no such thing as an undeserved backup or an unearned goodwill. Why would a mysterious organization that might have existed for centuries suddenly act this way? S.H.I.E.L.D. knows too little about Kunlun. Perhaps through this Master Wang we can pierce the fog surrounding Kunlun. Whether for conflict or cooperation, we must first gather enough intelligence. Unequal information leads to losses. Your injuries are severe. I can treat them, but the effect might not be better than a major hospital's. Old Wang shrugged. Natasha fell into thought, not wanting to reveal his hand. If he was telling the truth, then Master Wang had indeed mastered Qi, though far less than the Iron Fist. That was still terrifying. She wondered how many such individuals Kunlun possessed. A few dozens or hundreds. Natasha felt a pang of disappointment. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tech department couldn't heal her injuries in just a few days. She wasn't Captain America with his formidable self-healing abilities. The director had decided to take on Hydra. At this critical moment, she was weakened by her injuries. How could that be? Just then Old Wang spoke. Though I can't do it, that doesn't mean the medicine can't. You've got the ailment, and I've got the cure. It can heal your injuries, but it's a bit pricey. Old Wang snapped his fingers. Sky, bring over that jar of 72-year-aged Azeroth signature essence wine. Okay. Sky stopped her hands and walked to the back. She lifted a wine jar from the top shelf. It was antique and elegant. High-end and impressive. Drink as much as you like, no limit. By the time it's gone, your injuries should be healed. Old Wang glanced at the label. That'll be 1 million. Sky hugged the jar as if it were a gleaming gold ingot, afraid Natasha might snatch it. Pay first, deliver later. Small business, no bargaining. Natasha glanced at the label. It clearly read a 1 followed by 5 zeros. Miss, can't you count? It's clearly 100000. Is 1 million a lot? Yes, it is. Though a legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, her monthly salary wasn't that high. Pay was by rank, not legend status. She wasn't the director and had no chance to embezzle. Over her years with S.H.I.E.L.D., she hadn't saved even 1 million. Of course, 1 million wasn't much for S.H.I.E.L.D. The director would probably approve it. A single hair from his leg was thicker than her waist. The question now was, could this stuff really heal her injuries? If it worked, it was a bargain. Her current state was crucial. The difference between being healed and injured was immense, impacting the next operation far more than 10 million. Plus, bringing such miraculous medicinal wine back would mean sharing some with the tech department for analysis. They might even decipher its chemical composition and brewing secret. If mass production were possible, its value would be equivalent to 100 million or even 1,000. That was the most important part. But if it didn't work, even with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s wealth, they couldn't be fools. Hydra would laugh at them. At that moment, Natasha was deeply torn. But after a moment's thought, she figured it wasn't a big deal. In most cases, the losses from a single operation or the cost of covering damages exceeded 1 million. Given the Iron Fist's importance, would the director care about a mere million? If they could successfully recruit the Iron Fist into S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Suntoba-formed Avengers, the director would pay even 100 million without hesitation. They'll make a call. Transfer within 10 minutes. Natasha didn't haggle, unwilling to sour relations with Master Wang over a mere million. After all, it wasn't her money. She didn't ask for Master Wang's account number. If S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't dig that up, they'd have been disbanded long ago, unable to hold their current position. Old Wang was very pleased, glancing at Sky. What's 72-year-aged? It was actually Erguo-2 diluted with plain water in a rather pathetic ratio. Then Head added 110 of a drop of essence wine. Yes, 1/10 of a drop. Head dropped 1 drop into a bottle of Erguo-2, shaken it, and then poured it into 10 jars, filling them with water. Old Wang wasn't a profiteer, nor was his goal to sell wine for money. It was merely a means to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. But Sky had turned 1,000 into 1 million, with a blink multiplying it tenfold. That was going too far. Old Wang leaped up from his recliner, pointing at the pile of jars in the back with a beaming smile. Come back for more when you're done, but hurry, they'll be gone soon. It's limited edition, only 10 jars total. 10 jars. Just. Natasha was on the phone reporting to Baldy when she sensed something off. A medicinal wine priced at 1,000 but sold for 1 million, casually stocked in 10 jars. It felt less like high-end elixir and more like draft beer sold wholesale. Could this really be a scam? But Old Wang's voice was loud, and Baldy on the other end, sharp-eared, caught it. His deep magnetic voice followed by them all. Get him to give a 50 discount. Spending 5 million at once. Director, you sure are rich. Did you win the lottery? Natasha didn't ask why, turning to Old Wang. Master Wang, if you can give a 60 discount, they'll take all the essence wine. And you plan to pocket that extra 10 for cosmetics? Old Wang asked curiously. Natasha was speechless. The director had deliberately lowered his voice. Ished barely heard it with her ear pressed to the phone. How did he catch that? Did you get a hearing aid at such a young age? Fine, 50 off. Natasha had initially hoped to save S.H.I.E.L.D. 1 million, part of which might become her year-end bonus. Spending 5 million at once. Director, you sure are rich. Did you win the lottery? Natasha didn't ask why, turning to Old Wang. Master Wang, if you can give a 60 discount, they'll take all the essence wine. But now forget it. Winning over the Iron Fist was more important. Sky wanted to raise the price again, but Old Wang extended his left-hand deal. No greed, no one to stop. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. There would be plenty of business opportunities ahead. He couldn't let petty cash ruin a major deal. Old Wang wasn't short on money. A few million. Peanuts. S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed has no shortage of funds. The 5 million will arrive soon. Natasha drove with a cold expression, leaving with 10 jars of white water mixed with Erguo-2, while Sky watched with delight as the balance in her account transformed from single digits to 7 figures, her face beaming with joy. This was the first time in this life that she had seen so much money. How much Erguo-2 and white water could this buy? Forget that old truck, let's get a new one. A super luxurious top-tier doomsday battle vehicle. Forget the laptop, let's get the latest model, a server-grade one. Forget the phone, let's switch to the newly released Banana 13 Plus. Forget about Old Wang, let's get a new one. Wait, this one won't be changed, it was new and hasn't been used yet. Sky was very happy. The first time in 3 years she felt this way. But just 20 seconds into her happiness, she heard Old Wang calmly say, leave 1 million, find a way to transfer the rest to Eli and Lucy, without leaving traces, and ensure S.H.I.E.L.D. can't track it. All right, Sky said dejectedly, very reluctantly. I haven't even warmed up yet. Having known him for 3 years, she understood Old Wang very well. The calmer Old Wang spoke, the more serious his words became. No one could change his decisions. Wolves are silent when hunting, and pandas are the same when catching bamboo rats. Right? Returning to the cash register with a sigh, Sky began laundering money while tentatively asking Wang, what should we do with the remaining 1 million? Change cars, change computers, change phones, change clothes, change cosmetics. Oh, anything you want to change, just go ahead. Old Wang paused for 2 seconds before adding, use the remaining money to pay the rent for this shop for half a year in one go, then rent another place and buy furniture. Being a house slave is better than being a car slave. Oh, can you live in a truck for a lifetime? Of course I can't do that. I couldn't afford it before, but now that I can, I should treat myself better. Sky busily tapped away, her fingers flying. Moments later, her expression fell. She sadly realized that after everything, the 1 million was gone, and she couldn't even afford a good car. Earning this money was easy, but spending it was even easier. After a while, feeling quite down, Sky remembered something and asked sourly, Wang, doesn't Romanoff have a nice figure? Is her skin smooth? Does she smell good? Is it comfortable to touch? Do you really think I'm trying to take advantage of Black Widow? Old Wang snorted, standing with his hands behind his back, looking inscrutable and deep. I'm investigating her physical condition. Sky, are you planning to investigate her in bed for 3 days and nights? You little comrade, your thoughts are problematic and impure. You need to correct them. Old Wang's face turned serious as he lectured, am I that kind of person? Black Widow's body is not quite right, that differs from a normal person and is highly likely to have undergone some special modifications. As an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I must be responsible for my patients. You are that kind of person. Sky chuckled, then couldn't help but ask curiously what was the result. Her physique is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. She must have undergone some modifications. Old Wang pondered for 2 seconds and said, but compared to the Winter Soldier, she is still lacking. For over 60 years, the Super Soldier program has been unheard of. How many people wanted to replicate the Super Soldier serum, but unfortunately none succeeded. The Winter Soldier is probably the most successful version. The version of the Super Soldier serum from Dr. Erskine completely disappeared after he was killed. Almost all related experiments afterward were somehow linked to the Super Soldier serum, either directly or through inspiration. The Winter Soldier is the former. His physical abilities are on par with Captain America. Black Widow is far behind. Of course, now that she has taken Old Wang's 10 jars of alcohol and consumed the essence within, her physical quality should improve a bit. Although she definitely can't match the Winter Soldier, her overall strength will surely increase significantly. But to become stronger, she must keep drinking. Old Wang doesn't look down on S-H-I-E-L-D. If they were to drink freely, S-H-I-E-L-D truly wouldn't be able to afford it. Stark Industries can't handle it either, but Wakanda might be able to. Yes, Wakanda is the real big shot. We need to find a way to build connections. Why are we still selling essence alcohol next? Sky loved the thrill of quickly raking in tens of millions, but she also felt pity for the dwindling essence alcohol. The remaining amount isn't enough for the 3 of us to drink. Old Wang, Sky, and Gabe. All 3 of them, within the limits allowed by law and morality, had not pushed their bodies to the limit. If they continued to drink, their physical abilities would continuously improve. While she couldn't say they'd become too strong, reaching a level comparable to the gods of the wilderness was still hopeful, and they'd definitely be stronger than Captain America. Old Wang was the one who drank the most, followed by Sky, and Gabe drank the least. The monk primarily cultivates himself. The stronger the body, the better. Sky is destined to become Quake, and her powers inflict significant damage on her body. The stronger her physique, the longer the duration and greater the power. As for Gabe, he's someone who is set to go to Stanford or Berkeley. He can just drink a little. Robbie doesn't need to. The Ghost Rider possesses immortality, and all he needs to do now is seek vengeance. In recent days, he has been driving that flashy Dodge Charger every night, but he hasn't taken action yet. He's no longer alone. With an organization and opportunity, he can't act recklessly. He needs a plan. He'll find a target and tell Sky, and naturally Sky will research and devise a plan, such as hacking the surveillance to ensure the Ghost Rider's identity remains safe. In a cosmopolitan city like New York, beneath the glamour lies astonishing dirt. In the eyes of the spirit of vengeance, at least half the people in New York are guilty, but Robbie will not let it run rampant. He has his own judgment criteria. Petty theft is not sufficient for a death sentence, and only those who cause significant harm will be included in Robbie's revenge list. Old Wang is not interested in being a vigilante. To be honest, he has no interest. If he encounters something, he might take care of it. Order is always better than chaos, but if he doesn't encounter anything, he won't deliberately intervene. Water that is too clear has no fish. People who scrutinize will have no followers. Without evil, there is no goodness. Saints do not die and thieves do not cease. A perfect world is neither heaven nor hell, but a world with both heavenly and hellish attributes. There are good people and bad people, but more are ordinary folks who are neither good nor bad. That is the colorful world. Old Wang is actually neutral lawful. Sky is a girl with a slight inclination towards justice. After joining the Tide organization in the past 2 years, she has gained a sense of social responsibility, leaning towards lawful good on the basis of being neutral lawful. As for Robbie, he was originally supposed to be a neutral lawful ordinary person, but now as the Ghost Rider influenced by the spirit of vengeance, he leans more towards lawful evil. Being a vigilante suits him. Though the 3 have some differences, they are generally all lawful. The Ghost Rider can only grow stronger through continuous vengeance. Hence Old Wang supports Robbie, urging Sky to cooperate with and assist him. The essence alcohol will definitely be sold. Otherwise how will we make money? Old Wang changed the subject who, as Robbie set his sights on. One person. Natasha had never been as nervous as she was today. Though she wasn't trembling all over, her heart needed 1,000 times over still lodged in her throat. 5 million was nothing. But the value of these essence wines to S.H.I.E.L.D. could far exceed that amount. Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Though her actions were only reported to Director Fury, and only he knew of them, it was hard to guarantee no one else would catch on. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network was always formidable, and as a legendary agent like herself, she would surely be a prime target for Hydra's moles. Every move she made would be watched, as she could face mortal danger at any moment. No one could guarantee that her movements over the past few days hadn't been tracked, or that her investigations hadn't been probed. Better to be cautious. Natasha dared not let her guard down. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. There was a traffic jam. How was that possible? She had chosen the best route in advance, and had satellite navigation running all the way. Trouble, danger. Natasha instinctively dodged. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, followed by sharp, piercing cracks. The bulletproof glass was shattered. A streak of blood spurted out, splattering onto the glass in a brilliant crimson. Snipers, at least 2. Natasha didn't need to look to know snipers were hiding in some high-floor room, or even on the rooftops of the buildings on either side. The height difference in the bullet holes through the 2 layers of glass made it clear. She had to abandon the car. The cramped space made it impossible to evade the sniper's sights. The bulletproof glass and car body couldn't withstand specialized armor-piercing rounds. Her only option now was to take the risk, flee the vehicle, and take cover in a nearby building. Natasha didn't hesitate for even a second. Even for an agent of her caliber, successfully evading a lethal ambush by at least 2 ace snipers was incredibly difficult, but she had to take the gamble. Otherwise, she could only wait for death. It had to be Hydra. She just didn't know if they were after her or the essence wines in the car. If it was the former, then only she was in danger. If it was the latter, then Master Wang was certainly in even greater peril. No. Hydra wouldn't kill Master Wang, they would take him alive. Whether for the iron fist of Kunlun behind him, or to obtain more essence wine, a living Master Wang was far more valuable than a dead one. Just then Natasha heard a continuous barrage of gunfire. People from other cars that had blocked her off rushed out and started shooting at her. Fortunately, these men only had pistols and submachine guns. Their bullets weren't specialized armor-piercing rounds, lacking the power to easily penetrate the bulletproof glass and reinforced bodywork produced by the tech division. But this made abandoning the car impossible. She wasn't the Winter Soldier or the Iron Fist. Her flesh and blood couldn't withstand a frontal assault from so many well-equipped, well-trained elite soldiers. Was she doomed to die? No. Natasha's eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a swift figure. It was a powerfully built man clad in a black tactical suit, wielding a specialized high-tech compound bow and carrying a custom quiver filled with over 24 specially crafted arrows. He was nearly 190 centimeters tall, with not an ounce of excess fat. The muscles on his exposed arms were sinewy and taut, brimming with explosive power. He sprinted across the rooftops of Chinese buildings to her left, agile and swift. This man, swift as the wind, suddenly drew an arrow. He nocked it, drew the bowstring, aimed and released. In a flash, the arrow tore through the air, streaking towards a distant window. A warm smile crept onto Natasha's lips. Undoubtedly one sniper had been dealt with. Clint, she whispered softly. He was someone utterly reliable, someone she trusted completely, a person who had changed the course of her life. He had convinced her to leave her old organization and join S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye Clint Barton, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 7 agent, the greatest marksman in the world. In her eyes, there was no one else. With him here, there was nothing to fear. 2 guns suddenly appeared in Natasha's hands. The counterattack began. Every arrow was lethal. In pure combat, Hawkeye, equally adept at close quarters and ranged combat, was more fearsome than Black Widow. His arrows couldn't be faster than bullets, but they were absolutely more accurate. Combined with his superhuman reflexes, hand-eye coordination, and exceptionally rare computational abilities, he had never missed his mark. S.H.I.E.L.D. always emphasized teamwork. Few agents were qualified for solo missions. Black Widow was one, Hawkeye was another. And now they fought side by side once more. Bullets flew, arrows zipped through the air. Hawkeye wasn't the only backup. S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent over a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents suddenly appeared, all of them elite. In an instant, about 10 Hydra operatives were taken down. Natasha finally understood it wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't a setup. If they intended to use her, or even Master Wang, as bait to lure out Hydra, there was no need to keep it from her. She trusted the director knew her abilities. If she were to play a role, she was confident she could become a Hollywood star and fool Hydra's eyes and ears. so it was more likely a countermeasure. Director Fury knew her whereabouts. He had been watching her. He had detected Hydra's operation and thus dispatched Hawkeye and the others for backup. If that were the case, the director probably hadn't had time to consider or support Master Wang. What about him? Could something have happened? The battle ended quickly. Natasha. Hawkeye quickly ran over, standing beside her in a defensive stance, and asked in a low voice, how bad is the injury? Let's head back to the Triskelion. No, we're going to the Azeroth specialty store. Natasha completely ignored the pain in her left side and said decisively, Hydra won't let Master Wang go. We need to save him. Master Wang. Hawkeye was taken aback. Who is he? He had been on leave. Taking advantage of his child being asleep, he was discussing life goals with his wife when he suddenly got a call from the director. He had gotten out of bed immediately and rushed back to S.H.I.E.L.D. overnight. The director had decided to move against Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. needed him, but as soon as he arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D., he was assigned a mission: extract Agent Romanoff. Other than that, he knew nothing. So what the hell happened while I was on leave? Master Wang is connected to a very important person, someone we must win over. Natasha opened the rear door, grabbed a jar, and gulped down more than a dozen mouthfuls. She wiped her mouth and stared at Hawkeye seriously. Master Wang is a Chinese martial arts master like Shang-Chi, though probably not as strong. We'll call him. Natasha picked up her phone and dialed. It rang once before connecting. Thank God, it seemed Hydra hadn't struck yet. Natasha quickly said, Master Wang, Hydra might come for you. Find a place to hide right now, we're on our way. Hydra? You mean these guys? A grunt came from the other end, followed by Old Wang's relaxed, cheerful voice. 7 in total, all still alive. I was just wondering if I sell these guys to S.H.I.E.L.D. How much will you give me? Natasha was stunned. 10 minutes earlier. Robbie has been investigating a blind organization recently. It seems to be involved in drug manufacturing and trafficking. Sky, browsing an online shopping interface and casually favoriting items she liked, said absent-mindedly, that blind organization operates in Hell's Kitchen to the north. All of them are Eastern faces, your compatriots. Blind people, drugs, Hell's Kitchen, Easterners. Old Wang roughly knew who it was. He nodded and said, open the door. Keep the business running. Sky hurried to open the door. It was already evening, and since Old Wang had just closed up, there were hardly any people around. Old Wang patted his stomach. It had shrunk enough that it no longer felt as round as before. This wouldn't do. It was an insult to his past identity as a panda man. How could the great dragon warrior go hungry? Had the Qing dynasty fallen, or had the empire run out of grain? Go to Old Lee's place 2 streets over and get 2 servings of braised pork with bamboo shoots over rice. Then head to the bun shop at the east end of the street and buy 10 large buns stuffed with dried bamboo shoots. Old Wang glanced at Ski's computer, which she hadn't shut down. Dozens of tabs were open, and among the search terms was even cosmetics, a set for $99 with free shipping. Was this girl actually learning to dress herself up? In the past, just wiping her face was good enough. Now she had raised her standards so much. Truly, money was a demon leading people into corruption. What a bottomless pit, Sky muttered. She closed the computer, pulled a few bills from the drawer, and headed out. Old Wang casually grabbed a bottle of bamboo leaf green, moved his recliner to the doorway, and adjusted into a more comfortable, lounging position. A general cannot go without a steed, a panda cannot go without wine. His body was human, but his habits were those of a panda man. Old Wang's love for wine had been cultivated since he was 3 years old in his first life, honed over 20 years on Earth, fermented through 10 years in the World of Warcraft, and matured over 18 years in the Marvel world. It was deeply ingrained. Many monk skills required wine to be used. For others, drinking was a hobby. For Old Wang, it was a necessity. The fragrant wine paired with the glow of the setting sun created a unique charm. If only things could always be this way. Unfortunately, someone always had to shatter such rare tranquility. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. Old Wang took a sip of wine, maintaining his usual calm. Hey boss, do you have any medicinal wine? The kind a man needs. The essential kind. 7 men surrounded Old Wang. Their trench coats, ill-suited for the weather, concealed their robust frames along with bulletproof vests, pistols, and tactical knives. One of them walked directly to Old Wang's left. His gaunt face, as if carved by wind, exuded an undeniable masculinity. This man was no ordinary foe. Concealed by his coat, a pistol pressed against Old Wang's lower back. The man lowered his voice, the kind Black Widow bought. Hand it all over unless you want to die. I have it. Feeling the hardness at his back, Old Wang remained expressionless. He slowly rose and, flanked by the 5 burly men, walked toward the back of the shop. The other 2 men closed the door, sealing off the inside from the outside. It was as if they had cut off 2 worlds. Sky hadn't actually gone far. She suddenly remembered she hadn't asked Old Wang what soup he wanted: winter bamboo shoot and pickled vegetable, yellow croaker soup, or spring bamboo shoot and pork rib egg soup. Old Wang was generally easygoing and different to most things. Only two things couldn't be taken lightly: what he drank and what he ate. Old Wang loved wine porridge and soup. The soup preferably had bamboo shoots, and he insisted on distinguishing between winter and spring bamboo shoots. Such a picky eater. In truth, Old Wang could earn quite a bit of money, but most of it went to food and drink. His motto was, never skimp on the stomach, never starve the belly. As a result, after years of living alone, he hadn't saved a cent. Sky knew this well, so she turned back to clarify. But as she spun around, she saw 7 burly men ushering Old Wang into the shop and closing the door. Does Wang have that kind of hobby? Ski's expression turned odd. Isn't the scale a bit too much? Can he handle it? The 7 men were all muscular, standing about 6'3". Among them were American faces, a burly Russian with a thick beard, and both white and black men. The sky hadn't even fully darkened yet. Was he really this open-minded? But thinking about it, Old Wang probably could handle it. As a martial arts master, when he was broke, he could perform feats like breaking stones on his chest. Sky remembered one time when she and Old Wang were discussing the best way to eat winter bamboo shoots in the delivery truck. Tired and sleepy, Old Wang didn't leave, and in the middle of the night, she was woken up by something pressing against her uncomfortably hard. 7 men. Wang should be able to manage, right? Wait. Why was she thinking about this? That wasn't the point at all. Sky quickly broke into a trot. But just as she reached the door, she heard heavy breathing from inside, along with creaking sounds, as if a bed were collapsing. No, there was no bed in the small shop, only the floor and shelves. Wang, were you that desperate? No, Wang's sexual orientation had to be corrected. Sky raised her leg to kick the door open. Suddenly, the breathing continued, but the vibrations stopped. That was pathetic. Sky was stunned. How long did that last? 30 seconds. It didn't seem like it. From the moment the door closed, it had been at most 25 seconds. 7 people, that was less than 4 seconds each. Wait, that didn't seem to be the right way to calculate it. Ski's expression shifted, and she turned to leave. Forget it, she'd save Old Wang some face and correct his orientation with actions later. Such a good young man couldn't be allowed to go astray. Just as she took her first step, a calm voice rang out. Since you're here, come in and lend a hand. Sky was surprised and hesitated. Wang, aren't you all finished? Besides, there are 8 of you men and only 1 woman. What help could I be? What did Wang want? That was too much. Old Wang said calmly, what you're best at, tying people up. Half an hour later. The night was deep. A car stopped in front of the Azeroth specialty shop. The door opened, and a long black leg emerged at an angle. Natasha, her waist simply bandaged, swayed as she walked to the door. Hawkeye followed closely behind, his sharp, eagle-like eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, maintaining vigilance. Looking at the closed door, Natasha hesitated for 2 seconds before raising her hand to knock. The doors unlocked. A somewhat muffled voice came through. Natasha recognized it as Master Wang's voice. Her heart finally settled, and her expression relaxed as she waved back. Hawkeye hesitated. Though the phone call had said everything was fine, who knew the real situation? Maybe this Master Wang had been captured by Hydra agents luring HIELD personnel in for an ambush. He couldn't be too cautious. Hawkeye gave a tiny shake of his head, knocking an arrow. Natasha wavered. He was right. Master Wang might be a martial arts master, but he couldn't stop a bullet. A single shot from a trained sniper could take down any so-called martial arts master. Since Hydra had made a move, how could Master Wang have come out unscathed? It was very likely a trap. Natasha shot Hawkeye a glance. Hawkeye blinked in acknowledgement. Several HIELD agents took advantageous positions, guns ready, poised for action. Bang! Natasha suddenly kicked the door open, immediately striking a pose with HIELD's custom pistols in both hands, ready to fire at any moment. Wait, what was this? 7 burly men were tied up together with ropes that weren't particularly thick. The binding technique was clearly unprofessional, but none of the men resisted, which was strange. Upon closer inspection, each man had something inexplicable stuffed in his mouth, allowing only muffled sounds, completely unable to shout. Their bulletproof vests, pistols, tactical knives, and the like were piled to the side, all of them top-notch products from Stark Industries. Strangers still, their hands and feet were twisted in utterly impossible angles, as if dislocated. Master Wang, what happened to them? Natasha suddenly felt she had underestimated this slightly plump martial arts master. As you can see, I dislocated their arms and legs and gagged them to keep them from killing themselves. Old Wang lounged in his chair, looking up at Natasha as she approached. She seemed to be glowing like a pile of shimmering gold coins. I helped you catch 7 Hydra agents. How much are you going to pay me for that? Also, you kicked down my hardened adamantium magical door. How are you going to compensate me for that? What in the world is hardened krypton and a magic door? Master Wang, your ability to lie through your teeth is almost on par with the director's. Natasha muttered inwardly as she observed closely. The small shop was littered with signs of a struggle. 3 rows of shelves had toppled over, all merchandise destroyed. Durex wrappers were strewn everywhere, while Master Wang was drenched in medicinal wine sauce, toothpaste, shampoo, and Indian holy oil. He bore numerous wounds soaked in blood. Sky was weeping as she applied medicine and bandaged him. He was injured, and quite severely at that. His complexion was pallid, his breathing faint. Clearly, Master Wang's battle had been far from as effortless as his tone suggested. The entire shop had been reduced to a garbage dump. The fight was perilous. Master Wang's prowess was evidently far inferior to Kunlun's Iron Fist. Had it been Iron Fist, the fight would have ended in 10 seconds at most without a scratch. Still, Master Wang was quite formidable. Even if it were herself uninjured, she could probably only manage this much. Indeed, he was worthy of being Iron Fist's disciple. His reputation was well-deserved. Natasha made a silent comparison in her mind. Master Wang was young, lazy, inexperienced in combat, greedy, lecherous, and lacked respect. In pure combat ability, he was likely on par with her. Yet in a life-or-death struggle, even without her full Black Widow gear, she was confident she could kill him, albeit with severe injuries to herself. Iron Fist, though aging, possessed the bearing of a Grandmaster, rich combat experience, and a calm, trustworthy nature. His combat prowess far surpassed hers. Even with her full Black Widow gear, her chances of victory were virtually zero. Compared to Iron Fist, Master Wang had a long way to go. Leave these 7 to us, S.H.I.E.L.D. We'll offer you proper gratitude and compensation. Through the earpiece came the egg's voice, lowered to a near whisper, clearly guarding against eavesdropping. Natasha, understanding the situation, gave her full assurance. These days, even a construction site death would cost hundreds of thousands in compensation. In Master Wang's homeland it was cheaper, but still around 100,000. And these were Hydra agents. Each of these highly trained assassins cost at least $1 million in training and gear. Moreover, the director was busy dealing with Hydra, and these men might yield valuable intelligence. S.H.I.E.L.D. could not afford to miss this opportunity. After a moment's thought, considering Master Wang's injuries and the shop's losses, Natasha quoted a reasonable sum: 7 men plus compensation, 8 million total. It will be in your account within 2 hours. Agreed. Old Wang was not particularly sensitive to numbers. Enough was enough. 8 million was no small sum, though it paled in comparison to what Tony Stark earned in a day. He nodded and said, "Also, I have a few conditions." "Go ahead," Natasha said, leaning in to listen. Old Wang raised his left index finger. "First, I want S.H.I.E.L.D. to provide high-quality surveillance equipment covering a 10-kilometer radius to prevent incidents like today's from recurring. I trust this is no problem for S.H.I.E.L.D. 3 kilometers, Natasha repeated the egg's low murmur. S.H.I.E.L.D. with its vast resources, conducted 247 surveillance on many people and key locations, creating a huge demand for monitoring equipment. Most of this equipment came from the world's leading audiovisual technology companies, but all were modified by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tech division, superior to common models and quite costly. Over the years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had upgraded much of its equipment, leaving old devices gathering dust. Giving some away was an option, but inventory was limited. Covering 10 kilometers was possible, but unnecessary. Even if old, the equipment was still high quality and would meet Master Wang's needs. That's enough. Old Wang, skilled in the art of haggling like a market vendor, raised his middle finger. "Second, I want to order custom equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D. at a discounted price." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tech division was staffed with geniuses who invented dozens of new devices annually, each a masterpiece. Though formidable, Old Wang preferred to take shortcuts when possible. High-tech solutions could save him from revealing his true strength, and some gadgets had unique functions no martial art could replicate. Natasha, listening to the egg's whisper, said, "Not all equipment is available for custom orders. S.H.I.E.L.D. will screen the requests." Naturally, Old Wang replied with a smile, raising a third finger. "Third, I want to share intelligence with S.H.I.E.L.D. to a certain extent, or rather exchange it." Natasha raised an eyebrow. "For example, S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed the world's premier intelligence network. What could you, Master Wang, or even your mentor Iron Fist and Kunlun, offer in exchange? This world hides many secrets not even known to gods who have lived for 5,000 years. S.H.I.E.L.D., founded over 60 years ago, naturally holds the most secrets. But 60 years is a mere blink in the vast span of civilization." Old Wang tapped the table, a warm, boyish smile on his face. "I need dossiers on all gangs and criminals in New York. In return, I can tell you many secrets of this world, such as the origin of Hydra." Natasha froze. On the other end of the line, the egg single eye widened, his breath held for 3 seconds. Then he took a deep breath and whispered agree to it. The $8 million arrived in less than 2 hours. SHIELD's liquid assets clearly surpassed many multinational corporations among the Fortune 500. $5 million was transferred through various channels to Eli and Lucy in Puerto Rico. With this funding, they could purchase laboratory equipment and materials through legitimate or illicit means. Research on the Darkhold, especially the framework, would no longer remain theoretical. Old Wang had high hopes for SHIELD. He couldn't keep bleeding them dry. SHIELD wasn't the Federal Reserve or major banks, nor even Stark Industries. It fell far short of his grand ambitions. The Black Panther of Wakanda was the richest man in the world, but even he was insignificant compared to the total wealth of 7 billion people. You couldn't shear one sheep to the bone, or it would freeze in winter. With 7 billion sheep, plucking a tuft from each would fund 10 Darkhold laboratories. The framework would serve the masses, earning from them, a prospect beyond imagination. No investment would go to waste. Old Wang was confident of returns 100, 1,000, 10,000 times over. Of the remaining 3 million, he kept 100,000 as working capital. The other 200,000 was earmarked for custom high-tech gear from SHIELD. Not just for himself and Sky, but for Eli and Lucy as well. Scientists' health and safety were paramount. This money was nothing. The future Iron Man spent $600 million on a single lab. How much for Stark Tower? A few $1 million wouldn't cover a single bed in Las Vegas or a single component of an Iron Man suit. One, the dossiers on all New York gangs and criminals are coming through Sky, said, downloading from an encrypted cloud drive. She gasped, it's huge. My computer can't handle it. Just say you want a new computer. We're rich now. Old Wang pulled out a 16 terabytes external hard drive and tossed it to her. Use this for now. Don't delete anything inside. And don't peek. Saying don't peek practically meant go ahead. Despite Old Wang's best encryption efforts, to a world-class hacker like Sky, his security was as laughable as Coulson's jokes. Plugging in the drive, she sneaked a few glances and breathed a sigh of relief. All female teachers, black, white, Asian, diverse in age and profession. Old Wang's tastes were normal. It took up a full 2 terabytes. Wait, what's this Word document? Opening it revealed hundreds of websites lined up in greeting. Old Wang, are you not afraid of kidney failure being a martial grandmaster? No wonder you buy toilet paper by the case. Such a waste, such slaughter. All data was downloaded. Sky browsed through it carefully. The massive size was due to not just files, but numerous accompanying images and videos. One internal folder labeled The Hand Madame Gao was 2 gigabytes in size. Old Wang glanced at it, briefly tapped the table, and said, send this to Robbie. In a secret laboratory, Whitehall listened to his subordinate's report, then set down his scalpel and paced with his hands behind his back, lost in thought for several minutes. The most crucial plan was not yet complete. He could not afford to clash with SHIELD. For now, lest it alert the World Security Council. At that point, even Pierce might not be able to fool those wily politicians. Pierce, Garrett, and Silvert were fully engaged in a tug-of war with Fury and Hill. None of the sleeper agents could be activated. The other heads of Hydra each had their own agendas. This operation was personally orchestrated by him with the aid of the clairvoyant. Yet it still ended in failure. Hawkeye's sudden appearance allowed Black Widow to survive, and not a single jar of the liquor transported from the Azeroth specialty shop was seized. Even Master Wang, whom he had initially dismissed as an easy target, proved to possess strength no less formidable than Black Widow's. The 7 elite operatives he dispatched were either dead by their own hands or captured by SHIELD, certain to leak vital intelligence. The emergence of the Iron Fist of Kunlun and its astonishing defeat of the Winter Soldier made him realize the power of Qi. Coupled with his pursuit of the Darkhold, this was why he coveted Master Wang and those medicinal wines. Dissecting that immortal female Inhuman had granted him a similar longevity, but it did not bestow combat prowess beyond that of an ordinary man. He sought to acquire the power of Qi by studying the medicinal wine and Master Wang's body, and also to obtain information about Kunlun from the latter. His ambitions were vast. But now he had failed, and the grass had been startled. SHIELD would surely keep a close watch on the Azeroth specialty shop and Master Wang. For the greater good, he could not move against Master Wang for now. SHIELD would inevitably analyze those medicinal wines. If any results emerged, the clairvoyant or Pierce could obtain them, but that would take time. He was impatient and unwilling to pin his hopes on others, even fellow Hydra agents. Whitehall flexed his hands. There was more than one master of martial arts in this world, and the path to power was not limited to Qi alone. Hydra's intelligence network was only vaster than SHIELD's. Having lived for nearly 90 years, he knew far more about the relationship between the Hand and Kunlun than that black director did. After a moment's thought, Whitehall issued 3 consecutive orders. Cancel the operation. Withdraw all assets. Eliminate anyone who might leak information. Leave no one alive. Investigate the Hand thoroughly. Identify the identities and whereabouts of the 5 Fingers and report back immediately. Contact Pierce and Garrett through clandestine channels. I want the 084 crate that the Howling Commandos took from me. Tell them I must have its contents no matter the cost. At the Triskelion S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In the director's office, Fury adjusted his eye patch after listening to Natasha's report. Azeroth Signature Essence Wine. What a terrible name. Agent Romanoff, keep 1 jar for yourself. Send the rest to the Science and Technology Division. Have the best technicians analyze it. Hill standing Ramrod straight-handed Fury 2 resumes. The Science Division is overloaded. I suggest pulling exceptional pre-graduate students from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. These 2 are promising. Fury glanced at them. Leo Fitz, specializing in mechanical engineering, Gemma Simmons, specializing in biochemistry. The finest recruits in the Academy's history. Future pillars of the Science Division. They'll do. Assign them to support the division. And that Master Wang wants custom high-tech gear. Give it to them too. Yes, Sir Hill replied impassively. The director clearly prioritized the essence wine and was dismissive of Master Wang's request. 2 students who hadn't even graduated yet. How skilled could they be? Could they truly match the scientists in the Science Division? Still, the division was stretched thin, and assigning dedicated personnel to craft gear for an outsider was impractical. The director's decision was sound. Agent Romanoff, interrogate the Hydra prisoners yourself. See if you can get them to talk. I don't trust anyone else. Fury fixed his single eye on Natasha. Stay in touch with Master Wang. Investigate the Hand alongside Agent Barton. Provide assistance when necessary. No need to report back to me. Natasha hesitated. And Hydra? He'll handle Hydra, Fury said, waving a hand. Natasha turned and left. Seeing Fury had no further instructions, Hill also departed. The office was empty save for him. Fury turned to gaze out the window at the surging clouds, his mood grim. The Operation Paperclip of yesteryear had recruited numerous enemy scientists, including some Hydra members. Early S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored many Hydra agents, some in high positions. They had served S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades. Had they truly served S.H.I.E.L.D., or were they always serving Hydra? How many had they secretly recruited over those years? How many in S.H.I.E.L.D. now were still loyal? Was S.H.I.E.L.D. still S.H.I.E.L.D., or had it become Hydra? To avoid triggering a full-scale investigation by the World Security Council and to reassure the UN and national governments, the probe into Hydra could not be conducted openly. Pierce was busy placating the council members to suppress the matter. Covert operations could only be directed by him alone. He didn't know whom among his subordinates to trust. Coulson, Natasha, Barton, Hill, Silvert, Garrett. Even his superior Pierce might not be trustworthy. Perhaps the only one he could trust was himself. I must accelerate the formation of the Avengers to counter the growing threats, including Hydra. Master Wang and the Kunlun he represents seem at odds with Hydra. Perhaps an alliance is possible. Fury pondered, then picked up his communicator and dialed. After a few seconds, the call connected. Fury chose his words carefully. Master Wang, this is Nick Fury. You have the files you requested. I want to know Hydra's origins and its current state. After a brief silence, Old Wang's voice came through. Hydra, the world's largest crime syndicate. About 1400 years ago, the Kree captured a Mayan warrior and experimented on him, with Terrigen Mist creating the first Inhuman hive. Hive could dominate the wills of other Inhumans, a born leader. The other Inhumans and humans joined forces to banish Hive to a distant planet. His worshippers founded Hydra with the goal of bringing Hive back to rule Earth. Over time, Hydra splintered into numerous factions with diverging ideologies. The Hydra of today is actually a branch founded by Red Skull during World War II, following the ancient creed, its ultimate aim to become master of the world, not the true Hydra. Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. Hydra is everywhere. At the Azeroth specialty shop, Old Wang hung up the phone, a faint, enigmatic smile curling on his lips. Fury wanted to trade intel on New York gangs and criminals for Hydra's secrets. Dream on. In the end, Old Wang only revealed Hydra's origins. For more information, Fury would have to trade with intelligence or valuable goods. Old Wang rubbed his bloated stomach. Throughout the half-hour call, Fury seemed to be subtly trying to recruit him, or rather the Iron Fist behind him, into an Avengers initiative and to establish deep cooperation with Kunlun against Hydra. If I weren't a fake, I might have agreed. Wait. Old Wang narrowed his eyes. It wasn't impossible to become a true Iron Fist and gain the power of the Dragon Shoulao. And all of that would start with the hand. The hand has so many men. Robbie might not be able to handle them all alone. It seems I'll have to step in myself. The night was deep. Robbie lay in bed, the events of the past few days flooding his mind. When he first arrived in New York, he planned to find a job to support himself and Gabe. But soon Master Wang sought him out, offering him a position as a deliverman and security guard at the Azeroth specialty store. No meals or lodging provided, no weekends or holidays, no social insurance, on call 24 hours a day, ready to respond at any moment. Initially, Robbie refused. Not to mention the identity of the Ghost Rider, which granted him abilities beyond ordinary men. Though deep down he resented the spirit of vengeance, this power still made him feel a hint of arrogance. The spirit's constant subtle influence convinced him that he had both the right and the duty to replace the state's coercive forces and judge those who deserved death, yet remained alive. Just like the slogan from that book Master Wang mentioned a few days ago, the story of 105 men and 3 women uphold justice for God. This feeling of being able to take a life at any moment, along with standing on a moral high ground overlooking all beings, made him appear low-key but increasingly arrogant. No matter how formidable the person, in his eyes they amounted to nothing, like that flashy bachelor who just landed a 10 billion military order and then vanished. The mighty Ghost Rider reduced to a security guard and deliverman. Even without this identity, he was confident he was Los Angeles' best amateur racer and professional mechanic, earning a decent monthly income. How much could a security guard or deliverman at a grocery store earn? Robbie looked down on it. But when old Wang told him he would receive a drop of essence wine each month, Robbie agreed without a second thought. 1 drop of essence wine was worth $1 million. That's 3,000 a day, more than he could earn in a month as a mechanic. Where else could he find such a deal? Of course, Robbie wasn't foolish. Such high pay must have a catch like danger. But he wasn't afraid. The spirit of vengeance said the Ghost Rider is immortal. Even death didn't matter. He could just crawl out of hell. He hadn't done it before, but the spirit said his predecessor did it often. Actually, as long as Master Wang was around, the specialty store didn't need a security guard, and there was no need for a deliverman yet. Robbie had plenty of free time. Besides learning martial arts from Master Wang to better wield the Ghost Rider's powers, Robbie spent most of his time urged by the spirit of vengeance, preparing for vengeance. Robbie felt a sense of mission. Every second, countless people were harmed, unable to seek revenge. He would avenge them. That was the Ghost Rider's duty. According to the spirit of vengeance, anyone guilty must die. Too childish, too extreme. Robbie wasn't like that. He had his own ledger. Petty thieves and such just needed a lesson, like breaking an arm, a leg, or a third leg. As for those truly deserving of death, there was no need for them to waste food on this earth. Ding. A crisp notification sound. An email had arrived, marked and highlighted in red. Robbie quickly opened his 5-year-old laptop and browsed. His face grew increasingly grave. The hand, an organization that has existed for over a millennium. Behind many world-shaking disasters lies the hand's shadow: the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, the destruction of Pompeii, the Tunguska event, the Tianchi explosion. For over 1,000 years, the hand has caused countless tragedies steeped in sin. Members span every country: white, black, yellow, Asia, Europe, America, Africa. Many infamous crime syndicates are the hand's front organizations, like the Triads, the Yamaguchi-gumi, the Russian Mafia. Madame Gao is one of the hand's 5 fingers, controlling New York's drug manufacturing and trade. To prevent workers from leaking secrets, she gouged out all their eyes. Robbie clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. How could such a cruel scumbag exist in this world? Madame Gao must die. Robbie rose and walked outside. New York's night was bustling and lively, but beneath the glittering lights lay boundless sin. Hell's Kitchen, a small hidden processing plant. Over 100 blind workers of Eastern descent toiled on an assembly line. Each had been taught their specific task by hand. Because they couldn't see, they didn't know what they were making nor what others were doing, nor did they care to know. Like a pyramid scheme or a cult, they underwent daily brainwashing with one idea deeply rooted in their minds: our work is sacred. Madame Gao gave us this job, allowing us to support ourselves and give our lives meaning. For Madame Gao, we willingly gouged out our own eyes to ensure no secrets leaked, to ensure our work went undisturbed. Madame Gao is our faith. Without her, we would have nothing. The scene was utterly silent, broken only by the monotonous sounds of the blind workers' labor, turning the place into a world of complete silence. A dozen armed Easterners guarded every entrance, with their leader pacing the factory, overseeing the blind workers. His name was Zhou Cheng, Madame Gao's right hand, responsible for New York's drug manufacturing and trafficking. Suddenly, the door opened. An elderly woman leaning on a cane shuffled in shakily. She appeared to be at least 70, an Eastern elder in a black coat and black skirt, her hair neatly combed, exuding an air of discipline, wisdom, and refinement. In truth, she was more knowledgeable than anyone in the mundane world. No historian dared speak of history in her presence. She herself embodied history. Madame Gao, Zhou Cheng said, clearly surprised, hurrying over respectfully. Weren't you in Hong Kong? Why are you back so soon? That's not for you to ask, Madame Gao said calmly. How are things in New York? We've taken control of a third of New York's drug trade, Zhou Cheng quickly reported. Another third is in Wilson Fisk's hands and the rest is controlled by other gangs. Rand Enterprises is running smoothly. Harold was resurrected and has been kept imprisoned by our people. His children have no idea the company is yours. With Rand as cover, our drug operations go unnoticed. Our cooperation with Fisk has been smooth, but lately he's been disobedient, secretly building his power. Should we warn him? No need. Fisk is a smart man. He knows my limits. Madame Gao was about to say more when she suddenly turned, staring at an entrance. Oh! A pained scream rang out. Zhou Cheng's heart tightened as he quickly drew his gun, growling, "It's Lin Cheng. Something's happened to him. Could it be the NYPD? No, we have people in the police, and so does Fisk. It's other gangs, the Russian mafia, the Yamaguchi-gumi, or the Irish mob." Not the Madame Gao said, her eyes narrowing. It's a terrifying being. Bang! The door was kicked open and Robbie, chains wrapped around him, stepped inside. It's the Ghost Rider. Zhou Cheng exclaimed in shock. Wasn't he in Los Angeles? How did he end up in New York? The Ghost Rider. Madame Gao frowned. Having lived for over a millennium, though she had never witnessed the Ghost Rider in person, she had heard countless legends about him. Those who had made deals with the devil, such beings still walked this world. Which one was this before her? Kill him. Without hesitation, Madame Gao ordered her men to open fire and turn to leave. Legend held that the Ghost Rider possessed an immortal body impervious to conventional means of death. Defeating and killing were two entirely different concepts. Qi was no ordinary method, yet she doubted her own ability to slay a being of such caliber. Even the mightiest of Kunlun, the Jade Emperor and the Thunder God, might fail. Only the most formidable, immortal weapons of history, such as Wu Phoenix, who once defeated a fragment of the Phoenix Force, could possibly succeed. Since killing was impossible, there was no point in prolonging the fight. This was New York. A major commotion would attract the attention of the police and relevant authorities. Though she had contacts within the police force, a full-blown incident would be difficult to contain. Besides, she had more than one drug factory. Abandoning this one was no great loss. Bang! 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 A relentless barrage of gunfire erupted as Zhou Cheng led a dozen men in an assault, yet Robbie remained unscathed. His eyes blazed with hellfire, his entire skull transformed into a flaming skull. The Ghost Rider's form was the perfect disguise. No one could recognize his true identity. He had even refrained from driving the Dodge Charger this time, fearing exposure. Small-caliber pistols had limited power, unable to inflict any real damage on him. Robbie swept his gaze across the room, instantly locking onto Madame Gao as she fled. Whoosh! He swung his chain with sudden ferocity. The chain, wreathed in hellfire, coiled around the nearest man. The flames consumed him, eliciting agonized screams as he writhed on the ground, reduced to a pile of charcoal within moments. Even his pistol melted away. The sheer power of the hellfire sent a jolt of alarm through Madame Gao as she fled. Sufficiently potent Qi could also melt steel, but even she found such a feat difficult. The Ghost Rider was not an opponent she could handle. Madame Gao quickened her pace. Whoosh! The chain whipped through the air like a serpent, slithering toward Madame Gao with incredible speed. She did not turn back. Suddenly, she struck backward with her palm, channeling her Qi into an invisible force that sent the chain flying. By the classifications of popular martial arts novels from recent decades, Madame Gao was at least a first-rate master capable of retrieving objects from a distance with ease. Having deflected the attack, Madame Gao paused mid-step, momentarily startled. The Ghost Rider seemed far weaker than she had imagined. The ones from the legends were certainly beyond her ability to oppose, but this one was clearly far inferior. Perhaps she could defeat him. The thought lasted only 3 seconds before she dismissed it. What did it matter if she could defeat him? The Ghost Rider was immortal. If she couldn't kill him, the fight was meaningless. Having lived for over 1,000 years, she had grown increasingly afraid of death. She was always cautious, preferring to avoid conflict whenever possible. Nothing was more precious than life. Seeing Madame Gao escape, Robbie grew desperate and charged forward. Suddenly, Madame Gao shouted, "An intruder is here. Seize him." At her command, the blind men, who had already ceased their attack, began groping their way toward Robbie. Their faces were expressionless, as if they were not human, but obedient automatons. Within seconds, Robbie was surrounded. Kill them, kill them. The spirit of vengeance urged within him. Robbie remained unmoved. Madame Gao and her men were guilty, deserving of death. But these blind men knew nothing. They were brainwashed puppets, pitiable souls. He could not harm the innocent, that was his line. Otherwise, what difference would there be between him and Madame Gao? He was a vigilante, not a villain. After struggling to break free from the blind men, Madame Gao and her men had vanished. He gave chase. Then a gunshot rang out and a stack of oil drums nearby exploded. Flames roared to life. The entire factory, all the blind men within, and even nearby residents were now threatened by the fire. Hearing the screams of the blind men and seeing some already engulfed in flames, Robbie hesitated for 2 seconds before wrapping his chain around himself and charging toward them. He could not simply look away. Meanwhile, at the Azeroth specialty store, at the counter, Sky stared at the surveillance footage on her laptop, dialing frantically. Wang, Madame Gao is fleeing south. She's contacting the Triads, planning to fly back to Hong Kong. I'm sending you her location. Agent Romanoff, this is Sky. Good news. One of Madame Gao's drug factories is on fire with thousands of lives at risk. What? It's not under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction. Final, notify the local police. You should be interested in Madame Gao and the handwrite. I'm sending you her location. Wang. He says he was sleeping and dreamed of a bald egg. Robbie, the police and firefighters will arrive in 15 minutes. You need to evacuate. Leave Madame Gao to us. I've erased the surveillance footage. No need to worry about being discovered. What? Someone took a photo. A little boy. Let me check. Peter Parker, an elementary school student from an average family. He likes photography but can't afford a good camera. The resolution is low, the photos are blurry. Don't worry. More witnesses. Robbie, Wang is right. You need a suit. One that conceals all your features like Captain America's. At a certain cafe, Black Widow was having coffee with Hawkeye when she received Ski's call. She looked up at Clint with a resigned expression. Clint, we have work to do. Somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, Madame Gao was storming along with her dozen men, seething with fury. Damn it, why did the Ghost Rider come after me? I have no quarrel with them. Yet she knew full well that the Ghost Rider was always an enemy of criminals. Someone like her with blood on her hands would never be spared. Killing her was far more worthwhile than taking down 1,000 gangsters. But hadn't she just heard news days ago that the Ghost Rider had appeared in Los Angeles, even drawing out the Hydra that had been dormant for over 60 years? How had he ended up in New York? Was he on vacation? Hurry! To the airport! Madame Gao commanded. The group moved outward. They were in a basement stacked with goods. The car was parked outside. They would reach it in a minute at most. Suddenly, a series of muffled groans echoed, followed by the thuds of bodies hitting the ground. Madame Gao froze mid-step, turning stiffly to see her dozen men lying unconscious. Only Zhou Cheng remained by her side, breathing heavily, tense with fear. A slightly built masked figure stood 5 meters away, unarmed. He exuded an air of laziness utterly devoid of the aura of a martial arts master. Madame Gao. The masked man's voice was slightly aged, as if echoing from ancient times, spoken in pure Mandarin with a Central Plains accent. I've finally found you. Sensing the same aura, the same power, hearing the same language, Madame Gao's entire body tensed. She had not felt such tension in decades. Who are you? I am the last person you want to see. The masked man raised his left hand, forming a fist. Green chi surged around it. Kunlun, the Iron Fist. Kunlun, the Iron Fist. Madame Gao was first startled, then overjoyed. After so many years, she had actually encountered a second Iron Fist. If so, the long-planned endeavor truly had a chance of success. The hand had 5 fingers, all renegades from Kunlun. They relied on the power of the dragon bones to achieve immortality and resurrection. The dragon bones stolen from Kunlun years ago were nearly depleted. Without finding new ones, she would truly die. According to limited records, deep beneath Manhattan in New York lay a complete fossilized dragon skeleton sealed by the power of a past Iron Fist. Only an Iron Fist of the same lineage could open it. Madame Gao had been in despair. Now a new hope had emerged. Strange, the Iron Fist was the guardian of Kunlun, bound to remain there. He should not have left. Why was he in New York? Had he come specifically to hunt down this Kunlun traitor? Was hunting me more important than guarding Kunlun? When did I become so significant? Wait. No. Madame Gao stared at the masked man's hand for a full 10 seconds, a sneer of doubt on her aged face. You possess only chi, not the power of the dragon Shoulao. You are not the Iron Fist. Who are you? Madame Gao had once held a position in Kunlun and had seen Shoulao and the Iron Fist of that era. She knew the nature of the Iron Fist's power. That power, though also within the realm of chi, was unique and immensely formidable. The chi of this individual before her, though also distinctive, and even giving her a sense that it was no less than the Iron Fist, was indeed not the power of the Iron Fist, and had no connection to Shoulao. Nor was it the power of the other 6 immortal weapons. Could he be like Shang-Chi, a martial arts master, not of Kunlun, a peerless prodigy? You caught me. The masked man, Old Wang, sighed, spread his hands, and decided to be truthful with this dying old woman as a final gesture of respect for the elderly. Fine, I am actually the Dusk Fist disciple of the Pandaren brewmaster, acolyte of the 4 celestial lords, the last guardian of Pandaria, the dragon warrior of Azeroth. Madame Gao's face instantly darkened. Humph. Impressive titles, but who would believe them? Names like Dawn Fist, Void Fist, Dusk Fist were far too corny. Even elementary school kids didn't use them anymore. What the hell was a Pandaren brewmaster? And the 4 celestial lords? As for dragon warrior, were you that giant panda named Puh? How did you get so skinny? No past Iron Fist dared to claim such titles. You've got some nerve. Madame Gao couldn't discern old Wang's true identity. But since he knew of her and mentioned Kunlun Iron Fist, he was likely connected to Kunlun. Perhaps he was indeed sent by Kunlun to hunt her and the other four. Or maybe he was from their sworn enemy, the Chaste Order. The latter seemed unlikely. The Chaste Order, though persistent, was a rabble lacking even a single wielding martial master. Their petty skirmishes over a millennium were a joke. The so-called 1,000-year war was laughable. The Hand mostly ignored them, wary of Kunlun's backing. Wasn't their current leader Stick just a homeless dog? She'd kill him sooner or later. Since he wasn't the Iron Fist or one of the other 6 immortal weapons, Madame Gao had nothing to fear. The people of Kunlun were forbidden from desecrating dragon bones for immortality. Besides the ever-reincarnating Shoulao, no one in Kunlun had lived longer than she had. Longevity often signified power. Apart from the Iron Fist, who received Shoulao's power, only the Jade Emperor and Thunder God in Kunlun were worthy opponents for her. Could this person before her be the Jade Emperor or the Thunder God? Refuse to tell the truth, and you court death. Madame Gao dared not be careless. Despite her verbal contempt, she was inwardly cautious. She abandoned palm techniques and swung her staff instead. She was proficient in over 100 fighting styles worldwide, confident that few on Earth surpassed her in this regard. Though she usually used palms in critical moments, she relied on her most skilled swordsmanship. Times have changed, morals decayed. Telling the truth, and no one believes it. Old Wang shook his head ruefully, knowing Madame Gao's background while he did not underestimate her. Furthermore, Zhou Cheng had already aimed and fired at him. He rolled on the ground to dodge the bullet, instantly appearing before Zhou Cheng and delivering a palm strike. Bang! Zhou Cheng flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite his mastery of combat and an athlete's physique, he could not withstand old Wang's casual blow. He convulsed a few times and breathed his last. Madame Gao reacted swiftly, thrusting her staff at old Wang. Though she had lived over 1,000 years, she had relied on the dragon bones for longevity, dying and being resurrected several times. Her claim of mastering hundreds of fighting styles was true, but her physical constitution was not as formidable as imagined. She was only slightly stronger than Black Widow and far inferior to the Winter Soldier. Moreover, 1,000 years of cultivation did not equate to 1,000 years of accumulated power. The human body was like a water tank with a limit to the qi it could hold, especially one that had been repeatedly damaged and repaired through resurrection. Without an improvement in qi quality, though Madame Gao's qi was more abundant than old Wang's, its quality was inferior. No wonder in the TV series she was bullied by Daredevil and the weakest Iron Fist. Of course, the TV series was also misleading. Madame Gao's displayed strength was clearly far greater than in the show. Even a 1,000-year-old turtle becomes a spirit. Though rusty from lack of combat, her experience and skill remained. Upon engaging, old Wang realized Madame Gao hadn't wasted her millennium. In terms of pure experience and technique, she was his equal. However, she had a fatal flaw. Madame Gao was a featherweight while old Wang was a middleweight. They were in completely different classes. His weight gave him an overwhelming advantage. If not for her qi, he could sit on her and flatten her. A larger physique like a bigger water tank could hold more qi. Old Wang, broad and stout, inherently had a higher capacity than Madame Gao. With all her men dead, Madame Gao was visibly panicked. Where were the reinforcements? She had called for backup. The triads had hundreds in New York not far away. 10 minutes had passed, and not a single one had arrived. Old Wang was like a human sticky candy, a nimble fat man clinging to her. She couldn't hit him, couldn't escape. His strength was no less than hers, and with his youth he had more vitality, completely defying the iron law that women outlast men. Madame Gao was already feeling fatigued, but old Wang grew stronger with the fight, showing no mercy despite her being a woman over 1,000 years old. Madame Gao's qi surged around her, making her resemble a top-tier master from a martial arts novel. Her staff, made of some unknown material, was harder and heavier than steel, whistling through the air as she swung it. Old Wang changed his tactics, refusing to yield ground. He suddenly struck the staff with his palm. In an instant, the staff shattered, revealing a cold, slender longsword. This was Madame Gao's true killing move. But old Wang was prepared. He struck out with his palm, forcing her back. Then he raised his hand. A bolt of jade-green lightning streaked down from the sky. As a keen martial master, Madame Gao sensed danger, though she didn't know old Wang's method. She channeled her qi, raising her sword horizontally above her head to block the unknown harm from above. The jade-green lightning struck. It pierced the qi layer around the blade. It struck the alloy longsword. The powerful current, guided by the natural lightning rod, surged into Madame Gao's body. This well-preserved, 1,000-year-old yellow-skinned woman was instantly transported to an African coal mine, transformed into a human-shaped charcoal briquette. Hell's Kitchen. Somewhere. Two black figures dart back and forth. One figure petite, yet voluptuous, transformed into the Black Widow with dual pistols, swiftly claiming the lives of more than 10. Fortunately, not the parallel universe version, who is just 8 years younger than Captain America, otherwise she would surely be the dual pistols grandma. A tall and robust figure bending the bow and not missing a shot suddenly twisted his hands and forcefully pulled, transforming the curved high-tech composite bow into a strangely shaped thick black composite staff, showcasing close combat skills that rivaled those of the Black Widow. No entry for the faint-hearted. Black Widow and Hawkeye. Following Ski's remote voice command, they took a shortcut to intercept Madame Gao's subordinates who were members of the Triad. The Triad has at least several hundred members in New York, but they can't all gather in a hurry. Currently fewer than 50 have arrived, each armed with a gun, all trained in Eastern martial arts suitable for actual combat, making them quite formidable. However, under the coordination of Black Widow and Hawkeye, they posed no resistance. Although they are the weakest superheroes in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a superhero is still a superhero compared to elite agents like Grant Ward and Melinda. They are significantly stronger, operating on a completely different level. One can take on several opponents. The key is that their relationship transcends friendship, their teamwork is seamless, and even their outfits are matching. Black a couple's ensemble. Work is less tiring. For them, as long as they are well-equipped, one person can hold off dozens or even hundreds of enemies, or even eliminate them. Natasha, Madame Gao's subordinates, are far weaker than Murakami's Japanese ninjas. Hawkeye suddenly fired 3 arrows simultaneously, the high-tech arrows tracing different trajectories, before suddenly splitting, taking out 7 enemies, with a calm face, betraying a hint of disdain. 5 fingers each different. Madame Gao is cunning and extraordinarily intelligent, responsible for the Chinese region. According to analysis, she is likely the most hidden and strongest fighter among the 5. Alexandra is mysterious and wealthy, in charge of the Americas, and is the nominal highest leader of the Triad. The gambler is responsible for recruiting and abducting children and runaways, training them to provide fresh blood for the Triad. Soanda is an African warlord, powerful and influential with many subordinates, and is skilled in pressure points. Murakami is in charge of the Japanese region, leading a group of obedient and ruthless ninjas, and is himself quite strong, adept with the Japanese sword. During a mission, Hawkeye disguised himself as a Japanese Ronin and fought against those ninjas. In his view, these subordinates of Madame Gao are far weaker than those ninjas. Don't be careless, Barton. Chinese martial arts are scarier than you think. Black Widow recalled the mysterious and powerful Kunlun Iron Fist and connected it to Kunlun in China, while also realizing that Madame Gao is Chinese, as she dared not underestimate Madame Gao and her subordinates. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 even stronger opponents, accompanied by more Triad members, rushed over. They both bore Eastern features, 1 male and 1 female. The man was lean and the woman was slender, both clad in black. Meanwhile, Ski's voice came through the earpiece. Scythe and the Bride of 9 Spiders, 2 of Madame Gao's most capable subordinates, are very strong. You be careful. It's too late for a long-range attack now. Hawkeye clashed with Scythe, discovering that although the opponent was much smaller than him, their strength was not far off. Their fighting style was vicious and ruthless, somewhat reminiscent of Brock Rumlow's tactics. Their combat abilities were comparable, and with the assistance of others, they were challenging to deal with. On the other side, Natasha's Black Widow suit had been nearly exhausted from previous battles, and her 2 pistols were out of ammunition, forcing her to engage in close combat with the Bride of 9 Spiders. Although the Bride of 9 Spiders, like Scythe, did not use chi, she was proficient in martial arts, not particularly strong, but very fast, making her difficult to handle. Though challenging, it was not too difficult. 2 minutes later, aside from a few who managed to escape, all others were dead, including Scythe and the Bride of 9 Spiders. Alright, I take back what I said earlier. Madame Gao's subordinates are not weaker than Murakami's. Hawkeye wiped the sweat from his brow, casually cleaning the blood off his face. He was injured, cut by Scythe, but the wound wasn't severe. As the most capable agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., had it not been for the obstruction of over a dozen Triad members, he was confident he could have easily defeated Scythe. Among the enemies he had eliminated, Scythe didn't even rank in the top 10. Let's go. Our mission isn't over yet. Natasha also had injuries. Although the Bride of 9 Spiders wasn't her match, she wasn't easily defeated either. She paid a significant price. Rubbing her aching abdomen, Natasha applied medicated ointment to herself while asking Sky, "Where are Madame Gao and Zhou Cheng?" "The Triad is merely an appetizer. Madame Gao is the main course. Don't worry about them." Sky replied nonchalantly through the earpiece, "They are all dead." Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. How could Zhou Cheng, alongside Madame Gao, who was likely the strongest in the Triad, be dead? Who killed them? Could it be Master Wang? No, that's impossible. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence, Madame Gao is definitely much stronger than Master Wang. Master Wang barely managed to defeat 7 elite Hydra agents, bloodied and battered. How could he possibly be a match for Madame Gao? Could it be? Wang killed Zhou Cheng. Ski's voice carried an uncontainable joy. A masked figure suddenly appeared, summoned green lightning to kill Madame Gao, and took away her corpse. A masked figure. Green lightning. Natasha clenched her fists. It's undoubtedly Iron Fist. Master Wang is indeed connected to Iron Fist. They have teamed up. Sky actually shared such crucial information with her. Was she foolish? No, she wasn't foolish. She was quite clever. It was intentional, directed by Master Wang or Iron Fist. In an instant, Natasha made many connections. Madame Gao is related to Kunlun, and Iron Fist killed Madame Gao. Is it internal competition within Kunlun or the collective will of Kunlun? Could it be that the legend is true and Madame Gao is a traitor of Kunlun? Did Iron Fist take Madame Gao's corpse because she hid Kunlun's secrets or for another reason, such as to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. from obtaining Madame Gao's body and thus probing Kunlun's secrets through dissection? Sky telling me this is a gesture of goodwill representing Iron Fist and Kunlun's sincerity in cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D. Master Wang and Sky are intermediaries facilitating the exchange of intelligence and cooperation between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kunlun through them. This time S.H.I.E.L.D. essentially helped Kunlun, perhaps next time S.H.I.E.L.D. could also request Kunlun's assistance against Hydra. However, there will be a price. Benefits must be given to Kunlun and Iron Fist, as well as to Master Wang and Sky. It seems necessary to remind the director to prepare for a big expenditure. Natasha's mind raced, even considering from the perspective of the boiled egg. Master Wang had once vaguely mentioned that mysterious entities like Kunlun and Iron Fist don't care about money. That would be an insult to them. They only desire things that money cannot buy. The high-tech products from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology department, the highly classified materials that can't even be connected to the internet and can only be preserved offline or in paper form. Natasha's eyes brightened. The items seized by the Howling Commandos back in the day and the 084 items that S.H.I.E.L.D. has continually acquired and researched or sealed over the past 60 years. Those mysterious items that have been researched for decades without yielding any results are better off given to Kunlun and Iron Fist in exchange for their help. As for Master Wang and Sky, they seem quite poor, lacking even a house. Just give them money. Additionally, the director agreed to provide surveillance equipment with a coverage radius of 3 kilometers, otherwise it should be increased to 5 kilometers. Moreover, it is still necessary to persuade the director to allocate weapon manufacturing experts from the technology department to custom-make equipment for them. What can 2 students from S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy who have barely been enrolled for less than a year do? Cause trouble. Let's go back to Trident headquarters. The director is waiting for our report. The 2 black shadows descended, completing their transformation in the darkness, and got into Natasha's car. In the basement, gazing at the charcoal-like human figure before him, old Wang took out his phone, selected a favorable angle, and calmly snapped a photo. The angle was good, the pose was good. Then with a wave of his hand, he sent the charcoal figure into the heart of Azeroth and turned to flee. Sky had blacked out the surveillance in this area, and his powerful senses ensured no one was around. Unworried about being discovered, old Wang quickly blended into the crowd outside. On the way, he ran into Robbie, and together they took a cab to the Azeroth specialty store. Close the door. Old Wang instructed Sky to shut the door, then waved his hand again, and the charcoal figure appeared. So this is Gao. Sky had just ended a call with Natasha. Seeing the charcoal figure, she froze, a strange expression on her face. Wang, not only are you interested in corpses, but now charcoal figures too. Your interests are way too broad, aren't they? Old Wang was speechless. Sky, are you born under the sign of the horse? Your mind gallops wild. The child of an inhuman and a madman. Is their brain circuitry truly different from ordinary people's? Too lazy to retort, old Wang lay back in his chair and waved a hand. She's not dead yet. Not quite dead. Not quite dead. Sky leaned in for a closer look, then poked it with her finger, causing it to crumble. How can she still be alive? Sky was genuinely astonished. Wang, didn't you say Shattered Jade Lightning was one of your 18 favorite skills, and anyone hit by it absolutely couldn't survive? This is crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. I can even smell the meat. Old Wang shot Sky a glare. Girl, could you not randomly coin phrases? Also, mixing Chinese and English, though it sounds trendy, is actually quite foolish. It shows you're not good at either language. I, old Wang, don't like it. Ordinary people couldn't survive, but Gao is no ordinary person, not even an ordinary martial arts master. Old Wang explained simply. The power of dragon bone fossils grants her immortality and the ability to revive from death. As long as her head isn't severed, she can resurrect, though it takes time, not so quickly. Sky nodded. Understood. Wang, you didn't cut off Gao's head, which means you don't actually want her dead. Seems you're quite interested in Gao. Old Wang glanced at Sky. He knew exactly what that look in her eyes meant. I, Old Wang, have dallied with the Red Dragon Queen and the Green Dragon Queen, who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Now I have the Azeroth lady who has lived for billions of years by my side. My curiosity for the exotic has long faded. 1,000-year-old Gao. This panda isn't interested at all. Stop messing around. Find a rope and tie her up. Don't let her revive and escape. Old Wang gave the order, then looked at Robbie, frowning slightly. Your power's growing quite fast, huh? He could sense the spirit of vengeance continuously strengthening, much like Sargeras' avatar that once barely reached Azeroth, recovering power by hunting dragons. Robbie, hearing the spirit of vengeance's voice in his mind, shrugged. It says it can cooperate with you, boss. Leave the eradication of evil to it from now on. Vengeance makes it happy. 2/3 of New York deserve to die. Only by destroying evil can we create paradise on Earth. If it were allowed to judge freely, it could recover to its full power. The Ancient One is watching you. Old Wang tapped the armrest, thinking she's probably watching me too. The mages of Kamartaj and the Three Sanctums have always been monitoring threats to Earth, like Dormammu and the Lords of Hell. There are many kinds of spirits of vengeance. Some are ancient spirits, others might be related to God or angels if they exist in the MCU. The one inside Robbie, obtained from the fiery Johnny Blaze, is likely Sadkiel, the spirit of corruption, whose full power was second only to the Hell Lord Mephisto of being capable of giving the Ancient One a headache. Of course, the current spirit of vengeance is just a pitiful wretch that fled to Earth, and its power is too weak. The Ancient One is busy dealing with numerous big shots from the multiverse and hasn't had time for it. But if the spirit of vengeance started killing indiscriminately, do you think the Ancient One would intervene? Don't forget there's a sanctum in New York, and it's nearby, not too far away. Hearing Old Wang's words, the spirit of vengeance immediately wilted. That undying bald hag, why won't she just die? I heard the Eternal is calling. Why not hurry into his embrace? What's so interesting about clinging to this tiny little Earth? Sky, continue investigating the hand. Find the other 4 fingers: Alexandra, Bakuto, Sound, and Murakami. Also Murakami's apprentice Yashinaka and Bakuto's apprentice Colleen Wing. Then look into a man named Wilson Fisk and the Rand Corporation. Old Wang picked up his phone and dialed Lucy's number. How's the research progress? On the other end of the line, Lucy sounded helpless. Boss, it's been less than a month. We haven't even finished learning the basics. Beside Lucy, Eli nodded frantically. Don't even mention us. Even if you called that missing playboy over, he couldn't produce anything noteworthy in such a short time. Boss, you overestimate us. The foundation of the framework is brain mapping and memory upload, right? Old Wang searched his sparse memories and said calmly, tackle that first. We'll give you a month. We'll try our best. Lucy didn't dare make promises. Although she had studied the Darkhold for decades and had a foundation, her previous focus was mainly on creation from nothing. She knew little about brain mapping. Starting from scratch, now it's not that easy. We're not top-tier scientists. We're not even first-rate, barely second-rate. Don't worry. We'll find you some helpers. Hanging up, Old Wang rested his chin in thought. Brain mapping and memory upload, when analyzed scientifically from the Darkhold's perspective, roughly equate to spells like mind theft or telepathy. He reached out his hand, and the Darkhold appeared. Flipping to a certain page, there it was. A similar spell, though the name was certainly different. All memories are tied to the brain. By mapping a complete brain, one could extract all of a person's memories. It was a concept proposed long ago, but no one had ever achieved it. The Darkhold, however, could. There were many related spells in the Warcraft universe. High Priests could do it, Banshees could, Nerubians and Dreadlords could, and even a mess of other races. But the blood of Azeroth was running low, and Old Wang didn't want to waste it. Besides, what he needed was all of Gao's memories, not just a part. Spells had durations. Mind control spells would be better, of course, but to completely control a 1,000-year-old like Gao using all the remaining blood wouldn't be enough. Gao had endured the most brutal torture and interrogation. Her will was terrifyingly strong. Even the most extreme tortures probably couldn't break her. Brain mapping and memory upload were the best methods. And since this was also the foundation of the framework, which had to be researched, waiting a while longer was fine. Old Wang wasn't in a hurry anyway. In the meantime, there were a few things he needed to handle. The Darkhold lab indeed needed expansion. Lucy and her team weren't skilled enough. They were only second-rate. A large portion of the knowledge in the Darkhold when understood through scientific methods related to quantum mechanics. The world's top quantum mechanics scientist was likely the first Ant-Man, Hank Pym. That big shot had once been a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., but now seemed to be in some trouble. It was worth considering bringing him on board, but it wouldn't be easy. That old man was stubborn as a mule and not easy to deal with. Tony Stark was also an authority in this field, currently in some terrorist organization's base in Afghanistan, working on the Mark I Iron Man suit. Afghanistan was huge. It took S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military months to find him. Old Wang held no hope. Dr. Banner, who claimed 7 PhDs, was one of the few top scientists Tony acknowledged. He might have some expertise in this area too. But the problem was Banner was evading capture by General Thunderbolt Ross. He was hard to find and even harder to control. Old Wang wasn't confident he could take down the Hulk yet. S.H.I.E.L.D. also had scientists in this field, but they were at best second-rate on the same level as Lucy. The real geniuses Leo Fitz and his assistant Gemma Simmons might not even have graduated from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy yet. Did he have to play a raising sim? No way. They weren't kids. Should he go find Reed Richards? Old Wang sighed and tapped the armrest. Sky, look up a few more people for me. Hank Pym, Leo Fitz, Gemma Simmons, and Reed Richards. Early the next morning, Old Wang and Sky, who had slept in the shop, woke up and opened the door. Sky went to buy breakfast while Old Wang carried a lounge chair to the entrance, lay down, and began reading the newspaper. This was a habit he had developed at the orphanage. Back then he couldn't afford a phone or a computer. Grandpa Lee, the director of the orphanage, loved reading newspapers. Old Wang, leveraging the charm he had carried over from his past life, got Grandpa Lee to teach him English at a very young age. Besides using old textbooks, newspapers were his best learning material. Although Old Wang had never left Chinatown as a child, he still had a decent understanding of the overall situation in Marvel's Earth, all thanks to this. However, Grandpa Lee passed away 4 years ago. The old man who had picked him up from the puddle at the orphanage's entrance was ultimately taken away by the Mazu he believed in. He left peacefully without pain. A blessed death. It was only then that Old Wang left the orphanage, that place of sorrow, and began living on his own. He opened the newspaper, and headlines came into view one after another. Ghost Rider appears in New York, vigilante or criminal. The only photo of Ghost Rider a blurry silhouette. Our hero looks frail. Police successfully raid underground drug factory, rescuing hundreds of blind people. Chief George publicly declares he will fight criminals to the end. An anonymous police officer reveals the drug factory is linked to Rand Enterprises. Graceful as a dragon, agile as a swan, Chinese martial arts display mighty power. Reported by Wang Dalong, Chinese Daily News. Seeing the last headline, Old Wang was startled. Chinese martial arts displaying mighty power. Had someone witnessed his fight with Madame Gao? No, that couldn't be right. He was sure no one had. Could someone have evaded his perception? Of course, it was also possible that Sky had missed a camera, such as a pinhole camera installed privately for certain reasons. Besides, the situation at the time was chaotic and the basement environment was complex. If someone had been hiding far away with eyesight no worse than Hawkeye's, they might have seen him without being detected. Maybe they didn't necessarily see him. Some people don't need eyes to know what's happening. For instance, Daredevil. Old Wang continued reading the article. An anonymous student from Columbia University's law school claimed to have witnessed someone using Chinese martial arts to defeat a group of criminals. His blind roommate remained silent. Old Wang stroked his chin. Columbia University. Law school. A blind roommate. How interesting. Sky, what do you think about hiring 2 legal advisors, eh? Old Wang asked with a smile. Huh. Sky, who had just returned with breakfast, was taken aback. We run a specialty shop. Oh, why would we need legal advisors? They're expensive. I saw a recent survey of the most profitable professions in the U.S. are doctors and lawyers. No way. Do bath attendants need associate professors too? Don't worry, they're 2 college students who haven't graduated yet. Their fees won't be too high. Old Wang's smile was enigmatic. Besides, those 2 are more than just future big-shot lawyers. Sky blinked, feeling that Old Wang was up to no good. After Robbie, who was he planning to trick next? Columbia University. A certain dormitory. Bang. The door was violently pushed open and a chubby blonde young man waved a newspaper, shouting, Matt, look. I made it into the paper. I made it into the paper. And I got the money from the newspaper office. Guess how much? A full 1,000. 800 for you, 200 for me. Matt Murdock, wearing sunglasses, nodded with a smile, but his mind was elsewhere. A few days ago, he had taken on a private commission. A certain lady suspected her husband of having a mistress and wanted evidence. He and his good friend Foggy Nelson had tracked the man to a basement and installed a pinhole camera at a key spot. They had intended to gather evidence, but ended up capturing something unexpected. A man calling himself the Iron Fist of Kunlun had actually defeated a woman known as Madame Gao and killed over a dozen armed thugs. According to Foggy's description, both the Iron Fist of Kunlun and Madame Gao were incredibly powerful, even stronger than Matt himself, who had undergone rigorous training since childhood. Many details were strange. Some martial arts moves baffled him, like how the Iron Fist of Kunlun seemed to enjoy rolling on the ground, and his rolling speed was far faster than an Olympic 100-meter champion. How is that possible? A single palm strike and the opponent flew away before even being touched. Could it be the chi that Master Stick had mentioned, which only martial arts masters could cultivate? Matt wasn't sure. Even Master Stick hadn't cultivated chi. There were very few people in the world who had. Unfortunately, when the iron fist of Kunlun suddenly reached out his hand, the pinhole camera malfunctioned, apparently due to electromagnetic interference or a short circuit. Matt didn't know the final outcome, whether Madame Gao had been killed by the iron fist of Kunlun. Matt didn't mind much that Foggy had sold the information to a friend working at a newspaper for money. The recorded video hadn't been leaked, and their identities were safe. The only issue was that the friend had mentioned in the article that Matt was blind. Surely no one would specifically seek him outright. Matt wasn't too concerned about that. Two names lingered in his mind: Ghost Rider and Iron Fist of Kunlun. Who were they? They had dismantled a drug manufacturing and trafficking ring. Were they vigilantes? There were so many criminal forces in the world. His father had been killed by them. The law and state violence couldn't eradicate all evil. Perhaps, sometimes measures beyond the legal framework were necessary. Vigilante. Maybe I could become one too. Ring. Suddenly the phone rang. Foggy quickly answered. Hello, who are you looking for? What? You're looking for Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson. Legal advisors. Really? Not much money. That's fine, that's fine. We're not in it for the money, but for the... Okay, deal. Hanging up, Foggy rushed over to Matt and hugged him excitedly. Matt, someone wants to hire us as legal advisors. $2,000 a year, all expenses reimbursed, agency and litigation fees separate, a 1-year contract with a raise for good performance. Who? Or which company? Matt was also delighted. It wasn't easy to make money these days, otherwise they wouldn't have taken low-paying jobs like catching cheaters. Rich people wouldn't hire 2 ungraduated students for that. New York was full of law firms. A base salary of $2,000 a year was a lot for undergraduates. It seems to be called Azeroth Specialty Shop. Foggy searched online and was stunned. It's a small shop in Chinatown. Small space, only been open for a few days. Somewhere in the United States. In an underground, enclosed training ground. Stick, with graying hair and a lean build, hung up the phone and remained silent. The call was from a chased informant in New York regarding an incident last night. From the limited intelligence, much could be inferred. The drug business in New York was largely tied to Madame Gao. The raided factory and the heavy casualties among the triad members all pointed to one thing: Madame Gao was in trouble. And a report from the Chinese Daily News directly claimed that someone called the Iron Fist of Kunlun had fought against Madame Gao. After so many years has the Iron Fist finally reappeared? Stick murmured to himself, uncertain. The chased followed the elders of Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist, but they had no right to enter Kunlun and couldn't verify the information's reliability. Still, it was worth going to see. This was an opportunity, a chance to completely eradicate the 5 traitors of Kunlun. Electra, Stick called out. Master, you called me. A woman in her 20s approached. Fit, sharp, and full of vitality. Pack up. We're going to New York. Stick said. First, find your ex-boyfriend Matt Murdock. In a terrorist stronghold in Afghanistan DR. Ensign murmured, gazing at the newly completed device, glowing with white light upon activation. This is nothing like a Jericho missile. Tony Stark, visibly relieved, stared at the small object and said, it's a miniaturized arc reactor. Back home, I have a bigger one powering my factory. This one keeps shrapnel from reaching my heart. Ensign, unfamiliar with the technology, knew that attracting the shrapnel inside Stark required sufficient electricity to maintain an electromagnetic field, so he asked, what's its power output? Tony replied, if I calculated correctly, 3 billion joules per second. Ensign paused, stunned by the figure. That's enough to keep you alive 50 times over. Tony's face showed no joy. Yeah, or enough to power a big guy for 15 minutes. He turned, picked up a stack of drawings and whispered, next we'll use the available materials to build this big guy. It might take 12 months, but this is our ticket out. Ensign looked at the complex blueprints, puzzled. What is this? Lay it flat, Tony said. Ensign spread the drawings, revealing a sleek mecha resembling a Gundam. A faint smile curled his lips. Remarkable. God willing, those terrorists have enough patience. At a U.S. military base in Afghanistan, a plane landed on the tarmac. Coulson and Melinda stepped out. A lean black colonel greeted them. Agent Coulson, Agent May. His stern face softened into a smile. M. Rhodes. Finally, you're here. We were delayed. Coulson removed his sunglasses and asked with a grin, Colonel Rhodes, I heard you own stock in Stark Industries. Quite a bit, Melinda added silently, noting, 10 times mine. How does an Army colonel afford that? As head of the Army's Weapons Development Department and the liaison between Stark Industries and the military, how much had he skimmed over the years? Colonel Rhodes' smile froze instantly. He coughed and said solemnly, Mr. Stark is a key military partner and my friend. I must find him. Stark Industries has a $10 billion contract with the Department of Defense waiting for him. At the Azeroth specialty store after breakfast, old Wang took a sip from the eternal water flask and handed it to Sky, asking, how's the search for those people going? Sky took it carefully, let a drop fall into her mouth, then gulped down a full glass of water before handing it back. There are tens of thousands of Alexandris in the U.S. It'll take at least a week to sift through them all. Murakami Bakudo and Sound are even harder to find along with Murakami's apprentice Yashin. None of them are in the States. I did find Bakudo's female apprentice Colleen Wang. She runs a dojo in Manhattan. Old Wang took the flask, casually grabbed Ski's hand, and rubbed it, channeling a stream of true chi into her body. He nodded. Colleen Wang's dojo trains young recruits for the hand. Monitor her, and we might find Bakudo. What about Wilson Fisk and Rand Enterprises? Wilson Fisk is a common name too. In Hell's Kitchen alone, there's no record of anyone by that name. Feeling the scorching true chi coursing through her, warming her entire body, and reaching certain vital areas, Sky couldn't help but moan. Her face flushed, and her breathing grew heavy. Rand Enterprises seems clean. The cleaner it looks, the more suspicious. I plan to monitor their executives' phones and computers. That'll take time. Old Wang released her hand and stroked his chin. Wilson Fisk, the infamous Kingpin, had long collaborated with the hand, albeit from a weaker position. He was mysterious, known only by his appearance. Towering at nearly 2 meters with 90 muscle mass and terrifyingly low body fat, he weighed a staggering 200 kilograms. A bald white man of immense strength, he rivaled Daredevil and the Punisher in combat. In the Marvel Universe, no bald character was to be trifled with, and Kingpin was among the more manageable ones. He was a supervillain with ideals, morality, culture, and ambition. Though his personal prowess was unremarkable, his cunning mind would one day forge a criminal empire, making him the king of the underworld. For now, he was still on the rise with modest power and status, even less than Madame Gao, one of the hand's 5 fingers. Such a man was easy to deal with, and even easier to control. Rand Enterprises was a long-term play tied to Kunlun and the Iron Fist, crucial for future schemes. No rush. Old Wang was more concerned about others. What about those scientists? Hank Pym was ousted from Pym Technologies by his daughter and top student. He's retired, brooding at home and studying quantum mechanics. The other 3 are still untraceable. Sky took a deep breath, calming herself. The flush on her cheeks faded slightly, and her heartbeat slowed. She could clearly feel her physical strength improving, and over the next day, as the essence wine and Old Wang's true chi were fully absorbed, she would grow even stronger. Even a professionally trained man couldn't match her raw power now. Of course, she was still no match for Old Wang. Shed tried and couldn't break free, utterly at his mercy. Old Wang was momentarily taken aback. Fitz and Simmons weren't well known, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would certainly help alter their records, making them hard to find. Reed Richards, one of the smartest minds in the Marvel Universe, was also untraceable. Was he absent from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or had his information been concealed as well? He decided to set it aside for now. Wang. Sky stared at him intently. Stark Industries stock hasn't moved in 2 days, hitting a 20-year low. Should we buy? Old Wang slammed the table with bold confidence. How much do we have left? Buy it all. On it. Sky hurried to execute the trade. Ever since Old Wang had her monitor Stark Industries stock, she'd been studying the market. Though she hadn't mastered it, she knew the basics. Sky calculated carefully. The profits from selling essence wine were still substantial. Despite buying a lot over the past 2 days, the bulk remained plus her own savings. Total 3128469. 24. She'd keep the change and invest the rest in Stark Industries stock. The shop was still open, generating daily income, enough to live on. Old Wang said it was a sure win. Still, this wasn't much money. Stark Industries stock was expensive, though she could only buy a few shares. Maybe Old Wang could brew a few dozen more jars of essence wine, adding 2 drops of the real stuff. No one would know the concentration, and selling to S.H.I.E.L.D. would rake in a fortune, even at a 10 discount. Good stuff always sells. Excuse me, is Miss Sky here? A slightly naive voice interrupted. Sky looked up to see 2 men enter, a chubby blonde with curly hair and a handsome young man with short black hair wearing sunglasses and holding a white cane. So young and already blind. What a pity, Sky thought. She quickly said, "I'm Sky. How can I help? We don't sell guide dogs here. I'm Foggy Nelson, and this is my friend Matt Murdock." Foggy beamed, rubbing his hands together. You mentioned the Azeroth specialty store needs a legal advisor. We're here. It's you." Sky naturally remembered, for she had made the call herself. Yet she hadn't anticipated that one of them would be blind. Sky harbored no prejudice against the blind, but in the legal profession, could a blind person truly succeed? There was a massage parlor to the left that seemed more fitting for him. That massage parlor didn't have a single genuinely blind therapist. Skill mattered little. The key was his handsome appearance, which would surely make him popular. If Old Wang weren't around, I'd have asked you to massage me. Old Wang's technique was superb. He was the first blind therapist there, and all the current therapists were his students, both male and female. Sensing Old Wang's displeased gaze, Sky quickly coughed to compose herself and asked, "Have you made your decision? If so, please draft a contract." "I haven't prepared one." Foggy was stunned. "Did I hear that right? No contract prepared?" and they're asking us to do it. Aren't they afraid? Well, take advantage. You clearly need legal counsel. Foggy rubbed his hands together, beaming. We've made up our minds. We're willing to be the legal advisors for the Azeroth specialty shop. But we need to renegotiate the compensation. $20,000 is too little. We're top graduates from Columbia Law, future hiring lawyers making millions a year. Matt, right? Matt. He turned to look. Matt stood utterly still, his blind eyes fixed on the slightly plump Chinese youth reclining in the chair. His chest rose and fell subtly, his breathing heavier than usual. Only his best friend could detect these nuances. So what's wrong, Matt? If you were staring at that mixed-race beauty, I could understand, but you're gawking at a man. What am I supposed to make of this? Is this plump Chinese youth more appealing than me? Are you abandoning me? All right, well, sign the contract as you say. Matt paid no heed to Foggy's words. From the moment he perceived the man in the chair, his ears could focus on nothing else. Yes, his ears. When he was very young, radioactive material from a truck splashed into his eyes, robbing him of sight, but unexpectedly sharpening his other senses. Taste, smell, hearing, touch, and intuition. His touch could discern the traces of ink on paper, allowing him to read by feel. This ability carried him through middle school, high school, and university, making him the top student in the law faculty, with a reading volume surpassing 99. 9 of his peers at Columbia University. His smell could distinguish individual body odors and the myriad scents in any environment. Which woman had just engaged in passionate activity, how many partners were involved, their professions, the sequence of events, or if they occurred simultaneously. His taste was so acute, he could count the salt grains on a pretzel and identify any dish that cut corners on ingredients. He possessed an intuition stronger than most women's, once foreseeing his father's death and his ex-girlfriend's departure. But most crucial of all was his hearing. After over a decade of rigorous training, he could discern every word spoken by thousands of people within hundreds of feet, and from that ocean of voices extract the one he sought. From 20 feet away, he could hear a person's heartbeat and from its rhythm and intensity gauge their emotions, whether excitement, fear, terror, or tension. He could also hear the sounds of anyone's blood circulation, breathing, and bodily movements, allowing him to deduce their actions and state. All 6 senses combined granted him judgment and insight surpassing even Sherlock Holmes. Though without eyes, he saw more clearly than anyone. If he wished, no one within 20 feet could escape his perception. He knew many secrets at Columbia. Professor Connor's affairs, Miranda's favorite 18 positions, Foggy's weekly habits down to the second, and the number of tissues used, and the pungent scent. And now all these extraordinary 5 senses were focused entirely on one person. Matt strained every faculty to perceive the man gently swaying in the recliner. A person he had never seen before yet, who was profoundly strange. He carried a faint scent of alcohol, a drinker who had indulged recently, but not excessively, showing self-control. The liquor was Erguo, the cheapest kind, yet the shop stocked pricier bamboo leaf and vodka, suggesting a frugal man, or one who practiced thrift. From the flow of blood, rustle of clothes, and creak of the recliner, Matt deduced he was about 6 feet tall, slightly plump, with more fat than muscle, a high body fat percentage. Such a physique would usually imply poor fitness, but this man was an exception. His heartbeat was exceptionally slow, far slower than most athletes, yet far more powerful and impossibly regular. Such a heartbeat should hardly exist. And anyone else, even thinking or dreaming, would cause subtle changes in heartbeat from which Matt could read emotions. But the man in the recliner had a heartbeat as steady as a clock, making it impossible for Matt to gauge his mood. Was he in a trance-like state of utter stillness, or could he consciously control his heartbeat? His breathing was slow, each breath deep and prolonged, with lung capacity that seemed incalculable, perhaps greater than 2 marathon runners combined. These were trivial. Most importantly, Matt had a strange intuition. This was an immensely powerful man, far stronger than his master stick by 10 or 100-fold. It reminded him of the iron fist of Kunlun and Madame Gao. Masters of Qi could control their heartbeat, even stop it for a time and breathe, so deeply they could go 3 days without air. Madame Gao was an old woman, and according to Foggy's description, the iron fist was similar in height to the man in the recliner, though leaner, more spirited, and more powerful. But for a martial arts master, weight was manageable. There were even bone contraction techniques to alter height, build, and even appearance. Matt's intuition told him the reclining man was the Iron Fist. In that instant, he realized this was no coincidence. The other party had deliberately sought him out as legal counsel. Why else would a tiny grocery store need a lawyer? I should have known. Matt reflected earnestly. He was still too young, too inexperienced. He should have known that free coffee never falls from the sky, and cheap deals bring no good. Had Foggy not answered the phone and agreed on the spot, Matt doubted he would have come. Yet he didn't refuse. Since the other party had sought him out, avoidance was futile, and he had a feeling this was not a bad thing for him, but good. The man in the recliner was a good person. Matt. Foggy hastily tugged at Matt, whispering, "We can negotiate. Up to 30,000. At least 25. The price is fair." Matt smiled, looking at old Wang. Sir, how should I address you? When do we start? Apologies, we haven't graduated yet, so we can only work part-time. If you want to work here, we have no office space for you. The shop is this small, as you can see. Old Wang looked at Matt with a faint, enigmatic smile, as if observing a rare giant panda. We'll call you when needed. Pleasure doing business. He extended his left hand. Matt hesitated, then extended his left hand as well. Pleasure doing business. Their hands clasped. A wisp of true chi flowed into Matt's body. He shuddered throughout his entire being. The subsequent drafting of contracts and detailed negotiations were all handled by Sky and Foggy. Old Wang and Matt were mainly responsible for the final step, signing, and spent the rest of the time staring at each other, one with a faint smile on his face, the other with a storm raging in his heart. Matt Murdock, the future daredevil, did not possess physical abilities that reached the peak of human potential. He was likely inferior even to Kingpin. His true strength lay in the heightened senses he gained from losing his sight. In terms of pure combat prowess, he was at best on par with the Punisher. In other worlds, Old Wang was unsure, but in this one, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Matt stood no chance against Black Widow in 99 of scenarios and could not even defeat his elderly Master Stick. Daredevil was akin to a comprehensive enhancement like Captain America, with strength, speed, agility, endurance, combat skills, and even intelligence reaching an extremely high level, though generally inferior to Cap. Moreover, he lacked sight, yet his powerful senses compensated for everything. Since no fight had occurred, Old Wang could not gauge Daredevil's true strength. But given that Matt had not cultivated chi, was still young, had trained under Stick for less than 15 years, and lacked practical combat experience, his martial prowess, however formidable, was ultimately limited. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. Daredevil was a form of mutation as well. His enhanced senses far surpassed ordinary humans. If he could cultivate chi, his power would likely reach a new level, elevating him above Black Widow and Hawkeye to become a true superhero. He was worth training. For Old Wang, who held the title of lifetime honorary head instructor of the Shang-Chi Martial Arts Academy teaching students, was hardly a challenge. The reason he had taught Sky for 3 years, guiding her hand and heart daily, yet she still failed to cultivate true chi, was simply her utter lack of talent in this area. Even a great master cannot teach a poor student. Daredevil's acute senses allowed him to learn martial arts swiftly, and with years of training under Stick, he was prime golden material. No, a fine seedling. Excellent, excellent. Old Wang stared at Matt with a grin, while Matt stared back expressionlessly. That wisp of true chi Old Wang had infused into his body revealed another world, a new chi-filled realm. Master Stick had said that chi was the energy of life itself. Cultivating it meant a fundamental change in one's existence. One was no longer an ordinary person, but a human of a higher order, a martial arts master. Possessing chi would vastly enhance physical abilities, extend lifespan, and make immortality a dream within reach. Across the world, very few had cultivated chi, and most had obtained it through special means. Those who truly cultivated it through their own efforts were rare. This energy could not only harm and kill, but also heal, even bringing the dead back to life. Matt had once dreamed of meeting someone who truly possessed chi, or even chi itself. But he never imagined this day would come so soon. That strand of true chi flowed through his body, gradually dissipating as it did not belong to him, yet it brought new insights. Like a maiden's first breach of innocence, Matt glimpsed the hope of becoming a martial arts master. Only one step remained. That step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Just as few maidens could break that barrier themselves and needed a man or another woman, Matt knew that relying on his own ability might take years or decades to cultivate chi and achieve the leap in life's essence. But with the help of Master Wang lounging on the recliner, it might take only months, weeks, or even days. Yet why would he help? Drawing me here with a wisp of chi to tempt me. What does he want me to do? Matt suddenly longed to see his master, whom he hadn't met in over a decade. Perhaps he could provide the answer. It's done. The blonde, chubby young man beamed with satisfaction, handing the 2 contracts to Old Wang and Matt. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. Old Wang and Matt took turns signing. Matt left his mind unsettled, his heart left behind at the Azeroth specialty shop. Old Wang smirked. The fish had caught the scent of bait and would not resist. The cat had smelled the salted fish and would not refrain from stealing. Rumor had it that gathering 7 superheroes could save the world. This was the second. No counting Sky, it was the third. At this rate, 7 was too few. Perhaps gather the 12 zodiac animals, or the 28 constellations, the 36 celestial spirits, the 72 earthly fiends, or even the 108 heroes. Wasn't the bald one assembling the Avengers? Maybe I could form a stronger team, or at least a larger one. S-H-I-E-L-D was far more efficient than any relevant government department. The promised surveillance equipment arrived quickly, and the bald one even sent personnel to install it. The main server room was set up in the Azeroth specialty shop, and Sky could monitor every street in Chinatown at any time via her computer and phone. Security was greatly enhanced. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. had left a backdoor for simultaneous monitoring. S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance meant Hydra's surveillance. Old Wang didn't hesitate to let Sky overhaul the system, layering encryption on software and permissions so that no one could access it without her permission. This ensured even Gabe's safety. Most importantly, neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Hydra could easily track Old Wang's movements. This benefited his dual role, Iron Fist of Kunlun and Master Wang. Not everyone was Daredevil, at least for now no one would connect the Iron Fist to him. Afterward, Old Wang enjoyed Sky's massage, while calling Natasha to make his requests. 5 sets of the latest S.H.I.E.L.D. field agent gear. An iron staff, length, radius, hardness, solid. Material-wise, vibranium would be nice. None. Adamantium would do too, not the secondary grade. I want the real kind. What, none of that either? Not even secondary. Fine, give me a titanium alloy one high-tech. And a pair of gauntlets, also titanium alloy with crocodile leather. Old Wang sighed. The bald one was really stingy. During World War II, the Strategic Scientific Reserve could obtain vibranium to make Captain America's shield. He didn't believe S.H.I.E.L.D. had no stock. Moreover, adamantium was developed by the U.S. government with a classified chemical structure said to be difficult to produce and no less than vibranium. Refusing both was too much. Titanium alloy would suffice. Its hardness was decent and usable. In truth, any fine quality adamantite rod from World of Warcraft would be better than titanium alloy, but it wasn't worth it. The delivery fee was too high. If he were to exchange for something, it would have to be at least epic quality, preferably orange gear, like the Brewmaster artifact he used to wield. But it was too expensive, he couldn't afford it. Titanium alloy it would be. Make do with it. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion in the director's office, Natasha hung up the phone and shot a glance at the bald one. The message, clear director, you're really stingy. The bald one grunted and glared back at Natasha. His message, equally clear, Agent Romanoff, remember your place. You're on my side. Thinking of that fat guy on the phone, the bald one had a genuine headache. S.H.I.E.L.D. did have vibranium stock, but it was for research. How could he give it away? And at 1.0 per gram, a solid staff, weighing at least 15 kilograms, would cost 1.5 million with black market prices several, or even 10 times higher. Even if they had it, you couldn't afford it. Same for adamantium. Secondary adamantium was cheaper, but still cost thousands per gram and was scarce on the market. Fat one, you're going too far. Have it custom made. Don't use the tech division. I'll let those 2 ungraduated students handle it. What were their names? The bald one tapped his head. He usually had a good memory, but lately with Hydra, the hand terrorists Tony Stark, and the Hulk, he was too busy to remember 2 students. Keep an eye on the hand matter. The bald one looked at Natasha and instructed help Kunlun and the Iron Fist as much as possible and find a chance to talk to them. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs allies too. Hydra is no easy opponent. S.H.I.E.L.D. Technology Department. What? Titanium alloy batons. Titanium alloy gauntlets. Are we going to make them? Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Leo Fitz was exhilarated. Having just enrolled this year, he has already received the highest praise from all his teachers and is set to graduate alongside his close friend Gemma Simmons as the fastest graduates in the history of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, only taking 1 year. It's worth noting that many exceptionally talented master's and doctoral students have spent 4 years at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy and still failed to graduate. Recently, he was temporarily recruited to intern in the technology department, working with a group of scientists to study a liquid mixture known as Azeroth's signature essence, wine, which Fitz felt had nothing to do with him. His major was mechanical engineering, while the essence wine fell under the realm of biochemistry, which was Simmons' strong suit. For a long time, Simmons had been his assistant, but this time, he found himself having to assist Simmons, which made the seemingly frail, yet internally strong Fitz somewhat displeased. Now he was unexpectedly tasked with creating high-tech equipment with Simmons, which was his area of expertise. Simmons was once again the assistant, and Fitz relished this feeling. Working together, just the 2 of them, it felt like paradise. Fitz couldn't help but glance at Simmons. Simmons was talking to Black Widow, the legendary agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, desired by all the men. Strange what is so attractive about Black Widow. Her face isn't as beautiful as Simmons, her chin isn't as round, her golden hair doesn't match Simmons, her waist is too thin, and her chest and hips are too big, looking like an iceberg. Who owes you 2 cents? Unlike Simmons, who always had a smile on her face even during arguments, which made her so cute. Why do so many people like Black Widow? What kind of aesthetic is that? I really don't understand. Agent Simmons, how is the progress on the essence wine research? Black Widow was very concerned about the essence wine that helped her recover quickly, which was 10 times better than the best emergency medicine in the technology department. The only problem was that the active ingredients seemed to be too few. To heal from the injuries inflicted by the Winter Soldier and the Hydra Assassin, she had to drink a whole barrel, dozens of kilograms. If it were just wine, that would be one thing. The key issue was that it had no taste of alcohol at all, like drinking plain water bloating her belly. Master Wang, that swindler. 9 barrels of essence wine have been purified, 99 of which is water, about 1 is alcohol, and the effective component is only less than 10 micrograms. Upon mentioning essence wine, Simmons' eyes lit up, almost dancing with excitement. That is a substance that does not exist on Earth and has never been discovered in the entire history of science. The project team is currently conducting analytical research. We have utilized equipment worth millions, and this substance is peculiar. It's more energy than matter compressed to the utmost pure energy. Black Widow's mouth twitched. 10 micrograms. Master Wang, I know you are a swindler, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of swindler. Drinking wine is one thing, but adding water. Simmons continued, our research has hit a bottleneck. 10 micrograms is too little, we need more. Agent Romanoff, can you communicate this to the director? Where did this come from? Can more be provided? We need at least 100 micrograms. Black Widow frowned slightly. This little girl seemed to not understand the rules. After the battle with Madame Hydra, all of Master Wang's data was classified to level 10 and no one is qualified to access it except for the director, including Agent Hill. You, an ordinary student, are asking about this. Even if you want to study, it should be brought up by the project leader or deputy leader. Ahem, Agent Romanoff. Simmons obtained her PhDs in biology and chemistry at the age of 17. 2 months ago, the Academy's mentors could no longer teach her. She is now the deputy leader of the Azeroth Signature Essence Wine Project team. Seeing Black Widow's unfriendly expression, Fitz quickly explained, not daring to offend the legendary agent. Black Widow paused, raising an eyebrow. She was an operational agent who only followed the director's orders, not familiar with the technology department. But she knew the director placed great importance on the essence wine and commanded the technology department to research it with full effort. Only qualified scientists could join the project team. Those who serve as team leaders or deputy leaders, if not top-notch, must at least be first-class scientists. Simmons, a student who just started a year ago, actually became the deputy leader. Isn't that a bit incredible? If she is this capable, what about Fitz? Is it a bit of a waste to have such 2 people specifically responsible for creating equipment for Master Wang? No wonder when she went to confront the head of the technology department earlier, although he didn't dare refuse the director's orders, his expression wasn't too pleasant. He probably secretly scolded the director. Perhaps should I remind the director? Black Widow thought for a moment, but decided against it. Kunlun Iron Fist saved her. Master Wang is Iron Fist's disciple. 2 second-tier scientists are specifically making high-tech equipment for you. Just take it as a favor. I will find a way. Black Widow's response excited Simmons. Although they were to create titanium alloy batons and titanium alloy gauntlets, the research on the essence wine would not be delayed. One of the research directions was proposed by herself, which was why she was promoted to deputy leader, but unfortunately her salary did not change, still at intern level, saving for a few years just to buy a car and a house. Many people in the technology department have jumped ship. Signing a confidentiality agreement is all it takes. The benefits of SHIELD are not as high as imagined, and if there is a suitable opportunity to leave, this is a requirement. Black Widow had other matters to attend to and couldn't stay long, handing a stack of papers to Simmons before leaving. Fitz and Simmons picked up the papers to study. So long, so thick, so hard. Is there a requirement for toughness? It must be solid. Titanium alloy won't do. Add high-strength carbon fiber. For the titanium alloy gauntlets, I think we can add retractable claws to increase lethality and increase retractable ropes to turn them into grappling claws to assist in climbing. We need to design it well so that it doesn't affect the use of the baton. That's not too easy. How about adding a micro hole to the claws? Increase pressure sensors, and when a sufficient amount of pressure is applied, release dendrotoxin and cobra venom. The user has immense strength, exceeding double the Olympic weightlifting record. Is it going to be used for Captain America? He died long ago. I think it might be for a robot or a grizzly bear. I prefer giant pandas. With a built-in electric shocker, the titanium alloy baton can be segmented for control to release high-voltage currents. How much did Agent Romanoff get stung by? At least 10,000 volts. How would I know about such confidential information? Her equipment doesn't allow me to study it. The baton has limited lethality. Oh, let's make a retractable detachable gun head, so it can change from baton to gun at any time and also adjust length. Let's incorporate an internal communicator intrusion detection and identification system, chip capacitive screen, high strength, tempered membrane, plus infrared and satellite missiles. How does that sound? The budget is a bit high. No problem, it's not our money. Then let's also add a micro-freezing gun and tranquilizer gun and change the ends of the baton and gauntlets into gold titanium alloy. And also the latest intelligent system with dozens of application software, 16T memory, and an implanted neural connector for better usability, allowing remote control so it won't get lost. The consumable parts must consider disassembly and replacement. Prepare 10 sets. 50 sets. The two studied for a full 2 hours making budgets. Then they were stunned. A baton and a pair of gauntlets actually cost more than 30 sets of field agent equipment. Early the next morning, 10 sets of field agent gear were nothing special. S.H.I.E.L.D. had plenty in stock. They were delivered that afternoon, personally escorted by Black Widow. Although this standard issue equipment surpassed even the U.S. Navy SEAL's personal gear, it hardly warranted a legendary agent's personal escort. Black Widow naturally had an ulterior motive. Master Wang, do you have any more of that essence wine? This time I hope to buy the kind that doesn't need purification. She emphasized certain words, then softened her tone, her eyes seductive as she blinked. Seeing as I helped you and Iron Fist deal with the triads, can I get a discount? 50% off. An hour later, Black Widow left with a bottle of bamboo leaf green into which 2 drops of essence wine from the eternal vial had been added. 2 hours after that, an additional $10 million landed in old Wang's account. All told, he had sold it cheaper this time. He couldn't be too ruthless after all. Small profits, quick returns, steady business. The profit margin had dropped from the original 100-fold to roughly 50-fold. Quite a steep discount. Old Wang considered himself a conscientious merchant earning money through hard work. Exchanging the eternal well essence required opening a temporal passage, risking discovery by the mages of Kamartaj and countless powerful beings across the multiverse. Besides, since it was a monopoly, earning too little would be an insult to the term monopoly and would make his peers laugh at him. He truly meant, while hoping S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't buy too much and waste too much money because they would never figure it out anyway. Back in the World of Warcraft days, he had obtained eternal well essence and had his goblin and gnome engineers study it for a full year. They came up with nothing. It was simply too difficult. Old Wang held no hope for S.H.I.E.L.D. SRD department. They had studied the Tesseract space stone for decades, and the only result was a theoretical Tesseract energy isotope developed by Tony's father, Howard Stark. Relying on them was futile. It was better to count on Tony and Dr. Banner. Sky used the 10 million to buy Stark Industries shares. Old Wang tapped the armrest, not keeping any, not a single cent. For now, there was nothing urgent to spend on. The Darkhold lab had all the necessary equipment, and it was still in the research phase. Once results came in and mass production began, there would be plenty of expenses. 10 million wouldn't be enough, not even 100 billion. Old Wang's ambitions were grand. In the 18 years since his transmigration, he had conceived many plans ready to be realized one by one. Stark Industries stock was now largely stable, with little fluctuation, offering no immediate profit. Old Wang planned to sell when Tony returned, as demand would surely surge. Then when the stock plummeted again, he would buy back in. Saving up now might make him a major shareholder of Stark Industries in the future. Future Iron Man, please don't die from the butterfly effect, or he'll be in big trouble. In truth, if he could find Tony, Old Wang would have gone to Afghanistan himself, playing the lone hero to ensure his safety. 18 years had passed since he left the World of Warcraft, and those days of wandering were far behind, but the adventurer's spirit of the Pandaren still burned within him. Back then, Old Wang had researched his lineage and believed his ancestor was the Pandaren explorer Lu Lang. The blood of the wanderer flowed in his veins, and Shinzan Su was his family's heirloom mount, though how it grew into an island was utterly unscientific. The neighboring Tortala, the half-god turtle, had lived for countless millennia and was many times older than Shinzan Su's ancestor, yet never reached that size. Could it have mutated? He always suspected that the half-god turtle had done something unspeakable back then, though its head wasn't even green. Speaking of which, was the half-god turtle male or female? Sky. Old Wang thought for a moment, then continued, keep 1 set of these field agent gear for yourself, 1 for Gabe, leave 3 in the shop, and find a way to send the other 5 to Puerto Rico for Eli and Lucy, for self-defense. Aren't you keeping 1? Sky asked casually, then without waiting for an answer, let out an "Oh." Right, you don't need it. Old Wang smiled. As a Grandmaster, he naturally had no use for such ordinary equipment. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology was impressive, and their field agent gear was internationally leading, but it was probably no better than the gnome mechanized Marine Corps from Gnomerigan in the World of Warcraft. Wearing it would only hinder him. For a monk Grandmaster, only epic tier gear at the very least would be marginally useful, like the Crane set or Jade Serpent set named after the 4 August Celestials. Other than that, a pair of fist weapons and an iron staff were sufficient. Emma got it. Sky acknowledged, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she called her contacts. She was a member of the Rising Tide. This organization gathered the world's top hackers, and Sky, already a first-rate hacker, didn't even rank among them. At least a dozen were better than her. Every hacker knew too many secrets about too many people and had access to all sorts of reliable channels. Smuggling or human trafficking were trivial matters for them. News of Madame Gao's death has spread. The other 4 fingers of the hand should surface soon, right? Old Wang lay back in his chair, gently rocking his thoughts, soaring far away. New York, Manhattan, the top floor of a skyscraper. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows, a world-class symphony orchestra was playing. The vast audience hall held only one person. This was a concert for one. After the soothing piano sonata Moonlight came Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Fate. Alexandra, who had witnessed Beethoven's creation firsthand, remembered that young man who refused to bow to fate. Stubborn, sensitive, easily agitated, full of passion, yet his brilliance couldn't shield him from fate's onslaught. He died at 57, and she had lived dozens of times that long only to face the same threat, the threat of death. My time is running out, she murmured. A checkup 2 hours ago had made it clear her body was succumbing to natural aging, and no modern medical treatment could help. Before this, she had traveled to Egypt, India, Japan, China, and across the world. She had tried every method. Those mystical and bizarre medical treatments that others marveled at. She had already studied them over her long life. None worked. The dragon bone fossil she had brought back from Kunlun was down to a trivial fragment. It was the shared property of 5 people, and she had no right to use it alone. It was obviously insufficient for all 5. As for the other 4, the eldest, Madame Gao, was dead. The other 3 still retained their vitality, able to live for decades more. She had less than 5 years left, and she was the most desperate. Suddenly, a stern-faced Japanese man entered. Madam, you summoned me. The Japanese man bowed at a 90-degree angle, then straightened up, standing ramrod straight, with utmost deference. The woman before him had lived for over 1,000 years, but she only grew more alluring with age. Moreover, with the dragon bone, she could instantly regain her youth and vitality, captivating countless men. Everyone who knew her desired her, including himself. In her, one could simultaneously experience the thrill of possessing an elderly matron, a menopausal woman, a mature seductress, a young wife, and even a maiden. Most importantly, this lady had assumed countless identities over the millennium and had been with countless men. With a millennium of accumulated experience, she was not only the most learned, noble, and cultivated woman in the world, but also the one who best knew how to please a man. Her collection included over 100 historical figures immortalized in books. To possess her was to stand alongside those luminaries. Shin. Alexandra rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, speaking softly. Madame Gao is dead, killed by the Iron Fist. Iron Fist. At the mention of that name, Yoshioka Shin's body trembled slightly. The terror deep within him was impossible to conceal, yet he forced himself to remain composed before the lady. Madam, it's not certain yet. Perhaps it was the Iron Fist, perhaps someone else from Kunlun or the Chaste. Since they killed Madame Gao, they won't spare us. Without turning around, Alexandra knew Yoshioka Shin's reaction. A faint trace of disdain curled on her lips. Perhaps Madame Gao isn't dead, just captured. That would be the worst-case scenario. Yoshioka Shin's brow furrowed deeply. The worst-case scenario. Because Madame Gao would reveal all the secrets of the hand. But the 5 fingers were independent, having had no contact for decades. If not for the discovery of the dragon bone fossil, I would still be in Japan. Madame Gao doesn't know the secrets of the other factions. Furthermore, capturing someone alive is far harder than killing them. My master said Madame Gao was the strongest of the 5. If even she was taken alive, just how powerful is the legendary Iron Fist? Yoshioka Shin fell silent for 2 seconds. Madam, your orders. Alexandra continued, gazing out the window without turning. Tell your master it's time for old friends to gather. Bakudo and Sowen will come too. Have them bring their most elite men. That would be a historic moment. The 5 fingers joining to form a fist, changing the world. Yoshioka Shin hesitated for another 2 seconds. Madam, is that necessary? We are searching for the Black Sky. You know better than anyone how powerful the Black Sky is. It can surely defeat the Iron Fist. Perhaps we should wait. Shin, you're overthinking. That's probably a lie your master told you. Best not to believe it. If you do, you lose. A flicker of contempt crossed Alexandra's lips. If it truly is the Iron Fist, then it is necessary. Your master knows this as well as I do. The Iron Fist's power is beyond your imagination. Alexandra recalled the Iron Fist she had once encountered in Kunlun. The power from the dragon Shoulao the Undying was something no martial arts master could contend with. The immortal Iron Fist, Kunlun's ultimate weapon, its guardian, a protector of an extra dimension. Had the Iron Fist not been bound to Kunlun, how would the 5 of them have dared to flee with the dragon bone all those years ago? Now why has he emerged? She wondered if this generation's Iron Fist was as formidable as the one from that era. She hoped not. Otherwise, there would be no point in fighting. They might as well just give up. One more thing. Alexandra turned to face the sharp, capable Japanese man. I've received word that the chaste has arrived, including an old friend you might want to see. Instantly, a frail, aged figure flashed through Yoshioka Shin's mind. His fists clenched and his eyes narrowed. Stick. For the past few days, Matt had remained silent, lost in thought in his dormitory. A wisp of true chi from old Wang had opened a window for him, showing a reality different from his own. Beyond that window lay the realm of martial arts masters, the world of chi. This fundamental elevation of life's essence held an irresistible allure, far more compelling than even his ex-girlfriend's body. Especially the extended lifespan that came with such an elevation. It would drive 99% of the world's population wild with desire. Master Stick had once said that many ancient Chinese martial arts masters lived past 100, and some grandmasters lived to 200, 400, or even 800 years, and it was truer than true. This wasn't something achievable through harsh training alone. It required spiritual discipline, the unification of inner and outer, the fusion of body and soul. Master also said that martial arts masters were not only physically powerful, but also spiritually strong. They might even attain telepathy or mind control, their every move swaying thousands, possessing an irresistible charm. Human nature is sacred, it constantly seeks unity, but once satisfied it cannot refuse. The most powerful grandmasters could kill with their spirit, separate soul from body, and project their primordial spirit. Master Stick had pursued that realm his entire life, but never achieved it. The only path he could conceive was to seek help from Master Wang or the Iron Fist of Kunlun. But what did he truly want, and what price would have to be paid? Perhaps a price too heavy for life to bear. Matt, look who's here. The blonde, chubby guy's voice rang out, giving Matt a knowing look before scurrying off, determined not to be a third wheel. A woman with a well-proportioned figure stood at the door. A black dress, hair cascading over her shoulders, a smile on her face, but her eyes held a complex emotion. Foggy, you know I can't see. Matt stood up, then froze. He heard the familiar heartbeat, the familiar breathing, caught the familiar scent, a subtle fragrance that surpassed the most expensive perfume. It filled him with excitement and joy. He longed to rush over and embrace her, but he held back. From her heartbeat, he detected some unsettling emotions. She had feelings for him, but those feelings carried an ulterior motive tinged with guilt and unease. The person before him felt somewhat unfamiliar, as if she had changed. Perhaps she had never changed, it was he who had transformed. Electra, what are you doing here? Matt asked calmly. What if I said I missed you? Would you believe me? Electra smiled with seductive charm. No. Smart. Electra shrugged and raised an eyebrow. Looks like that Columbia education was worth something. Matt forced a smile. The education you gave me was even more useful, Professor Electra. So what are you here for? Don't lie, you can't fool me. Your physique is even better than before, especially that iconic rear. I could pick you out in a sea of people. Electra teased, then her expression turned serious. Matt, I'm being targeted by the mob. I need your help. They'll kill me. I can't do it alone. Please. Your heartbeat and breathing tell me that much is true. Matt had a sudden strange intuition. The woman before him seemed marked by death. Her body was still vibrant, her bodily functions better than 99 of people. Yet her spirits were low, shrouded in gloom. Was it because her enemy was too terrifying? Maybe you should call the police, seek legal help. Matt still wasn't sure if Electra was telling the truth. The more beautiful a woman, the less she could be trusted. This woman was too skilled at lying. More importantly, she had clearly undergone some special training he knew nothing about, allowing her to control her breathing and heartbeat, limiting his abilities and blurring his senses. I'm doing that, my big lawyer. Electra sighed. Looks like I can't convince you. No one can convince me. Matt curled his lips. Is that so? Suddenly, another voice rang out. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking the ground. A familiar rhythm, a familiar cadence. Yet unseen for over a decade. Steady breathing, a stable heartbeat. Only slightly inferior to Master Wang. Few in all of New York could match it. Since you left, why come back? Matt said coldly. I treated you as a student, but you saw me as a father. Affection is a weakness that will get you killed. Electra stepped aside as the gaunt Stick walked in, his voice calm. To rid you of that weakness, I had to leave. Two blind men. Eyes meeting. Electra stepped back a few paces. She heard Matt's accelerated heartbeat and heavy breathing. This man needed to vent. Not in bed. A physical brawl between men is more thrilling than anything with a woman. Bang. Slap. Thud. Huff. A cacophony of bizarre sounds filled Erika's ears, nearly making her want to half cover them. I want to hear. I want to hear. She leaned against the door with her arms crossed, watching the two men engage in close quarters combat. It was even more thrilling than watching two women in bed together. Matt was understandable. Young and vigorous, exuding a thick masculine aura, overflowing with hormones, his stamina as enduring as his remaining lifespan, 1 minute counting as a year. She was probably the only woman in the world who knew this. But Stick at such an advanced age still this enduring. Hard to believe. A full 10 minutes already. One was young and strong, the other seasoned and experienced. With age, one can't rely on physical prowess to show off, so they fall back on experience and technique. Master and apprentice traded blows, reveling in the fight. Since it wasn't a life-or-death struggle, they didn't use their favored guide stick or staff, making it all the more interesting. Erica grew increasingly astonished. Matt's strength had improved so much. He was a bit stronger, a bit faster, with quicker reflexes and astonishing endurance. Yet clearly he hadn't experienced many battles and lacked experience, a novice in this regard. Despite having every advantage, he was being thoroughly beaten by Stick. A young man in his 20s unable to best an old man at least 70 years old. How shameful. Of course, Matt was still formidable. In a friendly spar like this, with her own strength and senses at a disadvantage, she likely couldn't match him, just like in bed. But in a life-or-death fight, no, that wouldn't happen. I would never kill Matt, never. Bang. Huff. Oh. With a dull thud, Matt lay on the ground, gasping for air. Can't even beat an old man, Matt. Seems I was right to leave you. Stick snorted and extended his left hand. Matt reached out his own, clasping it to pull himself up. So you found another apprentice. A female apprentice. Erica is far stronger than you, Stick said calmly. She lacks your weaknesses and doesn't see me as a father. When it's time to kill, she never hesitates. If that's the case, you can both leave. Matt breathed heavily but quickly steadied himself. Keep training her. Don't come to me. Stick said, it's precisely because you have too many weaknesses and have done many foolish things that I've returned to help you correct them. Forget the law you've learned. Take up your weapon. Mercy and hesitation toward your enemies will only get more people killed. Matt thought of the man who killed his father. Back then, Erica had caught the murderer, demanding he avenge his father. He didn't. Instead, he handed the killer to the police. Ideological differences led to a happy breakup. Matt snorted, spit it out. What's really going on? One was an ex-girlfriend, the other a master who felt like a father. He couldn't just ignore them. Stick and Erica gave him the same feeling, the feeling of death. They were both facing a mortal threat. What kind of underworld could menace them? An ambassador's daughter and a mysterious old man hiding too many secrets. The Hand, an organization that threatens all humanity, a pack of despicable thieves and traitors. Stick's eyes narrowed slightly. Now they've set their sights on me and on Erica. An hour later. Sounds like a Hollywood movie or an early 20th century superhero comic, Matt said nonchalantly, leaning by the window. Stick said, you know I'm telling the truth. Matt curled his lips into a cold smirk. I'm not so sure. Despite his words, he believed it. Stick had no reason to lie to him. The problem was the story was far too cliché. A mysterious place in an extra dimension not of Earth, Kunlun. A guardian beast of Kunlun, a strange dragon named Sholau. The power of Sholau passed down through generations as the immortal Iron Fist. 5 traders who stole the fossilized dragon bones. The ability to live forever and be resurrected. The chaste opposing the Hand. According to Stick, the Hand seemed incredibly powerful, stronger than the Italian mafia. Madame Gao, killed by the Iron Fist of Kunlun, was one of the leaders of such a behemoth. More importantly, that seemingly lazy Master Wang, who spent his days lounging in a chair sunbathing, had such a background. And that very man had set his sights on Matt. Though past the age of fantasy, Matt couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Could Master Wang have taken a liking to him, wanting to take him as an apprentice to succeed the Iron Fist? But Master Wang seemed too young, younger than me. The Iron Fist has appeared. Stick, despite his age, was as excited as a young man. The chaste follows the elders of Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist. But for decades we've never seen the Iron Fist and have lost contact with Kunlun. He actually left Kunlun and came to New York. He must be here to clean house. I have to find him and lead the chase to follow him. So can I assume you're just wishful thinking and the Iron Fist might not even know you exist? Matt muttered inwardly. Stick's heartbeat quickened, his breathing grew rapid, even the blood flow to his face increased. Matt had seen this many times before, like those starstruck young girls or boys chasing after someone. If a young person under 20 acted this way toward a martial arts master of your age, it could be seen as admiration for the master. But for you to act this way toward Master Wang, frankly, it's a bit off. He'll help you, and you too, Erica. Matt thought it over, but decided not to tell Stick that Master Wang is the immortal Iron Fist. It was a secret. Unless Master Wang allowed it, he wouldn't reveal it. But since the chase belonged to the Iron Fist to Master Wang, he decided to find an opportunity to tell Master Wang. Master Wang, like the chaste, was also fighting the Hand. He wouldn't refuse such an ally. How many people are left in your chaste? Watch out. Matt suddenly lowered his voice, pointing outside. He heard something different. Faint footsteps, heartbeats, and breaths. Someone was deliberately concealing their tracks, trained professionals hard to deal with. They're here. Though Stick lacked Matt's extraordinary gifts, his congenital blindness had honed his 5 senses far beyond ordinary people. He too sensed the impending danger. Matt listened intently. At least 50 people, all armed with guns and blades. Seems like Japanese swords. Among them one is the strongest, his heartbeat is powerful and robust, stronger than yours, just like mine. Stick's face paled slightly. The ninjas of the Yamaguchi-gumi, the world's finest. It's Shin Yoshioka, Shin Murakami's disciple. Matt picked up his guide stick. Quickly notify your chase people to come for backup. With so many and guns we can't win. No matter how high one's martial arts, they fear a blade. A martial master who has cultivated chi might not, but he did. No matter how keen the senses, they can't stop bullets. The mind could keep up, but the body couldn't. Like a novelist with countless ideas able to conceive 200,000 words of story in a day, but typing too slowly, maybe only managing 2,000. At least 50 of the world's finest ninjas armed with blades and guns prepared. Matt felt the pressure. There's no one left. Stick's mouth twitched. The chase in New York is just me and Erica, 2 people. Stick felt helpless. I didn't want this either, but what choice did I have? The chase still had a few people in New York embedded in the Hand for Intelligence. They were the ones who told me about Gao and the Iron Fist. But they're dead now. The Hand killed them. If I weren't so desperate, I wouldn't have come to you for help. If I still had a crew, I'd have brought them to fight the Hand Heathen. I wouldn't be this pathetic. With no one, you're just... Matt didn't know what to say. The Hand could casually send dozens of men with guns. Before Gao had even more, hundreds of subordinates. And that's just 2 fingers. One's Japanese, the other's Chinese. New York isn't their home turf. Alexandra, who has the real home advantage, hasn't even made a move yet. You 2 are all that's left of the chase. No guns, just an old man and a woman. Where are all the men? Stick, are you kidding me? Don't worry, we can escape. I've done it before, Stick reassured. We were hunted right after we landed. It was worse than this, but we still got away. Electra chimed in to comfort him. You 2. What's there to be proud of? And you came to me while being chased. What a great master and ex-girlfriend. Matt sighed, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. They'll call for backup. Bang. A bullet flew by. Matt dodged. More gunshots rang out. Matt had to drop his phone and focus on evading. The call had connected, but after just one ring, the phone shattered. A bloody battle had already begun. At the Azeroth specialty shop. It was evening. Robbie and Gabe, not wanting to be third wheels, had gone home. After dinner with the shop closed, old Wang gave Sky private lessons using his true chi to regulate her body and accelerate the absorption of the essence within. Though Sky was destined to be Quake, her seismic powers placed a heavy burden on her body. The stronger her physique, the faster and more powerful her vibrations could be, amplifying her destructive potential. Even though Sky wasn't a natural martial artist and her stances were off, that didn't mean she couldn't cultivate true chi. In the past, without the heart of Azeroth, old Wang relied solely on his own cultivation. His strength was insufficient to open Sky's meridians and acupoints, stimulate chi production, or establish a stable internal circulation. But now, after consuming so much essence from the Well of Eternity, his physical condition had further improved. His total true chi had reached the level of a monk master, only a notch below Qin Stormstout and Turanju. Naturally, he could help Sky. Of course, it was a gradual process, not something that could be completed in a day. Old Wang decided to stay the night at the shop with Sky. It was Sky's idea. She wanted to seize the moment, eager to experience the wonders of true chi like a maiden yearning to taste forbidden fruit. Such temptation was irresistible. Change positions. Let's try again, old Wang said, patting Sky's backside. Stimulating true chi required different postures. Lying down, kneeling, standing, sitting. Each with varying effects. In this, old Wang was a master among masters, perhaps even surpassing Madame Gao in knowledge. Back in Pandaria, to help the pandas quickly enhance their strength against the Shah and the Burning Legion, he had illustrated a manual with 108 postures, each with corresponding movements. It was so effective that it continued to be used even after he left, even exported to other continents, benefiting all of Azeroth. Suddenly his phone rang. That blind lawyer. Why is he calling so late? Sky frowned, annoyed at the interruption of their private time. Just as she was about to answer, the call dropped. What a jerk. Sky muttered, then resumed her position, kneeling, hands on the ground, ready to enjoy old Wang's service. But old Wang patted her backside and stood up. What's wrong? Sensing the flow of true chi, the forbidden fruit, stopped. Sky realized something was amiss and asked. My gut tells me something's off. He called back. The phone was off. Dead battery. Too coincidental. The future daredevil wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Sky hack into Columbia University's surveillance. Stay in touch. Old Wang was worried about the future daredevil. He didn't want the young man to die inexplicably due to the butterfly effect of his own arrival in this world, just like Madame Gao. No gear needed. Absolutely no driving. Donning his mask, old Wang oriented himself under the night sky and began to run. Under the cover of night in Chinatown, a slightly stout shadow leaped between buildings like a Spider-Man yet to be born. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless gunfire awakened the slumbering Columbia University. The law school dormitory was eerily silent. Students, jolted from their sleep, didn't play hero, they hid, and at most called the police. Western education prioritizes personal safety. Living is paramount. Fleeing from an overwhelming threat isn't cowardice. In some cases, it's commendable. Needless sacrifice holds little value. Even old John the janitor and his guard dog had taken cover. 3 figures fled through the darkness pursued by dozens of Yamaguchi-gumi ninjas. Matt ran despite the pain. He had been shot. Stick, slowed by age, hadn't reacted in time. If Matt hadn't taken the bullet for him, he'd be a cold corpse now. Under the cover of night in Chinatown, a slightly stout shadow leaped between buildings like a Spider-Man, yet to be born. Bang, bang, bang. Most importantly, the dormitory was full of students. The Yamaguchi-gumi wouldn't dare to stage a massacre that would shock the nation, enrage the public, and force the police to retaliate ruthlessly. But stray bullets could still harm innocents. He had already heard several screams, and less than screams, from the nearby woods. Matt didn't want his classmates hurt. He needed to change the battlefield. The nearest gymnasium was the best choice. Stick and Electra were experienced. Matt's senses were sharp. He could even predict the direction and timing of the ninjas' shots by the sounds of their bodies shifting and blood flowing, allowing him to dodge preemptively. But if the bullets were too dense, he couldn't evade. His insufficiently strong body hindered his senses. Even though he reacted the moment the bullet left the barrel, he still couldn't get out of the way. The gymnasium was right ahead, but those few dozen meters seemed like an unreachable shore. The flame of life might be extinguished in the next moment. Matt's heart burned with a desire for life, a love for the vibrant world. But if he could die with his ex-girlfriend and master, at least he wouldn't be alone. God had been kind. Dozens of ninjas fired simultaneously. With seamless coordination, they wove a net of bullets, a net impossible to escape. The scythe of death had already fallen. A grunt, a scream. Matt's heart clenched. Stick and Electra were both hit. Matt himself was struck in the back by a bullet. Death was imminent. Suddenly, a spherical object rolled toward them at incredible speed. It passed them and veered behind Matt. Get them out of here. The sphere unfurled, revealing a slightly stout figure that stood like a mountain. Old Wang extended his hand. A bullet dropped from his palm, clinking against the ground. Leave this to me. Gazing at the slightly plump Old Wang, Matt felt as if he were looking at a mountain. Old Wang was actually a bit shorter than him, still in his developmental years. A man fills out at 23, but Old Wang was only 18, not particularly tall, standing half a head shorter than Matt. Yet in Matt's heart, Old Wang was as grand as a mountain, as vast as the sea, as lofty as the sky, and as enduring as a river. His physical constitution was lacking, but his perception was so powerful that he could barely track the trajectory of a bullet. Old Wang catching a bullet barehanded without a scratch. Matt had perceived that too. Inconceivable speed, inconceivable precision, and the ability to withstand bullet damage. All were far beyond his reach. And on top of that, Old Wang possessed perception no worse than his own. Was this the might of a martial arts master? Could merely enhancing body and mind with chi elevate the 5 senses to the level of a natural talent like himself, and even grant superior vision on top of that? Hearing Old Wang's deliberately low and raspy voice, Matt didn't hesitate. He helped Electra and Stick up and headed straight for the gymnasium. Worry about Old Wang. The esteemed Iron Fist of Kunlun. Did a mere ordinary person like him need to worry? Electra and Stick were evidently even more astonished than Matt. Witnessing Old Wang rolling in like a ball, Electra found it both amusing and shocking. This bizarre technique unleashed speed far surpassing her own, like a bizarre fusion of a giant panda and a cheetah. And his barehanded bullet catch was simply stunning. With a physique this strong, was he Captain America reborn? Stick's body, riddled with wounds, trembled violently. He knew full well Captain America couldn't be resurrected, but he also knew what kind of person could achieve such a feat. Madame Gao had the most abundant chi among the 5 fingers. If prepared, she could even envelop her body with chi to withstand pistol bullets. But her greatest weakness was her age. Her speed was far slower than Murakami's or Bakudo's. Catch a bullet barehanded. Impossible. Madame Gao might catch billions of bullets at once, but not like this. Only a martial arts master stronger than her could do it. In Stick's limited knowledge, only those from the 7 heavens possessed such ability. And according to recent intelligence, one of the 7 heavens, Kunlun, had indeed sent someone, the most powerful immortal Iron Fist. Let me go. I must help the Iron Fist. Stick trembled with emotion, tears streaming down. He had worried earlier whether the legendary immortal Iron Fist might not be as formidable as imagined. Every time an Iron Fist was born, the dragon Shoulao had to be reborn. The shorter the rebirth, the weaker the power, and thus the weaker the Iron Fist who inherited it. What if this rebirth lasted only a few years or decades, and the new Iron Fist lacked talent? Wouldn't he be pitifully weak? But now his worries seemed unnecessary. Though not a martial arts master himself, and unable to truly gauge this generation's Iron Fist, at least he wasn't as weak as feared. Therefore, as the current leader of the chaste, Stick must swear to follow the immortal Iron Fist and fight the hand to the death. Bang! Seeing Stick struggle desperately, Matt grew impatient and knocked him out with a single punch. In a little while you'd bleed out anyway. Did you still have the strength to fight? Would you only be a burden? Matt suddenly felt a pang of pity for Master Wang. So powerful a master, the esteemed immortal Iron Fist, yet with only a handful of followers. Master Stick, did your existence really matter? He didn't need you to deal with the hand, did he? Immortal. Iron Fist. Seeing this, Yoshioka Shin, charging forward, gasped. The Iron Fist's power was awe-inspiring, but it didn't seem as overwhelming as Master Murakami had described, capable of shattering mountains with a punch, parting rivers with a palm, reversing waterfalls, and making phoenixes wail. The immortal Iron Fist, so terrifying. Unaware of Kunlun's true nature, he believed legends were merely legends. Perhaps this Iron Fist could still be slain. Attack. Yoshioka Shin fired. Everyone else opened fire. Sigh. Old Wang sighed, then smiled. The sensation of this hail of bullets reminded him of the volleys from the dwarf riflemen. He wondered if Brian Copperbeard was still searching for Titan relics, and if Hemet Nezingwary was still out hunting. My followers, are you well? Dense true chi enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Old Wang was like a peerless master from a wuxia novel, the sweeping monk who could withstand the 18 dragons subduing palms unafraid, even if the 5 greats of the Central Plains attacked together. The green true chi turned golden, forming a protective shield around his body. This was the monk's skill Golden Bell Shield. As Old Wang had developed it could withstand even a blade master's blade storm, let alone mere pistols. There was no need to use his most powerful skills on such small fry. The hand surely had spies watching, perhaps even among the students at Columbia University. Old Wang didn't want them to see through his true abilities. A phantom of an azure Eastern divine dragon coiled around him as Old Wang accelerated and leaped into the air. Dragon Strike. Dragon's Majesty. Soaring Dragon in the Sky. 3 skills in succession. The burst of true chi intimidated all enemies present, and the swiftly moving azure dragon phantom dealt true damage to them. 4 tough beings like demon guards and dwarf warriors, even someone as powerful as Old Wang couldn't instantly kill them with this area effect skill, which wasn't known for its offensive power. But for these ninjas who were still ordinary humans at their core, it was absolutely lethal. Bang. Crack. Bang bang crack. Without even time to scream, most of the ninjas had their hearts destroyed and fell dead. The ninjas farther away were fortunate to survive, but they were severely wounded. The dragon's might exuded by Old Wang's azure dragon phantom also terrified them into submission. This was the dragon's might of Jade Serpent, the august celestial azure dragon. How could these ordinary people compare? Yes, ordinary people. In Old Wang's eyes, these so-called world's elite ninjas might indeed be skilled in assassination and firm in will, but they fell far short of the battle-hardened veterans from the World of Warcraft, and likewise couldn't match the undying soldiers who fought on the front lines during the War of Resistance against Japan. A dragon. It's a dragon. By Amaterasu, it's a Chinese dragon. Isn't the dragon Korean? No, it's Kunlun's divine dragon, Shoulao the dragon. Hey, wasn't Shoulao supposed to be red? Why is it azure? You're about to die, and you're worried about that. The ninjas were terrified and afraid, but they didn't retreat. Yoshioka Shin's voice rang out at the right moment. Don't be afraid. Chi is limited. Shoulao's power isn't so easy to wield. He's used so much chi his body can't handle it. He'll fall into weakness. Now is the best chance. Kill him. Even he didn't believe his own words, but he had to boost morale. What if he was right? What if? The ninjas, accustomed to obeying orders, immediately opened fire. Their bullets were soon spent, blocked by the Golden Bell Shield, so they drew their katanas and charged forward. In terms of lethality, cold weapons were far more dangerous than pistols. Old Wang nearly burst out laughing. Run out of chi and fall into weakness. Sorry. Aside from that historically weakest Iron Fist, he had never heard of any Iron Fist being so pathetic. Am not him. What I excel at most is a war of attrition. True energy burst. Tiger Palm. Bone-splitting technique. Cloud Whip. In such a highly publicized situation, many students peered from the dormitory to watch the excitement. Lao Wang tried his best to avoid being too ostentatious, refraining from using techniques like Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Shattered Jade. Yet it was already astonishing enough. The male students in the dormitory looked at Lao Wang as if he were a hero, wondering if they could idolize him, study under him, and gain an advantage in attracting girls in the future. The female students gazed at Lao Wang as they would at a boyfriend, contemplating whether they could idolize him and spar with him in another arena to see who was stronger. The international students from China were even more excited, shouting divine dragon, divine dragon. Seeing martial arts and dragons in a foreign land made them feel both nostalgic and proud, instilling a sense of pride in being descendants of the dragon. The battle ended quickly. In front of Lao Wang, the ninjas couldn't even manage to escape. His speed was terrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, only Yoshioka Shin remained. Lao Wang decided to leave one alive to see if he could extract some information. Ninjas undergo the most rigorous training, making it hard to extract information through torture, but they couldn't compare to Lady Gao. Perhaps there was a way. However, at that moment, Lao Wang frowned slightly. He sensed a terrifying power awakening. Then he heard a low whimper. or perhaps a muffled roar as if it did not belong to a human. A woman rushed past him heading towards Yoshioka Shin. It was Erika. Because Matt was busy dragging the unconscious old man away, he had no time for her, and she actually charged back, her face twisted with madness. "Erika!" Matt shouted. Erika had been shot several times, and now she was charging into battle, risking her life. Yoshioka Shin was not someone to be trifled with. Lao Wang squinted. He did not stop Erika. There were not many women in this world who could catch his attention. Black Widow was one, Quake was another, and Erika was also one. She was not an ordinary woman. She was the Black Void, the Black Sky. She was a vessel for the beast. The beast, an evil god that the hand had always revered, or perhaps exploited, was an extremely powerful entity from another world. And now, perhaps due to the pressure of the dragon's might, or the stimulation of blood and slaughter. In any case, although the power of the beast had not yet descended upon this world due to the lack of the corresponding rituals and time, its influence on Erika had indeed intensified. Being possessed by the beast and becoming the Black Void would indeed grant unimaginable abilities, but it also came at a price. The price of mental erosion. A vessel is just a vessel, the beast is the master. Matt rushed over to try to stop her, but Lao Wang blocked him. "She will die. She won't die as long as I'm here," Lao Wang said, waving his hand, a wave of green true energy flowing into Matt's body, then pulsing onto the old man. The healing skill of the fog-weaving sect true energy wave. Feeling the wound writhing and healing, Matt was not in the mood to be surprised or emotional. Instead, he listened intently, carefully sensing Erika's every move. Erika's physical condition had not changed. Master Wang did not even help her heal. Blood was still flowing. Her life force was waning, yet her spirit grew more and more exhilarated, more and more frantic. It was as if she were on drugs. What happened to her? Matt mumbled to himself, suddenly realizing that Erika was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. It was as if she had turned into a different person. "You should ask your master," Lao Wang said, not intending to waste words on explanations. He would wait for the old man to wake up and clarify things. As long as he stood here, Erika couldn't even think about dying. Lao Wang was very curious about the beast and wanted to know just how powerful this existence, which seemingly was not inferior to the spirit of revenge, truly was. Although its power had not yet descended, its influence on Erika had undoubtedly enhanced her strength. Madness and fearlessness were evidently also abilities, crucial abilities. Lao Wang's eyes locked onto Erika and Yoshioka Shin, calm as the ocean, with undercurrents capable of capsizing a massive ship, causing Yoshioka Shin to not dare to flee, forced to act as a sparring partner, attempting to trade one life for another, killing Erika to break even. As the top general under Murakami, if not considering chi, his fighting ability was not much inferior to Lady Gao, placing him on the same level as Erika. They were indeed formidable opponents. Yoshioka Shin wielded a Japanese sword while Erika wielded a pair of thin, short daggers. Though they were not masters of kung fu, they were the best assassins, each strike straightforward and deadly. In less than 2 minutes, both were covered in wounds, each sporting several new holes. That's a bit vicious. In Erika, Lao Wang seemed to see the shadow of the legendary beastman, Assassin Garona. Of course, considering her physique, the blood elf rogue Valira was more fitting, or perhaps that human rogue Vanessa, who always followed behind, calling him brother. She has potential, Lao Wang thought, believing Erika was someone worth nurturing. A vessel for the beast, trained from a young age under the harshest assassin training, cold-blooded and ruthless, indeed the most suitable candidate. If we really think about it, the Black Void and the Death Knight are of the same kind. The Death Knight is also a vessel for the spirit of revenge. The Night Demon has principles, but Erika does not. Suitable for cultivation. "Wang, the police are coming," a voice from the earpiece said. Lao Wang replied softly, "Notify Natasha to clean up after me." "Lao Wang, you're so shameless," Sky muttered, quickly calling Black Widow. Huffing and puffing, Yoshioka Shin fell to the ground dead. Erika's beautiful body swayed, covered in blood, clearly exhausted of both strength and spirit, and she softly collapsed. "Erika!" Matt gasped, quickly discarding the old man and rushing over to embrace her. This guy forgetting his master for a woman. Lao Wang shook his head. "Follow me." Ignoring the crowd observing from a distance, Lao Wang deliberately slowed his pace, vanishing into the darkness with a few leaps. Matt, holding Erika, barely managed to keep up. In a dormitory, a female student put away her telescope and ran to the bathroom to make a phone call. "Madam, I captured the video and will send it to you shortly. I saw the shadow of a dragon." Lord Shin called out the name of the undying Iron Fist. "Yes, that woman was insane, just as you guessed." Alexandra, having watched the video, was filled with confusion. The elder was not a Qinglong, but a Honglong without a doubt. The undying Iron Fist, obtaining the elder's power, is only reflected in a very special and powerful chi. It seems it cannot summon the shadow of a divine dragon. Has it been so many years, and the elders of Kunlun made new progress in their research on the undying Iron Fist? There have been more than one divine dragon in Kunlun's history, including the Azure one. Did the Iron Fist obtain the powers of a certain Azure Dragon? The only consolation is that this generation of the Iron Fist did not exhibit the power to defeat the Phoenix shards like Wu Fengji. A handgun cannot kill him. An RPG probably won't either. But enough explosive power bombs might just do the trick. That woman following the old man was clearly the Black Void. If she could guide the power of the beast to descend, she might be able to handle the Iron Fist. Unfortunately, she was currently with the Iron Fist, making it difficult to act. Fortunately, the Black Void is just a vessel, and there is more than one vessel. Alexandra picked up her phone and dialed. Murakami Shin is dead. The Iron Fist and Jinshuin will join forces. Our time is running out. Scatter everyone, find the Black Void quickly, and let the beast descend. Gambler, gather your most elite men. 1,000 years have passed, and we have never been closer to death than we are now. We must mobilize all available forces to confront the undying Iron Fist. Sawanda, we need weapons, powerful weapons, as many as possible. If New York is in chaos, so be it. A drawing government attention is of no concern. The Iron Fist will kill us. I will contact Wilson Fisk. He will help you get the weapons over. He has people in the New York Police Department. Additionally, I will use my connections to purchase weapons from Hammer Industries, including Stark Industries' Jericho missiles. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a battle of life and death. 5 minutes later, the police arrived. 20 minutes later, Black Widow and Hawkeye finally showed up. Chief George. Greetings. We are from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'm Agent Clint Barton, and this is Agent Natasha Romanoff. This incident is beyond your capacity. We're taking over from here. Hawkeye approached to negotiate. Chief George, somewhat stout, finally broke into a broad smile, his gloomy face lighting up as he extended his left hand. Thank you for your efforts. As the police chief, he was well aware of the basic circumstances of all gangs in New York, even knowing of the Hand's existence. These gangs were the true rulers of New York's underworld, infiltrating even the police department. Even freshly graduated rookie officers might not be their own people. A man named Wilson Fisk was the de facto police commissioner. He had held the position for so long not by arresting hundreds or thousands of criminals, but precisely by arresting few and avoiding trouble whenever possible. Columbia University, a world-class institution, boasted extensive connections. Many high-ranking government and military officials were alumni. The university's top brass directly pressured him, placing him in a difficult position, caught between the school and the gangs, unable to offend either. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. was taking over, he was happier than anyone. Both his position and his head were safe. Gazing at the scene before her, bodies and blood strewn across the ground, Natasha felt no discomfort. Her mood was foul. No one enjoys being jolted awake from a sweet dream by a phone call. Cleaning up your mess again. Master Wang, you just wait. If you don't give me a few drops of essence, I won't let this go. The thought of the essence wine from old Wang only fueled Black Widow's irritation. How excessive was it to dilute it with plain water at first? Later he stopped using water, but mixed it with alcohol instead. Simmons said the active ingredient was only double the previous amount, with the rest being pure liquor. And not even good liquor. Master Wang, your stinginess is too much. Should I propose that S.H.I.E.L.D. gift you a few bottles of fine red wine, or Matai? The science department had named the active ingredient Azeroth essence. This time, no matter what, she had to secure more essence and drive the price down ruthlessly. Black Widow thought for a moment, then called Fury. Sir, this is an opportunity. A chance for full cooperation with the Iron Fist and Kunlun. The Hand and Wilson Fisk control all of New York's gangs. No matter how powerful the Iron Fist is, he can't oppose every gang alone. If S.H.I.E.L.D. provides more comprehensive support, I'm confident we can secure more Azeroth essence at a lower price. On the other end of the line, Fury frowned, holding the research report and application sent by the science department. Azeroth essence was immensely valuable, and the project team needed more for research. Yet it was prohibitively expensive, even more costly than vibranium. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s expenses had been high lately. Even with ample funds, this was unsustainable. As if sensing Fury's hesitation, Black Widow quickly reminded him, there are hundreds of sealed 084 items, some studied for decades with no results. Fury's eyes lit up. 084 items, or anomalous objects, included some tied to aliens, others to myths and legends, and some from scientific experiments. The first 084 item came from Hydra, an obelisk of unknown material. S.H.I.E.L.D. had studied it for over 60 years without any breakthroughs. Keeping them was useless, better to trade them for something good. Moreover, Kunlun was said to be an extra dimension beyond this universe. Surely it held treasures beyond just Azeroth essence. If they were to cooperate, it should be comprehensive and multifaceted. Fury thought for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Leave this to me. I'll negotiate with him. He hung up and began reviewing documents. He set aside the application for Azeroth essence. Beneath it was another request, a materials requisition for titanium alloy staffs and gauntlets. Scanning the list of familiar and unfamiliar materials, then glancing at the budget on the last page, Fury felt his eyes might be playing tricks on him. How many digits was that? Could the decimal point be misplaced? The night was deep. Sky hacked into the surveillance cameras along the route, as old Wang with 3 wounded companions slipped silently to the Azeroth specialty shop under the cover of darkness. Occasionally they encountered lone couples sneaking into alleys, but old Wang had his face covered, so he wasn't worried. Matt, Stick, and Electra had already been exposed at Columbia University with so many witnesses, so they had no fear either. Old Wang knew that no matter how careful they were, they couldn't evade those who were watching. New York was densely populated, and plenty of people wandered the streets late at night. He couldn't knock them all out, nor was it necessary. Sky closed the door. Old Wang tossed Stick to the ground and raised his hand. A green healing orb materialized and merged into Stick's body. The wounds, already nearly healed, closed completely. Even internal injuries began to slowly recover. However, old Wang couldn't replenish his blood, leaving him pale and haggard. This elderly man who had lived a long life was now out of danger. With some rest, he should fully recover. Monks were masters of healing, and old Wang was a mistweaver grandmaster praised across Azeroth. His mistweaving techniques had saved countless lives. Elites and leaders of both the Alliance and Horde races were his loyal patients. If old Wang were to rally a call, even the positions of High King of the Alliance and War Chief of the Horde would be unstable. He was the only man in Azeroth who could become a global sovereign, for he had earned the recognition of the planet itself. The young Lattice worldview was shaped by him from ignorant innocence to her current maiden form. A true Kamingafage story. Master Wang, please save Electra. Matt carefully laid Electra on the only bed, watching the sheets gradually soak with blood, his heart heavy with grief. With so much blood loss and her heartbeat nearly gone, could she still be saved? She won't die. Even if she did, resurrection is possible. Old Wang raised his hand, this time summoning not a healing orb, but more potent mists, soothing mist and enveloping mist. A verdant mist gathered at the wound, acting like platelets to staunch the bleeding. The wound slowly knit itself together, followed by internal injuries. Matt was deeply moved by the sight. He could hear Electra's heartbeat growing stronger, her breathing more even. Her condition had stabilized, as she would live. If not for seeing Master Wang's focused gaze on Electra with fine beads of sweat on his face appearing deeply strained, and not to be disturbed, Matt would have thanked him immediately. During this process, old Wang took the opportunity to examine Electra's body thoroughly. He paid no heed to her height, weight, or measurements. Those paled in comparison to the Azerothian lady. What concerned him were her physical condition and mental state. Pandaren lived on the continent of Pandaria, where the residual power of the old god Wysharge lingered. Any negative emotion could spawn Sha. Thus Pandaren were always optimistic, and the monk tradition they created embodied this principle, cultivating both body and spirit, forging a strong mind. Through his chi he examined Electra's body. Through his spirit he probed her mind. Her body was no different from an ordinary person's. The power of the beast had not yet descended, for otherwise she wouldn't be this weak. Even if it had just arrived, Electra, as the Black Sky, would have seen a massive boost in all physical abilities, far surpassing Daredevil's Stick and the others combined. The problem lay in her spirit. Because the beast had not truly descended, its influence on the host's mind seemed less direct and effective than that of the spirit of vengeance. This prevented old Wang from thoroughly studying the beast and discerning how its methods differed from those of old gods or dreadlords. Having decided to nurture her, old Wang felt responsible for Electra. He didn't want to raise a woman with a great figure and pleasant demeanor only to have her become an unknown evil deity. Robbie had managed to strike a deal with the spirit of vengeance, curbing its influence to some extent. Electra might be able to do the same, but it would require training. This kind of training was beyond what a half-baked master like Stick could provide. Kunlun might have a solution, but it was too far. In the end, it all came down to himself. You can't go back to Columbia University. The hand won't let you go. Old Wang rubbed his chin. How about I find you a place to stay? The accommodation was easy to arrange. Although old Wang didn't have much money, he had connections. With a single phone call, everything was settled in 10 minutes. In the early hours of the morning, old Wang drove the newly purchased truck to deliver Matt, Erica, and the old Stick, along with 3 sets of S.H.I.E.L.D. field agent gear to a nearby apartment. Moving in with just a suitcase, Robbie lived next door. With the Ghost Rider present, as long as the hand didn't deploy any weapons of mass destruction, even with 4 fingers involved, it would not be sufficient for judgment. Under old Wang's care, the 3 had their external injuries healed, although internal injuries required gradual recovery. However, the problem was manageable. With old senior nurse Wang meticulously caring for them, no matter how severe the injuries, they would recover within 2 to 3 days. Although Matt had a lot to say to old Wang and numerous questions to ask, he was torn between taking care of his ex-girlfriend and master while also needing to rest due to his own injuries and mental exhaustion. Physical injuries are easy to heal, but psychological shocks are not so easily mended. The old stick was fine, having only been knocked out by his most valued disciple. In addition, he had lost too much blood and fell into a deep coma, needing only some rest. Erica not only lost too much blood, but was also affected by the beast's power, which caused some mental damage. However, the impact wasn't severe. She would probably need to sleep for an entire day, and there was no guarantee of avoiding aftereffects. Physical injuries are easy to heal, but psychological shocks are not so easily mended. The old stick was fine, having only been knocked out by his most valued disciple. In addition, he had lost too much blood and fell into a deep coma, needing only some rest. He had extensively researched the feared demon Balnazer possessing the Crusader Desohan, and another feared demon Kaislanitir possessing the blood elf rogue Valira, particularly the latter. Perhaps he could resolve the issue entirely like he did back then. However, before old Wang could speak, a call from Sky came in. "This little girl is worried about me. Is it just because I didn't come home in the middle of the night that she started to check on me?" Old Wang shook his head and answered the call. "Wang, someone is looking for Mr. Nick Fury." Old Wang was taken aback. Was the egg looking for him? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. actually came to find him at such a late hour. How bored must the egg be? But the egg wasn't alone. The King of Agents wasn't just a title. He had carried out various dangerous missions in the past, and his comprehensive capabilities might even surpass Black Widow's except in combat. Even so, given that Hydra and the Hand were both starting to stir, it was still too dangerous for him to move around, so he had bodyguards. As old Wang just returned to the Azeroth specialty store, he saw a black SUV parked at the entrance. With its sharp lines and an imposing Aura Robbie's Dodge Charger looked like a little brother next to it. The Chevrolet Suburban, a vehicle exclusively for American federal agents and also used by S.H.I.E.L.D., was powerful and sturdy. This particular one was exceptional. Wildly crashing through obstacles, it could withstand heavy weapon attacks at close range, moving through a hail of bullets as if it were in an uninhabited area, enduring the overwhelming firepower of dozens of Hydra elite operatives without a scratch. Coupled with a rather unhuman-like intelligent control system, this vehicle had clearly undergone special modifications by the Department of Defense, and the modification costs far exceeded the original price. Looking at his own truck worth less than 5-year-old, Wang suddenly felt a strong impulse to steal the Chevrolet Suburban. This car couldn't even be bought for $1 million. It's time for a new vehicle. Old Wang shook his head and entered the store. Two black figures caught his eye. Black Widow's curvaceous figure was very eye-catching. Her black uniform perfectly accentuated her physique. Though she had minimal gear, it was exceptionally well-tailored to fit. Who would know how effective it was? Wasn't she just here to clean up after herself? Why did she come here? Did she forget to bring paper? Looking to the side, he saw a wide black coat draping over a shiny black head. This guy was actually sitting in his beloved recliner eating, and that was his third late-night snack. This is too much. Old Wang snorted and leaned in for a closer look, almost bursting into laughter. Sky had brought back 10 fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of spicy soup, 5 buns, and 4 tea eggs from the late-night diner 300 meters away, and only the tea eggs remained. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Why were you eating your own kind? Master Wang. Black Widow cast a helpless glance at old Wang upon seeing him arrive. In the dead of night, she was first called over by Master Wang to clean up, and before she could even finish that, she was summoned by the boss to act as a bodyguard. Was she not allowed to have a good night's sleep? Agent Romanoff, thank you for your hard work. Old Wang nodded, casually walking toward the recliner and saying fried dough sticks are 1 each, spicy soup is 5 a bowl, buns are 2 each, tea eggs are free, feel free to eat. But get up, that's my chair. Sky, keep track of the bill. All right. Ski's eyes lit up. Black Widow shrugged. The boss was having a day too. The tea egg froze for a moment, hesitated for 2 seconds, then grabbed a tea egg and stuffed it into his mouth since it was free. Although he felt uncomfortable eating it, it did taste quite good. What was this thing called again? Tea egg. Would it be good for breakfast in the future? After finishing a few bites, just as he was about to find a napkin, he heard old Wang's languid voice drift over a small pack of tissues. Is 1000. Sky was drinking water at the time and ended up spraying it, splattering the tea egg. Sorry. I couldn't hold it back. Ha ha ha. The tea egg. Miss, I don't use this brand of shampoo, and I can't use that much. My hair is thin, 1 spray is enough. He directly wiped his hands with the black coat, recalling that this was someone else's store, a private residence that was sacred and inviolable. Moreover, it seemed he couldn't win in a fight, so he had to get up and give up his seat. Old Wang wouldn't really sit down. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was at least a general, so he had to give face. Old Wang got straight to the point. Speak, what's the matter? You're too inexperienced, not having been in society long enough. The tea egg had prepared a belly full of words, but had nowhere to use them, so he could only say Master Wang were Matt Murdoch Ericanachis and that mysterious old stick rescued by immortal Iron Fist members of Kunlun. The main reason for coming now is that the investigation took some time. As the king of agents, the egg never fights a battle without confidence. Negotiations are the same. This sentence contained a lot of information. He believed Master Wang, as long as he wasn't foolish, would surely catch on, such as how impressive S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network was, and that they weren't completely ignorant of Kunlun and Iron Fist. I don't think you can trick me. This is going to be a showdown. Old Wang thought it was about time. Nodding. Matt and Erica are the disciples of Old Stick. Old Stick is the leader of the True Pure Society, which has been the peripheral organization of Kunlun for several hundred years. The tea egg maintained a calm demeanor, but internally, he was turbulent. As someone skilled in reading people, he was sure Master Wang was not lying. Kunlun indeed had people on Earth, and even established an organization. Most importantly, S.H.I.E.L.D. could even track the hand, but had never known of the existence of the True Pure Society. This organization was so hidden that no one knew of it for several hundred years. Old Wang couldn't read minds, otherwise he would have burst out laughing. The reason not many people know about the True Pure Society is mainly due to the scarcity of its members. After thinking for a moment, the egg asked how many elites like them are there in the True Pure Society. Old Wang didn't even need to think, directly answering almost all of them. This was also the truth. The members of the True Pure Society were nearly wiped out. Perhaps they all are. Almost all of them. Lu Dan and Black Widow exchanged a glance, a silent alarm rising in their hearts. Could Jinchuan Hui really be that formidable? Although it was true that as long as one wasn't a martial master and hadn't grasped chi, they couldn't dodge or block bullets. But what if people like Stick and Electra also used guns? With such high physical attributes, a simple training regimen would turn almost everyone into a sharpshooter, 1 bullet per enemy, and they'd also excel in close quarters gunfight, each one worth 10 ordinary fighters. Why was Captain America so strong? The comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness leads to a holistic boost in overall capability. Strength, speed, reaction time, all senses are heightened, and even the mind becomes sharper. Doubling physical fitness might multiply combat effectiveness tenfold or more. That's precisely why General Ross insisted on restarting the Super Soldier program. If the members of Jinchuan Hui were equipped with a full set of S.H.I.E.L.D. field agent gear, how much would their strength increase? Wait. Master Wang asked for 10 sets of equipment. Could it be for them? The best weapons are always in the hands of the state apparatus, Jinchuan Hui the hand, and even Hydra lag far behind in this regard. Only the fusion of supreme physical prowess and cutting-edge weaponry can birth a new generation of super soldiers. Lu Dan suddenly thought of another issue. If every S.H.I.E.L.D. field agent became a martial arts expert with all physical attributes comprehensively enhanced, their capabilities would rise by at least a tier. Mission success rates and speed would improve significantly, offering greater cost-effectiveness. Perhaps they could invite Kunlun to help train S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. General Ross had toiled over the Super Soldier program, pouring in countless resources and engaging in numerous backroom deals, yet he hadn't produced a single super soldier. Instead, he created a colossal headache that took 4 years to clean up. Though the main issue was the Hulk's enormous mess, it was still Ross who made him, so he had no one to blame but himself. And yet he might be able to obtain a large number of super soldiers without any experiments, safe, efficient, pollution-free, and without any side effects. Of course, he'd have to carefully screen them. S.H.I.E.L.D. likely harbored many Hydra agents, perhaps more than he imagined. The last thing he wanted was to spend money training enemies. That would be the worst side effect. Thinking of this, Lu Dan gazed toward Old Wang, burned with desire, as if he were a priceless treasure. Don't look at me like that. Spit it out. Though long accustomed to being the center of attention, Old Wang couldn't stomach a man's intense stare. It gave him the creeps. Especially with Lu Dan looks, he was someone you'd want to keep at a distance, not get close to. Unlike Marcus, the human tragedy, Old Wang had principles. He was only interested in female creatures. No males, no undead, no demons. Except for succubi, dome guards, matrons, female Eridar, and female Fellblood elves. Alright, I want to hire Kunlun members as S.H.I.E.L.D. special consultants to teach martial arts. Lu Dan got straight to the point. If Kunlun can train a batch of martial masters for me, the terms are negotiable. Martial masters? Old Wang's expression twisted. Are you kidding me, Lu Dan? You have no idea how many martial masters there are in the world, and neither do I, but I can make a rough guess. Daredevil, Stick, and Electra don't count. Black Widow and Melinda don't either. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have a single one, and you want a whole batch. ID like that too. Lu Dan, seasoned and perceptive, saw from old Wang's expression that it was a lost cause and asked curiously, Master Wang, how many people are in Kunlun and how many martial masters are there? I'd like to know that too. Old Wang, unblushing and unruffled, replied mysteriously, many. Lu Dan sighed inwardly. This Master Wang had a face as thick as his own was dark, making it impossible to tell if he was lying, a born spy. So he asked then, can Kunlun dispatch a group of martial masters to serve as special consultants for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yes. Old Wang's reply thrilled Lu Dan, but then came the next words, 100 million per person per year, no overtime, regular holidays, 9 to 5, 3 hours for lunch, 12 days of annual leave plus winter and summer breaks. Lu Dan, what the hell are winter and summer breaks? He realized Master Wang was just messing around. The message was clear, forget it, it's impossible. Makes sense. Qi and martial arts were Kunlun's core assets, not to be given away lightly. Besides, it was said that Kunlun members rarely left, and having one immortal Iron Fist was already a big deal. Despite being a martial master, Agent Romanoff had already investigated this. Master Wang was just an orphan taken in by the Iron Fist who had barely left Chinatown in years with a 99.9 chance had never been to Kunlun. He was a homebody and a bullshitter. Kunlun doesn't communicate with the outside world. This time the Iron Fist came out to deal with the hand and clean house. Old Wang confirmed Lu Dan's suspicions at just the right moment, then relented. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a friend of Kunlun. Since a friend needs help, the Iron Fist is willing to offer assistance. If needed, stick and I can serve as S.H.I.E.L.D. special consultants. The money is negotiable. For the first time, Lu Dan felt he had a thin skin, at least compared to Master Wang's. Negotiable, he says, but he still brings up money. Regardless, Master Wang's concession was a good thing, and S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't short on funds. The specifics would be handled by the appropriate people. A director couldn't bother with such trivial matters. So he nodded. I hope to meet the immortal Iron Fist and establish full-scale cooperation with Kunlun. Old Wang was quite pleased at the prospect of becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. special consultant. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cover, everything would be easier. He could just stuff Sky, Robbie, Gabe, Matt, Electra, and stick in there. Whether they knew martial arts or not didn't matter. A Lu Dan probably wouldn't fuss about that. Plus, they'd get salaries and gear. Of course, being a consultant didn't mean joining S.H.I.E.L.D. There was no official position, and Old Wang didn't want one. It would be too troublesome. He wasn't a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, just a collaborator. As for wanting to meet the Iron Fist, actually, you've already met him. Surprise, surprise. Old Wang shook his head. The Iron Fist won't appear. I represent him fully. Full-scale cooperation. What kind does S.H.I.E.L.D. want? Dealing with the Hand and Hydra. More than that. Lu Dan coughed and lowered his voice. There's something else. I'm planning to form a secret organization to protect the world, an alliance of superheroes. Black Widow was taken aback, turning to glance at the bald man. You're revealing something as important as the Avengers Initiative so casually and to someone you've known for less than half a month. Isn't that too reckless, completely out of character for the cunning, treacherous spymaster you are? Shouldn't we cooperate for a while first before bringing it up? The bald man ignored her, having his own considerations. It had been over a decade since he fought alongside Captain Marvel to repel the Skrull invasion. Though they had successfully saved Earth, Captain Marvel was not affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Ant-Man had long since departed. Now, with Hydra resurging and the constant threat of alien invasions, interactions with cosmic civilizations far from the harmonious ideal many imagined. If the Skrulls or other aliens invaded again, with internal strife and external threats, who would protect Earth? Forming the Avengers as soon as possible was imperative. As for revealing it to Master Wang, the Iron Fist, or Kunlun, Ant-Man's departure had already proven that superheroes could not be bound by S.H.I.E.L.D. or any other organization. The Avengers would inevitably be a loose alliance. He could initiate it, but had no means to control it. As for Kunlun and the Iron Fist, based on available intel, he was fairly certain they posed no threat. If not for Hydra's resurgence, he might not have been in such a hurry. But now urgency was unavoidable, because the Avengers' first target would be Hydra. Old Wang listened attentively to the bald man's words, silently calculating the timeline. Even without him, the bald man would likely form the Avengers within a few months, though originally his first recruit would have been Iron Man, not himself. Many forces are guarding this world. That Earth has survived intact to this day, caught between the cracks of cosmic civilizations and the covetous gazes of powerful entities from the multiverse, is no mere coincidence. S.H.I.E.L.D. might have some understanding of this. Kunlun is one of those forces. Old Wang spoke with an air of profound mystery, then asked with a curious expression, a superhero alliance. Which superheroes are included? Are they powerful? Like Captain America and the Winter Soldier? None for now. The bald man had initially planned to mention that Black Widow and Hawkeye would join, as both possessed unique abilities beyond ordinary humans. One through physical enhancement, the other through innate talent, which arguably qualified them as superheroes. But now he lacked the confidence. This Master Wang immediately brought up Captain America and the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier was an enemy, so they wouldn't discuss him. Compared to Captain America, Black Widow and Hawkeye combined fell short. Old Wang's words struck a nerve. The bald man glanced at the expressionless Black Widow and added, "Actually, there are some, but that's A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Secret." He recalled Ant-Man, who had long since gone rogue, and Captain Marvel, who had drifted out of contact. If he could bring them on board, the Avengers' prestige would rise by at least 2 notches. But that would be too difficult. Besides, Ant-Man was a stubborn widower who utterly distrusted S-H-I-E-L-D, and Captain Marvel's situation was complicated. Both were troublesome. For now, they were out of the question. Comparatively, the Iron Fist seemed more practical. He'll inform the Iron Fist about this. I think he'll consider it. Old Wang gave a non-committal response. He had no intention of joining the Avengers or S-H-I-E-L-D. Even if he wanted to protect Earth, he had his own plans. Following others was not his style. He preferred to have others follow him. Old Wang was not one to bow to orders. He was more inclined to give them. In Old Wang's view, both the Avengers and S-H-I-E-L-D seemed somewhat tragic and weak. One needed vengeance only when wronged, and a shield only when under attack. Captain America was like a submissive figure, while the Winter Soldier with his vibranium arm was the dominant one. Old Wang leaned toward proactive offense. Earth had always been on the defensive. This was because in the vast universe, Earth was indeed relatively weak. Perhaps through his own efforts he could change all this. All right, let's discuss concrete cooperation. The bald man didn't expect to convince Master Wang or the Iron Fist behind him in just a few words. If Master Wang had agreed on the spot, he would have been suspicious, wondering if it was a trap. Bringing up the Avengers was in fact a way to test Kunlun. The title cunning, treacherous spymaster was well earned. Today was merely the prelude. It would require gradual guidance and continuous exchange to reach the climax. There might be friction along the way, but with enough lubrication, friction would turn into pleasure rather than pain. The outcome would be positive. The only question was who took the lead. The bald man thought he held the initiative, but now he realized that compared to S-H-I-E-L-D, Kunlun seemed larger in stature and harder in muscle. He had assumed that Kunlun, having had little contact with the outside world for centuries, would be passive and inexperienced in such matters. But this Master Wang seemed anything but passive. His words carried experience, suggesting a far deeper understanding of Earth than S-H-I-E-L-D-S. His attitude represented Kunlun's stance, and his abilities reflected on S-H-I-E-L-D-S capabilities, his complicated things. Better to take it slow. Black Widow accompanied Sky to a late-night diner 300 meters away to buy midnight snacks for 7 people. Old Wang specifically ordered dozens of bald eggs, a pun on the bald man's nickname, and stayed up all night talking with him. Soon they reached a consensus on comprehensive, multifaceted cooperation between Kunlun and S-H-I-E-L-D, covering manpower, resources, and intelligence. They made verbal commitments to each other and settled on their first joint operation, eliminating the Hand. S-H-I-E-L-D, with its vast intelligence network, would handle reconnaissance, locating Hand members, and deploying trusted elite agents like Black Widow and Hawkeye for support. The main force naturally would be Kunlun. S-H-I-E-L-D had the responsibility of dealing with special incidents, and Kunlun wanted to clean house. Old Wang and the bald man hit it off and decided to act immediately. As a gesture of goodwill, S-H-I-E-L-D gifted 30 sets of titanium alloy batons and titanium alloy gauntlets, standard field agent equipment. Old Wang was not stingy either. On the spot, he gave a bottle of Erguotu infused with the essence of the Well of Eternity as a return gift. As for the specific concentration, Old Wang claimed he was always generous. They talked from late night until dawn, then the bald man and Black Widow left satisfied. "Sir, why didn't you ask about the Darkhold?" While driving, Black Widow turned to ask the bald man, puzzled. Had he really given up on the Darkhold which he had sought for years? "Because I suddenly realized something. We shouldn't meddle with powers that don't belong to humanity." The bald man feigned nobility. Like the Tesseract. As a legendary agent and the bald man's confidant, Black Widow was well aware of the most important research in S-H-I-E-L-D-S Science Division. The Tesseract was no ordinary 084 object, but hundreds of 084 objects combined couldn't match the Tesseract's power. If they had already meddled with the Tesseract, why fear the Darkhold? The bald man sighed. The Darkhold is either with the immortal Iron Fist or the Ghost Rider, and I'm too busy right now to tangle with them. We'll deal with it later. Black Widow's lips twitched slightly. Sure, I believe you. The moment Lu Dan left, it was already midnight, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Even the Grandmaster needs rest. Although his body, like Captain America's, does not tire, his mind can still become fatigued, especially after staring at Lu Dan's shiny bald head for several hours under the glaring light, which was quite dazzling and made him dizzy. Closing the door, turning off the lights, and shutting the windows, he took a short nap with Sky, but was awakened by a knock at the door as dawn was just breaking. Struggling to get up, Sky wrapped himself in a blanket and opened the door, revealing two frail boys. Robbie. Gabby. It's a day off, go back to sleep. As he was about to close the door to catch some more sleep, a hand slipped in and got caught in the door. Sky, I need to see the boss, it's important, Robbie quickly said. All right, Sky grunted and forcefully closed the door. Wait a minute. Robbie silently withdrew his hand. Sky went back to get dressed and wash up, reopening the door. Half an hour later, you two chat, I'll go buy breakfast. In America, transferring schools isn't easy, especially since Robbie lacks connections and money. Before leaving yesterday, old Wang had greeted Robbie, asking him to help look after Matt, Erica, and the stick. Had Erica and the stick woken up, or was Matt looking to have another heart-to-heart and cling to him? No, Robbie glanced at Gabby. Beside him, we plan to settle in New York for a while. Gabby hasn't graduated from middle school yet and needs to transfer. I wanted to ask if the boss has any solutions. In America, transferring schools isn't easy, especially since Robbie lacks connections and money. More importantly, Robbie was very concerned about his only brother, his only family, and hoped Gabby could attend a better middle school, as it would facilitate getting into Stanford or Berkeley in the future. Transferring. That's not difficult, old Wang chuckled. Among the elderly he had massaged, at least 30 or 40 had been teachers in middle schools. There were also middle schools in Chinatown, and he was familiar with the principal, but that school wasn't very good, and the teachers and students were mainly Chinese, which might not meet Robbie's requirements. But that's all right, I have connections. Just a moment. Old Wang took out his phone and dialed. Master Wang. Lu Dan's voice came through, laced with annoyance, sleepiness, reproach, and a hint of wanting to hit someone. It's only 7 a.m. I just fell asleep. Grumbling about how his superior was still in bed, old Wang thought to himself that the early morning was worth a fortune. He got straight to the point to better assist S.H.I.E.L.D. The newly appointed special consultant Gabriel Reyes has decided to transfer schools and settle in New York. Can S.H.I.E.L.D. assist with the arrangements? Special consultant. Who is Gabriel Reyes? Lu Dan shook his head, becoming somewhat alert, recalling that last night, while drinking erguotu with Lu Dan, they had hired Master Wang and the members of the True Pure Society as special consultants for S.H.I.E.L.D. to specifically teach practical fighting skills. Gabby. Master Wang's disciple from half a month ago, making him a special consultant. Master Wang, that's over the top. Lu Dan silently told himself, don't get angry, it's just a title, it doesn't matter. We're still in the honeymoon phase, and I can't let this cause a rift with Master Wang. After thinking for 2 seconds, he said, then let him come to S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. The Academy has the best facilities and the best faculty. Many of his classmates are masters and doctoral candidates, and the teachers are primarily renowned scientists. No. Old Wang quickly refused. Gabby is a consultant, not an agent. We should find a better middle school for him. He's aiming for Stanford and Berkeley. If he goes to your territory, what if he really gets brainwashed and becomes a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is still acceptable. What if he turns into a Hydra member who only knows how to shout Hail Hydra? Lu Dan was accustomed to scheming. Every word and action was meticulously considered. Having plotted against others so many times, even with a low failure rate, the accumulated experiences made him quite accustomed to it. But from what Master Wang implied was S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy not as good as Stanford or Berkeley. Aside from not having produced a president, how was it inferior to them? Feeling displeased, Lu Dan huffed. Then how about Midtown School, the best public middle school in Manhattan and even New York State? Midtown School. Old Wang tapped the armrest, recalling that a little fellow attended Midtown School. He wondered if he had become Spider-Man by now. It shouldn't be. After all, this was the MCU, and in this universe, the little Spider-Man should still be in elementary school. By the time of Avengers 3, he was still a high school student. Never mind, I won't interfere with his life trajectory. What if due to the butterfly effect, the little Spider-Man didn't become Spider-Man? Wouldn't this world lose a lot of fun? I will have someone contact Mr. Robbie Reyes. Lu Dan definitely wouldn't handle such trivial matters personally. He would leave it to Hill. As one of the very few Level 9 agents in the Bureau and the Deputy Director, he was responsible for concrete tasks. The Director oversaw the big picture. When there were issues, the Deputy handled them. When there were no issues, cough cough, the Director was always busy working year-round, and it was impossible for him to have nothing to do. After hanging up, old Wang informed Robbie, and the Ghost Rider began squatting in a horse stance to practice his punches with Gabby. Meanwhile, old Wang continued to read the newspaper while sipping on Lu Don egg. Top headlines: a shooting incident occurred at Columbia University, resulting in the deaths of a professor, 2 male students, and a female student in a small grove with over 20 others injured. The university expressed great anger and strongly condemned the police for inaction. Columbia University alumnus medical doctor of science, and renowned neurosurgeon Mr. Stephen Strange expressed concern over public security in New York, calling for all sectors of society to protect the future of humanity. Police Chief George of the New York Police Department reiterated their commitment to fight against organized crime to the end. Kung Fu, a term that has resurfaced. Can a Kung Fu master really withstand modern weapons? Are the ancient legends true? Does a dragon really exist in this world? Special reports by Chinese daily correspondent Wang Dalong on 18 key points to consider when selecting a martial arts school, as well as the top 10 martial arts schools in New York, are forthcoming. The impact is indeed significant, old Wang exclaimed. As one of the best universities in America, Columbia University has produced several presidents and dozens of world leaders. Now a bloodbath has occurred, claiming many lives, eliciting a massive response from all sectors of society, with the New York police and city government facing immense pressure. Be it the hand or Wilson Fisk, there will likely be no major moves for the time being. This is the calm before the storm. I hope S.H.I.E.L.D. can step up. The hand must be eradicated. This is not just because the hand possesses something he needs, like that remaining dragon bone, but also because the hand is a stepping stone, the key to breaking open the doors of Kunlun. In a certain apartment, after sleeping for nearly a day and night, the stick finally woke up. I'm not dead. After a brief check of his body, aside from being covered in blood, he had no wounds at all, not even scars from healed injuries. Could it be that everything he experienced last night was just a dream? No, certainly not. His heartbeat wasn't strong enough, his breathing was a bit difficult, his physical state wasn't good, and his internal injuries hadn't fully healed. Everything from yesterday was real. Xing He and the ninjas were real, and the immortal Iron Fist was real. So did the immortal Iron Fist save me? The thought of this made the stick involuntarily excited. You're awake. Matt, who had not slept, walked over from Erica's bedside, carefully sensing for 7 seconds before showing a hint of relief on his face. You're in good shape. You'll recover in at most a week. Stick, was it you who called on the immortal Iron Fist for help yesterday? I want to see him. Azeroth's specialty store. The old man wants to see me. Lao Wang hung up the phone, stroking his chin as expected. This old man is quite impressive. His awakening time is earlier than he imagined. Compared to his already frail body, the old man's mental will is evidently much stronger than that of Black Void Erica. Though aging, his spirit remains youthful. He is a person of great potential. Since we are to meet, let's meet. I have no reason to refuse becoming a subordinate. Moreover, I need to discuss matters regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. and the hand, ensuring there are no slip-ups. Close the door, let's take a look. Lao Wang stood up and, together with Sky, went to a nearby apartment. Master Wang, thank you for your help. Matt opened the door, sincerely expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for Master Wang responding to the call to summon the dragon to eliminate the hand's ninjas, the 3 of them would have long been game over. Having saved 3 lives at once, Matt felt that this favor was one he could never repay in this lifetime, as a life-saving grace could only be repaid with another life-saving act, and he didn't think he would ever be able to save Master Wang. Perhaps he might end up needing to be saved by Master Wang again. What about in the next life? I wonder if there is reincarnation in this world. You are my legal advisor. If you are killed by someone from the hand, who will I turn to for legal issues in Azeroth's specialty store? Lao Wang smiled, sensing the delicate body on the bed constantly twitching and shifting positions, and the unstable, even somewhat agitated mental state within her. He furrowed his brows. Has Erica not awakened yet? She has been asleep for a day and a night. Matt's expression was not good. He clearly cared a lot about his ex-girlfriend. Her heartbeat is unstable, her breathing is uneven, her emotions are terrible. I can feel her fear, her dread, her resistance. Her heart is filled with some brutal, wild power. She seems to have transformed into a beast ready to pounce on others at any moment. Lao Wang nodded. That's quite normal. The influence of the beast is not easy to resist. Matt was taken aback. Beast? What is that? Lao Wang was also surprised, looking at the silent old man. Haven't you told him yet? This old man is unreliable. I didn't have the chance. The old man replied, looking at Lao Wang, his voice trembling slightly, unexpectedly, not very fluent in Mandarin. Are you the immortal Iron Fist of this generation? Yes, I am the Iron Fist. Lao Wang answered, thinking to himself, "You said it. I never did. How you guess is your business. If you guess wrong, don't blame me." Of course, Lao Wang didn't consider himself to be lying. "I am the next Iron Fist. I will surely achieve it. If the Kunlun people are unwilling, I will convince them with strength and then deal with the old man show." Lao Wang is not someone who likes violence. He prefers to persuade with reason. Convincing Kunlun doesn't necessarily require fists. Sufficient benefits can suffice. The immortal Iron Fist is the guardian of Kunlun, and the stronger the better. If I remember correctly, the next Iron Fist should be Danny Rand, the real man, who can only concentrate the dragon's power into one fist, charging for 2 hours and then sustaining for 5 seconds. Lao Wang has always been very modest. But in front of Danny Rand, it's simply impossible to be modest. What if he gains weight? As long as the Kunlun people are not blind, it's clear who they will choose, me or Danny. There's no suspense. Even if they were blind, Lao Wang wouldn't be afraid. He could just beat them into submission. The old man was even more excited. Although he had already seen the performance of the immortal Iron Fist and asked Matt, guessing is one thing, but having the other party admit it is another matter. This barrier must be broken, or otherwise there will always be unease in the heart. The true pure society will always follow the elders and the Iron Fist of Kunlun. However, Kunlun belongs to another dimension, appearing only once every 10 years at the peak of Kunlun Mountain in China. Even when it does appear, it hardly communicates with the outside world. He has always wanted to find Kunlun, but unfortunately he has never succeeded. In fact, although the immortal Iron Fist is the guardian of Kunlun, he occasionally leaves Kunlun to handle affairs, but the true pure society has had bad luck and has never encountered him. Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist are the spiritual symbols of the true pure society, but merely symbols of spirit. Now they finally meet the real person. The myth has transformed into reality, and the feeling is truly exhilarating. Most importantly, he had always worried whether the immortal Iron Fist would be as powerful as the legends described. He feared that the belief of the true pure society would collapse. Now the heavy stone in his heart has finally been lifted, and the old man trembled, his legs softened, ready to kneel. There is a kneeling etiquette in the true pure society. The first meeting with the immortal Iron Fist must not be disrespectful. No, please don't. Lao Wang quickly stopped him, using a surge of true energy to lift the old man. That will shorten your life. Lao Wang certainly doesn't believe in such things as shortening life or cherishing blessings, but he truly cannot accept an elderly man who looks at least 60 or 70 kneeling before him. He cannot get over that hurdle in his heart. The old man wanted to insist, but simply couldn't kneel down, feeling even more admiration and respect for the immortal Iron Fist. Truly worthy of the title, his true energy was thick, no less than that of the High Lady who had lived for over 1,000 years. The true pure society will always follow you, the old man no longer insisted, assuring Lao Wang. You guys in the true pure society are all gone, all right. Lao Wang looked touched. This is exactly what I need. Your efforts have not been in vain. The true pure society has been restraining the growth of the hand. Your contributions cannot be overlooked. Now that I am here, your mission will soon be accomplished. You have proven yourself and earned the qualification to go to Kunlun. Going to Kunlun. The old man's almost calmed heart was once again agitated. Can I go to Kunlun? There will be opportunities, but not now. Oral promises are not worth much. Giving this stubborn old man a bit of comfort is a good thing. Lao Wang didn't intend to waste words on this issue and shifted the topic. Regarding the beast, Matt is your disciple, and he naturally counts as a member of the true pure society. He has the right to know. Moreover, I am not very informed either. The true pure society doesn't know much either. The old man felt somewhat guilty. We only know that the beast is an ancient evil god, a terrifying existence. It cannot appear independently in our world. It must find a vessel, and the Black Void fulfills that condition. Such people are rare, and the hand has been searching for them. Is Erica the Black Void, the vessel of the beast? Matt quickly asked. Yes. The old man sighed. I realized this a long time ago. I have been training Erica, hoping to help her resist the beast. But I have failed. The power of the beast is beyond my imagination. Erica has shown uncontrollable violent tendencies since childhood. She gets angry easily, and once she does, she can hurt others, even kill. The usually calm Matt panicked. Is there really no way? Perhaps there is. The old man looked at Lao Wang. The hand wants to use the power of the beast to fight against Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist. Thus, Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist should also be able to resist the beast. Matt immediately looked at Lao Wang, breathing heavily. Master Wang, I will give it a try. Lao Wang sighed and walked to Erika's side. He raised his left hand, reaching towards her body. A dense, true energy flowed into Erika's body. The ever-strengthening spiritual power enveloped her delicate form. Lao Wang closed his eyes, but suddenly he saw another pair of eyes. A pair of blood-red, beastly eyes. This was old Wang's spiritual world. The entire realm was tranquil, like a forest of meditation staffs in the morning breeze and dew. Every Pandaren elder on the Wandering Isle, upon sensing the approach of lives, would come to the staff forest, plant their staff into the ground, and sit in meditation beside it. The staff would take root and sprout at an astonishing speed, growing into a tree by the time the elder's life faded completely. The elder's soul would linger and guard the tree, merging with it. This was the staff forest, the sacred ground of the Wandering Isle. It was the place etched deepest in old Wang's memory, for there resided Master Shangxi, who had guided him onto the path and taught him martial arts and wisdom. It was also there that he had felt the spiritual will of generations of Pandaren elders receive their guidance and aid, and communed with the great turtle Shenzenzi for 3 days and nights. This enabled old Wang to attain the rank of Monk Master in less than 2 years, breaking a 10th Tastier record among the Pandaren race, and laying a solid foundation for his subsequent ascension to Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster. It was in that same place that old Wang had taken Ji Firepaw and Isa Cloudzinger under his wing, and more importantly, the little girl Lily Stormstout, embarking on a perilous journey to the distant eastern kingdoms to save Azeroth. Old Wang's spiritual world upheld the Pandaren tradition, serene, peaceful like the starry sky, like an abyss, like a vast ocean, without wind or waves, and even more like a silent ancient forest. But now darkness loomed from all directions like a black sky. A terrifying presence was invading. Gazing at the shapeless black beast and the blood-red eyes at its forefront filled with madness and primal desire, old Wang recalled the Shah he had encountered when he first arrived in Pandaria. They were somewhat similar. Both were incorporeal magical entities, creatures brimming with negative emotions. They constantly influenced others' bodies and minds, even capable of possessing them as vessels. Neither had a gender nor cared for one, male or female, or neither. All were acceptable. Yet there were also differences. The Shah were divided into types. The 7 Shah represented 7 distinct negative emotions: the Shah of fear, the Shah of rage, the Shah of anger, the Shah of doubt, the Shah of despair, the Shah of hatred, and the Shah of pride. Each Shah embodied only one emotion, and its influence on a vessel was singular. But the beast was different. It stirred the vessel's primal desires, the wild bestiality, the original sin, and primordial evil inherent in all living beings. Once it successfully possessed a host, it would continuously absorb the sins of countless people in this world. The more crimes committed, the stronger the beast's power of descent, the fiercer its savagery. The Shah lacked such bestial nature. To old Wang, the beast felt more like the wild gods, representing natural life, like the wolf demigod Goldrin, who dared to howl at the moon goddess. That was of little importance. Whether it was the Shah or Goldrin, old Wang was intimately familiar with them. He knew all the wild gods of Azeroth, and even all the Loa demigods of the trolls, having dealt with them all. He had ample experience in expelling Loa gods attempting to manifest in the physical world, the Shah possessing figures like Zhu Tylan or Garrosh Hellscream, or any other such entities. Is it you who stopped me from taking her body and descending upon earth? How dare a lowly ant stand before a great god? Your only destiny is death. A furious voice roared as blood-red eyes fixed on old Wang. A beastly claw covered in black fur reached out for him. This guy isn't weak. Interesting. Old Wang chuckled. This was his spiritual world. The boundless darkness outside was the beast's spiritual realm. The beast's spiritual world was relentlessly suppressing and attacking old Wang's. Yet the black giant he saw was not the beast's true form. It was merely a projection. Even the power of a projection far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Such force was undeniably beyond the resistance of common folk. No wonder Electra, after enduring over a decade of rigorous training under Stick, had continuously lost herself and succumbed to the beast's tyranny, eventually merging with it to become the Black Sky. Yet, so what? The beast, not having truly descended, could only borrow Electra's soul. The boundless darkness outside was the beast's spiritual world, but the manifested black giant was actually Electra's nightmare illusion. This was a contest of spirit and soul devoid of any real physical power. In such a confrontation, the one with a more stable soul, a firmer spirit, richer experience, and greater versatility would prevail. This body, languid and weak for 18 years, deliberately kept pure even against its own nature for cultivation, was now merely equivalent to an average Pandaren monk master, like the elders of the Wandering Isle or the masters of Pandaria. But the soul residing in this vessel of flesh had been blessed by numerous dragon aspects, wild gods, and titan keepers. It had grown stronger over decades across 3 lifetimes, reaching perfection through the joys and pains of countless spiritual and physical unions. It was nurtured in the cradle of life, steeled against the torment of the Shah, wandered like a demigod through the timeless, spaceless emerald dream, witnessed the epic grandeur of the war of the ancients against the flow of time, and received the blessings of all titans save Sargeras in the Pantheon. How powerful then was such a soul and spirit? How dare you, beast? Soul-body separation. His soul detached from his flesh, floating in the spiritual world, and began to expand. When the black giant's fur-covered claw reached out, old Wang was as small as its dirty fingernail. But by the time the claw arrived before him, the black giant seemed as minuscule and pitiful as old Wang's own clean fingernail. Surprised. Unexpected. Did you think I was just an ordinary, slightly chubby young man of 18? Apologies, but my soul is more powerful than you can imagine. My experience is richer than any you've had. My form rounder than you've perceived, and my techniques belong to another world. Old Wang reached out, grasping the black giant as if it were an ant. Then he squeezed and crushed it. The boundless darkness rapidly receded. Yet a pair of even more terrifying blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness, gazing from an unknown, distant time and space. I will return. You cannot stop me. Even if you kill this girl, you cannot stop me, for this world has many black skies. Killing all the black skies won't help either. As long as sin and savagery exist in this world, black skies will be born. I shall descend. The darkness vanished completely, leaving specks of starlight, the fusion of stars from 3 worlds across 3 lifetimes, representing the cosmic universe within old Wang's subconscious and his longing for home. Descend. Come then. Next time, don't bother leaving. I have experience dealing with your kind. He shook his head with a smile. A moan sounded, pulling old Wang back to reality. Old Wang opened his eyes and saw Electra, who had suddenly sat up with a bewildered expression. Her cheeks were flushed, her clothes disheveled, and the blanket that had covered her body slipped away, revealing flashes of red and white, a striking contrast of colors. There was no need to guess. During her day and night of deep slumber, Electra had undoubtedly indulged in many inappropriate dreams. Matt only mentioned sensing Electra's fear, dread, and resistance, but he also felt her excitement and eagerness in certain aspects. Of course, he couldn't tell old Wang this, but don't think old Wang was unaware. Monk's perception was formidable, especially for an experienced grandmaster. With just a pose, old Wang could tell how many times you had been satisfied. The beast represented primal desires. Bestiality included not only savagery, cruelty, and violence, but also that aspect. The primitive worship of any race was a worship of procreation. Humans were like this, and so were beasts. Westerners were naturally more open. Under the beast's influence, Electra was even freer than most Westerners. Mao was likely neither her first nor her last man. The desires of the black sky could never be satisfied. Simply put, insatiable. Of course, this had nothing to do with old Wang. Perhaps in Matt's eyes, Electra was indeed attractive, but to old Wang, she was quite ordinary. For instance, she was too thin, her face lacked fullness, and touching her felt too bony. No softness at all. It was uncomfortable, okay. Far inferior to a Pandarin, okay. That was why old Wang didn't like the undead, okay. Electra. Matt's voice was filled with concern. How are you now? He rushed to Electra and wrapped the blanket around her. Though blind, he quickly conjured in his mind Electra's familiar form and unfamiliar clothes from the slight rustling of fabric against skin caused by her minor tremors. He knew she was disheveled. How could this be allowed? There was still an outsider present. What happened? Electra had no idea what was going on. In fact, she didn't know about the beast or that she was the black sky. Stick had always kept it from her. But soon, based on past experiences, she guessed, did I go mad again? It's okay, Master Wang saved you. Matt didn't want to discuss how many times Electra had moaned or writhed during that day and night, nor how many times Stick had deliberately stepped out, nor how Stick had handled such situations before. He glossed over it and changed the subject. Master Wang is the immortal Iron Fist, the current immortal Iron Fist. Next generations. Old Wang corrected in his mind, then met Electra's inquiring gaze and said, the beast, I drove it away. Seeing Electra's confusion, Matt quickly explained, it's like this. He parroted the knowledge about the beast he had just learned, still somewhat afraid, and looked at old Wang. Master Wang, you drove the beast away. Does that mean Electra won't be possessed by the beast anymore? She's no longer the black sky. No, she's still the black sky. Old Wang shook his head. I destroyed the beast's spiritual projection, but it will return. Stick also explained, the beast is a coalescence of primal desires that can never be completely eradicated. Even if destroyed, it will resurrect after some time. As long as there are living beings with desires on Earth, it will reappear. How did this sound like the Shah? Humans were essentially repeaters, and creation was about borrowing and copying. Old Wang mused. Matt grew anxious. What should we do then? Stick clearly had no good solution either. The chase knew little about the beast. He could only say Master Wang can drive it away once and he can do it again and again so. He was filled with admiration for the immortal Iron Fist before him. Even the beast could be driven away. Truly worthy of being the one, he would follow the guardian of Kunlun. Matt was stunned. This was troublesome. Electra seemed liable to go mad at any moment, and the beast could descend at any time. They couldn't have Electra follow Master Wang around 247, could they? Although Electra wasn't Matt's current girlfriend, just an ex, this still seemed inappropriate. Old Wang glanced at Stick, feeling the old man had completely fallen, becoming his diehard fan. Then he looked at Matt, feeling this still immature daredevil was overthinking. Even if you wanted to offer her, I wouldn't take her. This wasn't a cuckold story. External forces are unreliable. To truly resist the beast, you can only rely on your own strength, the power of life itself. That is Qi. Old Wang revealed a plan he had long conceived. I will teach Electra martial arts, guiding her to generate Qi through the use of life energy, to use Qi to fight the beast. And you as well. Qi. Stick and Matt exchanged glances. Matt and Electra exchanged glances. Electra and Stick exchanged glances. They all saw or sensed each other's excitement. Becoming a martial arts master and mastering Qi was the highest pursuit of every martial artist. Stick had never achieved it in his lifetime. Matt and Electra didn't think they could either. But now there seemed to be real hope. This must be very difficult, right? Stick probed. He considered himself well-traveled, but he only knew a few martial arts masters who had cultivated Qi, barely a handful. Old Wang recalled the years in the World of Warcraft. Under his promotion, Pantheon martial arts had spread across the entire world. Humans, dwarves, gnomes, Draenei, night elves, blood elves, orcs, tauren, trolls, undead. All races under the guidance of Pantheon monks became monks themselves, ushering in an era of universal martial arts practice. Those people were not Old Wang's direct disciples. But after Old Wang became a Grandmaster, all Pantheon monks were in name his disciples. Those who achieved mastery could teach. Even spitting blood sect leader Zhu Tiaolan had to bow to him and seek the way of the Grandmaster. So it could be said that all monks in the World of Warcraft were Old Wang's disciples. The World of Warcraft was filled with various magical energies. Nourished by these energies, the life force of individual creatures was far stronger than that of earthlings. Cultivating Qi was merely the beginning, far from becoming a monk master. Without exaggeration, those who could use Qi numbered in the tens of thousands. But this number was too staggering. This was the Marvel Cinematic Universe, not some other parallel universe. In some universes, even a random thug from the hand could use Qi, and the hand's strength might rival the Shadowpan Monastery. It is difficult. Old Wang sighed. Stick, Matt, and Electra pursed their lips. I'm not a good teacher. Old Wang felt that Master Shangxi was the best teacher in the world, patient guiding, and all the living monks on the Wandering Isle were his disciples or disciples' disciples. The three clenched their teeth. I have little experience, I've only taught for 2 years, and even then only occasionally. Old Wang was somewhat ashamed. Although he promoted Pantheon martial arts, he rarely taught personally. Most of the time, he was leading the leaders and followers of the Alliance and Horde to battle. The three were disheartened. The martial arts masters I've taught should only be 108, Old Wang said, recalling the monks he had personally trained, offering a modest round number with a sigh tinged with regret. 2 years. 108 martial arts masters. The three combat masters exchanged glances again. Stick fell to his knees with a thud. Electra knelt closely behind. Matt clasped his fists in salute. 3 pairs of eyes, bright or blind, gazed at Old Wang as if seeing the most beloved person in the world. In the United States somewhere, a sleeping little boy suddenly opens his eyes, his blood-red pupils dilating, surging with a primal beastly desire. That night, this small family was steeped in unspeakable depravity. Matt's apartment. Your physical fitness is far too poor. Old Wang gave a brief examination of Matt's, Stick, and Electra's bodies, frowning slightly. These three were all masters of combat, and Stick was also a master of martial arts, but their physical condition was truly mediocre. Not to mention, compared to Old Wang, even Sky, who had consumed a fair amount of the essence of the Well of Eternity, was far superior. True power depends not only on experience, technique, and equipment, but more crucially on physical constitution. The body is the foundation of all endeavors. And to cultivate true Qi, the importance of the body surpasses all other aspects. The essence of true Qi is the life energy of the being itself. Without a sufficiently robust physique and vital force, one cannot cultivate true Qi. Even if by luck one manages to cultivate it, each strand of true Qi is condensed and transformed from a vast amount of essence and energy. The more true Qi one has, the worse the body becomes, ultimately draining it hollow. The poor study literature, the wealthy practice martial arts. Poor nutrition and weak physique make martial training tantamount to slow suicide. This is not the World of Warcraft, not Azeroth, where arcane and life energies are so abundant that they turn the impossible into reality. First, we must remedy the Bodhist deficiencies. Old Wang pulled out the bottle of eternal water, a hint of reluctance in his heart. The already small bottle contained less than a third of its liquid, and that was after being diluted twice with wine. The concentration of the Well of Eternity essence was very low, insufficient for use. The Well of Eternity provided the primordial Azeroth with arcane and life energies, fostering life and growth. It is the gentlest, most effective, yet most extravagant means to replenish the Bodhist deficits and enhance physical constitution. Only a very few, like the Night Elf Queen and the Wild Gods, had ever enjoyed such a privilege. And now, besides Old Wang, Sky, Gabe, and Black Widow, Matt, Electra, and Stick were also beginning to partake. The essence of the Well of Eternity was running low, but fortunately, it could be replenished. Wait for me a moment. Old Wang sent a strand of his spirit into the heart of Azeroth, asking the young lady to open a temporal passage, exchanging 0.44 grams of azurite for the essence of the Well of Eternity, keeping only 0.2 grams in reserve. Sensing the energy within the eternal water bottle instantly intensify by several dozen times, Old Wang felt a pang of regret. He hoped to deal with the hand as quickly as possible. Alexandra should have quite a few valuable items, such as the remaining dragon bone. Dragon bone contained the power of the divine dragon of immense value, and if exchanged, should yield a substantial amount of azurite. Additionally, he needed to find a way to acquire some good items from S-H-I-E-L-D, such as those 084 mysterious objects they could never fully understand. Fury had already relented. It was just a matter of waiting for the right opportunity. What would you like to drink? Coffee, beer, baijiu, red wine, or plain water? Old Wang asked. Plain water, the three replied in unison. The chaste had strict precepts forbidding alcohol, which numbs the nerves and clouds the mind, as well as smoking and drugs. Even matters of intimacy were heavily regulated, including, but not limited to time, place, frequency, number of partners, and age. Perhaps this was one of the true reasons for the chaste's decline. Stick, as the leader of the chaste, led by example, strictly adhering to all precepts. He remained a lifelong virgin, a solitary old man to this day. Because of the beast, Electra couldn't possibly comply, as she had broken every rule countless times over. But she still maintained appearances, resolutely refusing to drink in Stick's presence. Matt wasn't a member of the chaste. Due to his unique status as a blind man, he had been intimately close with thousands of women, but had actually slept with very few. As for alcohol, he avoided it whenever possible. Then let's have Erguo too. How can a martial artist not drink? Old Wang produced a bottle of Erguo too. He carried with him, opened it, and added 2 drops inside, handing it to Matt. 3 times a day, 1 drop each time, before or after meals, it doesn't matter. Electra once in the morning and once in the evening. Stick once at noon. Matt trained daily, maintaining an athlete-level physique. Electra was on par with Matt, but after being ravaged by the beast for a day and a night, she was temporarily weaker. Stick was old, his body failing, too weak to withstand strong tonics. Matt caught the bottle of Erguo too, thinking it felt like taking medicine. Stick, on the other hand, was thrilled, wondering if this was the medicinal wine from Kunlun used to aid martial arts and chi cultivation. Every evening, he'll find time to come and teach you the guidance technique, help clear your meridians, and guide you in cultivating your own chi. Memorize this number and apartment number. If you have any problems, go to Robbie for help. He can expel the beast. The beast feeds on primal desires and sin. The spirit of vengeance is precisely the beast's bane, and vice versa. Whichever is stronger suppresses the other. They are natural enemies. The beast had not yet successfully descended, while the spirit of vengeance had already resided within Robbie for some time. Even if the beast succeeded in possessing Electra, it wouldn't be a match for Robbie in the short term on any battlefield, so there was no need to worry. Old Wang gave a few more instructions, then stood up. Don't go out recently. Order takeout for meals. Familiarize yourselves with the equipment I gave you as quickly as possible. Spend all other time cultivating and strive to develop chi as soon as possible. The final battle with the hand is coming soon. Don't hold us back then. The 3 quickly agreed, with Stick declaring on the spot that he would fight the hand to the end. Do you have money? Old Wang asked again. Matt remained silent. He was still a student, not yet graduated, with no parents, struggling to support himself. Although his father had left behind some money from a fixed fight, years of schooling had nearly exhausted it. He was very poor. Stick pursed his lips. The chaste had once been quite wealthy, but over the years it had fallen on hard times. Now in all of New York, only he and Electra remained, and life was tough. Only Electra nodded. I have money. She was genuinely wealthy. Years ago, Stick had taught her for a while, and through certain connections placed her with a Greek ambassador to the United States, where she became his daughter. A few years ago, the ambassador was assassinated, and as his sole heir, she instantly became a multimillionaire. In recent years, she had been investing, holding shares in over a dozen major companies like Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, PIM Technologies, and Roxxon Corporation. She might not make the Forbes list, but she was undeniably a billionaire. In fact, the chaste's operations in recent years had been funded by her money. That's good. Old Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had a subordinate who wasn't so poor. If they were all money pits like Robbie, life would be unbearable. Old Wang would have to consider disbanding the group and sending everyone back to their own homes.